Look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we so proud, just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina, on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's going to give me the rampage! Go, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the Riyadh Masters day number 3. We are into the group stages now, and it is, of course, MLP Dota and John Xfire joining you. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another brilliant day of some international Dota. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. You know, the play-ins kind of we had some exciting moments in those play-ins. We had some exciting moments in the deciders. We actually did end up with at least one 1v1 mid. So that was exciting. But now we have 4 teams that have gone home. So it's time to figure out the other few teams that might end up going home here in our group stage. Another drawn-out process for a lot of these teams. It's not as much of a crush as our play-ins, but still a lot of matches here, Mike.
Certainly is, Jonathan. We should have a look at the format to refresh ourselves on just how many matches we might have, because, well, here's the format. Obviously, you had the play-in stage that happened the last 2 days. We are now officially in the middle of the format, the group stages. So Group A and Group B, of course, 8 teams each. And then, of course, you're going to have 6 teams from each group going through to the playoffs, where 8 of those teams are going to be in the upper bracket, and 4 of those teams are going to start in the lower bracket. And naturally, Jonathan, if you play through the playoffs, you get through to the grand finals, where you can win a hell of a lot of money. And I believe we do have our prize pool that we can bring up as well. No, never mind. We're going to look at the groups first, Jonathan. Leaves the best till last. Let's see the groups first. Of course, here's the teams in the group, right? Obviously, a lot of the teams have already been waiting in the group stages, but you had a few come through. Of course, 9 Pandas, OG, Extreme, Quest, and Team Asta, Team Liquid, TSM, and Team Secret have made their way through to the group stages. So 8 more teams now officially in the groups. Should be a very, very exciting time in these group stages.
Absolutely. It's going to be a bloodbath between all of these teams. 4 of them, 4 in each group, of course, have been waiting for those play-ins to come in. So it's going to be interesting to see how much of this break time, how much they've been able to prep for these teams coming into the play-ins. How, you know, maybe it's a little bit of a repeat from TI, where some of these last chance qualifier sort of teams have a lot more going for them because of the additional games they've played before TI proper. Could have the same storyline here for some of our play-in teams. And I do believe now we can take a look at that prize pool that all of these teams are fighting for, of course. You mentioned a huge payday for the grand finalists, 5 million and 2.5 for first and second. Quite the payday, and escalating down. I mean, at this point, we can safely say we already know the 4 teams that have gotten the 17 to 20. So now anyone that get eliminated here at this point already is set for at least $100,000, Mike. At the very
That's right,
least.
Jonathan. It's a lot of money. That's a lot of moolah that we're playing for here at the Riyadh Masters. Let's have a look at the schedule. Let's see what teams are playing today. Because there is quite a few matches going on the C stream. Of course, we're going to have Evil Geniuses up against 9 Pandas first. Shopify Rebellion against TSM right after that. And of course, our third and fourth is going to be Quest Esports against 9 Pandas. And then Shopify Rebellion returning to go after Bet Boom in the fourth match of the day. So 4 more series here on the C stream. Be again a very exciting day of Dota, I do think. And well, we do have our NADPC essentially finals between Shopify and TSM for the second series here today. So you and I, obviously, we've watched this multiple times throughout 2023. It's been a bit back and forth, though I'd argue Shopify might just be the favorites, Jonathan, but it's hard to know because I know for a fact Moon Meander was not happy after those last attempts at Shopify. So I'm sure they're going to have something to say in this exciting series.
For sure. On the second series, of course. The first one should be rather interesting. It's 9 Pandas up against EG. 9 Pandas who, again, had to play through play-ins who we've seen. Again, I always feel bad, man. Why are we covering 9 Pandas so much? Is there someone out there that's just like wanting to give 9 Pandas maybe a bad luck charm? We're not their good luck charms. So let's be frank here, Mike. We have given 9 Pandas, we've covered some really rough games for 9 Pandas. The common factor has been us. So I'm hoping they come out better. I'm hoping that we just have no influence here at all. You know, none of this bad luck rubs off on them.
While you were talking, Jonathan, of course, I believe I've joined the right ear now as well. So your left ear was enjoying my voice. Now you've got the right ear to enjoy. Well, I say enjoy. It's more like torture, very slow torture. But nevertheless, your right ear can now be in tune with the left ear. Congratulations, and you're welcome. It is unfortunate, but it had to happen, Jonathan. We can't be biased here against the left and the right. Still, like you mentioned, 9 Pandas, they've had a pretty rough time. Every time since we casted them, they just... Yep. I have made it a kind of agreement within myself that I will not talk about Kiyotaka's hero picks today. Yep. I'm simply going to call out the plays he does make, because every time I say this is going to be a great Kiyotaka game, guess what, Jonathan? It never is a great Kiyotaka game. So we're gonna keep our mouth shut about his hero pick. As soon as the drafting stage gets to the mid pickups, I'm disappearing. I mean, my camera's turning off. I'm disconnecting the mic. I'm not even going to think anymore, Jonathan. I might just die for a minute and hope that good things happen for 9 Pandas. But it's not going to be the easiest series. They're against Evil Geniuses. Anything could happen. We'll have to wait and see what does happen, though.
Yeah, I think EG is not going to be an easy opponent. Again, the last time we've seen EG play proper has been, well, the Bally Majors. So it's been a little bit of a while. I'm sure all of the teams were scrimming a lot. And it's going to be keen to see how much of those improvements come out for some of these teams waiting in group stages. We do have that draft already on hand. 9 Pandas instantly banning out the Timbersaw and the Rubik. Very fast bans from 9 Pandas. EG instantly banning out the Undying as well. Still a few options. They take care of the Enigma, which we have seen rise in popularity. And there goes the Brood Mama for 9 Pandas. It's left in the pool. Miero going to be very comfy on that hero. And quite frankly, I'm surprised that this does take less priority over the Enigma. I mean, sure, Enigma's been popping off as a pause 4. We've seen Seb make some great plays. We've seen a lot of teams start to utilize Malefice and just Eidolon Denial in lane, but the Broodmother is still Broodmother.
Yeah. No, I certainly agree with you on that, Jonathan. I would definitely go for the Brood ban over the Enigma ban, but yeah, these are professionals. I'm sure they've got some kind of game plan up their sleeves, though, as I say that, Evil Geniuses, they'll go into the reserve time to think about their first pick. But it is going to be the LC, which is not a hero we get to see so often. Even though the hero itself does seem very strong right now, and it just seems like it gets stronger every time there's a sub-patch. We haven't had the pleasure of watching it too much, but against heroes like the Broodmother, you tend to enjoy using those overwhelming odds onto the Spiderlings. Though it's not necessarily quite as easy as it once was, but you know, you get that blink up, you just blink into the Spiderlings, and suddenly everything disappears. Very good.
You can certainly, you've got some good answers on the LC. Not just that, but just having this purge for the Silken Bola is going to feel good. So you're not going to have to worry about the mischance or the slow all too much once you do start to play into that Broodmother. I love the Snapfire pickup as well for EG. This is something that they love to flex. We still see Whisper play it off lane. We know Chris Luck loves it mid. So there's a lot of flexibility for EG here as well. Heck, they could still toss it onto Panda or Matthew as well and support. So a rather open opener for EG and kind of sorting out their lanes. And scales really well, right? Like LC can take a game long. He can just keep keep scaling up with duels. In lane, it's not easiest to shove out. A lot of the melee heroes that Ramses loves generally just never has a good time up against the LC. You do have a good save now on 9 Panda's end, though, with the Shadow Demon up. As long as he's around with Disruption, getting a big duel win is going to be easier said than done for a Legion commander here.
Yeah, absolutely. Solo loves playing this Shadow Demon, so obviously the Undying was banned out. Had the Undying not been banned, I'm pretty sure that they would have just first picked it here for Solo, but alas, it is not available, so naturally he does go back to the Shadow Demon. Makes enough sense though, like you already mentioned. The saves are very effective, and obviously the laning stage of the Shadow Demon as well is pretty damn strong with the Shadow Poison, to say the least. So no surprises coming out from 9 Pandas, as we are going to have to get into the next ban phase before we can continue on with some picks. I do wonder, like, if you were to pick a favorite without drafts, Jonathan, do you kind of lean the way towards EG, or do you lean the way towards 9 Panda?
It's hard to say. Historically, technically, 9 Pandas has more game wins over EG. Series wins is a draw between both, but the last time 9 Pandas did face up against EG, it was a 2-0, if I recall right, in Bali. So, this is a pretty close matchup. Maybe a little bit more favored for 9 Pandas, but I wouldn't give a huge margin for either team. I'd say maybe 5% better for Pandas on their best. And hopefully, you know, after a win yesterday over VP to come in through the deciders, that they've shaken off maybe some of that, I don't know what to call it, what we saw from 9 Pandas. Shaking off some of that inconsistency that this team sometimes has, Mike.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fair way of putting it, John. Evil Geniuses thinking a bit more heavily about this third ban out. We saw the Nagasaran being removed here from 9 Pandas, which is a hero you tend to see quite a lot into the Broodmother. Just the Naga's one of the heroes that doesn't really care so much about the Brood, so immediately getting banned out. And of course, Naga has proven to be quite potent as of late as well. EG still thinking about their third ban. I guess it can be somewhat difficult with a Brood in the game because the Brood can be flexed to position 1. Like, I'm not saying that would be the case for Ramses, because I don't think we've actually seen Ramses ever play position 1 Broodmother, but it is still, like, there is a possibility they could go down that route, because you can play pos 1 Brood with the Harpoon build-up. Probably not what we're going to see, though, but the flexibility is available if you wanted to go down that route.
Yeah, it's open enough for 9 Pandas. I'm a little bit more surprised if EG don't ban out more Ramses heroes. Right, like taking care of the Kotl is big, as a Kotl Broodmother lane can be a little bit overwhelming. The Bola spam, the uptime of Insatiable Hunger starts to feel a little bit more annoying. Double usage of the spawn Spiderlings down the line with Chakra is also a little bit rough, but normally at this point most teams just ban out stuff like the Alchemist, stuff like the Bloodseeker for Ramses, and sometimes even his Jug. They take care of the Pangolier instead on EG's end, which is maybe a tad bit surprising, considering that you're playing up against a Brood. A few teams do enjoy Pango into the Brood. Just you have your Ags build, you have a lot of AoE clear, you don't care too much about the Spiderlings, and there's really not much to control yet from 9 Pandas for something like the Pango on their end for EG. I'm a little bit surprised by the respect for the ban of Pango, but probably just not wanting to give Kiyotaka something tempo on mid to connect with that Brood.
You know me, I'm not allowed to talk about Kiyotaka, John. I'm not allowed to talk about him at all. 9 Pandas. 5th ban out. I've got to do the favor for 9 Pandas. Every time I say a word about this guy, he just doesn't have a good game. I've got to keep my mouth shut a little bit longer, John. There's the Meepo ban, which is... Yeah, it's one of the heroes we have been seeing pop up a lot more often as of late. 9 Pandas do get rid of the Meepo. I feel like, as well, Meepo tends to come out a lot from South American teams, from what we've been seeing as of late. So it seems like every time you are up against a team from SA, you are probably just better off banning out the Meepo while you still have a chance.
Yeah, just take care of it. Don't give them the option to cheese here. The Meepo is fairly annoying. Not so much. I'd say it's still somewhat cheese. You know, like Husker is still somewhat cheese. Husker Oracle is still definitely the classic definition of cheese. But how long have we seen since we've seen Dazzle Husker or Oracle Husker? I feel like it's been an eternity for you and me, Mike. And there's the Storm ban. So they prioritize all the mids and one support here for EG, leaving a lot for Ramses to play with. Ench does come out for EG. Here we're looking at just very stable lanes coming out with the Ench going for either Matthew or Panda. Either position's pretty good for the Ench with that flex and the snap still available as well. For 9 Pandas, I mean, you have a lot of options for Ramses. The issue is you're laning into an LC. It's never really comfy. Like Bloodseeker into LC, we've seen that lane go really badly for a Bloodseeker before. A Jug can maybe manage it, but it's kind of open. Like, for the most part, Ramses does love his melee cores, and all of that is crushed by an LC.
Oh, they're going to go down the Visage route. 9 Pandas. Oh, this is something cheeky now. They've got the Pudge out as well. What the hell is happening? So maybe we are going to see a Pos 1 Brood, or is it a Pos 1 Pudge? Well, what's happening?
Ooh. See this?
10 seconds remaining.
It should be like a... I want to say that the Visage is best off. That should just be Mieru's hero. Are we... Is Kiyotaka going to play something like a Brood mid? Is he going to play it safe?
Don't say it, John.
I don't know where the mid goes. Okay, well, let's not mention the names here. I don't know where the mid goes here, Mike. It's rather interesting. I don't expect any of these 2 picks to be support. Visage support is... It needs a lot of farm. It can work, but it doesn't feel like the best decision for the hero, especially with emphasis on like the Solar Crest, although it's not too rough there. You do need some auras to come into play. EG, just go to CK, and they've got their specialty now. Or Pakas, something that he absolutely loves. Lots of heroes to tear apart. In the Shadow Demon to jump, the Pudge to jump. Even the Broodmother to an extent isn't actually the most durable hero and doesn't deal with illusion spam all too well. So the CK can kind of try to manage that. Laning wise, you still get annoyed by the Silken Bola, I suppose, if you're expecting the offlane Brood. At this point, I'm not sure where 9 Pandas will want to go with anything.
Neither am I, John, but I'm very, very excited already for this this game 1 between these 2 teams. Like, even the Chaos Knight coming out, to me, throws a bit of a spanner in the works because it's just not something I was expecting to see. But I do like it. And very, very exciting stuff for these drafts. Is Evil Genius's 9 Pandas, 1 pickup left each, John. 9 Pandas focusing on the offlane banouts, it seems, as they get rid of the Beastmaster. So they're assuming that perhaps the LC is not offlane? Is that what they're thinking here?
Are you expecting... Maybe they're expecting LC mid? Snapfire Enchantress supports?
Perhaps.
And something else offlane? It's a little bit funky. And mind you, 9 Pandas, I suppose they could run a Broodmother Visage lane. Visage 4 for Antares. There's a lot of slows there you can try to run down to play with your early output. It is a lot of push coming out from 9 Pandas, mind you. The Illusion coming out with the Shadow Demon, the Spiderlings, the Visage Familiars. You've got a lot going for you here. Would 9 Pandas dare to go for something like a Luna?
They could. We
run
did
a
see it
Pudge
yesterday.
mid?
Let's see what 9 Pandas are thinking. No more guessing games, I think, here, John. We just wait and see exactly what kind of draft is going to come out from this side. Only 4 seconds reserve time left to make this pickup, so not much time at all.
10 seconds remaining.
As at least we know we're probably in for a very entertaining style of game, which is what we love to see.
Evil geniuses turn to
Okay.
They go for the DK last pick. I can't say I know what's going on here. I don't know what they're up to, but I like it.
Is that a Ramses DK now or a Ramses Pudge? There's some flex here with Ramses in our mid. And no names being mentioned for the safety of 9 Pandas. EG. I mean, I don't see them flexing this LC onto mid for Chrislock. He does love playing stuff like that down mid, but Whisper is also a very big LC enjoyer. Granted, again, there's still this flex with a Snapfire. Overall, I mean, there's a lot of push on 9 Pandas. There's a hell of a lot of push. A DK, a Visage, a Broodmother, a Shadow Demon to give you even just free DK illusions in Dragon form. It's all about tempo 9 Pandas, so they want to play a fast early game, and they will go with a Lycan pickup. EG, are we going with a LC support, perhaps? No, Chrislock's taking the LC mid, and Matthew will play the Snap, so nothing like the Snap for our core. The matchup should be alright. Like, it's a Kiyotaka mid Brood. Okay. So, I suppose that matchup isn't too bad for the LC. You can kind of play it, although I can still see the Broodmother maybe getting a better time out of level 1 and level 2. By the time you hit 3 or 4, the LC should be able to hold its own. We are getting an Antares Pudge along with the Miero Visage, and that is still a run at you lane, right? Like a Grave Chill or Chill and Touch coming out, and then you just run down with Rot. There's a lot of damage coming out there. It's fairly durable just with Pudge and Visage once you've got the Flesh Heap up, so you can mitigate some of the damage the CK is coming out with. I like the pacing coming out from 9Pandas. I think this is some really good tempo. If they do miss their timings, this can fall apart pretty fast, though. Like, you've got a lot of scaling, with just Lycan CK. The minus armor ramps up great with Howl and Reality Rift from the CK. These heroes will melt, and you don't have the best solutions to deal with the illusion spam from Pakaz. Just Phantasm's always going to feel great. You've got Whisper, who could go for an Ags down the line as well. A Wolf-bitten CK with crits, with another crit on hand. It's not the most fun thing to go up against, Mike.
This is going to be a very interesting game. I can't wait to see how this one pans out. Game number 1 between 9Pandas and, of course, Evil Geniuses now officially underway as we do go right into a pause, which is very, very good to see. You and I, we can't go a game without having a pause going on, Jonathan, so we'll get one straight off the bat here for this game. Can I just say my main concern as well, in this kind of game for 9Pandas at least, like, I don't know how to feel about Pos 4 Pudge anymore. I'm not saying that Antares isn't going to have a good game. I just don't know if it's going to have the impact that you'd hope it to have. You know, I guess Hook is always high impact, but it's just, you miss a couple hooks here and there, and suddenly you're not hitting any of them. You know, I don't know. I don't know. Pos 4 Pudge. It's one of those things.
I don't think it's about the hook in this lane, though. Right? Like, you just go Grave Chill, you run down with Rot, you have Blood Grenades. How can you run from that lane once you have level 3? Going for maybe a 1-1-1 build for Antares, having the Flesh Heap to run down. That lane can feel pretty obnoxious for EG, and I think that's exactly what 9Pandas will want to bring out here with Miero and Antares. You are right, though. Like, down the line, the Pudge can taper off quite hard. It can go ores for your team if need be, so that will allow Miero to maybe focus in on the Solar Crest and perhaps some like the Ags build up on that Visage, but you do want to get a lot from these lanes. Overall, 9Pandas does want to play really early tempo here.
And they are. They're rushing in already. Oh, he'll get the Watcher. That'll be about it, though. He won't see himself a target he can go for the Disruption for. That's kind of the thing. You do have the nice Disruption set up here for Antares to try and play off. They do get one hook. It's going to be almost a guaranteed kill, because if you've got a Visage on your side of things with Soul Assumption at level 1, a lot of damage you can deal out. Yeah, Taka, he's going to move high ground. He will find C-Smile there for a moment, but EG obviously... Oh, no, they're not. Matthew, he gets hooked completely blind by Antares, but he does get the cookie to the high ground. That was completely blind. Very good game sense.
Great ideas coming out from Antares already early on. Not enough to find the kill. Cookie was forced out level 1, which is also not the ideal for the Snapfire anyway. So you might be more than happy at least forcing out Cookie instead of Scatterblast Harass in lane.
I might have to correct myself, John. Was it completely blind? Like, they had the ward there for a moment. But I think he was within the fog. Anyway, whatever. It happened. You get it. No kills happened. Solo, he might be a kill. Look at this, John. Lycan Wolves blocking Solo up into the cookie of Matthew, and Solo, he just can't catch a break. Oh, Whisper. Beautiful micro from the Lycan. I believe he was microing for a solid 20 seconds before he just started attacking the Shadow Dig.
Yeah, and that's the cookie paying off already for Matthew. Saves his life, gets the kill, and you're off to a pretty decent start for EG, which is what you want. The top lane's probably the slowest lane here for 9Pandas. There's a lot of aggression that you can get out with your Lycan and Snap. Just classic cookie forwards with Wolves as they go up in levels. You can mitigate some of that durability on Ramses if you opt for an early level in Howl. Although, for the most part, you will expect Matthew to try to do the heavy lifting and harass here. Solo, just going to have to try to unblock his camps, go for the pull, play passive, get some farm. You could potentially tie it down later on with your Shadow Poison and perhaps a Dragon Tail harass, but you're really not looking to get too wild here with Ramses. You just want the guy to play his game, get his Midas, and farm up.
Absolutely. Shall see how this top lane does go bit later on, perhaps, as of course the mid lane, you're going to have C-Smile against Kiyotaka. So the mid LC is up against the mid Broodmother. And obviously, it does feel like it should play into the advantage of C-Smile. The LC doesn't really lose many 1v1 matchups at the moment, and certainly against the Broodmother, I don't think things are going to be too different. So I do expect a very strong, at least laning stage here from Chris Luck. His bottom lane, we almost lose Pakaz, but he's going to be just fine. Talking about the mid lane again for a moment, John, though, would you agree? Like, this LC feels like it should have a pretty free laning stage.
You just pop overwhelming odds, you have no problems, you're not scared about Kiyotaka running you down with insatiable hunger, just with the moment of courage.
And Miero, he does go down on Tades. He's going to try and chase down Pakaz, but Pakaz is manning up. No crits available, though, so he can't try to go for the heal. Rather the lifesteal, but Panda can chase down Antares to try and trade. Antares, he's going to go for a bit of a fog behind the tree line, but it won't matter. Panda's got him. A double kill for the Ent, which is a very strong start. If you are that Enchantress, a lot of gold going his way. And overall, a pretty big win for EG.
They're finding a lot more down bot than you'd want them to here if you are on 9 Panda's end. The aggression that can come out from 9 Pandas is still set to happen. You know, you do have level 2 on Antares. He's got the rot. Still has one blood grenade to make a play here onto Panda. Onto Pakaz.
Big trouble. You've got a rotation from Solo now to help out. Blood grenade's going to land. Pakaz, he'll try to go for the rift back onto Solo, but the Soul Assumption going to make sure he does not make it out as they'll even find Panda. But Panda is going to be able to run back towards the tier 1 tower, and Solo does not want to stick around for this. But that is going to be a walk of shame for Pakaz. 40 seconds of the TP still sitting there for the cooldown, so he's going to have to walk the old-fashioned way.
Ops a smoke just to get back into that lane. And this is what you'd want to see from the draft of 9 Pandas. They can afford to leave Ramses alone. He does have the level 2 Dragon Blood, so he's not under too much pressure up top. Level 2 Breathe Fire as well to mitigate some of this right-click harass. That is one of the strengths of the DK in the side lane. You can just leave it alone and try to make plays elsewhere.
Kiyotaka's playing really on the edge here, trying to use the high ground advantage he does have. It's a cheeky little spot, that little cliff area on the side of the stairwell. You could just keep moving up and down and get the harass trade your way. Chris Luck, though, not really struggling whatsoever. Every time Kiyotaka does not have that insatiable hunger, it's just so easy for Chris Luck to just destroy this lane. He's in full control. No problems here for the LC as bottom lane. Solo does go down. They do find Panda at least. Antares, though, dropping low himself, but it seems like Matthew, he's going to be fine. Pakaz moving back in, ensures they get a secondary kill. And this bot lane apparently is where all the action is.
Radiant structures are
Now, I like the response of just dragging down Matthew down here as well. Seeing the tri-lane commitment out for 9 Pandas. Again, the top lane's just basically a farm lane anyway. It's a Lycan, it's a DK. You're not looking to be too aggressive on either side. So you might as well just leave it alone. Try to combat the aggression down bot, slow down Miero as much as possible. Punish this early aggression from the Pandas. And EG are doing a fantastic job of getting that done. Do you see Solo rotate back top of the TP? Ramses, he at least has his glove of haste up.
Mid lane though, John. Smoke up from the Pudge. He's looking for a hook onto C Smile, though he does get his smoke broken by Chris Luck, who just moves a bit too close to Antares. Chris Luck, he's going to be fine. He knows the hook's coming. He's pretty chill about it. Even Solo was trying to move in on the Shadow Demon, but he's just a bit too late to the party. And now bottom lane, Miero, he's been left alone. They send the information over to that bottom lane, so Miero has no chance of escape. A little bit unfortunate for Miero as he tries to juke out, but ultimately, it's not going to be enough. Panda will take another kill on the Enchantress. I'm surprised they didn't let Pakaz take that kill, but I believe Pakaz just made the call. He didn't want to waste his time, because there was a creep wave underneath the tier 1 bottom tower, so he just said, screw that. Let me go after the creeps.
Yep, just wants to get back to farming. Again, EG getting good reads out whenever these supports of 9 Pandas go away, whenever they commit to a lane. You just kind of get these openings. Antares.
Yeah, they've got the Pudge. Even the enchant with the Acorn shot coming out from the Warpine Raider, or rather the Siege shot, as they do get the Pudge. No, the neutrals! I didn't even realize! There you go!
Creep.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate, at least for EG.
He was trying to do that earlier with a Centaur Stomper as well. And at least finds it when he is committed onto. And they're just cutting their losses a little bit here in 9 Pandas. And you still got a free lane for Ramses in the end. So, you know, we know how Ramses loves to play. We know how 9 Pandas tends to default to after a while. Just going back and letting your pause 1 farm up. Midas very close to being finished up. 500 gold away for Ramses. Pretty good timing, although he is skipping his boots for that. But not the biggest deal in the world for a DK. Whisper as well is farming up a storm. All of that attention's elsewhere. Like, he is allowed to go into his Dominator rather freely here. So you're going to have a lot of back and forth timings coming out. I think the one issue coming out is maybe the slower start for Kiyotaka is what you start to get worried about. Like, the Broodmother's not able to really accelerate into the early timings of control or auras that you'd want here. The mid matchup's just been a lot rougher. Chris Luck, he has the duel ready and he has a haste. Looking for someone to pick off.
He certainly is. Up towards the top lane, he might find Solo, who's made a lot of stacks. This is not what Solo wants. Not only has he been scouted doing this, but he's still being chased by C-Smile, who's going to find him eventually. C-Smile, there is going to be help around to try and keep the Shadow Demon alive. As a nice hook from Antara is going to buy the time, so Chris Luck now needs a way out. He's going to try with the cookie from Matthew, and it may just be enough, but in comes Kiyotaka with the Spiderlings. And it seems like Matthew's going to sacrifice his own life to ensure his mid-LC will survive another day. Chris Luck, in the meantime, trying to take the stacks while he can. He did spot Solo making these. Solo going to stick around, though, with the disruption. Going to go on to the LC for a little bit. See Smile, he's going to keep playing around with these stacks. Can he get them, though? Whisper, he'll go into the wolf form now. Rushes down Solo. He's got the wolves already by Solo, so he can go for the body blocks if he really wants. But it's more like he just wanted the vision. And Solo is going to go down as Chris Luck will freely get himself these stacks.
This is not good for the side of Nine Pandas. We've seen this happen to them before. They build up a lot in the jungle, get stolen away.
Matthew.
It's a lot of tempo thrown away.
Mid lane. Matthew, I mean, he was chased down for quite a while. Like, Kiyotaka's been chasing for at least 10 seconds. Matthew finds a way out, just deleting a lot of Spiderlings. Bit of a shame for Kiyotaka. Like, you're at the stage where you should be able to just solo pick off a support like that, but it just doesn't seem to be the case thus far. It's the Broodmother mid not having the impact we would expect, at least for now. Top lane, Ramses, in pretty big danger. Disruption will buy him a little bit of time. Whisper still going for a chase, but decides better of it. Will turn back around onto Solo. Go for the easier kill. As long as Ramses isn't hitting creeps, you're pretty happy anyway.
No stacks to clear up in the jungle.
Shows himself again. Meanwhile, Antares goes down. Ramses, he's the big danger though. Or the one in danger, I should say, because Ramses...
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
It's these kind of greedier plays. Ramses, he's still alive though. Whisper.
Going to go for the duel.
Whisper doesn't... Oh, they want the duel. There you go. That's teamwork right there. That's something you won't see in your pub game, John. That's for sure.
No. They hold on. They know the duel is coming out. Chris Luck wants some damage. They find it. They found a nice kill down bot as well for Pakas. Everything lining up for EG. And Nine Pandas going for this high tempo draft, but not finding anything. No recovery plan in the jungle. No early momentum coming out from your Visage or your Broodmother just yet. They will try to make a play down bot.
They will. Bottom lane, Pakas, pretty massive trouble. Just completely surrounded by the units of Nine Pandas. It's going to go down as Chris Luck will go for a quick pause out. Let's give everyone a chance to ask how Chris Luck made his name have a color. You know, it always seems to be the case when C smiles in a game, but I don't know how they do it, John. It's some kind of bug.
Yeah, they do something. You set it on your name. That's why you see some people on Steam when you're in a game. They have some weird characters sometimes in like the menu. They're doing that bug. It's some sort of hex code. I forget. It was fun to do before. Yeah. Then it got really tedious to have your name with a lot of characters.
Well, anyway, 10 to 5 right now. AG are having a pretty damn good time. Thing is, like, Pakas isn't having the freest time of his life. You just saw him go down at that bottom lane, and obviously with all the units that are available for Nine Pandas, they can just rush him like this. But on the other hand, you've got Whisper, who's having an extremely good time in the off lane.
I did not realize Solo's level 3 at 10 minutes in.
He is.
That is rough. I mean, he's been stacking up, and the stacks were taken away. He's been dying for his team, so he's trying to make space, trying to create some farm, but, you know, just not having the room to get that done. And I think even with this farm on Pakas not being at the ideal spot, you're still throwing off this tempo for Nine Pandas. Again, they went with maybe earlier tempo. This still ties into around a 20-minute timing. If this game is slower for Pandas, they can still get something done in 20 minutes, but you have to prevent this bleed out. You still want to scale up a little bit faster here on the Pandas end.
Miro's being chased by a Centaur right now of Whisper. Wolfform's going to be popped. They want to go for this. They are chasing Miro down from across the map. At least Kiyotaka's going to find Matthew as Miro. Oh, he's fine. He is just fine. Tips out immediately towards Whisper. Whisper was microing that Centaur from the top lane while he was going through the twin gates. Close but no cigar for Whisper.
It's not enough.
Radiant's courier has been
Just
killed.
one stun coming out there without the Snapfire being around. A nice pick off coming out on mid. Find that for our Broodmother.
Dire's
And
middle tower
you're starting to get a little bit better off now. The Echo Saber's being built up by Kiyotaka. The damage output of the Brood is starting to scale up. This is with level 1 Insatiable Hunger as well. It's not the highest base damage increase just yet. Not the best uptime just yet either. The spikes are still there for the Pandas. Despite, again, a rougher laning start, they're starting to find some openings. They're giving space out for Ramses. Going into the power tread straight into a Blink, wanting to join his team early. Still being pressured up top, but you're getting a lot of room bot now for everyone else to build up.
You certainly are. These Zooey kind of heroes, they have a great time when they've got a bit of time to build up their items. Top lane, looks like Panda's messing around with Ramses there for a moment. Ramses is going to be just fine. You wonder as well, like, how many nerfs to these Zoo heroes do we have to see before they actually just not show up in the meta anymore? Because I feel like for the past 2 years, this has been it. It's Beastmaster, Visage, Brood, Lycan. Like, there's always a Zoo hero in the meta, I feel like. Especially Beastmaster.
I think it's fair to have at least one Zoo hero be viable. I think it's always going to be semi-viable. And then the power scaling of them should be adjusted, perhaps. Hold on.
Yeah, big pickup. Chris Luck not so tanky anymore as he just gets destroyed by Kiyotaka with a double damage rune. And now Panda. Panda's going to try and get out of this one. It's not looking good for him. He is gone. I believe. No, he is healing as I say that, but no, it's not going to be enough.
Radiant's
They do at least get Solo down to the bot lane. Poor old Solo is still stuck at level 4 on the Shadow Demon. But it won't matter. You found 2 huge kills in the mid lane, and it seems like Kiyotaka is officially online.
That he is. Echo Saber up and running. Still at level 1 Insatiable. But with a double damage plus Insatiable, it's like you have triple damage. Trying to get the chase down here.
They are. Kiyotaka not going to get stunned, so now Matthew in the middle of nowhere will go. Very nice shoot count from Kiyotaka. EG, they've kind of committed a lot for this. The 4-hero rotation, the Wolf Form was popped. They lose Matthew and they get absolutely nada.
And at least Chris Luck managed to clear out the Spiderlings, but probably not enough to compensate for those losses. 9 Pandas, again, they're hitting these early timings being up with the Echo Saber. Straight into a BKB for Kiyotaka now. You've got the full Solar Crest up and running on Miero. It becomes much easier for Kiyotaka to just chase heroes down. And again, you're giving free space out for Ramses. Will join in rather fast with a Blink. They want to play tempo very soon, and it's a lot earlier than I'd expect. I felt like AG could have gotten more, but it should be around 15 minutes when they should be ready to go with that Blink.
11-9 now. Smoke is out. See Smile and Matthew. Obviously with the kisses and dual combination, you can basically just delete anyone as Antares. Whoopsie daisies. Probably doesn't want to run into Picars again like that as... Oh, EG, they are still rushing towards the bottom lane, seeing if they can find themselves a nice target. Solo is there with Miero on the right side of the map, just looking very low on HP right now. Right aside for Solo is he has hit level 6 now, John, so he's got his ulti up and ready. Happy days for him.
Yeah,
The smoke will
he can
lead
do a
to
little
nothing.
bit more. The pick-off onto Antares, he was trying to hook the Wisdom Rune. I'm pretty sure he wasn't trying to hook Centaur.
Mid lane, Kiyotaka. Has he gone a bit far? Might be able to catch him. The Brood is just so sneaky. The spiderwebs at free pathing and movement speed just makes it so hard to catch him. They are going to try and pressure the bottom tier 1 tower at least a little bit and maybe force a fight. 9 Pandas, well, they're going to go for the duel out. They've got the Visage, but the kisses are not proving to be enough. Miero is going to survive, but not for long. They will not win the duel, but they get the kill. Ramsey's now going to be targeted. They'll get the stun off here with Whisper, but do they actually have the damage for this guy?
Dire's
They do not.
is under attack.
Picard is still way too tanky to deal with. Excuse me, Ramsey's rather is way too tanky to deal with. DG. They will get the tier 1 bottom tower anyway. It's not going to be a problem. Untitled, he's going to show up. But there's not really much he can do.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Now, no real great hook angles here. It's just 2 heroes showing up down bot. Ramsey's not the healthiest in mana pool as well. With that TP out. They are starting to get some respawns going, so they might be able to get the follow-up fight.
They've been scouted though. The Wolves are just giving too much information over to EG. They actually go for this fight. They are trying. Towards the south, it looks like they have found Chris Luxy. Smile about to drop will go down. Zantares will be traded off, but this is not a good team fight at all for Evil Geniuses. They are also going to lose Matthew. Matthew to fall. The Punch is the only one to die throughout all this, and I don't believe 9 Pandas will mind too much.
Now, you really don't care right now if your supports die on 9 Pandas. Antares and Solo are basically just bodies to throw forward as the sacrifice to allow everyone else to just get this momentum going. Still a very close game, all things considered. 14-11, 9 Pandas reeling back some control in this game. Kiyotaka taking over the net worth charts right now. Does have the full BKB with a disassembly on the Echo Saber. So the Brood is going to be pretty hard to stop. And again, even if you get something like the dual off, you've got a lot of saves. You've got the, down the line, you've got the Ags Shard of Antares. Early on, you've got the Disruption coming out here from Solo. So you can't just stop any sort of move forward from Chrislock when he does come in here.
Well, Roshan, we get started here by AEG, and they obviously take it very, very fast. It's not a problem whatsoever with the Lycan and the CK. 9 Pandas, they were busy focusing on the mid-tier 2 tower in the meantime. So they are going to miss out on the fact that Roshan was happening all this time. It still does feel like 9 Pandas are in control of this game, though, to be absolutely fair. But one team fight could kind of switch the other way. In fact, mid lane, we might have that team fight coming up. Z-Smile going to jump in, does find the jewel out onto the SD. That'll be Solo to go down. Kiyotaka in the meantime going after Matthew. Matthew barely able to TP out. He's fine. Z-Smile going to be targeted. Jump in from Ramses, but he has not got the vision for the stun. So Kiyotaka needs to get out. Meanwhile, Pakaz from the high ground of the triangle, moving into Ramses as Z-Smile jumps back in, but no jewel is available. They'll just have to run and chase the old-fashioned way, as Ramses is still running, should just be fine. He's too tanky. It's not enough for Whisper to get through his HP pool right now.
Really great
EG?
target prioritization, though.
They're still sticking around, John. Antares does have the blink up on the Pudge. Do you have that way of kind of breaking the gap against EG to set up the hook angle now? Kaz. He's a big one, but he's going to make the jump on Solo, who gets a very quick disruption off. The hook will not land on the actual CK, but they are going to find Matthew. So they'll still get something for their time. I'll tell you what, Solo, that was a very quick disruption.
Really quick reflexes. That was almost like a melee cast range as well for the Chaos Ball, but on point. Solo manages to save his life. Whisper.
In trouble. Kiyotaka just trying to terrorize them, but not going to be able to finish off the kill. Panda's going to cut him off. Let's get the enchant to slow him down. Kiyotaka, though, on the high ground, going to be safe for now. Have they got a ward? They do not. No wards available. Oh, the ward there was not giving the vision. Duel out, though. Z-Smile still going to find him, but doesn't have the damage, so Kiyotaka just going to pop the BKB and chase them down. Hook is way off the mark, but he gets himself a mud golem. It's something, I guess. As there goes Panda. He's down. Z-Smile, John, I mean, he's got 28 jewel damage. Like, he has not got enough to get these jewels on himself anymore. They jump in again. The Kaz is out. He's got the stun on Kiyotaka, but he'll get hooked out of there. In goes Z-Smile again. Kiyotaka dropping low. Finally goes down. This time, though, they did not have the jewel available. So sadly, no extra damage, but the kill's going to be good enough.
It's more than enough for them to find a follow-up on the tower. Really good hook block by Pakaz. Does manage to block the save coming out there from Antares. Without the shard and Pudge, he's not able to really try to go for the blink saves just yet. It's a little bit tougher once that full committal is out from EG. And they've got the damage to go through multiple towers. Tier 2 just gone.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Quick blink from Antares. It's a little bit scary.
I mean, 9 Pandas. AG. You still kind of want to press an even further advantage, right? Like with this Aegis up. Seems like you are just wanting to keep going. 9 Pandas, they are going to go for the Tormentor now on the dire end of things. Be able to take that away for themselves. They do seem to need Miro's help before they do completely finish it off. What's Dota Plus saying at the moment? Dota Plus 74% the way of EG. So even with the Brood DK having a bit of a free farm style of game, it doesn't really seem like it's panning out in the favor of 9 Pandas at the moment.
No. It's all down to the fact that this draft really is all about tempo. Your hard scaling core in the DK, it can keep up to an extent, but the CK will outdamage you. And you've got Lycan as well that can scale into the right click. You can always go for the Ags later on in the game. It gets a little bit harder and harder for 9 Pandas to try to play around her spikes as the game scales on. Ramses has been left alone for a pretty long time. Ags is only one part way. That should be when they start grouping up, although Ags without the BKB and Ags without the level 18 is a little bit rougher here for the DK.
The Ags up now on Matthew. You're just going right for the gobble up on the support Snapfire. So it can be a huge item here for the Snap. You are having some kiting issues from EG's end of things. Like they do need to just lock somebody down and burst them. Now the gobble up for C Smile. Just gonna be able to break that gap immediately and go right into the kisses after the duel. But they might have their chance now in the mid lane to try and show this Axe off. C Smile though gonna show himself with the blink in. Deals with the creep wave first. Bottom lane 9 Pandas, they are grouping up. The T2 tower looking rather tasty for them for now. Kaz was around the area, but does TP out immediately, seeing Kiyotaka was moving in. They are still looking for a fight, EG moving with the smoke. Scanned out immediately by 9 Pandas though. A very strong scan. 9 Pandas hanging on the south, they're going to jump in though, Jewel is there, see Smile looking like he's in pretty big danger because Ramses is out to back him up with the gobble up. The gobble up does save him. Panda will still get caught. Matthew obviously also went down. Panda's still running, but the slow is there from Kiyotaka. A very messy engagement as 9 Pandas ended up turning around, trying to go after the Overlord creep instead. They kind of miss out on Panda, but they do at least kill Matthew.
That's a nice take. You are happy on EG to try to get that save though, not bleeding out any dual damage out from Chris Luck. Onto that, Broodmother would be very scary if she starts to ramp up that way. And they managed to avoid. The save coming in, the Ags reveal is there for Matthew. Still need something like the Blinker Force Staff to help with gap closing and getting some tighter saves off, but are starting to build up. 9 Pandas though, do manage to clear out that tier 2, evening out the game state just a little bit more here, and take over that bot jungle. You do have the Ags up and running on Ramses, but again, without the level 18, you don't get the full Black Dragon just yet. You will need a maxed out ult. That's going to take a little bit more time here for our DK, but you've got the full AC up and running for Mero. Now you can sustain through a lot more. The Broodlings are going to feel a lot more durable as well up against the right click, although you're not really too worried about them getting right click down. EG off with another smoke play here.
They're going to try and get something out of this smoke here up towards the north side. They're going to maybe find Solo on the Shadow Demon. Solo proving to be the easiest kill of the game here for C Smile. Jump in, easy duel out, and no need for kisses obviously. They'll get themselves an extra 28 duel damage. Something they're desperately lacking right now is that added duel damage for C Smile, so he can actually just jump in and burn somebody down immediately on his own. Now the tier 2 top tower is just gonna melt. It's like one kill, and it's the easiest objective of their lives. It's no problem.
9 Pandas just understanding, without the saves coming out from Solo, without some of that setup, it's a little bit hard. They're all scattered across the map, still trying to get that farm up and running here. I mean, you've got the save ready on Antares with the Dismember Shard off. So you do have an additional way of bailing out, if need be, in the middle of these fights. And you are still scaling. Kiyotaka's working onto the Lincolns. Should have it flying out now with a drive-by on the Secret Shop, so is saved from the duels. That should make it a lot tougher for EG to try and pin down. Gonna have to try to open up perhaps with the enchant just to pop Lincolns, but it's not the easiest thing, considering that you're just jumping in with Chris Luck all by himself. So enough protection coming out on the Pandas. I still worry about their scaling here. Now Pakaz is right behind Kiyotaka, nipping at the heels in terms of farm. Full BKB up on the CK. has it on the fresh charge still. And the scaling is going to start to kick in. If you wait for maybe 10 more minutes, it can start to feel just a little bit rougher for the Pandas. Although by that time, you should also expect the full Black Dragon to be out from Ramses as well. And his Manta to be done. So you can start playing the split push game quite nicely here with the DK.
Well, here we go. They might run right into each other at this top lane. 9 Pandas, they are slowly moving their way in. EG, they are ready for this. Mind you, still have the gobble up to use from Matthew. Cars thinking about moving up, does have the full 9-second charge on the BKB available. It's not looking like the worst kind of fight for EG to take. They are playing into that Aghanim Scepter of Ramses, but he doesn't have the level 18 yet. A little bit unfortunate for him. No Ancient Black Dragon, but it's coming. Very, very soon. EG moving in. Ramses, he'll be the first one to jump. He gets a stun on Pakaz. They've got the Dismember as well through the BKB. Pakaz dropping low, gonna go for the fight anyway. With the Phantasm out, they can't kill him. They cannot burst him down. Oh, Ramses, just look at the damage. It's too much. Here Taka trying to get out on the Brood. Gets caught by Pakaz. Whisper in the meantime deals with Miero. A full team wipe basically. Solo just brought back on the Shadow Demon, but it amounts to nothing.
That was just... It looked like a good opening for the Pandas. The Dragon Tail into the hook, into the Dismember, but the backline gets ripped apart. Crystallock's free to blink in, get the duel off onto Solo once more. And everything just falls apart. The save comes out from Matthew with a gobble up in the middle of all of it. Mancha just pop back out. Paz cleans up without that burst coming through, and EG gets their second Roche done. And for the Pandas, again, they've been able to keep up and farm. They've been able to take some objectives away. But these fights have to come out perfectly. Like, the Lincolns is on Kiyotaka, sure, but your supports are still very susceptible to those duels, which they'd want to save the cores from. And right now, the positioning's just not the ideal. They clear out the ward right before that fight, but they still stay around roughly the same area when they were under vision.
Pretty tough for 9 Pandas. Like, this DK has just not felt like the pos one you're looking for here for Ramses so far. Top lane. I thought maybe EG was going to move to that area, but it looks like they're looking to back out. Kind of hard to know like what you do now as 9 Pandas. It seems like you're stuck farming for items that may not change the game, right? Like, it's a 84% win probability right now for EG. They are pinging out top lane where Matthew does show himself for a moment. Matthew immediately looking to back his way out, perhaps with a TP. He will try for it, and oh, he's gonna make it. Antares, he was right on target, but just didn't have the vision for the Dismember or the hook, so won't bother trying. There's EG now just rushing right up north. They want the fight. Immediate TPs. Miero, the last one left. The Wolves aren't going to scout it out in time. No. Oh, so close yet so far. Unfortunate.
Ran right under vision. So the information was there for the Pandas on the retreat. Have to dodge out this Aegis timing. Because playing tag with Ramses just a bit, but Ramses does back off in the nick of time. And now your issue is really trying to scale up. Both Whisper and Pakaz have had pretty free games into building up here, and Pakaz going for the heart. You just don't have the burst damage to deal with a CK. And you don't have a way of easily dealing with illusions either, once that heart is up. The scaling here for the Pandas is just... It's a little bit lackluster, and this draft was just so focused on maybe the first 20 to 25 minutes, and that timing's gone.
Certainly is for now. Doesn't look like it's going to be coming back anytime soon either.
Oh, Whisper's going for the axe as well.
Here we go.
It's Morbin time, Mike.
It's Morbin time. This will have the axe rather soon too. Only about 900 gold away. That's going to be a very, very, very painful time for whoever has to deal with that wolf bite. If Pakaz will be the one taking it, of course, and so a CK rushing at you in wolf form is not going to feel too good. Like, if he crits on crit, that's a problem.
Yeah. You could also toss it onto Chris Luck, I suppose, for him to chase down with the duel, but you want the fun stuff, Mike. You want the juicy stuff. You want a big old wolf pack with a Phantasm wolf pack.
That's right.
That would be the way to go.
Oh, is that how it works? Like, if you get wolf bitten with Phantasm still to be used, you get wolf illusions. Is that correct?
I believe so.
That'd be pretty cool. I like that.
It's coming
Access
together,
now up.
Mikey.
Here we go. Wolfbite is now online, Jonathan. We'll find out very soon. The car's moving in. Gobble Up is there on Chris Luck, but it's not going to land on Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka's fine. EG feeling very confident now. Even a full-hearted Tarask up on Picard is going to make him feel invincible, basically, at this point. He's got 4.2k HP with the armlet on. He is huge. Hook. Oh, actually does land. He got Panda, but they're happy to jump in. Antares needed to blink out. Just no damage follow-up onto Panda. They are going to move onto the high ground now. The tier 3 tower. Under siege. And there goes Picard's. Trying to move on to Miera, but doesn't have the damage output as Ramsey's now moving in. Picard's, he's dropping low.
What?
He's just being completely controlled up. Meanwhile, C-Smile at least fighting solo, but they've lost the Aegis on the CK. He's got his secondary light moving in and takes out Antares. Antares is down without buyback, and now the Wolf Light comes in. There's your Wolf. Where is he? He's moving in. There's the illusions. Look at the Wolves. He's got the pack. The pack is out. Miera's trapped up completely on the Visage. We'll try to hit up through all this damage, but it's not going to be it. They are just surrounded by wolves. Miera barely getting up, but not quite. C-Small gets it. EG, a full team wipe on their end of things. And tier 4 towers it is. They've had enough. I love it.
The Pandas are holding on, maybe looking for a big hook from Antares when he respawns, but I don't see a way you stop this push otherwise.
So tough now. They're still trying to defend this one. 9 Pandas moving in onto Ramses. They've got the duel out, but Dismember is going to save from Antares. Problem is, he's going to end up killing himself for that. Kiyotaka desperately moving in through the Ancient, trying to find a way to defend this, but Ancient now completely exposed. There is no saving it, I don't think, as the Gobble Up lands right onto Ramses. That's your DK God. He calls it. GG well played. No buyback available on Ramses. In EG, that they stick to the game plan, they make it work. Quite a convincing win from their end of things after the landing stage. Well, for 9 Pandas, John, not the greatest start to the day. Already one loss down for themselves. As EG just proving to be the better team here in Game 1.
They come online really quick. I like the change up here in 9 Pandas draft. They tried to go for some really early aggression with their draft. You know, it's a Broodmother and Visage. You're expecting a lot more action onto the objectives. It just doesn't come out the way they'd want it to. The laning phase was just rather slow, especially down bot, felt like for Miaro. Not able to get as much as he'd want on the Visage early on. Losing those stacks was really huge as well. It just feels like 9 Pandas, they lack a way of following through on map control early on, right? Like, it tends to be that early stage of the game where things are rather rough for them, but those deaths on solo, losing all those stacks he built up, just meant that the early power spikes you want all of your heroes to have never comes online. They had play by 15 to 20, maybe 25 arguably, but even then, you didn't have a massive lead over EG, which you needed to. You needed to cut off map space. You needed to build advantage by starving out the enemy team, and it just never happens.
No, it certainly didn't. EG, again, understanding how their draft works against what 9 Pandas have picked up, they just make it happen. Very strong performance here from EG. 9 Pandas, I mean, props to them for trying, but this is where I think things went really wrong. Like, EG had a very slight net worth lead. I think going for this play when Ramses was one level away from having the Black Dragon up with the Ags, that may have just been an error, right? Because Ramses just couldn't do anything. I'm not exactly sure how much the Black Dragon would have changed, but surely it would have changed something, right? Like, they're just not going for that added value. Just, I feel like almost guaranteed they lost that fight, and after that, it was just so one-sided.
It was really the vision. Like, they just dewarded the area. They stayed around the area. They placed their supports further back from where that vision was. So it gave Chris Luck the confidence to just blink backwards. Once the hook came out, they saw the back line. I mean, it was a big Dragon Tail hook play for sure, but it exposed the back line that didn't have their own ways of saving themselves. You had the Lincolns up on Kiyotaka. You kind of want Kiyotaka to actually tank through the duel. You want your course to actually get jumped first, so it was a rough fight for 9 Pandas to take. It was very forced for them to stay in that position under vision, not respecting the fact that EG would drag the numbers up, with a tier 1 still standing there as well. and it just leads to everything collapsing. I mean, even if this game dragged on further, what do you do about this wolf form on CK? You just don't stop it. You know, he just does too much damage, chases down your back line. And again, the ideas here from Nine Pandas were a rather good departure from what we normally see from them. They tried to get more tempo coming out. They want an earlier hero for Ramses, but it just doesn't pan out. I think you had too much of a rough start there for Kiyotaka, not managing to really control the LC lane. To be fair, the matchup it's not great for the Broodmother. At the same time, you did have to get off really early here with this draft.
Right. Well, with that, John, we do have to head off to a break. But right after that break, we're going to see if Nine Pandas can draw out this series. As we are going to have our second game between Nine Pandas and AG coming right up after this short break. We'll see you then.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Riyadh Masters 2023. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you for this second game between 9 Pandas and Evil Geniuses. Jonathan, game 1 did not go very well for the side of 9 Pandas. EG showing up with a great draft, and 9 Pandas maybe a little bit more experimental, to say the least. I know you and I were both shocked during the drafting stage, and naturally it did not work out. Is there something in particular you'd like to see changed up here for 9 Pandas to try and give them a better chance to drawing out the series against EG?
I think they'd want stronger lanes. I mean, the DK Shadow Demon lane was really passive coming out. The Visage Pudge lane, where you'd expect a lot more activity, also didn't pan out in the first few levels. You know, going for the hook, not landing the hooks, then up against an Ench. If you can't clear out the Enchanted creep, it becomes a really rough lane to lane into. Maybe take care of some of the specialties coming out there as well from EG. The LC mid for Chris Luck. The fact that they could have flexed that Snapfire as well. They get Picasso's comfort in the CK, which we've seen him perform on for years now. So they have to play their own game, I think, 9 Pandas. They tried something different with this kind of tempo draft. Didn't quite work out. They also need to contest their own jungle a little bit better. Solo built so many stacks that just went to Chris Luck and went to Whisper. They've got to be able to contest these resources and defend them if push comes to shove from EG.
Yeah. We shall say that. I mean, the draft has officially begun. Yeah.
Dire team ban.
Banning out the Enigma, banning out the Broodmother first on EG. 9 Pandas, still banning out the Undying. With the Broodmother gone, you don't have that option for Kiyotaka, but you still have a lot of openers here. Silencer for Solo still available. We'll see what the next ban is in 9 Pandas. LC is still in the pool if they want to respect ban that, although maybe something like the Whisper Lycan takes priority, or something like the Beastmaster if you're worrying about micro and congestion early on. And take care of the Timbersaw instead, which you do have to ban up against EG. With Whisper and Chris Luck being able to play that, although it tends to just go on to Whisper for the most part. EG still have a lot of strong openers. Snapfire still available. LC if they want to run it back here on EG's end. So a lot of options still on hand. Only so many things you can ban that first phase.
There certainly is a lot of options. First pick up for EG, still thinking about it. They are going to go down the Snapfire route again, which makes enough sense. You deny the pick away from 9 Pandas. You have a flexible pick now for EG. So we saw Matthew play it last game around, but it can also be played in the mid lane or the off lane, depending on where you want it. Just keeping the flex open for the opening picks of Evil Geniuses. 9 Pandas, on the other hand, how do they want to start? Because they still have the option for the Shadow Demon. They actually ended up banning the Undying themselves this time around, so do you want to go back for the SD? For now, they're going to go down the Rubik route, which is also a flex pick, because we saw Kiyotaka play this mid Rubik yesterday. It's a great effect, by the way. It was a very entertaining performance from Kiyotaka. So it could just be a mid Rubik coming out, depending on what he's feeling like.
Yeah. With the Doom pickup for Miaro, that tends to just be their offlane though. Antares plus Miaro on Rubik Doom. We've seen them run this a million times before in 9 Pandas end.
Yeah.
But again, some flex on hand, I suppose. If you do want to run a mid Rubik. Rubik into Snapfire lane is pretty decent. It's not like the best lane for Rubik. It's not like a crushing lane, but you also won't. You're not necessarily going to get crushed by a snap if you're expecting that mid for Chris Luck. So they can still toss things around, keeping it a little bit flexible on the Pandas. I like seeing Miaro on the Doom. It just fits into what 9 Pandas tends to do anyway. They go off from slower lanes. Doom is a pretty stable lane, can always farm up, and they can kind of scale together with Ramses. That's the key thing. Ramses takes something slower, maybe something like the Jug once more, and you're looking at pretty even timings on the Doom and Jug early on. EG just running it back with the LC, so having that option again to just give Matthew the snap or give Whisper the snap. I mean, you can just do anything you want with these two heroes with EG. We know how many positions they can play these heroes from. It doesn't tell you too much about the draft yet. It does tell you you have a stable dual win condition at the very least. Just dual kisses once more and try to run it back from there.
Absolutely. And why the hell not? Like, it worked the first time, you just run it again. Chris Luck was having a pretty bad game last game around, right? Like, if you... I don't think it's going to be the mid LC again, but if you did run it, like, considering he had a pretty rough game last time around, and it still ends up working out for them, you can't blame EG for just going back to this. Though I do assume this time it might be a bit more of an off-lane LC we're looking at. But I suppose, again, the flex is still there from EG.
Still really open. Like, I wouldn't mind the snap bar mid with the LC off. Again, that sounds pretty strong. You might give a little bit more openings out to Kiyotaka in that case, but the scaling's there. Chris Luck knows his timings on the snap bar. You can tie in and start to play aggressive with your 2 cores on LC snap. So there's going to be a lot of tempo coming out from EG if they go that route. EG, for their part, banning out the Pango once more of Kiyotaka and taking care of their Ramses Alchemist, leaving a couple of options open. Pandas, for their part, taking care of the Bloodseeker. Just don't want to have to deal with a Bloodseeker in the Doom lane, as that's one of the lanes that can't sustain through the initial levels of the Doom. And just kind of sit back and last hit, no problems there. I wonder how much more respect EG shows for something like Ramses here if they prioritize Kiyotaka. Like, stuff like the Kiyotaka Storm's still available if they want that. I don't know if you'd really want to, mention this, but Tinker's there as well for Kiyotaka if you're feeling weird.
If they feel like it, Jonathan, if they feel like it. I don't know, it's, every time we cast a Kiyotaka Tinker, it doesn't seem to work out the best. So I'm a little bit careful, I don't like Tinker anyway, so I'd prefer not to see it, quite frankly, but we'll see. More bans to come from 9 Pandas before we can see some more pickups. Of course, Evil Geniuses still have 1 ban of their own as well. I have a bit of a deeper think about this 4th ban now for 9 Pandas. We'll continue with the position 1 bans out as well. Naga Siren again being removed here from 9 Pandas, so just not wanting to have to deal with that from Bakaz, which is fair enough. EG is one of those very scary teams to try and draft against as well, because they do draft very differently to what you see from other regions. You can get rid of the Lycan now, and they do go back with the Shadow Demon for solo, so nothing's really changed in that aspect. He's still going to play the Shadow Demon, though I do hope this time around he's not stuck at level 3 by like the 11-minute mark, because that was kind of sad to watch.
That really was. I mean, he's going to try to go for the stacks again. Hopefully they can defend those stacks pretty well here on the Pandas end once more. Or at least change it up from game 1. EG, going back for the Morphling for Pakaz, and going into the Enchantress as well. And Morphling's taken a hit in terms of stealing stats, but this hero can still work out. You did pick Morphling into Doom, which is maybe a little bit awkward. You've always got 1 stable piece of control coming out from Doom. A Linken's might not be enough to save you. You've always got the option for the Ags here from Yarrow. So it's not the be-all and all core, but this is something Pakaz is very comfortable in.
There's the Clinks coming out from 9 Pandas, so going for something a little bit different. Is it the core Clinks we're looking at, John? You make a prediction right now. Is this a mid-Rubik, or is this a core Clinks that we're looking at?
I think it's likely we get the mid-Rubik now. You just run Antares on the Clinks. I don't think we've seen any real core Clinks come out. So I would expect Antares to just play that, snipe around. Eat the creep of the Ench, have a pretty strong lane with the Doom. Try to run down as much as possible in that lane. And Kiyotaka can just play his good old Phylactery Dagon Rubik. Good times ahead if they manage to get that timing. If that is the plan, if that is the game plan of 9 Pandas here, I do feel like Rubik mid scales a lot nicer. I mean, Clinks will always just find the farm anyway. He goes into the jungle, he snipes supports, he'll have a Solar Crest up, he'll have a Nullifier, he'll have everything he needs. Maybe an Orchidus game actually up against Morph could be pretty nice. And you're just kind of set to go. So the Rubik would farm. It's where things get fun. I mean, your core Rubik in a Morphling game, just steal Attribute Shift, get all the strength in the world. With your nuking damage, I mean, you shouldn't be able to die here. Or at least not die easily for Kiyotaka.
Theoretically. Yeah, I mean, you never know, John. Let's not say things too early here for poor old Kiyotaka. In theory, he should have a pretty good time, though, if it is going to be a mid-Rubik, because we'll see the Meepo banned again from 9 Pandas, just in case. You don't have to deal with that. Just get rid of it. Evil Geniuses, they get rid of the Void. 1 more ban to go from either side. We'll get to see how these drafts are finished off.
10 seconds.
This Clinks, I believe yesterday we saw Kiyotaka play this Clinks. The Antares play this Clinks while Kiyotaka did play the mid-Rubik, so there's that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, it did work. It did work, Kiyotaka and Antares. What's that, John?
I like it.
I mean,
it's spicy.
both of them got to a stage where they were very potent. Like, that combination, what was it, Phylactery and Fade Bolt would just take out half your HP. And when Untitled's got to the point where he had an Orchid up, they were just deleting people left, right, and center. Like, you just could not survive the onslaught of damage that was there with the Orchid into the Fade Bolt with Phylactery. It was kind of ridiculous.
It is insane. I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping that's the way to go. No way Ramses plays something like the Clinks. So this should be the run and gun for the 9 Pandas again. Let's see if it pays off against EG. I'm sure EG is a team that would know how to react to that. Like, if you are going to run something like LC mid into Rubik is a lot rougher. So you would actually want the Crystallock Snap to come in, have Whisper play the Legion Commander offlane. Just pick a Matthew or Panda support here. Like, you just don't want to risk it with the LC. We've seen a slower game. Rubik is a much slower lane for the LC as you just stand back, Fade Bolt, and well, the LC doesn't really have too much pressure onto the Rubik. So the Phylactery timing's going to be there. The Dagon eventually comes out, and you just get rolling. You know, you roll with your Clinks.
I love it. Let's see if it does happen. Evil Geniuses, one more pickup, and we'll get to see if 9 Pandas are intending on running the mid Rubik again. EG, still need a mid laner by the looks of it, unless C-Smile is playing the LC again. Only 7 seconds of reserve time left to really make this decision, and it's gonna be a bounty hunter. So what is happening is the question.
It's probably just a mid snap with Whisper on the LC. I mean, you could flip that around. And the LC mid against Rubik's maybe not the best lane. So you'd rather the snap far to at least have some pressure onto the Rubik. Bounty Hunter coming out. This is an EG special. And they love sniping couriers. They love planting those forward wards to watch when the couriers fly out. They can get that done here on EG once more. For the Pandas, I forgot to mention, there is some flex for the Doom. I mean, we tend to see it on Miera, but Ramses can play it as well. And EG identified that with the Axe ban. It's going to be an interesting call here as to what they last pick. And Ramses still has a plethora of heroes to go into. Something like Slark into Morphling still there. Jug's available if you really wanted to go into that route. Terribly, probably not the call up against Morphling, but certainly something that you could run. Illusion-based heroes are there as well. PL available for Ramses if you wanted that. Not the worst thing in the world in this kind of game.
It isn't. 50 seconds left of reserve time for 9 Pandas to make the choice. Just give us the mid Rubik. I just want to see it again. It was so much fun to watch yesterday. Just give us the mid Rubik for Kiyotaka.
Just do it. Just give it to us. I want to see the Phylactery in play again.
It has to. Surely it's a
real
position
squishy support.
Yeah.
I mean, you could still go offlane for Miero again. Like, give Ramses the Doom Pause 1. But I'm not seeing a good reason to do that. I think Doom Clinks is pretty solid in lane. So you kind of don't want to take that away. Then again, Doom Shadow Demon in safe lane doesn't sound too bad either. They'll go for the TA.
Okay.
So maybe we don't get the mid Rubik, but no, Ramses takes the TA. All right. Thank
All
you.
right, there we go.
Thank you, Pandas.
Thank you very much.
This is fun.
This is fun. We've got the mid Rubik again from Kiyotaka. And we know the build up as well, Jonathan. It's Phylactery into Dagon. We've seen it before here from Kiyotaka. I believe after the Dagon 5, he went into the Ethereal Blade as well. If I remember correctly, but basically once you've got level 1 Dagon with the Phylactery Fade Bolt, you can just delete anyone from what we've seen. Like, the supports just absolutely melt.
That they do. Like, you get maybe a Blink here. I think we saw Kiyotaka do that last time as well. Blink, you steal Scatter Blast, you blink up with a Spell Amp, they're dead. They're just dead. You know, it's funny. But literally a lot of the heroes here could die. I can see the Bounty Hunter dying. Panda's definitely in the chopping block. Because if he doesn't Strength Shift instantly, can get jibbed by Kiyotaka. Like, a quick Blink Phylactery is going to be really big for Kiyotaka here. So, we'll have to see. I feel like the lanes for 9 Pandas coming out here do look a lot tighter. TA for Ramses shouldn't get crushed by the LC. Level 1's maybe a little bit rough. Level 3 starts to become manageable for the TA. You should be able to defend your jungle a little bit better as well with Antares around so he can apply pressure on the other side. They'll be forced to respond to the Clinks instead of being the aggressors here in EG. And that should give 9 Pandas breathing room to try to build up on their win condition there on the TA. So, looking a lot better for 9 Pandas in this draft. I mean, some people would say you're saying that with mid Rubik, but mid Rubik works, you know. And the crazy thing, Mike, is I was calling for mid Rubik years ago as well. Granted, maybe not as good back then without the phylactery, but you know, it's always fun to see it come out, Mike.
It certainly is. We can head into it. Game number 2 between EG and 9 Pandas now is officially underway, so we should be able to switch over to that and see exactly how it is all going to pan out. I'm sure EG were watching yesterday's game. I'm sure they were very well aware of what this mid Rubik does intend on doing. So, see how they are. See how well prepared they are for this. Both teams might run into each other for this mid lane matchup. Wards to be placed, I'm sure. Yotaka already going to break his smoke here on Whisper and see Smile. Take a tier 1 tower hit, and right after that they'll place the ward down. No problems here for EG. I believe it may have been scouted. Yotaka, you're scouted out again. You should know that the ward is on the left side. See if a D ward does come out. Nevertheless, he's going to be up against the mid snap, which shouldn't really be the easiest matchup for a mid Rubik.
No. Not the smoothest time. It's somewhat manageable for Rubik, but it's also really manageable for his snap. You're not going to care about too much of each other's harassment. You can try to line up for a Cookie Scatter Blast still on the Rubik if he steps too close. So there's some counterplay here for Chrislock. The one thing for the Pandas is scaling is a little bit awkward. It's again a little bit more tempo coming out, maybe 20-25 minutes you'd want to really be online. And you want to run down, because as it goes into late game, LC can scale up, Snapfire hits level 20, gets scary. They will trade evenly for the runes, but Miero's in a bit of danger.
They have the Blood Grenade if they want to throw it on Matthew. They will not, though. Miero's still a little bit too tanky to deal with, so he's going to be just fine. We'll just TP right back towards the bottom lane as well. We're seeing the Sentry Ward trick here by Antares, so you just place a Sentry Ward by that tree line underneath the tier 1 tower, and then he goes for the block. And this is all for the sake of being able to push out the creep wave. Antares is going to try his best to force the dire creep wave. Pakar's trying to block it as well on the Morphling, but it's not going to be enough. Tries his best. Very, very hard to pull that off with the Sentry Ward trick. And with that, they are going to have the creep wave pushing into the dire tier 1 tower, which will make life a lot easier for Miero. And it seems like Antares, if he really wants to, he can pull the next creep wave as well. Though Miero does need the help right now, because he's just taking way too much damage from Pakars and Panda. But he will survive in the end. But with this kind of low HP pool, he will need to play quite carefully.
Yeah, needs to be a little bit conservative. Did go for the level 1 Devour to just get some easy farm going on early, but that doesn't mean he has no real runaway potential with Scorched Earth or trading potential with a 2 ranged.
He's going to be so careful right here, John. The Scatterblast Cookie is going to be up in 3. Yotaka could just melt, though. He's trying for the Fade Bolt damage on the right clicks, but doesn't get lucky with the uphill hit. See, Smile, I know he's looking for an angle for this. If the Cookie lands, Kiyotaka's as good as dead. It won't happen for now, though. So.
Big creep wave. He's
got it! He's got it! There you go. See, Smile, very, very cheeky. It's not something you'd expect, John. He had a full creep wave underneath the tier 1 tower. Goes for the high risk, high reward play, and he gets it. Very nice.
You read the mana. Not enough for the Fade Bolt counter coming out there from Kiyotaka, so he couldn't try to zap and win. And gets his opening for Chrislock. Massive kill down mid. Already a bit of a slower start for Kiyotaka. Should equalize, but you're going to be a level behind. And it'll be a little bit painful as you do want your level 6 a little bit quicker to steal away the Cookie or Scatterblast here and just have more nuking potential. Rune control going to be big on mid. Power Rune's going to be big for both sides. So you should expect the support to start collapsing that area. You could even see Matthew maybe going for early rotations. If his lane up top is manageable for Whisper to solo, I can see Matthew trying to make some early plays happen.
Oh, Matthew. Trying to be aggressive on solo. Meanwhile, bottom lane. Panda. Gonna take a fair bit of damage himself, but obviously does have the level 1 Nature's Attendance up. We've been seeing a lot of this as well with the Ench players these days. Like, they're not bothering with the Impetus, but rather they'll just go level 1 Nature's Attendance with the Enchant, and it's proving to be more than enough. There's just that added sustain with the amount of right-click damage you have on Ench anyway. They just don't need to use the Impetus. Just no point.
Has been killed.
Yep. You still manage to just win in trades, and you can set up for your core to get aggressive early on. They are punishing quite nicely. They understand what Antares needs to do here.
The arrow, bottom lane taking a lot of damage. Panda's just going to stand his ground as well. Like, Miero tries to trade harass, but just can't do it. Untitled is just not wasting his time at the bottom lane. Like, he's just trying his best to block the small camp and make it as hard as possible for EG to control the safe lane. Meanwhile, mid, Luck and Kiyotaka, again, very low on the HP pools. See, Smile really desperately wants this next water rune, but at least Kiyotaka's going to be playing to try and deny those away as he did last time around. But even the banner rune is not there for Chris Luck, so he has to keep looping around to try and find a water rune, and it seems like he will get one as Matthew finds 2 couriers as well, by the way. John?
He's doing a great job. And this is what you expect when EG picks up that bounty hunter. They'll cut away your resources in lane and just choke you out slowly but surely. Solo has to be a little bit cautious, is healthy, but Ramses isn't. Forced away from the creep wave to farm. Again, EG is capitalizing this laning phase. They understand what the Flinks wants to do in lane. They punish Miero when Antares is off into jungle. So your presence of the Doom to slow down Pakaz isn't really there. The Morphling... all the
Ramses!
In fact, of EG up there.
That was a very close call for Ramses as the blood grenade landed. They've got to be so cautious now. Solo running, Ramses still playing on the edge, but the chase is on. Matthew should have his way with Ramses. A nice deny on the neutral camp from Solo, but the overwhelming odds. Whisper's got the better target anyway. He does get Ramses down. Easy denial for bit of gold there with the SD. But you look at Matthew, he's immediately rotating down bottom now through the twin gates. He wants more.
Yeah, just getting that pressure in. EG has a draft with these supports that they can just take control in the laning phase very early on. And there's a ramp up for the Clinks that just isn't there yet for Antares. And he's been trying to play greedy, but you can't necessarily leave the Doom alone in this lane.
Antares looks like he's going to be the target, but they actually enchanted Miero instead. Antares is going to go down. Miero will stand his ground, trying to force Pakaz away. Pakaz, he still has plenty of strength to morph into, though, if he needs it, so no real danger here as Miero. And he's got the mana burn creep, but it wouldn't be anywhere near enough damage. He's just fine. Meanwhile, mid lane, C-Smile currently getting dives by Solo and Kiyotaka, and Solo able to secure the kill on the Shadow Demon. Great pickup for him. Helping saving the mid lane here for Kiyotaka.
Still has the level 6 advantage though for Chris Luck. And Kiyotaka is going to start to catch up. I'm not sure if he was quite in EXP range for that one. Chris Luck cuts off a little bit of that early timing. He will still have spell steal, but no rune control here for Kiyotaka.
Oh, Kiyotaka, he's going to cop a big hit here from Matthew. And with the blood grenade, there is really just no chance of escape. Oh, the Mud Golem though. And the Invis rune. Still not enough. In fact, I say Invis rune, it was the Shadow Walk, of course. Nevertheless, they have the detection, they have the control, and they have the damage.
And the movements out from EG are just so on point. They've left Pakaz alone just a little bit, but not quite enough damage or threat from Miero and Antares. And they just swarm that mid. A lot of push coming out. Got more than enough right clicks coming through here. With the creep to help out, of course. That's an early loss for 9 Pandas. No defense coming through. That means top jungle control again is going to slip out if 9 Pandas aren't careful. The invasion can start early. Not too many stacks this time around coming out from Solo, but potential for resources lost. Is Matthew trying to snipe that wisdom rune away?
He might get it too. Antares, he's trying, but he's being body blocked up by Matthew, but a nice deny. That's a great deny from Antares. I can't believe he got away with that.
Solo gets it down out.
Oh, things have switched up here in this game too, haven't they, John? Solo now level 5 almost. At the 7-minute mark, a very different kind of game thus far as he's going to try for the deny again, but the Hurricane pull him out of there. Whisper does clean up the kill on the LC. At least Solo's having a much better time though, John. That's good news.
He is. He's playing the lane more. He's not focusing on stacks. He's having a lot more impact. Some threat on Pakaz, but...
Miero gonna find out the hard way. The rotation was out from Chris Luck, but he can't reach with the kisses. Should still be able to find the kill, I think. But they do have Solo around to try and help out now. The Shadow Demon, they'll go for the disruption to Chris Luck. See Smile, he's going to try and turn onto Antares. Does go onto the Clinks with a very nice Cookie Scatterblast combo. Matthew, in the meantime, still running. Still trying to just get away from Miero. And he will make it. But they don't find a kill. EG, they commit so much down to this bottom lane. They really get nothing for it.
That's a mid-rotation out from Chris Luck, not leading into a kill. Miero just a bit too tanky, although
They're still trying. Panda's going to show up with the enchant, so Miero just sticking around a little bit too long. Does get taken out. See Smile, like it was looking a little bit rough to start, but he does find some value at the end.
Miero just playing a little bit too far forward. Already dodges out. The Vanguard pays its dividends, although Kiyotaka...
They're still trying, but see Smile is still here. Panda will be saved for now, but not for long. They did have the tar bomb to finish off the kill. Really nice from Antares, and seems like C-Smile will eventually leave this bot lane. Maybe. I mean, he's still sticking around for the boundary. Antares looks like he wants to try and snipe this away from C-Smile. And he will. C-Smile will not stick around for this. I mean, still going for the fight. Yeah, Taka, stolen cookie, gonna land. Meanwhile, Rams is actually dropping up a top lane. C-Smile, he will make it out. Ramses, however, not so lucky.
Does give kill out onto Whisper solo. At the very least, it's not the dual win for Whisper, but kill's a kill nonetheless, especially onto something like the TA in this game, who does need to scale up rather early. Dragonlance, Desolator, Blink timing, really key for Ramses. Tying with his team. Miero again.
He doesn't land though. They've got the kisses. They just want the vision on Miero so they can get the damage out with the kisses, and that they certainly have. The Kaz picking up his second kill of the game down the Morphling. 8-2 already in favor of Evil Geniuses. Just such a strong start.
It's just coming out so strong from these lanes. Not giving too much room for 9 Pandas to breathe this time around. And Ramses is, again, soloing up top, still farming well, but the death does kind of compensate for that strong start. Whisper already having the Blade Mail is a pretty dangerous target to get too close to now. You're still waiting for that phylactery. Well, it is done on Kiyotaka. So the nuking damage is there.
He smile. There's a lot of damage that can be dealt here. Antares setting up Kiyotaka with a lift back, and C-Smile's gone. It's just so easy once you have this Medallion of Courage. Ooh. Top lane, at least they get the duel off onto Solo, but now Matthew goes down. Kiyotaka with the stolen Scatter Blast will get that one done. This is that strong point for Kiyotaka. Like, you've got the phylactery up. It's time to start making moves across the map.
Yeah, it's time to start having this Rubik mid payoff. Early presence, early nuking damage is ready. Maybe want something a little bit quick as well, like a blink, just to be on top of these heroes, but rather open. Has a few stacks to take. Should be able to kind of clear that out with the damage he does have on hand. They are starting to, default into the style once more where they just farm up, although Miero is still in danger down bot. Just a little bit.
He's going to survive. Top lane, I think, is where the danger may be, because Kiyotaka and Solo setting up onto the LC, that they mess up the combination, missing the initial Scatter Blast, so Whisper still okay to back his way out. So maybe a bit of miscommunication, because Solo went for the disruption and Kiyotaka went for the Scatter Blast at the exact same time. Rotations.
Really big kill.
Taras is here. Panda and Whisper, they've stuck around a little bit too long, I think. Panda will try to survive through it. Scatter Blast is going to land, but now Kiyotaka, he's the big target. They'll chase him down to the Rubik, but he's fine. Doom out from Miero. Everyone just rotating through the Twin Gates to ensure the Rubik does remain alive. So take down Whisper. 2 down for the price of nothing.
Just a bit of an overcommitment this time from EG. Playing really far forward into that tier 1. Not respecting the fact that Doom's ready to go on Miero. Has managed to find control. And the kiss is just not enough damage right now for Chris Luck. Level 1 kisses, not the biggest in the world. More than enough durability coming out for Kiyotaka just with the added HP on the phylactery. And Miero, and he's been left alone bot. I mean, he's been the punching bag for a while, but he's gotten room to farm. Midas not too far off, straight into Blink afterwards. Again, this is classic 9 Pandas. They come out maybe a little bit slower in lane, but they start making space for themselves, start getting these stacks. Jungle not contested this time around from EG. And Kiyotaka just ready to move with a phylactery.
Hold on, Matthew in trouble. Is
track.
Maybe gone. I mean, they can see him and they'll get him. Kiyotaka will finish the job off. So the track with phylactery is pretty yuck to have to play against.
Yeah, like this will just make it so easy for the Pandas to start to scale up now with a ganking squad that you're expecting from the Clinks and Rubik. You can just scale up so fast with these kills with a track and just escalate into that point where you get the Blink on Kiyotaka, We start to get more farm going on Nero and Ramses if they're around the area as well. I mean, they managed to take the top tier 1 here on EG, but Pandas again, they're just farming up.
Mid lane, Kiyotaka being targeted, but a nice lift up is going to ensure they cannot continue for the kill. See, you've got the setup now from C-Smile with that rod of Atos available.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
EG desperate to try and get some track kills on the board for themselves. 9 Pandas doing a very good job of, though, staying away and just finding solo pickoffs on their own end of things. Mid lane, they're looking at C-Smile now. Untitled will move in. C-Smile has had this situation happen to him before or earlier. C-Smile, though, able to get away. Matthew, now going to be targeted. Purges out. Kiyotaka still running. Whisper trying to rush in. Untitled is finally going down, and in comes Pakas to help out. Only the Clinks to drop. Because they're just in case they needed the extra numbers, but turns out they didn't because 9 Pandas immediately retreated.
Again, the Pandas aren't looking for a full
nice duel.
Why?
Very nice duel. They have caught Kiyotaka. They will not win the duel, but it won't matter. That's a mid Rubik going down and a huge deal for EG.
And that's a massive kill. Not expecting Kiyotaka to stay that far forward after seeing that commitment out from EG. Doesn't respect the amount of heroes EG drag in there to really secure that earlier kill in the Clinks. But again, if you look at the movement of 9 Pandas as a whole, they're giving space out to Miero, they're giving space out to Ramses. This is exactly how the Pandas do love to play. Just stall out with Kiyotaka and your supports, start to build into your win condition, start to get that utility going on your off lane, and run from there. Antares on the hunt here.
Whisper just waiting for him to show up. See Smile, they're not going to land the cookie. Had the run of Atos, but probably just didn't have the option to go for it as Kiyotaka in the meantime able to find Matthew. Another nice pick up here for the mid Rubik. Has bought enough time now that Ramses does have the full Desolator up on the TA. And now if you're 9 Pandas, like, you should probably just start looking towards Roshan. The Deso up, they have plenty of damage. Especially with the Solar Crest also available on Antares. If they can fight, Roshan is just guaranteed to be theirs. Solo. Disruption on 9 Panda. Excuse me, rather Panda. Panda to stand his ground. In comes the LC with the duel out onto Antares, but the damage output is not there. The Panda is still alive. Kiyotaka still trying to take him down, but the nature's attendance, it just proves to be too much. Panda will walk out.
Managed to go away. That is a duel expended, but not the longest cooldown in the world for Whisper. And it's, again, space coming out here for the Pandas. Ramses is farming, or Miero is farming. You do still want that pickoff, as you mentioned there, with the Deso up. You will want to find a kill into the Roche, but if it stays this low, you're kind of happy. I mean, you are still farming up in Pakaz, but again, you've got solutions for the Morph in this game.
They really miss out on C-Smile with the smoke. They're heading down bot instead, where they might find Matthew. Matthew going to break the smoke of Solo, but he has a dust ready. Ara is obviously going to be there with the follow-up damage. Matthew going to try and stand his ground because Pakaz can move in, but now Pakaz, he doesn't want to be here any longer. They've broken the Lincolns. They've got the Doom off. Solo, he will drop Pakaz. He's still running. He's got the Strength Morph going, so he's fine. Instead, it's going to be 2 down for 9 Pandas. And they would have been just fine had they left Pakaz alone. Pakaz, he was able to press that Strength Morph in time. So the Doom, it was just not enough.
Certainly not all both.
Whisper? Be a big kill on Whisper, but they're still lacking damage. Whisper's still too tanky to deal with. And now they've waited too long because Pakaz is moving in. He'll reveal himself. Rod of Atos up from C-Smile. No cookies, rather kisses available. Ramses still running. Pakaz trying not to solo, unable to get him through the disruption. Whisper dropping low, should go down, but somehow still alive. Whisper finally going down to Antares. Panda, he'll be up next. 2 going down now for EG. 9 Pandas, they will successfully fight by the tier 1 bottom tower, and they do make it happen. They will barely miss out on Pakaz, but that won't matter so much, I don't think.
One issue for them is that they're probably not in a good position to try to gate through for Roche. So this isn't the fight to open up Roshan for them. At the very least, they've got the Shard ready on Ramses, so they've got some early control with a good duration silence to start these fights off for themselves. No Dispel on hand outside of press the attack right now on EG. So you can start to maybe find your opening onto that Morphling before the Doom comes out. Manta not quite done yet for Pakaz. Pandas, they're starting to ride their stride here. 20-minute mark should be the point where that Roche threat starts to become a reality. The Orchid being finished up by Antares as well, another way to kind of follow through. Instead of relying on Doom, just pop Linken's with Solar Crest into Orchid, and you get another opportunity onto Pakaz while that Manta style isn't quite finished up, although you don't have too much time until the Manta's up and running here. For the side of EG, again, it's been a little bit more back and forth, but they've got scaling potential still with Morph, and that it's been nerfed down on the Ags, but it's still Morphling. Still does Morphling things anyway, with something like a Scotty or Butterfly build up down the line, or a Satanic. Quite open for him to just stay durable in the front line and do some damage. Chris Luck can always bank on hitting his level 20 timing as well. So, despite these early wins for the Pandas, they've got to kick up the pace at some point. Again, around the 20-minute mark, you'd want to see them take a fight into Roche to keep this tempo up.
It just hasn't happened yet. At 9 Pandas, they're going to move through the bottom lane again. Then perhaps Jewel is out. They've got Solo. Solo underneath Vision. Immediately caught by Whisper. And he'll take that opportunity every chance he gets. He sees the Shadow Demon. That's the target he'll go for. Just remove the disruption from the game. 9 Pandas, in the meantime, will immediately move up top lane. Through the Twin Gates, see if they can find themselves a nice target. They're looking at Bakaz and the Morphling, but instead they're going to have to settle for Panda. Panda, he's going to go for the Glimmer Cape into the Nature's Attendants. There is helping coming. And in fact, Panda's going to survive. They actually just don't have enough damage to burst through him. Instead, the Lynx will get caught. Antares trying to run, will not make it. Bakaz taking another kill on the Morphling. Dominant performance so far from Bakaz, 4-0-2 in terms of KDA. And now Roshan might be theirs to go for.
Why not? Out of Whisper going through the gate now. No vision from the side of the Pandas. In the pit. They are in the area though. They've got the Blink Doom ready on Miero. Might be able to get something done, but they can't afford to give this one away for free. That's the tempo of 9 Pandas tied into that Roshan here.
9 Pandas, they're going to try and fight this one out. There's no choice in the matter, but they're playing against a bounty hunter. The tracks are going to make it impossible to sneak their way in. They do spot out the LC. Miero, though, missing out. Does go for the Doom eventually onto the LC, and they've eventually got him controlled up, so Whisper will go down. That's one down. Is now 9 Pandas. They'll be the ones to walk into the Roshan pit. Huge win for them if they can get away with this. There's no buyback available on Whisper, and Roshan appears to be theirs. Just that one kill on the LC, and that was enough.
The one big pickup they needed to find anyway. And there's still the Kisses play from Chris Luck, but their position just wasn't ideal. A really good movement out from Miero to walk by the gate. Just finding that position, forcing them all the way back. Aegis up on the Pandas. They've still got this really nice window to play with the TA. That secondary life available. They're scaling in now. Miero, Octarine done, going for the Ags, understanding that he needs to just be able to get on top of that Morphling, not worry about the Linkens, just stop that attribute shift from coming out at any point. And Kiyotaka does have his level 1 Dagon Might. This is where the fun truly begins. Can you imagine? He just tracks up someone and bursts them down, gets some free gold.
That could be a very fast Dagon 5 if he does get a couple of those. I'll tell you. Speaking of, he might have his chance now, because EG are moving up towards the top lane, but Kiyotaka's the one being hunted. Blade Mail pop, they may jump in for the dual attempt. Antares trying to help, but it's nowhere near enough. In fact, he'll be the second kill. Does reveal himself, and immediately gets taken down. The cars will happily take that one off the hands of EG. Yeah, Dagon's up, but if you're the one getting jumped, it won't really matter.
Certainly doesn't matter. A nice pick-off coming out from EG. With the DD up and running in Pakaz, they can just get to town on these towers. Side of 9 Pandas just not ready for that defense without the Rubik around. Still need more time for Miero to hit that Ags timing as well in the Doom. Gonna have to surrender some objectives. And this is 9 Pandas with the Aegis. EG's getting a lot off the map despite being down that secondary life. Doesn't matter at all. You know the Pandas just aren't ready.
They certainly are not. 3k advantage now to EG. Wouldn't probably be sitting at 57% their way, so it's still a relatively close game. And that is based on the fact that 9 Pandas are still holding the Aegis on Ramses. Ramsey's getting very close to that point where he's going to have a Daedalus up, and that's when things can get extremely scary from the TA's end of things. The Ramses has not really been too involved whatsoever. Still 0-2 and 4 is the KDA of the TA. Very least, Daedalus up, he might just be able to burst you down.
Yeah, they're just looking for quick plays onto something like, say, last year.
Solo. What a by Jewel of Whisper, and it just happens so quickly. It's not just the jewels you're giving away either. You're giving away a track every time that happens. They will get Matthew at least. Whisper? Be fine. Miero pump faking the Doom, but decides better of it. Just cancels it off. Got the BKB forced out from Whisper. That's about it though. A bit more jewel damage for Whisper, a bit more gold thanks to the track. He's a happy boy.
That he is. It's a lot harder for Yutaka to try to go for the dual steals now as well. What with you being able to cast the overwhelming odds, it's not a guaranteed steal in these fights anymore. He's not going to be able to get that secondary control or the team going to just pin someone down here. Still looking to hunt. The Dagon's still hungry, Mike.
See if he can find something. Mid lane. C-Smile, I think he's a little bit too tanky. 2.4k HP just about on C-Smile, so Kiyotaka should need some help for this one. Here comes Antares, lift up. In they go. C-Smile. No, still too tanky. Nice attempt. Not really that close, though.
No. Racking more numbers, though. Ramsey's still around the area. Minute and a half in that Aegis here.
I feel like Solo's just going to be so careful. Like, this jewel from Whisper could just ruin the whole team by bottom as Miero! He got a 3-man stun! What a setup from the Doom! Perfect stun from Miero! Problem is, they only got Whisper! I mean, it's still a great kill. I'm just surprised that's all they get away with.
Alter is just not quite there. Durability's up. Yutaka does at least manage to steal the gobble up. He's got his own little save now, and initiation for the team is...
Oh, Cars. He barely avoids the waveform. Matthew, on the other hand, may not be so fortunate. No, he will survive with the invis, just barely. Just barely surviving as EG are desperately trying to fight back. They'll morph into the Rubik. Kiyotaka on the run, but the kisses are following him up. Antares also copying it quite badly as Kiyotaka and Antares, they'll both survive, but they need out of this. They will retreat successfully, though, as EG could not really chase them down.
Nice little take. Not finding any more kills is a little bit painful, but they find a tier 2. They open up an avenue to pressure into these lanes, onto the high ground at some point. And you would probably want a secondary tier 2 before any of that can happen. And props to EG, though. Like, it's 9 Pandas applying pressure, but they're not losing out on too much. They've got a lot of farm and cause. Full Scotty up and running. Into the Butterfly next. But the Ags is up and running for Miero, and we've seen what he could do with that War Stomp. With the AoE Doom, now you can expect some of those multi-kills to start to come true here for 9 Pandas.
They're pinging out the bottom side. Pekaz, under vision. He's underneath that trap right now. Antares looking to move in with the Orchid out. The Gobble up as well from Kiyotaka. It's right on target. And Pekaz, how... Well, he still waveforms out. Oh, they were 1 second away from the Doom. Oh, Whisper. He's going to jump in and try to force the fight anyway. Matthew, in the meantime, has gone down, but they got Solo, and now Miero's down. EG. They still managed to fight. They still managed to win. As apparently we've disconnected from the game for a moment, but doesn't matter. I'll give you the radio cast. Ramses is trying to run. Whisper is chasing him down. Whisper now, the one in danger, will end up going. It's because he is saved by Kiyotaka. Excuse me, Ramses was saved by Kiyotaka. Well, bit of a mess of a fight, ladies and gentlemen.
That was really unfortunate. They jump in. I do believe they're trying to break the Lincolns to enable the Orchid first from Antares, but the Orchid ends up breaking the Lincolns. Coordination just not on point.
Bubble up. It's going to land on Kiyotaka this time. They've got the kisses to follow up. Kiyotaka will not be able to save himself with the Gobble up as Pekaz moving in with the Eye of Skadi. Ramses, he just can't run. You can't run once the Skadi's up on Pekaz. Boy, oh boy, EG just coming to play today, I'll tell you.
They're just ripping them apart. All off the back of 9 Pandas just not coordinating on that last fight. Like, they had the Gobble up play. They had the vision. They didn't pop the trap early on. Miero just wanted one more second for the Doom, for the gobble up into the AoE Doom, just have that instant control. Instead, they failed to pop Blinkings in the right order. The Orchid just doesn't come out, and Kaz is just free to run. Like they don't manage to get that instant lock, and the follow-throughs there. They manage to space themselves away from the Doom, and they find him again. Miero taken away.
Ouch.
And now with a 6k lead up for EG. And the Pandas, again, there's a little bit of tempo in this draft. You're running a TA into a Morphling. This is just naturally favored for EG as it scales on, and there's no sign of relief just yet from the Pandas. They've got to nail these fights in their favor somehow.
It's just so tough, like 7k disadvantage, but that's not even the biggest problem. They just can't find an opportunistic, or rather an advantageous fight they're looking for. Like, that gobble up play as Antares does take down C Smile, but goes down, or rather Solo goes down himself, so C Smile kind of messing up there for a moment, finding out that he can get taken out by the Clinks quite easily.
Radiant's top tower.
And I can kind of see why, like he's just got so much damage, especially with that enchanted quiver on top. Seems like they are trying to look for the Clinks. Nice duel out. He ran underneath the sentry for just a moment, though the telekinesis not going to prove to be enough. They will still win the duel here for Whisper. Aegon 3 now for Kiyotaka, but I haven't really felt this Rubik mid this game. I'll tell you, John.
No. Not as much as last time around. And he has been impactful with jumping under the overwhelming odds, but he's not been able to get big spells. Track's been pretty nice, but they haven't been maintaining that all too much on the side of the Pandas. It does feel like you kind of just want Track at this point. You want Track, you want to run around with your Clinks, get some pickoffs, scale back into the game, get an item advantage or two. Just not presenting itself. EG and their movement. They're reading 9 Pandas really well.
Ramses, he's been tracked. He knows Matthew's around somewhere. We'll safe with the BKB for now, but they continue to just make sure that he knows that Matthew is watching him. EG are moving up. 9 Pandas, they'll go for a bit of a smoke behind Ramses, though Ramses does retreat back towards the ancient camp on the right side of the map. 9 Pandas still slowly inching their way closer to where that bottom tier 1 tower was, or used to be. Roshan is available, so it'll be a big team fight for either side. EG, they'll smoke up themselves now. They've got the gobble up initiation. See Smile, he'll throw one in. Matthew, he's on target. He found Antares, but they can't see him. They can't see him yet. Whisper, he's going to jump in now, but Miero's got the Doom out. Whisper, who's he going for? He'll move into Kiyotaka, but the mute is there. Miero not allowing the Doom. Still Pakaz. Pakaz gets the job done. Kiyotaka's down. They'll try for Matthew. Matthew survives. In the end does fall, but it's just a complete wipe for C Smile and the rest of EG. Ramses got caught by the duel of Whisper. EG have just had every fight go their way. They just make it look too easy.
Everyone's pushing in. The smoke fades from the Pandas. EG instantly smoke on top of that. They force this fight in the choke point. Sure, it looks a little bit awkward with Doom running, but there's no follow-up. The side of the Pandas are way too split up to try to capitalize on that. And with that take, it's straight into Roche. Roche number 2 with the cheese, going the way of EG. And Pandas, again, the execution's just falling a little bit flat. The smoke play doesn't catch anyone. They're grouped around the tree side of the Lotus Pool. They are not able to capitalize on the big Doom of Miero. Ramses is off elsewhere, southward of that fight, away from that AoE Doom. And the damage output from Pakaz, it's just too much. He has way too much coming out in the Morph, and you're not able to instantly lock him in. You have to worry about the
Smile, though. He still can't deal with Antares and Kiyotaka when they're together. That's kind of the thing. This mid Snapfire, while it's proving to be very impactful, if Antares catches him with his pants down, it's too easy. The duel is going to come out again. And that's kind of the trade-off. You take my mid Snapfire, I take your life plus dual damage for Whisper.
And plus Track as well. It doesn't matter that you're losing Chris Luck like this, because what are these pickoffs really doing right now for 9 Pandas? It's not giving them additional map control to kind of farm outside. It's not allowing them to take these bigger fights as well, collapsing onto a numbers advantage. So even though Antares is kind of getting this done, it's not having the impact you'd want. Maybe it stalls out to push a little bit longer, but your big problem really is, like, it's that blink dual control. It's the Morphling and its overwhelming damage and durability. Even more durability now with a full butterfly up and running. Ramses can't just safely right-click him down. The mischance, the evasion's just going to be a nuisance to deal with on Pakaz. You take the last outer tower and you're just gonna be able to set up onto the high ground. Like, you really just don't care. It has to lead into something. If Antares finds these kills, they have to be ready to capitalize somehow, but they're just not.
Top lane. E3 tower now under siege. Duel out again. They found Solo. Whisper with the zero hesitation blink in. Every time he sees that Shadow Demon, it's a no-brainer. Now the LC, 264 duel damage. A real problem. Not so much more than Pakaz though, because Pakaz, he's just happy to move in whenever. 9 Pandas, they bought back on Solo. They want to try and defend the top racks. But how do you do so? EG are just so healthy. They've got the Aegis, they've got the cheese, and they've got no reason to back out of this top lane. Look at Pakaz. He's just the better Rubik. Look at this. You'll find the top range racks in the Rubik form. Why the hell not? Just get that added range for yourself. Goes again. Ironically, it felt like Pakaz was doing more damage as the Rubik than he does himself. There goes the mid, or rather the top racks, completely down now as EG get away with it for free. And well, sadly for 9 Pandas, this buyback from Solo just, it means nothing.
Doesn't do anything. And Solo really has to watch his positioning. Every single time, he's just being dueled first. He needs to save himself. Stand way further back. He's got the Aether Lens up. There's no reason for him to be too far forward here. EG, they'll play it safe. They still got Aegis for 2 minutes. There's no real pressure to kind of try to end this game early either for the side of EG. They just scaled so much better. You managed to hit the level 20 mark soon on Crystal as well. He's going to have overwhelming right-click damage just off of stats. Doesn't even matter, you don't have a Daedalus. It's 227 per attack in that little Shredder, and that is going to be painful. On the side of 9 Pandas, it's... I know. Like, the mid-Rubik of Kiyotaka's not paying off. He's constantly trying to steal duel, which is, again, almost impossible now with the instant overwhelming odds on top of that duel. He has to find something else in back.
Ramses, he cannot afford to die. He's got no buyback available right now. He brought up the Daedalus, so oh, that's a great gobble up, but they won't initiate off the back of that. They just want the mid-racks for now. Pakaz, he'll morph into the TA. He'll dump in with the AoE Doom onto the Pakaz Morphling. He should drop the first time, but no, he's not going down. Eventually, Antares does get him, but at what cost? Ramses has dropped for this. They gave up Ramses for the Morphling kill. And it was just an Aegis anyway. Pakaz is probably happy he got the reset. Down to the bottom racks. No need to back. In fact, he sees Solo. He wants the Shadow Demon instead, going right towards the fountain. Pakaz just takes down Solo in his own home. Kicks the door down, gets it done. It's Kiyotaka just completely surrounded. What do you do? Call it. EG well played. They've had enough. EG finding a 2-0 victory over 9 Pandas in quite convincing fashion, might I add. 9 Pandas, they bring out the mid-Rubik. They try something a little bit different that did work for them the other day, but proves to not be enough against EG.
Yeah, just not enough. I think for 9 Pandas, they had some shining moments. You know, Miaro managed to get his farm. Ramses managed to get his farm. They were building up really nicely. Antares was doing an insane job on the Clinks. They're just not able to capitalize on those pickoffs. When it came down to the fights, it felt a lot cleaner for EG. They were much more coordinated coming in. You had to be very precise with your movement here on 9 Pandas, like that gobble up play they were trying to get done with a stolen gobble up. Again, they couldn't pop it. They popped the Lincolns, but it would look like the Orchid. They didn't have the control for Pakaz. He manages to waveform away the Dooms a little bit late, and they'd get chased down. They outrange the Doom AoE, so you don't really care too much if you don't manage to get that bump up. And then we saw that fight down bot, right by the Lotus Pool. Big AoE Doom coming out from Yarrow, but they were on the retreat. You know, Ramses goes elsewhere, gets caught out in the sound of that fight, and it was a little bit lacking. You can certainly see why EG was a direct invite into the groups under average standing. And 9 Pandas, they've got the potential, but this has been one thing that we've seen be consistent for them is their inconsistency. Like, even in those play-ins, it's been up and down for the Pandas here.
It certainly has been. Big props to EG at the very least. Like, obviously coming out swinging here today, looking fantastic against 9 Pandas, who are not an easy team to take out in such a convincing fashion, but that is exactly how EG starts their day off. probably the best start you could ask for with a 2-0 victory over Nine Pandas. And of course, Nine Pandas got to go back to the drawing board now, because you want to try and reset mentally, try to get some new strats on the new strats going, because I believe their next opponent for Nine Pandas is Quest, right? And well, Quest does not look like the easiest team to beat, so that's probably not going to be an easy matchup to go into for Nine Pandas. I believe EG is going to be up against Team Spirit up next, so that should be a pretty fun matchup to watch. On this stream, however, we have a completely different series going on, which I'm having trouble remembering right now, which is
It's the NA special, Mike.
It's the NA special.
The NA special.
TSM versus Shopify Rebellion. Of course it is, Jonathan. How embarrassing on my part to forget. Shopify Rebellion against TSM will be coming up next, and well, we've seen that a couple times throughout the year, Jonathan, but that should be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, again, last time around, for the first 2 tours, TSM was on top. The last tour, it all falls apart for TSM. They don't get to the major. They want some revenge. Moon Meander is probably out there shoving noodles down Whitemont to keep him energized. So I'm looking forward to this. This is always a fun one to watch.
Let's see how it does go. We're going to head off to a break, and right after that break, we're going to have Game 1 between Shopify Rebellion and, of course, TSM. We'll see you soon.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take every day, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the day for the C stream, of course, between Shopify Rebellion and TSM, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, welcome back. Another great series on our hands, of course, the NA series between Shopify and TSM, something we've seen 3 times throughout the year at minimum throughout the DPC. But before all that, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. We had quite the ride last series for 9 Pandas, EG just smashing it out of the park. This one should be fun. You know, we've seen a little bit of TSM. We know that Whitemon, he doesn't have his noodles on hand. That could make a big difference in this matchup up against Shopify Rebellion, because he's always munching. That man's munching. Maybe not in the NA DPC, but when we did see them in Dream League, he was munching every time. Every match we casted of him, his camera was just, he was eating something, this guy.
How do you
Tomato
know
calls him
he
the
doesn't have his
vacuum,
noodles?
so.
How do you know he has noodles on him?
Well, because we talked in lobby, Mike, a few days ago. If you could care to remember past more than 4 hours, Mike.
Oh. All right. Fine.
No noodles.
I mean, it's a new day. Johnny could have gone and sourced some noodles, I reckon. Surely.
Perhaps.
I don't know how many noodle supplies there are in Riyadh, to be absolutely fair, but, you know, he may have found some. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, we don't get to check the player cams here today, but you could always ask Whitemon when he does make his appearance into the lobby. Looks like we might actually have some slight delays before the series does start, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it doesn't really matter, Jonathan, because you and I have each other, and that's all that matters sometimes, is having each other, right?
Rather unfortunate, Mike. It is. Rather unfortunate. You know, it's the good old ball and chain, as they'd say, Mikey, isn't it?
Oh. Well, who's the ball and chain in this situation? You or me?
I wouldn't know. It doesn't matter. We're chained together. It doesn't count. It doesn't matter for anything
More like
at all.
handcuffs. I think
Yeah, handcuffs. There's a really great scene in a recent movie with handcuffs. That is a really fun time if you care to go to the cinema, Mike. Unfortunately, you would dub this movie as just another quote-unquote Fast and Furious-like franchise, so you wouldn't know about it. You know?
Well, I don't know. I'm curious. What is it? What is it?
Mission Impossible. It was really good. I'm telling you, it's really fun. Like, I tried watching Fast and Furious, mind you. I also did try to watch whatever the hell number we're on. I didn't watch the latest one. I tried watching it. It's like, I mean, it's fun, but it's more mind-numbing than watching a 60-year-old man do stunts. Let me tell you, watching that 60-year-old man do stunts, it's thrilling, Mike. You're just waiting for something to happen on that screen, Mike.
You mean you didn't like the scene where they jumped into a rocket ship and raced towards the moon in Fast and Furious 10?
I was so mad when I saw that, dude. I was watching that with my family. I was like, what's going on, guys?
Are you messing with... That didn't actually happen. I haven't watched the movie. That didn't actually happen.
You haven't seen the memes? They did go to space. A spoiler alert for anyone who would want to watch it, but it's all over social media at this point. They did go to space.
They actually... Oh,
space,
no!
They did, and I don't know. I
didn't know there were memes. I literally made that crap up.
Oh, there were memes about that. Like, oh, look how far this franchise has gone from racing streetcars and looking at cool Japanese imports into space. Outstanding. You know, it's like, this is what gets me, and this is old me now coming in. This is what gets me. It's like, all people want, right? Like, with these kinds of things, with racing stuff in particular, it's just, you know that era of Need for Speed Underground 2, Most Wanted? Yeah. All we want is that. Just a simple game, brain off, cool cars, some cool customization, a really cheesy story, and just good racing. That's all we want. And all we want in this stream is a draft as well, Mike, which we will have shortly in a little bit, guys.
It's coming. It's coming. Well, there you go, Jonathan. Thank you for pointing out, thank you for spoiling some of the things that happen in the new Fast and Furious. I'm not going to watch it anyway, because it's complete garbage anyway, so there's that. Was garbage after Tokyo Drift, I want to say. That was about it. That was it for me.
This is a point I can agree with you. A lot of people say Tokyo Drift was bad. I was like, it wasn't bad. It was cheesy as hell. It was kind of weird having a guy that looked like he was 30 act as a high schooler, to be fair. But I did enjoy the film. I think Tokyo Drift was really darn cool. You know, it was still racing, Mike. Not like it is now.
I can't believe they actually go to space in the new one. Oh my god.
Not even the new one, Mike. The one before this new one, whatever number this is.
Oh, was that? Yes. Oh, I didn't watch that.
They've gone to space. We're going to space for this draft as well, with TSM banning out the Darkseer.
Well, how does that mean we're going to space, John?
I don't know. I'm just filling here, Mike. Brood Mother's gone as well for Shopify Rebellion. What do you expect? It's space. Darkseer. Vacuum. The vacuum of space is present.
I
Remove
see.
from the game. All right. There you go. Enigma's still
you
there
really
if we need something spacey.
You really stretched for that one, Jonathan. I appreciate it.
I'm working.
Really
My 2 brain cells are going overtime here, Mike.
You really reached for the stars with that one. Ha ha ha. That was a pun, Jonathan. That was a space pun, you see?
So
Very
clever,
good.
Mike. So clever. This is why you're getting paid the big bucks, Michael Phoenix. The big bucks of
Hey.
0 right now.
Yeah. Well, there's the Primal Beast removal as well from TSM, which has been a very popular pick as of late, and Shopify Rebellion actually banned out the Drow Ranger. Which is, I can't say we've actually seen a Drow ban in the first phase from any series you and I have had the pleasure of casting, so that's pretty interesting. Wonder what that really means from Shopify.
Could be just opening up maybe Terrorblade for RTZ down the line. Feels like the one matchup that feels pretty good. TSM start off with a Chen. So we are seeing again a resurgence of Chen coming back in. A lot more teams picking it up. Shopify into the IO and into the Lesh. Nothing too strange here. Just having a straightforward combination to play with. TSM snipes away the Terrorblade. So you do have that comfort coming out for Tomato in this game. A lot of options in the offlane. I think it does feel like for both TSM and Shopify, Saberlight and Kasane having a good start is kind of pivotal for them to find some momentum. So you have a lot of options left. Beastmaster still in the pool for both sides. Lycan's up there. And the hero pool of Saberlight and Kasane do overlap quite a fair bit in those zoo heroes.
I always feel like you can't give NA teams IO Lesh. That's kind of my thing every time. Is like you give an NA team IO Lesh, and I realize this is an NA versus NA team, but it just never feels like a safe bet to allow that the way of Shopify Rebellion. So I just don't know how I feel about giving that away. Like, even if you do start with this first pick Chen, you know, that everyone seems to be trying to prioritize right now. IO Lesh, man, with an NA player, you know, it's rough. It can be very, very scary.
That it can be. And you still have a lot of strong laning partners for the IO as well. And removed from the Lesh rack later on, like early on. So IO Doom is a pretty fine lane for Saberlight if he wants to play that. IO Lycan, again, all these options being left in the pool. TSM did ban out the Tide and Batrider. Batrider would have been another strong combination with the IO on the offlane, or potentially a support pick for Shopify, but IO Batrider as a support duo is also a little bit, maybe a little bit too much. So I appreciate the bans coming out from TSM. Shopify taking care of that. Snapfire, which has really surged back in here in Riyadh. So many more teams prioritizing that on core and support. And you do have to appreciate that. It is one of the few universal types that didn't really get touched down as well. So its late game scaling is still intact. As there goes that Beastmaster. Will TSM take care of the Lycan for Saberlight?
They may. TSM will obviously know exactly how Saberlight works. We know how great the Lycan of Saberlight is. Quite frankly, you give Saberlight any kind of micro hero and he's probably going to have a very good time for himself.
5 seconds remaining.
You've also got the Visage, which we have been seeing pop up quite a lot, which we know Saberlight will also play. You know, you combine that with the Lesh IO, the Visage can prove to be very scary. I see TSM want to prioritize the Lycan. Do they want to prioritize the Visage ban out? Are we just going to ignore Saberlight altogether and just start banning out Arteezy heroes, perhaps? But now they'll think about it. Mind you, TSM, they did go for a very early TB pick, so it seems like their focus is going to be ensuring that you do have a nice lane for Tomato with this Terrorblade Chen. I suppose just ensure that Tomato has a good time through this ban stage, but it still concerns me. Like, choosing your pos one this early on can be a little bit scary. Again, especially when you're up against the Lesh with an IO on top.
Yeah, they picked the Terrorblade into the Lesh as well, so the early damage, early magic damage should make short work of Tomato if he's not too careful. But you do have that strong lane. It's the Penitence with the Reflection. You can try to run that down. That was TSM trying it out last time as well. I think the one thing that did lack from TSM the last time we saw them ourselves, Mike, was coordination as a team, but it did come online in those decider matches, so they have that going for themselves here. With the Underlord ban as well, removing some of the global presence you can kind of form up in Shopify with the Gate and the Relocate. So you're not going to be having access to this global gank train early on for Shopify Rebellion. What will they ban out here? I mean, are you still worried about Kasane heroes? It feels like once you've taken out Brood, along with Beastmaster, you've kind of settled things. Maybe you worry about you're being gone. What else does Kasani play anyway? It feels like you've watched him so much. I guess Visage is in the pool. You're worried about that still for both sides. I love that Shopify take care of the Lion. Take care, bro.
It's done, but apparently it's been banned out now. As Legion Commander comes out for Sableye in the offlane, I believe. So there's your offlane pickup here from Shopify Rebellion. I mean, you still have some flex potential with the LC, but I dare say just running the offlane LC probably will do it. Unless, John, unless they want to run support LC and just try to abuse press the attack with the IO, which could... I mean, I highly doubt it happens, but you never know.
There's no real reason to do it in this draft just yet. There's nothing big you really want to dispel off, so just press the attack isn't high value here at all. I think you're just looking for the IO LC lane, which is pretty strong. Overcharge would press the attack. Does feel overcharge plus overwhelming odds feels really nice. I mean, the spell amp it's marginal, but it does a lot up against a Terrorblade. More attack speed for the LC, easier chase down. You're pretty happy in that lane. For Shopify Rebellion, you've also got self-dispel down the line. Although we don't see press the attack until... Actually, we don't tend to see press the attack at all in lane, but you could get the value point here for Saberlight for sure. You are worried about that attack speed slow, so attack speed increase on the Terrorblade and slow on yourself. And so you do have some good defense coming out with the LT. Very solid lane. TSM, they've got the double picks, so it's got to be a support and probably your Kasane hero early, unless they go for the early mid for Brawl. Pick up the Rubik. So you've got the Rubik Chen, which is a lot of sustain, but did we see them run this draft before? Or am I just going a little bit haywire here? I remember a game where we saw Chen Rubik, and maybe that was Team Secret. You had the Chen Rubik, and you'd steal stuff like Song, Hand of God, and you just run. You don't want to be too defensive here for TSM, to be fair.
Yeah, that was Yamich on the Rubik, if I remember correctly. So it was Secret that were running that. But TSM, I mean, Ari is a Rubik specialist, so he tends to go back to these kind of heroes whenever he can. TSM, they'll pick up the puck for Brile. Your mid puck coming out against the Leshrac of Abed. Shopify Rebellion. This next pick should reveal exactly what's going on with this LC.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, you expect another support to come out from Shopify now, but you never really know.
Maybe you want some more lockdown for the puck on your support here. It's a lot of options for Crit or Fly to kind of look for themselves here, depending on how they'd want to run the IO. We have seen them flex that before, but I feel like you just keep Crit on IO with LC. Pretty happy. Now, I like the puck for TSM in that you don't really have the best hold from the side of Shopify Rebellion. Duel is probably your biggest threat, so blink timing is going to be key here for Saberlight. Get that initiation for the team. Mid lane matchup as well, where Brawl is pretty straightforward. I'd still say Leshrac has a better time. And there goes the Clinks. So it should be Fly on the IO, and you're going to be running Crit on the Clinks looking for some pickoffs. You do have some good targets to go for. Even in lane, just laning up against Chen means that every creep he picks up, you can just devour down once you level up. So you're not going to get too much value for the Chen. You're going to be able to hunt down the Terrorblade early on in the jungle. You're going to be able to pick off the puck. Once you have your Orchid up, you can hunt down the Rubik. A lot of good targets, good soft targets for the Clinks to kind of bully out here.
I see I've been called out, by the way, Jonathan. Thanks for pointing that out to me. Bellagio, too, calling me out, saying that I'm the only person that plays LC support.
In this
Fun fact,
meta,
Jonathan.
yes.
No, look, when LC support was popular in that previous meta a while ago, I hated it so much. I thought it was the most garbage thing I've ever seen. I would never play LC support, John. You know me. Never.
Fair enough. You did ask. You did say it could be flexed in this meta.
Listen,
we are several metas removed from the support LC, Mike.
Well, you know, when there's a billion years of reserve time being used, Jonathan, you've got to say something, don't you? It's TSM. They get rid of the Nagasara. They're looking for another position 1 ban out for RTs.
5 seconds.
Something against the Terrorblade.
Appeal still there if you're worried about illusions. You don't have the best illusion clear in the world for TSM, and I don't see a straightforward fix for Kasane in the off lane to kind of manage that. There's still I suppose there's still the option for Morphling as well, though again, it's not like a direct solution anymore to Terrorblade, but the attack speed steal is still pretty big, pretty ags, so there's still value there. Of course, getting Metamorphosis on Morph is pretty nice as well. So you wouldn't mind something like that. A Morphling IO lane's pretty great in sustaining true. For Shopify and TSM do ban out the Bloodseeker to take off momentum instead. So Morphling definitely something viable for Shopify if they did want to go back to that route.
Shopify final ban still to come. 10 seconds reserve time. They do ban out the Lycan, not wanting to hand that over to Kasane, because Kasane is also a bit of a Lycan specialist from that offlane. So TSM, final ban out. Kasane's here is what they require. I think maybe a little bit more active, I'd argue here. Just allow the TB all the space in the world with the rest of your 4 heroes. They're going to go down the Visage route. Why the hell not? It does eventually come out.
Yeah, it's pretty solid to play this push with a Terrorblade. Like, if Tomato gets some early timing to group up with his team, take a tier 1, go back to farm. The Visage Familiars can do a lot of work here. It's pretty hard to instantly burst down the Visage as well, and it's going to be hard to find great duels just because of the Familiar stun that can come out from the Visage. So you have some good kind of break up the duels a little bit more. You've got a pretty decent lane with Rubik. Can get aggressive early on, and there goes the Faces Void instead for Shopify Rebellion. Very straightforward draft for Shopify Rebellion. It's not the flashiest, it's not too tied into tempo. You've got good timings in the mid game. Your lanes are pretty alright, although maybe arguably a little bit more passive for the Faces Void. But that just tends to be the way it goes with Faces Void lane anyway. Looking at the drafts, I would say I do enjoy Shopify Rebellion's draft a little bit more. I think TSM have to actually play a little bit more up-tempo with the Visage and Terrorblade. You do want to get off to early tier 1 takes with this kind of lineup, like say hit the Dragonlance timing and Tomato, join in for a mid-shove, go back to farming, and kind of just try to choke out this Faces Void. Because if RTZ just sits back and farms, or, you know, if RTZ even just joins in a couple of these mid-game fights and finds a couple of kills, it can go southbound very fast. Like, there's a lot of damage to throw into Chrono here. You've got Lesh with the IO, you've got a Clinks who can hit from outside. So even if you force this Void to join in early with Chrono, as long as it's up and he manages to catch none of his teammates, then Shopify Rebellion still has a pretty good chance to win. Mind you, there is good healing here coming out from TSM, but Hand of God just, it doesn't feel enough, especially as the game scale it's on. Early on, it's going to feel great, but if it drags out, then it gets a lot tougher for TSM here.
Yeah, I mean, we know Whitemon will probably go for the mech build up as well on the Chen, I suppose, but it can take maybe a little bit of time. We'll have to see if it all pans out, though. Game number 1 between Shopify and TSM now officially underway, so we can head over to that and see exactly how this game will end up between TSM and Shopify Rebellion. I hope. Game 1, there we go. Beautiful. I mean, you
really
might have enough
disliking
sustain.
your camera time here.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm not like you, Jonathan, you know? I don't enjoy my face as much as you do. I don't know why you enjoy your face so much, John.
Well, I just try to stay clean, Mike, you know? I try to look the part for a $15 million tournament, Mike.
Well, what do I look like, John?
Some dude at home?
Crit. He'd love to be some dude at home right now, John. Crit's been caught out. It's on the run, but they've got so many slows available, and Tomato, of all people, is going to get first blood with the reflection. That's your perfect start for TSM.
30 seconds.
That's exactly what you want. Get yourselves that early pickup. This is one thing that TSM can do quite nicely. Like, their lanes are pretty damn strong, especially Kasane's lane if they manage to play really well with a Soul Assumption and the damage that you can pump out with your Rubik support. They can apply a lot of that early pressure there. It is going to take some time for the side of Shopify Rebellion to scale up. Especially with, say, Clink support, you are waiting for at least a medallion to come out here before you're really comfy as Artur. And wants to contest, not going to be able to find it. Will be an even 2 for 2 in the bounties in the end, so not too much loss outside of that first blood.
Absolutely not. We can start with the top lane while we're here. Of course, you have Ari and Kasane going to be up against Arteezy and Fly on the IO. Not the scariest lane, I don't think, for Arteezy, because you're going to have a lot of damage flying in from Kasane and Ari, of course, but with the IO and the Time Walk, as long as they time everything perfectly, He should be just fine. It might just be one of those kind of even trading lanes between these two teams at the top lane.
If it devolves into a farm lane, you're pretty happy here in Shopify Rebellion. Like, you don't really have too much aggression that can come out until maybe something like a level 2 overcharge if you want to play with that. Try to play with the attack speed, hope for some lucky bashes on time lock, but it's not as consistent. It's key for TSM to really look for that aggression. They've done a great job of already forcing out time walk. They're just looking to shove away Artur from the initial creep waves as much as possible, get some control out, and try to burn through the resources of Fly. Mind you, Fly already has an early Ring of Regen and Tango, so as long as he gets to tether up through here.
Keyword is shouldn't. We'll see. Mid lane, perhaps. Oh, we can have a quick pause. That'll give us a chance to look through all the lanes, though. Brawl and Arbit, of course, in the mid lane. Leshrac versing the Puck matchup. For now, slightly favouring Arbit, but it's still a very close affair between these two, and I imagine this could be a lane where we could see some kills fly out, assuming we see some support rotations. Arbit with a very nice pump fake on the Split Earth, forcing the phase shift early. A bit of a high-skilled kind of matchup between the Lesh and the Puck.
Certainly so.
Bottom. Whitemon was getting very, very low on the Chen. Go on, John.
Yeah, just a little bit trading down there. Whitemon has to watch himself. The mid lane, I would say, is pretty much the Lesh favorite. I mean, Puck never really gets shut down in lane, but you should expect easier here.
That's a lot of damage. Whitemon to take the kill with the Blood Grenade tick, but nevertheless, they'll be very happy with that kill onto Saberlight. Fred, of course, in the position for Klink's unable to help his top lane. Kasane now in danger. Arteezy and Fly trying to get as aggressive as humanly possible, but now Arteezy needs his own way out. He's gone a little bit too far. Ari will chase him down, but it seems like the Void should be just fine. They're in just the passive regen coming in as Arteezy now looking to turn. I assume that Arteezy may have TP'd out towards the fountain, but it was not the case. But Arteezy does not have time lock, so can't hope for the lucky bashes to fly in. Went for the level 2 time dilation instead. And with that, you don't have quite as much kill potential, sadly.
Not quite. He is fully topped up once more. Salve out from Fly with a tether. You're going to be able to sustain right through the lane, and you're out of mana now in Kasane. You can't really look for another play in here. No sort of regen on hand for Kasane coming in as well. You should be set for a pretty stable lane. An important kill to dodge out on for Shopify Rebellion, considering the resources expended by TSM. Like, Visage with no mana is basically just a glorified range creep in this lane.
Dilation again onto Ari. As soon as he uses the Fate Bolt, or rather the Fade Bolt is what I was meant to say, as Ari does manage to get out. And no time lock means no lockdown. Time dilation's obviously a very nice slow, but wasn't quite enough that time around. Lane Tomato taking a fair bit of damage on the Terrorblade now, but it is at stage, like, crit's level 3, so he's got the level 2 Tar Bomb. This is when the damage can start to feel quite obnoxious from crit. Even Tomato just being forced to salve up now on the Terrorblade, but does have to worry about the Klink's damage, because it can amp up quite quickly.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh?
He's okay. Crit. TP's out. He's going to have to make the walk of shame back down to the bottom lane, but does manage to survive.
It's not the best of times, though. At the very least, Saberlight will get some solo XP, but the kill threat is always there on the side of TSM. Metamorphosis is not too far off either. They can look to line up, and Saberlight's dropping fairly low. Has 9 charges on the stick, at the very least. There's some regen to play with. Overall, lane's all looking pretty damn sharp for TSM, outside of maybe mid, where you're getting a little bit more out from Abed, but you're not that far behind in Brawl. Again, managing that lane quite nicely, lagging behind in EXP just a bit.
A lot of damage on Saberlight. Oh, it's not enough. Oh, it is! Whitemon! The Cobalt! It got him! The Foreman does it again!
Yeah. What can you do? You know, Whitemon just runs up. Again, Saberlight left alone for such a long time with a walk back for crit. With how low the cooldown was left on Metamorphosis, just a big opportunity, although Tomato is forcing it out quite hard here.
He is. Maybe this time he gets punished. Crit. It's a slow with the Tar Bomb, trying to chase him down a little bit longer, but doesn't bother throwing out the Blood Grenade this time onto the TB. To be fair, Tomato did have plenty of wand charges, so probably would have survived anyway. So not too big of a deal here for the Terrorblade. Top lane's turning into a bit of a wash, I've got to say, for TSM here, John. Arteezy's stuck on about 16 CS in the Void. Certainly not having the freest lane of his life as he would love to. And as time goes on, it's only getting worse because Kasane and Ari, they're just getting even more damage that they can pump out. Fly having to heal up overtime, but in Arteezy just having to play very far back.
Yeah, but that's to be expected in that lane. The fact that they're not dying is probably more than enough for the side of Shopify Rebellion, as this lane is just really passive. It just faces Void Ire, your plan to just stay alive, try to find what form you can, transition to the jungle, maybe try to get a kill threat by the time you hit 6 with an early chrono, but not necessary. Kasane's damage is starting to skyrocket though.
Well, they're going to try and jump in now. Kasane, he's still a tanky boy with the double bracer up, trying to outrun them. The tar bomb, it's going to be enough. Great rotation from Crit, allowing the kill to go the way of Arteezy, who desperately needed the goal. While he's dealing with that pesky Visage, even mid lane, Arbit, he's a much bigger target. He'll try to go for the run. Brawl's on the chase with the orb. Arbit's trying to heal up with a bottle, but how far can he really go? Arbit is going to try and pull off some magic with the TP play out, but Ari's there with the telekinesis. That'll mean Arbit, no chance of survival. Great pickup for TSM.
Really nice pickup for them. Good pressure onto the mid. Great movement out from Whitemon to kind of deny off any sort of refill. And the bottle does still get topped up. They snag away the bounty rune, but not enough to really compensate. They're at the point where Tomato can just solo this bot lane, and Saberlight has to be a bit cautious.
Ari. Yeah, Ari's in big trouble. He's down. The bash is there. Arteezy, he'll get the job done. Shopify even looking for a little bit more into Kasane, but it's only Crit moving in. Looks like he wants a 7-minute Wisdom Rune anyway. Nice slow up. The extra movement speed from Fly. It's a bit of a race, and Crit looks like he's got it. Double Wisdom Rune pickup. Very nice play from Shopify Rebellion, and TSM sadly missing out on that 7-minute Wisdom Rune timing, which is pretty huge. That bonus XP, it does hurt if you don't get some on your side.
And at the very least, it's the initial rune, so it's not the biggest loss in the world. It's still a good boon here for Fly and Crit, having some earlier scaling into their level 6 marks and cutting off TSM from finding too much. And TSM finding some of the earlier trades, but Shopify Rebellion holding steady in their lanes, trying to get that farm ramping up quite nicely here on Abed and on Arteezy. I mean, that is a cause of concern. Like, Arteezy's going for the Mask of Madness. He can certainly apply some pressure with the early Chronospheres with that up and running. And also start farming up a Storm once that is fully done. Tomato's been giving all the space in the world he wants, though. And Saberlight not getting prioritized too hard, but they're clumping around mid lane.
Abed, gonna be okay. Power Rune is actually bottom lane. Whitemon's gonna stand by the Arcane Rune and make sure it does remain protected. Looks like Brawl will be able to reach anyway, but not before a quick pause out. 500 ping is the call, which is not a very good amount of ping to play on, I've got to say. Unlucky, unpause the game, Crit. You'll be right. These players, Jonathan, they just 500 ping is, I guess, acceptable. I always get a little bit funny when they start complaining about like 50 ping. You know, 50 ping's playable. Just play it. Unpause the game.
I suppose. I feel like your complaints are more on like 100 ping. I don't think we've gotten 50 ping complaints, but certainly 100. And that's where you're like, oh, you know, Australians can play in that ping. Yeah, well, where are the Australian pros, Mike?
Oh, shut up. Right? So you want to hear about Australian pros?
No.
We did play on 200 plus
we don't
ping
want to hear
back
this
in my
again.
day.
No, we really
The
don't
I
want to
too,
hear it.
Jonathan. We did though.
No
This
one in
is
chat
the
wants to hear
truth.
it. Yes, we've heard a story yesterday or 2 days ago, Mike. It's all fine. You might not remember telling the story, but we remember.
Arteezy said you might be on the USD server. What? Wait, it is? How's that happening?
I'm pretty
How
sure
could Brawl
it's...
possibly be playing US East right now?
Oh, no, definitely not. No, definitely not.
It's a joke.
His ping is 500, though. I can see it in the console. So something is up, just for Brawl.
What's console command?
Service to imbalance. All in service to imbalance.
Look at this, John X5 jumping in, just taking the admin's job. Crit is telling you that's not it.
And that's the command to check ping, at least.
You want to argue with Crit, Jonathan?
No.
I dare you.
Are they looking for
Argue with him,
the
John.
force route? I suppose it's a force route. Forgot to do that. A good old console command to get into the lobby.
Yes,
oh,
unlucky.
Brawl. Tisk.
You can, lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, John. The old saying.
So funny to see his ping at 500. 0, 15, 16, 16, 17, 16, 17, 477, 16, 15, 17. It's like, yeah. Tell me again how Estrella plays at 200 ping, Mike. Regale me with these legendary tales.
Yeah, but Brawl isn't playing, John. He's paused the game. See, the Aussies did play with 200 plus ping. Back in the day. Nobody believes me anyway, because it was so long ago. Brawl saying go. Looks like it's resolved. Who the hell cares? I hate you, John.
It's mutual, Mike. It's mutual.
Crit?
I hate myself as well.
Crit. Slow it up. He's going to be alright. He'll clear out some creeps while he's at it. But Whitemon's looking to set up here with his team onto the mid-tier 1 tower. No siege creep available, though, to be fair, so it's not going to be the easiest process in the world for TSM. Crit's going to stick around and ensure all the units of Whitemon are taken out. TSM, they'll go for a 2-man smoke. Ari and Brawl heading towards the north, up towards the top lane they go. Arteezy is hanging around on the Void, and they do get scanned anyway. Unfortunate for TSM.
Right on. Knew something was up once they disappeared from that mid push. And now Shopify Rebellion's going for their own smoke play here.
They've got Chrono, by the way, John, so you do have that to set up from Arteezy. Abed, Fly gonna run into Ari, though Ari is out of range for now. Abed still trying to chase him down, but instead will go for the much bigger target in Kasane. The Visage just immediately caught out. He was trying to find an angle to get within some fog. Meanwhile, those Saberlight going down to the bottom lane. It's a pretty even trade across the map.
Lots of back and forth. Both of the offlanes not having the best of time here for TSM and Shopify. Would have to say the kills onto Kasane feel a lot more impactful. The early timing of Visage does feel more pertinent here with the tempo that TSM wants to find. You're not getting any of those early items up for Kasane at all. Bottom network core right now as well. Saberlight at the very least.
Still up. They're trying to fight Ari. I mean, he showed himself a little bit too early that time around, but Arteezy's lost him. They lost the vision. Ari somehow walks out of it. And to be fair, I did not see any stunts to come out from the Void. So a bit of bad luck for Arteezy, but nevertheless, Ari, props to him.
Yeah, dances around. And maybe not the best kill to really gun for the Chrono, considering that you have 3 heroes you kind of want to play with your Lashrak outside Chrono, so you can gun for something bigger. But it's a little bit of time wasted out from TSM. A little bit more space coming through, for sure. That's time where Tomato's just free farming with his Midas on that terribly down bot, uncontested. Number 1 in that word. Looks to be rushing into a Scotty, into the Manta. Or maybe just going for the Manta first, or Sanjin Yasha, would look like here. And all things considered, even with a slower start for Kasane, he is making room for the bigger target than the Terrorblade, and he is forcing Arteezy to kind of take part in these plays up top more than he'd probably want to, in comparison to just sitting back and farming.
The 3 so far. Very, very slight net worth lead TSM. It's still such an even game. Fight. Top lane, they are still looking at Arteezy on the Void, but he's just hanging around knowing Abed and Fly could come in whenever with the relocator. He's not really afraid of being jumped on the Void whatsoever. Now has the Mask of Madness up, so he could try for solo pickoffs now with the Chrono.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Tomato's having an extremely good time on the Terrorblade to boot, as here comes Shopify. Abed trying to cut off Kasane, but aren't quite getting range for the Lightning Storm. Bother with it. So you're in a game where both position 1s are having a very free time thus far, John, which is... Hold on a minute, mid lane. Rotations incoming. Abed trying to protect the mid-tier 1 tower. They are still going to try and go for this as Brawl did commit the Dream Coil, taking down Fly and maybe now even Abed, but Abed, he will just turn around and continue dealing with these creeps that are coming in from Whitemon. Onto Brawl he goes, but Brawl can always just orb away, hoping for the rune, and he's going to get it to boot.
That should help.
Unlucky for Abed. Kasane goes down top lane now. Crit and Arteezy able to get that done with the Chrono.
And you have to respect the output in the early Chronos here. Lots of damage that can fly into that control.
Saberlight. With Saberlight, he's sneaking him from the backside. Whitemon gonna find out the hard way. They do start up with a familiar. It is not going to be enough. The duel is won. At least you get crit as a trade. The Brawl does get some kind of gift for this, I suppose, but I think the dual damage for SR is what they really wanted. They'll be very happy with that.
Just start adding up the numbers here. For Saberlight, pretty important for him to be around for that kill as well. Does have the blade mail flying through into the blink. So the LC is certainly starting to kick into pace in comparison to Kasane, who again hasn't had too much to play with. Has the medallion working into that solar crest. Will start to be able to soften up targets at that point, but it certainly doesn't feel as pressuring as an LC who will eventually get the blink. I think all this space for TSM is coming at a pretty hard cost of this Visage timing, and that can throw you off, right? You're trying to get online with Visage Chen really early to get these pushes out. They haven't been able to clear out mid. They're starting to line up for top at the very least. See if it pans out. Whitemon just busy sitting in his own jungle. Has his own full solar crest up at the least, but no Hand of God to save. Smoke out here from Shopify.
Trying to get another duel victory for Saberlight by the looks of it.
Is under attack.
Sadly, only one illusion down at the bottom lane, and that's from Tomato, but it is indeed an illusion. Absolutely no point in trying to go for that. TSM doing a very good job of evading the smoke here. They do go for their own smoke now as 3. Ari, Whitemon, and Brawl all going to move up from the top lane into the mid lane, looking maybe towards that tier 1 mid tower again. Shopify not exactly in a position to defend this. Whitemon, he's got the Skelly Boys up as well. A Dark Troll Summon are going to make life very easy for them in terms of taking down this tier 1. And it's basically gone. There goes your tier 1 mid. Ari is going to be down at the bottom lane to try and defend this, but there is still Shopify Rebellion heroes around. Ari, just be a bit of free dual damage here for Saberlight, but no, they don't actually make the jump in. Rao's actually going to fight Arbet and fly instead. And they both just retreat.
Managed to pick anyone off. Do really want to start to flex this Bloodstone on Abed. Want to start taking some of these engagements. Buy some more space out for Artur and start to pressure Tomato. The fact that this Terrorblade's been able to dodge out all these ganks is pretty massive for TSM.
Sane. Annihilation is there. Saberlight's still trying to chase. They'll even bring the relocated into the Visage. It's everybody coming in. Grouping up on Pearl Kasane. Even the damn neutrals were trying to help out. What happened to a good old-fashioned 1v1?
Well, that wasn't exactly 1v1 anyway.
I suppose so. Arteezy. Oh, no. Oh, they've caught the Void. They've caught Crit to boot. Unfortunate.
Yeah. Dream Coil out in the silence. No counterplay coming out for Artur. Farming pretty damn far forward after that win up top. Maybe feeling like the top jungle would have been clear. Or the triangle would have been clear because no one came to back up Kasane, but TSM were just using Kasane as a sacrifice. Just putting him forward, buying space for Tomato, massive kill for TSM to find and Shopify Rebellion. And they've been getting active. And they've been going around with relocates and duels, but these are not the targets they necessarily want to jump.
Well, Whitemon couldn't he couldn't do this by himself. Whitemon was trying to kill off Saberlight on his own. Crit's gonna move in now, and that should be a nice duel, surely? No, they don't win the duel. Unlucky. Saberlight. Now on the run, Brawl around with the double damage, but doesn't have the Dream Coil, so can't really commit for that. Didn't have much mana anyway. Whitemon a little bit overly confident trying to go for that solo pickoff. I appreciate it though.
I like it. It's a very Whitemon play. This is what you'd expect from T1 Whitemon, so nice to see him still live up to whatever the heck he loves to do. They are eyeing Abed and Fly down here.
Yeah, bro, he's got the coil up now. Has the blink up as well, but doesn't have the vision. Fine Abed now looking to set up instead onto Brile. Ari would be the much easier target, but a coil is going to be there. Onto Crit. Crit just going to run thanks to Fly. In the meantime, Saberlight did take the time to get the blink up now, so that's on the courier. So now you've got to be worried about this blink jewel. They can come in at any moment from Saberlight. And it's on the courier at the moment, just being delivered. But with an IO Lesh and a blink LC, this is where you can just guarantee somebody just dies on the map. If they're alone and you catch them, it's a guaranteed kill every time.
Should start ramping up now for Saberlight in terms of that damage. And we'll instantly go for a smoke play out. See where that leads to. TP for Fly up top. Trying to connect with Abed with a relocate. Just need one target for Saberlight. and bring the army in. Not too hard to find those wins now. TSM, though, are starting to clump up pretty hard. Outside of Tomato, who has been staying outside of vision and off the map, is not giving any information off, and TSM will go for their own smoke now.
He will, bro. Heading into the mid lane. See if he can find himself a target. Playing off the back of Whitemon's mech as well, keep in mind. Just picked it up now. All of Shopify's heroes are at the top western side of the map. Instead, though, they're gonna find Arteezy! Oh, they've got the Void again! It was the ward placed by Whitemon earlier!
Yep. Been doing a lot of work. Just spotting out that farming pattern. Finding a kill. No relocate come in fast enough, and... TSM, again, they've managed to trade with their courts really well. They've been sacrificing Kasane, but the space out for Tomato, it's paying off. Pulled Scotty up. Satanic next. Lining up for Roche.
It's the 5-head play from Whitemon. Sacrifice your life towards Saberlight. Don't give him a jewel anyway, and place a ward in the meantime where he won't even realize I've placed it. Genius play from Whitemon as usual. I might be giving him a little bit too much credit here, John. I'm not sure. Sane, the rest of TSM, still hanging around the top lane. Might be thinking about forcing Roshan. You are still playing against Chrono, to be absolutely fair, though. So, maybe not the most advised, but the thing is, Arteezy doesn't even want to fight right now. Roshan has begun. You could force the Void into a fight he doesn't want to be a part of. That is if the side of Shopify are even aware Roshan's happening. Which it does seem like they are, considering there is vision there. But they don't want to fight this. So Roshan goes the way of TSM for free.
Big take for them to find. Brawl with the 2 lives can start to do a lot more in the front lines here. And you're still ramping up in Tomato. Yasha up, Sanj not too far afterwards. Lots of stat resist and HP to play with here. We're not seeing the burst plays come out. Like, Crit's not able to really hunt down some softer targets just yet. With the Solar Crest up, I'll be starting to feel like he needs the Orchid first. The relocate plays were pretty nice early on from Abed and Fly, but we haven't really felt the impact of Abed with the full Bloodstone up. ESM just been running away from these engagements quite nicely, and the information, again, on point. Like, they spot Arteezy with another ward here.
They do. Ari is around there with Brawl if they wanted to try, but I'll let that one go. Thing is, Tomato's getting massive on this Terror play. Like, he's absolutely huge. 30 gold away from the full SNY now to boot. This TB is not going to be very easy to deal with in these engagements, that's for sure. He's going straight into the Satanic next, which is pretty standard. Fine, they'll buy their time as well. They'll buy more time for the Faceless Void. Arteezy working towards a BKB now. TSM might try to force a fight by using Brawl as bait down to this bottom lane. Hoping Sableye will jump in for a duel attempt, but he's not around the area. In fact, instead, Crit has been caught out topside. Ari and Tomato are there. Crit, he's going to try and take Ari with him, and he feeds a kill to Tomato, but at least he takes the Rubik before he does go.
Find something. You need to start ramping up on that Flinks as well. Wants that Orchid for additional control. Wants to be able to pin someone down. And the hunt here for the Clinks hasn't been really online. You need something to come out, even if it's trade. Again, the side of TSM. Playing it safe, not going too far forward, not going too crazy. The Shopify Rebellion are enjoying the time and space, though. As long as Artur is not dying, then you're pretty happy trying to play the catch-up game. BKB being farmed up now by the Faceless Void. We've got the Hex being worked on by Abed. And he is fairly close to just having all of the gold for the buyout on that Hex. The relocate play is going to get even more threatening here from Shopify Rebellion as time goes on. Almost feels like TSM maybe resting a little bit too easy with his build-up on Kasane. On Tomato, as outside of Tomato, Brawl has some decent farm, but Kasane is still lagging far behind, even below Crit's farm. Like, your scaling is still under question for sure.
Top lane, what have they got? Arteezy, he's trying to fight this one out. Brawl committing the Dream Call into the snap of the telekinesis. Brawl and Ari, they've been very, very good at picking off Arteezy by himself every time. Shopify, they just never seem to be around to respond to this. Like, they've got the IO Lesh, but they aren't finding these relocates in time.
Yeah, it's... Oh.
Saberlight, at least gonna find the Chen. Whitemon, though, proving to be a lot tankier than you'd expect. But eventually, off the back of Arbed and Fly joining in, they do get it done. Ari, Time Walk, lift up. Crit is gonna die in the meantime to Brile. Relocate is out. The TSM, they can just focus on the top tier 2 tower once again. And they'll get away with no problem.
I'm a little bit surprised with how Shopify are playing. And yes, you do want farm in your Void. You've got some good scaling across the board, but ever since Saberlight got the Blink, it just felt like they haven't been able to hunt as much as they'd want to. You know, you're looking for these Blink dual placements to relocate. They make it happen on the tier 2 defense. It's not anywhere across the map. They're not able to hunt. Crit on the Blinks is just trading at best. Not really finding some clean solo pickoffs that you'd want on the Blinks. With a tier 2 down, TSM in a strong position now. 13-9, 5k lead up for TSM. That's Satanic for Tomato, not too far off. Has the Reaver up. And that alone boosts his HP, his EHP by such a huge amount. Like it's so hard to deal with his Terrorblade. You really need to focus in with the magic damage. If Abed can get on top of Tomato, it does still feel like a manageable target, but we just haven't seen that yet from Shopify.
No, you certainly haven't. 3.1k HP pool now on Tomato. Like, yeah, he's manageable for now, but it's getting close to the point where he may not be very soon. Lincoln Sphere available on the park. So Brawl just became a lot more challenging to deal with. At least you do have the BKB on the Void coming out. So Arteezy does have that magic immunity available. Grouping up is Shopify. I think they want to try and go for a big fight. It's a smoke to be used. Fly will hold one. There's your smoke out. TSM, though, they are grouping up by their Tormentor. Not exactly the greatest position to try and force a fight for Shopify. TSM will go ahead and take that. That'll be the shard for Ari now. So you have the save with the telekinesis. Shopify is still trying to move through the Radiant Triangle, and they will get there. Whitemon, nice vision. No, he doesn't get an Obsword down, so they don't see them yet. Arteezy, he's finally going to move in, but the Hurricane down to the low ground is going to make sure Whitemon does remain alive as Brawl jumps right in, looking for a coil. He's going to get 3 targets with that. They've still got the Void fine. Arbed, he's going to survive, and now by Chrono, it comes out onto Brawl, but the Hand of God is keeping him alive, and Arteezy's gone. Arteezy is just gone. Saberlight to drop right after. The heals from Whitemon just making it too hard to burst down the target.
He's got the full Holy Locket, so the burst healing's just amplified by so much.
Oh.
Again, the Chrono not ideal. That fight just doesn't break out the way Shopify wants it to. They take their time angling in. They don't find the initial target they'd want to. If they found Tomato first, if they moved through that jungle faster, jumped the Terrorblade, got the commitment, might have ended up better. And just focusing in even one target in Chrono. With your team outside, you get a lot of damage. They're just not finding the opportunity. TSM at the right spot at the right time, and now with a high ground open, it's not going to take too long. Even without that metamorphosis, you've got an insane army coming out here from Whitemon.
It's very hard to defend against the Skellies. There it goes. Midrax is gone. Do they go for more? The answer is yes. Pings are out towards the top lane. They want that tier 3 tower to boot. Shopify, they do have all 5 heroes up, but they are lacking that Chrono now. They'll jump in. Saberlight, he's out with the jewels like Kasane, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough. They will still try. Tomato being targeted, but taking 0 damage as now Arbed just can't get away. He'll pop his BKB with the Bloodstone, trying to... Oh no, the relocate. That's his BKB and Bloodstone usage. And if you were going to take a fight, that would be the only one worth it, I think. At least they've still got a tier 2 tower down at the bottom lane. But TSM, they're going straight for the jugular. They know. No Chrono, no BKB, no Bloodstone. How do you defend? Tier 4 towers. There's one gone. On to the second, TSM. Looking to put a finish to this game 1. They'll get the secondary tier 4 tower, and GG's call. They've had enough. Unfortunate. The draft just never took off, and you know, we were kind of talking about how strong this IO Lesh is, especially from these NA teams. Like, they do tend to love this combination quite a bit, but I do agree with the points you were making, John. It just never really felt like we saw any big relocate kills coming out. The tempo was never set. I'm not sure what happened to Shopify that game, but props to TSM, John. They played a very clean game.
Yeah, it's like you said, right? Like they're looking for revenge from DPC Tour 3. Managed to find it here. And they show it in strong fashion. Shopify Rebellion. This draft needed more activity. You had relocate. You had this blink up on Saberlight after a little bit of a rougher start in his bot lane, but got that timing with Blink Blade Mail, and all they'd ever do is play defensively. They'd respond to the pushes out from TSM, but they'd never find success in their hunts. And that cost them. You needed to be able to play with just this threat of blinking forward, getting the instant relocate on top, getting the kill, resetting. You wanted to be a little bit more of an assassin with crit, never came out as well. The draft just fell flat. You had Arturo go for the early Mask of Madness, tried to play more of a fighting Faceless Void, coming in with Chronos. Even that didn't really come online. We saw like this one good Chrono coming out from him, which still didn't work out in his favor with a BKB. It felt like Shopify just banking too much and playing it slow and expecting TSM to make mistakes that never came out this game. They were very disciplined, they had good map control, they had really good vision to play around with, and they just dodged every single opening Shopify was trying to find. Every smoke Shopify had felt like a bust.
It certainly did. I mean, game one, just definitely not even a game here for Shopify. TSM again just playing very, very cleanly here for the first game at least, but this is a best of two series, so we do have an opportunity for Shopify to try and prove that they can tie out this series. But TSM, if they just play like that for game two, it might just be another dominant victory for their end of things. Yeah, they have to clean it up in Shopify. Like, you get something like the IO Lush, you really want to play tempo. You really want to play with relocates and duels. I would have to say, though, again, TSM, their vision game was pretty on point. They were able to dodge out really nicely. They were creating a lot of space for Tomato. Like, they knew what they had to do to hit these timings, considering a slightly slower start for the Visage. They maximize it coming out for Tomato. He has this great understanding on his item build, just going for stats first with a Skadi and Sanch and Yashin, knowing that he's got enough heals to back him up if he does get jumped anyway. So, props to TSM. Massive improvement here in their matchup up against Shopify Rebellion. It looks like they really did their homework for this one, Mike. And, I'm pretty sure Moon Meander is pretty happy this time. Unlike last time, when we casted him yesterday, it felt like he was probably slamming his desk a bit. This time he's probably cheering the boys up. Yeah, it certainly is. With that, though, we are going to head off to a break, John. Of course, right after that break, we'll have Game 2 between Shopify Rebellion and TSM right underway. We'll see you all again very soon.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second game of this best of two between TSM and Shopify Rebellion to see who can pull off either a 2-0 victory or a tie between these two. It is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, TSM, I would say convincingly taking game number 1 here against Shopify Rebellion. What do you want to see changed up from Shopify's end to try and tie out the series 1-1?
I'd like to see them play around their power spikes a little bit better. I think they've got to be ready for some of these really good wards coming out from the supports of TSM. They had really good forward vision to constantly spot out Arteezy when he was farming up. They managed to break off those smokes really nicely. And it just felt like Shopify had really big power spikes with the early Bloodstone coming out, with the Blade Mail Blink out from Saberlight as well. They just never managed to capitalize on it. So that's the one thing I'd like to see for Shopify Rebellion. I don't think the draft was all that bad. I think it had potential to scale or even take some of these early fights with the good damage he had for the Chrono, but none of those early ganks ever came out. It was Artur getting jumped most of the time there as well while he was farming up, and that kind of cost them. Like, they would find a few of those dual relocate kills, but it would be on the defense when top tier 2 was being sieged. So it's all about initiative for Shopify Rebellion. It certainly felt like they weren't quite getting what they'd want when they would take initiative there.
Right. Well, on the brighter side, we do have a new draft on hand, so we'll see if they do change anything up. Of course, last draft around Shopify, they did end up prioritizing the IO Lesh opening, I believe it was. See if they do want to prioritize that again, whether TSM perhaps ban out the IO or the Lesh. They'll actually get rid of the Chen themselves this time, so not wanting to hand that over to Shopify Rebellion. I must admit, the Chen did prove to be quite impactful from Whitemon. Quite a few fights where just the sustain was too much from that position 5 Chen. And it really does go back to the fact that the farming speed of the Chen now is just extremely quick. And you consider the creeps plus the penitents, like, he clears them out too fast. And just the amount of farm you can get at a position 5 Chen can be pretty damn insane.
And it was. I was expecting maybe a little bit more play there from Crit, opting to follow around Whitemon, taking a creep away, being obnoxious in the jungle, but he was busy trying to help his team set up elsewhere. There was a ton of space for Whitemon when he had a room to just AFK farm into that full Solar Crest with a mech, with a Holy Locket, and they weren't able to jump the backline too well as well from Shopify last time around. So, we'll see. Again, new draft on hand. Certainly not the same coming out from TSM with that Chen ban. Lots of support bans being prioritized. There's a Drow being banned by TSM again. Not willing to give that to Artur. Shopify taking the IO once more, so they'll run it back, I suppose. Just back to IO Lesh or perhaps an IO Storm could be a possibility as well for Shopify Rebellion here. TSM, well, they made it work one time, Mike, up against that opener. Pretty sure they can manage it again.
They could. I mean, they could even just take the Lesh for themselves. But you did mention, I mean, the Storm is also available if they wanted to go back for that for a bit. We know Shopify Rebellion and Storm kind of go hand in hand. Instead, Kasane is going to get his Brood Mother, which I think is much scarier than any of that. The Brood does come out, was not banned out in the first phase, and Kasane immediately would have snapped, pick it up. No hesitation.
It's just a stable pick. Kasane performs quite well on that offlane Brood. He can always go for the Aura build. Can always go for the damage as well, depending on what the team needs. Lane is usually very stable for the Brood Mother anyway. He will opt to pick up the Rubik now as well, so just back into that for Ahri. Pretty stable lane for Brood Rubik. Shopify, when you see the Brood Mother, you might think to yourself that you'd want the Lesh, right? Like, you'd want the clear for the Spiderlings. Wouldn't fault them for going back to it, and there it is. No surprises.
Okay. I just don't know how I feel about it. I mean, like, last game around, we just saw no impact from this duo. I still think IO Lesh is extremely potent in the current meta, but it's just... When you saw what happened in the first game, it does make it so you kind of lack confidence.
Yeah.
Perhaps Shopify just change up a few things with their draft to make it a little bit better, because to be fair, like, their Void never took off, their LC never took off. Perhaps they felt as though they just had nothing to play around with this duo, but... I want to see some changes here for this draft to really see this pop off.
For sure. It can still work. This is still just naturally a very strong combination. We'll also end up with a pretty good IO lane coming out, although I will say perhaps... I really don't fault RTZ for his lane either. Like, IO plus Faces Void, it's just really passive. I don't know if you really want to be active for Artur in a safe lane either, so... Wouldn't mind if Shopify just decided to run it back with another sort of passive safe lane for RTZ. Just try to farm up. Shopify, they do ban the Tomato Terrorblade, which Tomato does love to play. Had a spectacular performance in the last game. And be forced to play something else. Tide being banned once more by TSM. And just removing any sort of big teamfight combinations that can come out there from Saberlight. Dusa being banned out is maybe a little bit more surprising for TSM, but they still show respect for that hero. It can still be a nuisance, even though its laning phase is really dead. That hero got nerfed very hard in the lane.
It did. Thankfully. TSM.
It was much.
Tide being removed, looking like they're focusing on the Saberlight heroes again, which we saw last game around quite a bit in this second ban phase. Really important for Saberlight to have a good laning stage, right? Because you do kind of rely on this guy to play around the rest of the other three heroes while Arteezy gets his free farm. Again, we did not see much of that on the LC last game around. You still, I believe, want a bit more of an active off lane from Saberlight to play off. Of course, he could just go back to his micro heroes as well. Like, for now, you've got the Beastmaster, you've got the Lycan, you've still got the Visage. All those heroes you can play around as well. I'm sure TSM looking to ban some of those out, though, for now.
Yeah. Taking your time and considering what to prioritize here. I'd say the Beastmaster's always safe. They take care of the Pudge instead. Not wanting to give a rundown lane with IO Pudge, I suppose, on safe lane. Or just... We have seen Crit play that as well. So, wouldn't have been the safest game to play Punch. It does feel like could have had issues with trying to line up hooks with spiderlings running all over the place. And Shopify banned out the Husker from TSM. I'm trying to recall, have we seen TSM play Husker recently? Maybe in Tour 1?
It's been a while. Just making sure that Arbit doesn't have a bad lane, I think. Yeah, you could always give that over to Brawl and he could just kind of pop off.
5 seconds remaining.
TSM, one final ban before we get to see some more draft picks from these two teams. And I imagine Saberlight Hero to be banned out here. They have left the Beast Like and Visage, so all the micro heroes are still available here for Saberlight if he wants to go back for it. They'll get rid of the Mars, in fact. So just all the Brood counters being removed. And they go right into a Bloodseeker pickup.
That I like for TSM. It works pretty nicely to try to chase down the Eye of Lesh. You've got the Blood Right to kind of silence up as well in the middle of these fights. And you can get active pretty damn early on. Like, this Brood Emitter can force a lot of the heroes low up top, so down bot, so your Bloodseeker up top can have a great lane, just being thirsted up, having a little bit more of that move speed to manage the lane. And feel pretty good in this game for Tomato to have that. And you can always go Blade Mail as well if you're worried about Leshrac damage. Early Blade Mail, Bloodseeker, maybe Maelstrom Blade Mail isn't actually that bad for this hero still. It is pretty viable. You want to punish Abed with his output here.
We shall see. Shopify Rebellion thinking a bit heavily about this third pick now. And Bloodseeker putting a bit of a spanner in the works against the Io Lesh. Obviously, a lot of thinking to be done between these two teams because they know each other like the back of their hands. I mean, how many times they have to play against each other throughout the year. I imagine both sides look at this kind of matchup and think to themselves, this should be a free win. But it always is a bit of a mixed bag between these two.
To be fair, TSM were winning, in the first two tours.
They were.
In Tour 3, they got first, but it happens.
Oh,
they're
okay.
right back.
I wasn't expecting this, but against the Broodmother, I mean, it's a pretty nice pick, as they do go for the Skywrath Mage now for crit. So you've got the Skywrath Legion Commander duo in the offlane coming out, so even more play for Saberlight. The back of the Mystic Flare, you don't have to rely on the Iolesh relocate this time. But it certainly did not look very good in Game 1.
No. I do feel like this lane does end up being a little bit better. Sky can just stand further back. Your LC matchup into Bloodseeker feels pretty stable. We've seen Legion Commander win that lane matchup quite a fair bit, just with pressure from overwhelming odds. So Saberlight should have a stronger start here. We should expect more impact from crits as well, joining in these ganks. With the Io and Lesh, TSM with the Shadow Demon counter though. So it's not going to be too straightforward for you to look for the duel. Granted, we've seen the Shadow Demon quote-unquote counter before in our last series. It didn't quite pan out, but theoretically you should still be able to find yourself a good position and just get a save going from that Mystic Flare duel combination here.
More bans to come. The final bans here between these two teams. Shopify Rebellion still looking to ban out something in the mid lane for Brawl. Of course, we saw the puck of Brawl last game around looking fantastic. It's going to be against the Lesh again, arguably, or more than likely, rather, so they'll get rid of the Snapfire for now. You might want to just pay respects to the Brawl puck this time and just remove it. It does feel like another game where the puck could pop off. Mind you, you are playing against the Skywrath Mage to be absolutely fair, so it might not feel the safest with that Ancient Seal being available, but most mid laners do not like being silenced very much, so it doesn't really change too much.
Definitely not. Should still be rough whenever Crit does walk up there for an early rotation. And with the Sky, I would like to see that playstyle emphasized in Shopify, because they did hit their timings. It's not like last game they got completely shut down. You did hit your Bloodstone timing quite fast on your Lesh. You did manage to hit Blade Mail Blink on Saberlight, but somehow they just never found the opening, so I would like to see Shopify just kick it up a pace, because the farmer's fine. I think they can find these openings with this kind of lineup. Here goes that puck ban for Shopify Rebellion, showing some respect for what Prowl did do. And Morphling ban from TSM just to ensure no shenanigans come out with scaling here for our tour.
Comes the final pickup. What's our TZ one?
10 seconds.
And there's still the Faces Void if you really want to run it back.
Ah, don't do it again. Please.
You've got Lush, you've got Sky, right? There's damage in the Chrono. You've got the Ayu Faces Void lane, which can sustain through a Broodmother.
Don't tempt them again, John. Don't do it.
Perhaps something like Jug, something like Slark could be okay as well. Although Slark into Bloodseeker is always kind of larg. Really awkward for the Slark to try to reach in up.
TSM FTX.
Naga is the call. Alright.
Why not?
So, you don't have the best fear from TSM to deal with Naga illusions. Down the line, I suppose a Bloodseeker with maybe his full Mjolnir can start to just try to clear out with a static lightning on him. But it should be smooth going here for our tour. His lane matchup against the Brood shouldn't be too rough. As long as you got your mirror image, you should be fine. Your illusions coming out, you should be pretty fine. And dispelling off that Silken Bola, getting some decent harass back on the Broodmother with a Riptide as well. And you've got the Ayo to back you up. So this does feel maybe more in line with Shopify Rebellion's playstyle last game, where they did take a backseat much more. The Naga is going to be able to scale up a lot faster than Faces Void in that kind of game.
TSM 5 seconds left. Final pick for themselves. Dragging it all the way to the 1 second mark. They're going to go down the Pangolier route, it seems. They really thought heavily about that one. The Pango will be in the mid lane against Arbed's Leshrac. And two kind of new drafts. I mean, TSM switch up a lot. Shopify a fair bit as well. What are you thinking? Like, have Shopify changed enough to force a draw here against TSM? Because it is still a best of two, so it has to be a draw at best for Shopify. Or do you think TSM can 2-0 this one?
It's hard to say. I don't think it was a draft issue from Shopify Rebellion. It was really just playstyle. If they default back to the slower style and miss out on their timings, they can bank on their Naga at the very least to scale up pretty nicely in this game. Pangolier is somewhat of a solution to the Naga illusions, but not really the most straightforward one. Once you have something like your heart up, it starts to feel pretty tough for the Pango to handle the illusion spam. I think the draft it's good. It's solid. It's just, based on what we saw, based on how Shopify Rebellion played, I really don't think it was a new draft they needed. They need a new mindset coming into this game. So if they play around their strong points, like say this Bloodstone for Abed comes out fast, and you get the Blade Mail Blink once more for Saberlight, just look for kills. You know, look for those kills, run around, threaten with a relocate plus duel, and you will hit your timings. But if it ends up being like game one, where they just kind of hang back with these power spikes, then I can see TSM just playing the same way and coming out on top.
See how it all pans out, Jonathan. We're going into game two very, very soon between TSM and Shopify Rebellion, and we'll see if we can force out a draw or whether we're going to have a TSM 2-0 victory. Let's get into it. Game number two is officially underway now, so we can switch over to that and see exactly how it does pan out between these two teams. Hopefully a bit more of a closer matchup I want to see, Jonathan, because game one, it was a bit of a slow build-up into just TSM destroying them. There was just no gameplay from SR last game.
I almost feel bad.
Yeah.
So this whole mess is all your fault?
I know. They just never managed to play with those spikes. And they still have almost the same power spikes in this game. Very similar, with the exception that Naga's probably going to sit back and farm longer than Artur's Faces Void last game. We shall have to see. Should be easier for Crit to join in these fights, though. At the very least, all you need to do is just cast Ancient Seal and your team can follow through quite nicely. Nice smoke out here from TSM, getting some good blocks early on both of the camps.
Red. Be spotted. We'll see TSM's end of things. I mean, blocking both camps like that always going to be quite effective against Arbed on the Leshrac, and of course the Naga Siren as well of Arteezy. More so for Arbed though, you are kind of relying on going back to really escalate off those stacks in the triangle, but be a little bit more annoying for Crit to have to get those D wards out and miss the initial pulls for those stacks to be made. The TSM don't have the greatest kind of lineup for stealing stacks as well, so Arbed theoretically should have that farm to go back to, but Not for now. We'll have to wait just a little bit. We are going to have a pause out, no idea why so far. Seems like Kasane was having maybe a few lag issues, but he's back into the game now. We should be able to get this game back underway immediately, hopefully. There we go.
Nice little reconnect. No major issues coming out, thankfully, Mike.
Thankfully.
You know, we've gotten them all out of the way in day one. No more podcasts. People don't want it, Mike.
No, they don't want it anymore, Jonathan. It's done. Fight at the top lane, perhaps. Crit and Sableye looking to set up. TSMR around the corner. When he has disruption, he will throw it out quickly. Not going to amount to much, though. It's actually going to be a 3-for-1 trade on bounties towards Shopify Rebellion. So TSM, they do miss out just a little bit of net worth. Whitemon's still sticking around. They will get the D-Ward onto the Observer Ward, though. Not able to get the deny off that he wanted. We do get back into the laning stage where they are still chasing each other down. Whitemon and Crit still going out a little bit longer, but that'll be enough. Top lane Crit, of course, going to be up against Whitemon, and Tomato and Sableye going to be going at it as well. I think this should be a much easier lane at least for Sableye on the All-C. I imagine the Bloodseeker Shadow Demon should not be as big of an issue. You do have that Blood Right disruption set up as we're seeing right now into Crit. You've got that going for you, I suppose, but then again, you are up against a Skywrath Mage, so the amount of harassment Crit can pump out is pretty damn insane.
Yeah, it's going to be consistent coming out here from Shopify. Would expect more presence out from Saberlight. Shouldn't be dying in this lane at the very least. Unless they overcommit. Crit just trading pretty hard with Whitemon. As he eventually
avoid the blood
back off.
Whitemon tried to be a little bit cheeky with the Blood Grenade slowing him down last second, but not quite enough to connect the Blood Right in the end. Was that mid lane? Brawl and Arbiter be going at it here on the Leshrac and the Pangolier. Arbiter should have maybe a little bit of an easier time on the Lesh this game. Is already off to a pretty good start, but Brawl's keeping up quite nicely. I do believe Arbiter maybe has a bit of an advantage this time around.
For sure. Should be able to just stand back, threaten with Lightning Storm, threaten with a Splitter. Last time around, Abed had a pretty smooth laning start as well. Should expect that to be a little bit better in this game up against Brawl on the Pango. The same things apply. Rune control going to be important. Support rotation here for Crit is going to feel big. If he does find a room to kind of leave Saberlight alone, it could be a massive kill threat onto Brawl if he's not too careful.
Brawl's going to be alright now. Bottom lane, of course, Fly and Ari going at it. Arteezy and Kasane trading a bit of harassment. Kasane more so than Arteezy. Sane not going to be too interested in getting overly aggressive, I don't think, anytime soon. Like, Fly is always going to be there to ensure that Arteezy does remain very, very healthy. Kasane is a Broodmother specialist. He understands his timings very well. I'm sure he's more than comfortable to take his time in this game. So we've seen the man's Broodmother so often, and it is rather revolting to watch, let me tell you, John. There's too much impact with this hero.
Really is. He's already queuing up the Dolphin Wraith Band as well. So, should expect him to have a lot more armor to sustain through these right-click harassments, and Arthur's the one who has to be a little bit cautious. Yes, he has the flash healing of Fly, but the early output of Brood can be a little bit overwhelming as a universal type once those Wraith Bands are up.
Indeed. Lotus Pool. Ari's going to try and swipe it away from Fly and Arteezy. Bit of a race, Ari does get it. Quick fingers from Ari. Problem is it may cost him his own life. Fly's the only one chasing him, though. Ari, he's got the TP available if he really wants to commit it, but it seems like he wants to hold out. One of the saddest fights we're ever going to see here between these two supports. It's Fly. He's going to back off eventually, realizing this is just going to go on forever. No point.
Goes nowhere very fast, and that does force the Lotus usage out from Ari, but doesn't mind, gets to stay in lane. Gives Kasane some room for the solo EXP as well. Overall, the lanes though for Shopify, outside of Arthur's lane, are shaping up fairly nicely. Saberlight again managing to manage Tomato quite nicely. You run up, you don't really care about Bloodseeker. Melee matchup for Legion Commander goes pretty smoothly. And you're also getting a lot more for Abed mid. Brawl slowing down a little bit more. Not quite equalizing in terms of the CS. We'll have some slightly earlier spikes for the Lesh to play with.
Whitemon, off lane, a lot of damage being dealt. Crit moving in. No Blood Grenade on Crit, so he's not going to go for the chase. I'm going to survive through that one. Seems like they are very afraid of Tomato and the amount of damage he can pump out himself. Again, I mean, Saberlight's having a much better time. 24 and 6 on the LC. Not anywhere near as much pressure being applied. The Legion Commander this time, and it seems like Tomato's the one falling very far behind. Currently 16 and 2 in terms of CS on the Bloodseeker. They are going to go for the Bloodblight from the Disruption play now. Bit of harassment onto Saberlight. Whitemon chasing for the Shadow Poison stacks. Not really going to find any though. Just a couple.
Not too much lost, not too much found just yet. Rather slow start for both sides, just focusing on maximizing their lanes. No first blood coming out yet in the 5-minute mark, but we have seen a lot of games slow down nowadays. It's not as much aggression. We managed to isolate it here, but TP away, very nice and easy. We'll leave Saberlight solo, but shouldn't be a problem.
5 minutes in, no first blood being drawn yet from either side. They've been trying, especially at the top lane, but it just has not happened yet. Teams are on equal footing so far in this game too. Bryle getting really aggressive mid lane. Abed's going to try and punish him now. Does have the Pulse Nova hitting level 6. Will just dive Bryle. And there you go. Bryle going down. Abed able to secure first blood. Bryle, it was a very aggressive jump in with the shield crash and the swashbuckle. He had no escape route after that.
Just not durable enough as well to deal with all the output on Abed. And slowly harassed out in that lane. Still has the 2 charges on his raindrops, but not enough to save. With that early pick off into the rotation for the mid power runes, be a nice take to find. Crit does steal away the shield rune. At least that forces the usage out onto the sky, so Abed's not going to be as comfy here, but he's got his supports hanging around. We've got the IO Lesh already activated very early on, just opting to leave RTZ alone to farm up, which you can do in the Naga. With the mirror image out, you shouldn't have any problem just playing a more passive farming lane here.
Absolutely not. Rotations down bottom, Abed and Fly going to try and set something up here with RTZ. He does have that level 1 and snare up, so it's a very easy setup for the split earth if you do land it. Now it looks like they're just going to clear out some stacks instead of actually trying to move in for the bottom lane kills. Those stacks were never made in the were they made in the triangle and they were just taken?
Radiant's middle tower.
There's no stacks there at the moment. This is Whitemon.
I think the ward just expired.
Right, there you go. Whitemon gonna try for the steal. Does actually get it. Abed not landing the split earth. Whitemon gonna try for the TP. He is fine. He is just gonna be fine to TP. That's 2 wisdom runes the way of TSM. That's massive.
Yeah, it's a big win for them. We saw Shopify Rebellion do that in the last game. This time TSM gets a little bit of revenge, controlling up those wisdom runes. Not really able to do much while these cores are left solo as well. Tomato at level 5 is sustaining just nicely. Level 3 Thirst, so it can just last hit back to HP. Kill threat not quite coming out yet. Duel's not too far off though for Saberlight. You can try to tie into that, but again, with Whitemon and the disruption save, not the easiest thing in the world to do here.
Absolutely not. Top lane. That's going to try. Tomato being slowed up. Jewel is out. He is just going to get destroyed.
Oh.
Whitemon could not get in range for the disruption as Whitemon still being chased down. Rolling Thunder from Brawl. They're going to try and at least trade something for the life of Tomato, but they're not finding anything quite yet. Saberlight just juking Whitemon. He's going to run towards the Twin Gates. There's 4 stacks of Shadow Poison placed so far onto Saberlight, but they can't actually get within range of him. He's going to get away with this for free. That's massive.
Nice little snipe here from Shopify. Whitemon just too far back, cut off by the movement and positioning of Crit. Standing very far forward, ensuring it wasn't comfy for Whitemon to walk in. And just preventing that save from coming through. Nice. Again, nice start for Shopify Rebellion. Their lanes are going well. Kills are starting to flow, and you're seeing aggression from Abed and Fly. Already looking for a smoke play.
Lane. Tomato, he's going to try for the rupture, but it's not going to mean enough when Abed's right around the corner. Tomato, he's trying to man fight this one, but it's not it. He was hoping for the first regen. Crit, not even dying top lane yet. Finally goes down to Whitemon, but it's going to cost Whitemon's life. And Bryle, he committed swash to try and kill off somebody. It was Saberlight who still got out anyway. So Bryle will swash to the high ground, but here comes the relocate from Fly. A bit of a wasted relocate, but it doesn't matter. That was, I mean, they got a whole, like, centimeter further. It was great.
Hey, it's impactful. You know, it allows them to take that duel win. It was preemptive, and they knew. They make it work. And Shopify Rebellion, maybe. No, last time we were complaining about them being a bit too passive. This time, getting very trigger happy with their spells. But that's 2 duel wins now for Saberlight. So again, you're getting off on the right foot here. You're slowing down Tomato by a huge amount. Not comfy on the Bloodseeker at all. And you're pressuring mid very early on, which you can do with the Edict up.
Red. They get caught though. Ryle gonna get the shield crash. Ari is there. Whitemon will follow. Problem is they can't really deal with the Leshrac. Abed and Fly trying to zone them out. Crit though almost still going down. Ari trying to get within range for that level 3 Fade Bolt is not there. Couldn't quite make it.
It's not close enough. You have to appreciate the warding here from Shopify Rebellion. Now they're the ones with the really good forward wards that side of TSM aren't really able to find. They were already warded up the top jungle as well. Keep an eye out on the movement here of Tomato to open up those rotations. The one thing you are getting for TSM is a lot of early space for Kasane. Double Wraith Band up, Soul Ring up. As the Spiderlings running about, he has a pretty free lane to farm in. So does Arteezy, to be fair. The early investment already starting to pay off. For the Naga, Yasha up. All the space in the world for Artur this game. Not as much pressure coming out from TSM this time around. And for Kasane, he has to start to make moves. This is the point where the Broodmother can start to dish out a lot of that damage. Would want to see some objectives being taken, if not some activity down bot. Drag his team down here to hunt Artur, perhaps, once that full Echo Saber is up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
TSM backs against the wall right now, like 5-1, 4K advantage, not feeling too good about themselves. Love themselves an opening if they could get one, but Shopify are playing much cleaner this game, number 2.
Radiant are scanning.
And Kasane's, looks like he's going for the Echo Saber build-up, but he's just not having the impact so far that we would expect from this Brood. TSM, they're going to smoke up with Bryle and Ari now. Like, Bryle kind of gets distracted, though, by the Ancient stacks, so decides he'll take those instead. Through the fight. Take the farm. Smoke out from Shopify, though. Into the mid lane. Ari, still smoked himself. May reveal his position with that Fade Bolt. They don't have a blink on Sableye, though, so it's kind of hard to close the gap.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Oh, the Arcane Rune. The big bait against Bryle. Bryle gonna try and get out of this, but the Ancient still does land, but no, the lift up. Ari with the telekinesis. Gonna ensure the Jewel never comes out of Saberlight. Saberlight's still pinging. He wants to go. They're gonna try and move in. Onto Ari. The Rubik does get caught, and he is gone. But Bryle with the Rolling Thunder, gonna try and at least trade, but Arbid now joining the fray, but no, wait a minute, he's out of position. Arbid gonna pop the Bloodstone, never mind, he's in position, he's in the prime position in fact, because he can just rush Bryle. Bryle will be fine with the swash to barely get away. Arbid somehow still alive as Fly will keep him healed up. Somehow, only Ari dies throughout all of this fight.
I like the change of gears here for Shopify, though. And they're the ones taking initiative now. They're the ones rushing forward. They're starting to find some openings out with this early Bloodstone from Abed. Whitemon's just not in position for the saves. They find Kasane now with Arteezy, solo.
That was literally just Arteezy. Oh, now Whitemon's gone. Fly will find him. That was with the help of Arbed, to be fair, but Kasane dying to Arteezy alone is not something I was quite expecting. But it does happen. Jewel out. Just kills happening all across the map now. The Blade Mail, Jewel not going to be enough against Tomato yet. It's Saberlight kind of just sending a message as he does safely back out. Forcing Bryle to rotate up top to try and help. These TSM, they can't catch a break this game too.
No breathing room at all. Shopify Rebellion playing forward, getting all the space out. Arteezy now with a full Manta, starting to feel really comfy on that Naga Siren. And it's TSM that are the ones that are kind of sitting back a little bit more than you expect. Whitemon's positioning hasn't been ideal either. Like, he's not been able to get too many saves with a disruption, which has been giving a lot of impact to Saberlight. Like, that's the one thing your Shadow Demon needs to do, save from that duel. But 3 for 3 now, he hasn't been able to get that done at all.
Very dominant so far. 6k advantage now standing for Shopify.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just full control over this game. Tomato has a lot of farming to do to get to a point where he's going to feel like a threat on this Bloodseeker, that's for sure. TSM still trying to play off the back of Brawl. Like, he's got the Diffusal Blade, but not finding the impact as top lane. Tomato is just melting to the Mystic Flare damage of crit. Saberlight not even needing to pop Jewel that time. Tomato, I mean, I was just saying he needs a lot of farm, John. That death is not going to help.
Certainly not. Tomato bottom network right now for the entire team in terms of cores. Shopify Rebellion just doing a great job of managing that Bloodseeker threat. They managed to pincer him in. Like, he had to run towards the Mystic Flare. If he ran towards Saberlight, it would be into the duel. Still Ari? He gets the lift, but not towards him. Don't really manage to line up anything with the Rupture ready here on Tomato. And
Ari get caught. Saberlight, easiest duel victory of his life. Whitemon was not around to save with the disruption. Blink is now available on the Legion Commander. So you've got that Blink Jewel into the Mystic Flare as... Oh, hold on a minute. Song has been committed. Arteezy barely missing out on Whitemon, but they could still potentially fight Kasane unless Kasane just runs out of range of the Song. And that he certainly does. Whitemon was within range, but he got through the Twin Gates in time.
Great read out from TSM. Dodging out to relocate, wasting the Song, buying more time for themselves, and it's 10-1, 8k lead. Shopify Rebellion is still in control. Missing out on a kill like that doesn't matter too much if TSM can't really capitalize on it, and they simply can't. No, Bryle's still a ways off from the full. Ags coming out on the Pango. Their jungle's constantly invaded by Abed.
Uh-oh. Bryle. He's okay. He'll swashbuckle out. TSM, they are rotating around this area, trying to protect this vision, but it is gone. Saberlight, he's got the Blink Jewel. Ari, getting within the fog, eventually gets caught, but Whitemon will save with the disruption. This could be the opening they've been looking for, because Saberlight's out of position, but no, the hills come in, fly. Gonna give him a full reset on the LC. They've brought all 5 heroes here from TSM. Abed, he's still trying to man up, putting his hand up in the middle of this team fight. Just waving them goodbye. He knew they could not continue the fight. I mean, the Leshrac still had the Bloodstone active to pop. So he probably just wasn't going to die through that. TSM, they throw everything but the kitchen sink, but get 0.
I'm not finding anything. Like, the movement out from Shopify Rebellion, again, having this forward ward to spot out this Blink duel opportunity was pretty big. No D-wards coming out from TSM to take care of this positioning, to take care of this information. Shopify Rebellion is able to get out here.
Bryle, relocate. Mystic Flare from Crit with the silence. Bryle going to be saved by the disruption of Whitemon, but now Whitemon gets caught to boot, so it's going to be a 2-for-1 special. Unfortunate. Shopify, they are just choking TSM off the map. No space whatsoever for this dire side this game. And it seems like they're almost ready to start chipping at the tier 2 mid tower.
Yeah. They're in position. They've got maybe not the healthiest mana pool on Abed, but they can easily top that up, no problem here. Especially with the Bloodstone active still ready to go. I will say, the side of Shopify Rebellion has managed to course correct from that game 1. And it didn't feel like a draft issue, it was playstyle. And this is the playstyle I was looking for from that game 1. They're choking out TSM, they're taking advantage of this early pressure. So
look at this. They have got Tomato. No hesitation from Saberlight. He knows he's got the backup of Crit. That's without the Mystic Flare, John. Just destroying it.
Just gets ripped apart. The output's there. The Blade Mail up against Bloodseeker. It's massive. Bloodseeker just never feels safe hitting someone with that. At least not until you get maybe your barrier up. It starts to feel better, but I doubt this is going to be an Ags rush game at all. Inside of Shopify, again, no openings for TSM. 13-1. It's... Quite frankly, it's like they're playing against bots here, Mike. They're just running down.
I mean, it is 13-1. I can't say you're wrong when you're with your statement,
Arteezy just decides the song on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, he's farming, he's singing. You know, he's having a good time. Well, what else does he need the song for, John? You think Arteezy needs it right now?
Probably doesn't. Just wants to find more kills.
We're sponsored by Spotify, Jonathan. We can't play Spotify during the games, though. We established that in the Bali Major, all right? He's playing his own music.
Yeah, and Shopify Rebellion, the usual mix-up with a lot of people. This is the one tournament as well that we haven't quite mixed up at Call-Out yet. Right when we have Spotify as a sponsor. So very, very unfortunate. Or fortunate. I'm not sure which one it is, Mike.
Well, it's unfortunate for Shopify Rebellion, who always get memed about with this Spotify situation, but we love you, Shopify. Don't you worry. We'll pronounce your name correctly every time. There is a distinction. There is a difference for anyone out there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Anyway, 13-1. 12k advantage, John. I mean, this is a very one-sided affair. I'm not sure what kind of analysis I can ask you for, apart from what can TSM do to try and force this back their way.
Well, a couple of things. Whitemon has to be ready for the dual saves every single time, and he's managed to get one this time, but the earlier losses were pretty massive, quite frankly, in establishing the start for Saberlight. They need to... I don't know, like, for one thing, Kasane is just AFK farming. And it doesn't feel great when you've got a Bloodseeker and a Broodmother who are both just AFK farming. Like, there's... Kasane's constantly shoving down bots, sure. It is some space, but it's not space that Shopify Rebellion really care to fix or course correct. They're just invading the top jungle anyway. And just kind of running down Tomato. So, for TSM, I don't know, like, 20 minutes in, maybe you wait until... this is going to sound real dumb, but... Wait for the 30-minute mark before you really fully commit. 10 minutes more farming, 5 to 10 minutes more farming. That's going to be BKB for Kasane online, a full Mjolnir, and hopefully BKB for Tomato as well. And that should also be the Ags for Brawl in the early end of that 5-minute mark. So, should have some play once that's up. Before that point, just cut your losses. Allow Shopify Rebellion to just run around. You will, mind you, have a lot of issues with RTZ, who has barely shown up for these fights. Heart on the way next, not too far off from the recipe here, Mike, and I don't know if you'll have enough to deal with those illusions.
Oh, Whitemon, poor old Whitemon. Left side of the map. He's gone. I would say, but like, you're at that stage as the LC, you can just duel anyone by yourself at this point and just kill him. He doesn't need the help. Kasane, he needs some help right now in the Brood. Johnny, he's not looking too good. TZ will get him with the ensnare, though he does at least make it to the high ground. King of the hill for Kasane. But nobody knows the high ground better than Arteezy. Arteezy will take care of it.
Yep. Just get the job done. Let me tell you, Broodmother in the cliff is just terrifyingly big. It scares me. Scares me every time she's on that cliff.
One day you're going to come to Australia, John, and I'll show you some real spiders.
Oh, I hope not, Mike. Certainly hope not to.
He's a big boy too.
Yeah, but he's not
going to take
Mike.
That's true, John. It's a slow process. The thing is, TSM, it's not like they can even think about fighting this Roshan. Like countering this Roshan play. Shopify know it's the freest Roshan of their lives. They've even got a Heart of Tarask up now on Arteezy 22.5 minutes in. That is some very fast timings on the Naga. If there's one thing Arteezy's been known for in his career, John, it's been, the farming. He does enjoy hitting some creeps, that's for sure, and he's doing a great job of it this game.
Yeah, good old farmer Artur online. The yield from his crops has been very bountiful. He's feeling great with his returns right now. I don't know how you manage this Naga. I mean, you've got the Ags up in Braille. This could help with the cause. Somewhat. Doesn't feel like it's enough. Like, where's the impact from Kasane? They find Whitemon again. 16-1. Are we going to reach the point where this multiplies by 2 and we get 32-2 or something?
Jeez, I mean, it could. Kasane. Jump in again, another duel out, and look at this, Tomato! He's just gone! Absolutely disappearing to the damage of Saberlight as Kasane's chasing down Crit, can't get the kill, he will just melt, down goes Zari. There's one letter on your keyboard, John, that can save you from this game for TSM. One letter. You might need to press it twice.
That's all they need to do. 19-1, 18k up for Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, they've kicked off with this activity. They've managed to start playing around those, relocate in the Bloodstone plays. They've managed to have confidence with Saberlight coming in with the Blink duel. And this was lacking in Game 1, but they suddenly remember, hey, our heroes can do this in Game 2. And, well, that makes all the difference in the world. 20k, I know what to say, Mike. 19-1, how do you analyze this? It's a...
You told me, John.
It's a stop.
It is a stop.
Well, what's the play here for good old TSM? Well, we were approaching that 5-minute mark, 5 to 10 minute mark earlier that I called, and you did have, you do have the BKB and Kasane and the Ags on Braille, but still not enough.
I mean, speaking of the devil, Braille up this top lane won't get caught. Thought about going through the top lane to that creep wave, but won't do it. Still, SR are going to have a look anyway. The D wards. Braille still hanging around. Eventually does TP out, realizing it was not safe around this area. They'll get some deeper wards on top of that, whatever you call that that house thing. Hopefully the daughter Ags Lab, I would hope, during this this next TI season.
The Mighty Mines, Mike.
Is it really? Is that what they call it? The Mighty Mines?
Yeah, if you actually mouse over the passives there, you would find out. Yes, it is the Mighty Mines. I don't know why the mines are mighty. I don't think mines can be mighty.
Well, the
They're
buff is
inanimate
called
objects.
Mighty Mines.
Yeah, but why would you call the mines mighty? Mighty mines. Mighty describes the mines. Why are they mighty mines?
I could argue this, John, but I don't have time for it. Top lane, D3 tower, jump in, save a life. He's gonna waste his BKB. That's a bit of a win for TSM. Shopify Rebellion, they might think better of trying to push high ground. Maybe. Probably not, though, considering the lead to be absolutely first. Kasane's really copying it. They're trying to save him with the stolen press the attack. Disruption out as well. Arbit's just going to stay on the low ground and just wait for him to come back in. In fact, hold on a minute. They're looking to fight back. They're on to fly. They've got the IO down. That's a great start. TSM, they'll keep trying, but Arteezy's going to man up and turn back around onto Bryle. In goes the duel out again from Saberlight, but he's been disarmed up. The Mystic Flare, it's not going to do enough for Bryle. Eventually, finally going to go down. 1 for 1. Definitely in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. But TSM, they are holding high ground. Twymon jumps in again. But this is kind of on his own.
Going a little bit cheeky. A decent punishment coming out from TSM. Doubling their kills in that time span, Mike, from 1 to 2. Now we've got an option here, depending on how spicy it gets. Will we get a 22 to 3 or a 32 to 2? That's the analysis we're looking for, Mike.
2 dreams are alive. Even the 20 to 4 dream is alive.
D'Amato?
D'Amato. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it for the boys. D'Amato. Unfortunate. Nothing the poor guy can do. I mean, that's one of the safest farming spots of the map for him right now, and he can't farm.
Yeah, the ward on the Mighty Mine itself kind of makes it hard to try to dip out and farm. What a sneaky ward, that one. And let's get punished. Now we just need 11 kills. Whether or not that happens with Shopify not dropping kill, who knows? There is still potential for Fly to randomly die in the backline as a squishy IO, for sure.
Good Fly.
Sacrifice for the boys. No. He wants the 22 to 3.
Right. It could happen. ESM. Still 21k behind. What's Dota Plus saying? 98% the way of Shopify Rebellion. So there's a 2% chance for TSM according to Gaben. Saberlight. Looking for Ari. Not going to find him. Not yet anyway. Ari does have the benefit of having that Observer Ward giving vision over Saberlight right now, so pretty easy to avoid the LC. Instead though, King's coming out towards the Wisdom Rune space. We'll just go for that instead. Saberlight picks it up, so level 18 now up on the LC. Meanwhile, Arteezy's got a... just how much more farm is Arteezy going to get this game? We'll find out very soon, as there's going to be a 5-man smoke up. He's currently about, what, 11k ahead of the Bloodseeker?
Yep. Pretty much. Around 10. Closer to 10, but...
Yeah.
It's not comfy for Tomato. He is going for a Sanj and Yasha, BKB, and Ags. And that's a lot of gold he has to farm up for, Mikey. At the least he could get the Yasha soon. Maybe the Sanj right after if he doesn't die. But they're pressured onto high ground. Their mid and bot lane are being shoved in. And they're all gone off the map. They're not defending, so Shopify Rebellion knows something's up.
Here comes Shopify through the bot lane. There goes T3s. 2 towers at the same time, just going to illusions. I heckin' love Naga gameplay. Look at this. Those poor range Raxes just can't catch a break. Artis is actually doing 2 illusions on each Rax. He's a, you know, he's an equal kind of man. Everyone gets the same treatment. Even more annoying is he's got the Dragon Scale, so he's actually dealing damage to these racks with these illusions. Like, the Dragon Scale, the EPS is actually doing most of the work.
That it is. We'll clear out now, but that forces all of TSM to come back after their soiree up top. See if they find some DPS as well. It is quite a fair bit, Mike. Good burn.
He's just gonna keep doing it. This is disgusting to watch, but this is peak Naga gameplay. Look at this. Backdoor's gonna kick in at least this time to protect the tier 3 tower. But he actually just doesn't need to do anything else.
You know what this reminds me of, like, peak gameplay of Luna Shadow Demon.
Oh.
This is exactly what Luna Shadow Demon is. Oh.
Saberlight, duel out. Saberlight trying to duel to save us from this kind of game. It's the Broodmother. Kasane, he's not dead yet. He's going to try and fight with the insatiable hunger, but Abed right on top means it's going to be rather hard to survive. And here comes the song. Arteezy. He's found Tomato with that, but they're ignoring the Bloodseeker for now, trying to go for the others, but never mind that. There's Tomato. Song was stolen by Ari. He does put the rest to sleep, but Tomato's still going to die. GG's called. He's had enough. He's seen enough.
Yeah, it's a fair call. That was a rough one for the side of TSM. Shopify Rebellion actually played to the strength of their draft. And you can see what happens once you've got that Blink and Blade Mail on an LC, tying in with the Bloodstone timing for Abed. Just run down. This was completely missing from game 1 somehow, but Shopify Rebellion, you know, they gather back. Bulba gives them the speech. Bulba whips them into shape, and they remember to play the draft. And it actually comes online. And TSM could do literally nothing. There was just no play here. Like, the lanes were
what do you think?
So at the very best.
What do you think the speech from Bulba was, John, in game 2? Do you think he looked at Abed and said, listen, if you don't play this Lesh well, I'm picking Storm next game. I promise you that. You're getting Storm all tournament if you don't win this game with Lesh.
Yep, that was probably the speech. Although, knowing Abed, sometimes I wonder if he listens. I feel like he's just there sometimes. He just does what he has to. You know, so I don't know if that speech would have motivated Abed. It just felt like, you know, it's one of those things. It's your first series, maybe needing a little bit of a wake up. You're certainly very asleep in game 1, and they wake up in game 2. If this was a best of 3, who knows what would happen in game 3, Mike? But best of 2, 1-1, NA can say that it hasn't lost yet.
Well, we saw these 1v1 situations a lot during NADPC. Mind you, those were best of 3s to be absolutely fair, but we had a lot of these situations in 2 or 3, let me tell you. You saw, I mean, Shopify Rebellion, just complete domination for game 2. See, in case you weren't watching game 1, TSM completely dominated them for game 1. So, 2 very convincing victories from 2 separate teams to end up in a 1-1 draw. You know, props to the boys at least, you know, not taking any points from each other. Just, you know, a 1-1 is enough for them. The NA boys taking care of each other here at the Riyadh Masters 2023. And that does mean they move on to their next series. So, you know, they don't mind. A draw's a draw, Jonathan. It's better than a loss.
That it is. And at the very least, the draw could potentially drag their rankings up over any other team that got 2 votes. So both sides are feeling all right. You know, I can't say happy. You're feeling like pretty meh, but you got a draw. And for Shopify, as they were the ones to drop game 1, it's a good recovery for them in game 2. Let's hope that they stay awake for the rest of their games, you know, because the drafting, again, was pretty on point. Just need to play to its strengths, and, well, games like game 2 can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I believe we are actually going back to Group A now for the next series here on the C stream. So, what is it? It's going to be Quest vs 9 Pandas, I believe, on this stream, if I'm not incorrect in saying so. That is, I believe. This is off my memory, which you know is terrible, Jonathan, but I'm trying to give the viewers an update before you and I head off.
That is true. It should be... No, is it? Yeah, it's Quest vs 9 Pandas and then Shopify versus Betboom. Should be plenty of fun.
Very nice
Quest
game.
vs 9 Pandas
nice
should be really fun. Like, that is one that I'd love to watch.
Well, I believe we are going to have an extended break, so it is going to be a longer break, probably 45-50 minutes, but right after that break, we're going to be back with our next series for the Riyadh Masters 2023 on the C stream, so we'll see you all again very, very soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. We are halfway through the days. We got some great Dota lined up. Now you're joined with us. I'm Cryptic. We got Fogged here as well. Super excited for what we've got coming up. Quest Esports versus 9 Pandas. How you feeling, man?
Good. I got to actually wake up pretty early, so I got to even watch some of the Shopify games and stuff like that. So
nice.
Yeah, get started with some nice Dota. Well, some nice Dota from both sides because it was I think 1-1 at the end of it.
1-1, yeah.
Yeah, excited. I didn't get to see the morning matchup of Quest Extreme, unfortunately. That's a little bit too early for me, but I mean, 1-for-1s. Quest is still looking pretty hot. They're looking to play pretty well with Malik, so this should be an exciting one.
Yeah, I agree. I think we got kind of lucky. I mean, these should be really good series, and then we also have Shopify versus BetBoom after this.
Yeah.
And I think Shopify has kind of hit a slump for the last couple of events, and BetBoom is the exact opposite. They have had a straight upward trajectory. So this is going to be a pretty cool matchup, I think, to round out the day as well.
Yeah, that one's cool also because there's a little bit of, well, not drama or anything like that, right, in any way, but it's former players that used to play with each other, right?
Yeah.
So it's always fun having Nightfall versus his previous squad and stuff like that. So yeah, there's tons of excitement today. I think that I'm looking forward mostly to this first one, to be quite honest with you, just because I'm a huge Quest fan. I got to be totally honest with you.
Nice.
I've followed
That's
them
awesome.
for almost 2 years, at least 2.5 years now, when they were already doing stuff like that. We got to cast a lot of like even like the Div 2 games when they were on their ways up, and even when they were playing with oh my goodness, my name's drawing a blank, and their offlaner, their old offlaner.
ATF?
No, they're old offlaner for Quest. Even before they got ATF, and even before they replaced before like that. Either way, whatever. I've been watching them for super long, so it's always exciting to see this team, how much they've improved and how much they've gotten together, because their support duo is amazing, and then everyone always is talking about TA2000 because this guy just seems to be like one of the best carries in the world. So it's a treat to watch them.
Dude, I will say, like, this team, like, as someone who doesn't watch a lot of Western Europe Dota just because time zones, is like, everyone talks about this team being like a huge like come up story. And yeah, you're right. I hear about TA2000 all the time. I've watched some of their games, and it is always like a masterclass performance for him on almost any carry he's playing. It is incredibly cool to watch. I will say, I'm curious how Nine Pandas is going to do, because they struggled a little bit this morning. They did not have the best start. They took a 0-2 against Evil Geniuses.
Wow.
So they could be maybe struggling a little bit here today. But I mean, EG, a really strong team, struggled in Bali with some sicknesses, and they kind of just bottomed out. So a lot of things, kind of didn't go their way there, but it's still a very strong team, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Nine Pandas, I think there's just like always a little bit of a, I don't know, Ramsey sometimes for me. Either Ramsey's like really owns, or he just kind of does some like really weird deaths and stuff like that. It's kind of like a Duraccio kind of way sometimes like that.
Yeah.
But he's super confident in this team. I mean, they're very confident in each other. I've actually gotten the pleasure to at least talk with him a little bit too, like on the sides. I've known Ramsey since he was on VP for quite some time, same with Solo, so I have like a little bit of like an in with them kind of in a way. And they're actually super friendly. You maybe wouldn't expect it too much from the Nine Pandas guys, just for some strange reason, just because sometimes Ramses comes off very aggressive, right? Because his pubs and stuff. But
yeah,
I don't know. They're all really, really nice to me. And I really like Antares' gameplay. He's like the techie Skywrath guy.
I love Antares.
It was popular, so it's very fun to watch his aggression.
I think he has one of the most fun 4-position pools. There's like a few people who have really, really cool pools in the 4 position. I think Matthew out of EG is probably like my number one, just because he plays stuff that no other supports will play. But Antares has always kind of been, I would say, even before like Berlin, even before like Lima, he was always picking like kind of, like you said, techies before it got cool. And then also his Coddle was like legendary for a while. Like he's done some cool stuff.
Super aggressive. I love watching just aggressive players. That's kind of the, CIS function, right? Just aggression through and through. So yeah, he definitely fits in perfectly. And let's see what we get. Let's see what matchups we get. Let's see if Naga Sirens and stuff like that, if they're going to trickle in. See what priorities is there going to be. IO Leshes. I don't know from these teams in particular. Highly doubt it. So let's see what's more contested.
Yeah, I will say Naga Siren seems unstoppable. Like it has looked so dominant in nearly every single game I've seen it, and I don't know what the best way to address it is. Like maybe you get IO Lesh against it, but from the carry matchup, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of options.
I mean, that's cool. I mean, that's funny. That's kind of putting a statement out. I think I saw one or two first 2 bans online. I think it was Riskaka, which obviously that makes sense, but this could be one of those things that's just like, all right, we have a strong 4 position that fits into a lot of lineups, and good luck picking illusion heroes.
5 seconds.
A bit of a statement.
So yeah, I guess that's the leave Naga in and pick Lion.
Yeah. Cool. See what response we get. There's Brood's not in though, right? So they still like Doom quite a bit. But
yeah, Nine Pandas still plays Doom a ton.
Yeah. So that's probably one that they're looking at here. Unless they really switch stuff up today. They could look to abuse the Lion, because this hero hates to play versus summons and stuff too if they wanted to go something early like a Visage, because I know they like that hero a lot too, but they'll keep it safe. They'll just open with a Snapfire, not really revealing too much. This I didn't really expect too much from them, but I guess it's something that happens throughout the tournament. Nine Pandas, they don't, as far as I remember, they don't really play this hero that much. They played a little bit, but they're probably one of the ones that play it the least.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like a hero that I think Antares has played it a couple times, but it doesn't really, like, they're like Kiyotaka, I don't think I've ever seen play it.
They played it once here that I remember seeing.
Okay.
Just the once.
And they go back for the Doom.
Yeah. And they'll just go back to Doom. Okay. That's safe. I thought perhaps there was a chance of like the Visage and stuff, just because these these Lions, these type of supports like this, they can't do anything to the birds.
Okay. So potentially Snapfire Doom off lane. You could take Snap mid for Kyotago, of course, but for the most part, a pretty stable, like very 9pandas-ish opener, I would say.
It's very flexible because they run even Antares on Doom quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
So that's we'll see with how they end up running it, but they just leave it open. And let's see how the response is from Quest. We've seen even like TBs and stuff like that versus the Dooms in the past. People just snap opening it. Quest not really favoring it that early anymore. We'll just stick with there.
Oh, baby, finally.
Nice.
I love this hero.
This is one of Noob's best, honestly, as well, too. Now you gotta ban the Clockwork.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think we've been seeing Primal Beast less. Is that just because of the Clockwork effect? Like, this hero just hitting, like getting picked so often here in the start. We've been seeing overall first phase banned clocks for a few games yesterday.
Probably a back and forth, right? It's like Clock's good versus Primal, but Primal's just good, period. So I think Primal's just also getting banned at first, too. Quite a lot from what I saw, especially versus Quest. So I actually think most teams did, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 9pandas, the last time they played them 2 days ago here, they did, they banned the first two. Pretty much everybody's banned the first two, Primal versus Noob. It really does feel like it's become his best hero. You'll see in this game especially, too, if he gets the way that he changed the spells. He's perfect. Like the frame perfect usage, so he can like prevent BKBs and stuff like that with the combo. He's really good at it.
Dire team ban.
They are taking a lot of the reserve time just for bans right now. They got rid of the well, I'm just trying to think, like, what if you're 9pandas, do you start like trying to secure the Doom lane, or do you keep it flexible? Because like you said, like they have played this for Antares 4. They do just get rid of the Naga Siren.
I think you still probably get rid of the Naga TB.
Yeah.
Just because he's so good at it. And yeah, they're gonna ban Visage because of the line that we were saying before, and then the Clockwork because of the Primal, so I'm actually okay. They actually still did ban the Visage, which is kind of cool. They do run the 4 Doom with the 3 Visage, which is actually quite strong. Scorched Earth is a ton of damage, actually. It's like instant soul assumption sack, so it's actually pretty neat.
It's like there's a good chance you're hitting 2 heroes with Scorched Earth, you know, and you're just throwing these soul assumptions constantly. Yeah, it's a cool combo. Not something that you really think of all that often.
No, definitely not. So it's like a 30. That sounds like Tundra, right? I mean, it's just like because Aoi was playing the Visage and stuff like that with.
True, it does, huh?
So let's see. Do they actually ban the TB? Because the other ones, like we've seen a lot, it's the TBs and the morphs to address the Doom. Because your natural Linken's on a morph, it's tough to get the Doom off pre. All that kind of stuff. A lot of these players do like those kind of matchups, in particular Ramses.
Bloodseekers aren't terrible either, from what I've seen. But you might need like a kill, like a really strong 5 to help actually like secure kills onto the Doom. Something like Lich or Crystal Maiden, stuff like that, maybe.
I mean, they probably just have quite a bit of options still for TA2000. This guy plays everything under the sun.
Silencer, interesting. So does that make me? That makes me feel like Snapfire might be a core, but because like it is really annoying to play Snapfire into the Silencer, but there's got to be so there's got to be like a Spirit coming out in the mid lane.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Would explain the Silencer ban.
Yeah.
So they get rid of Ember immediately.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's one hero that can be pretty annoying for a Primal Beast for sure.
Yeah.
Constant poke.
10 seconds remaining.
Seen that lane quite a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
Dude, I'm trying to think like what Quest would like to take for TA2000 here into the Doom lane. The TA is actually open.
That's what I was thinking too. I think it's TA or TB. I think that's the two that I'm most looking at here, but perhaps it could wait a little bit. Like they're going to be able to get to see some more information here too right off the bat. 9pandas is literally running through all their time.
Dude, I am so Their second phase bans was the entirety of their reserve. They get rid of Lycan.
Okay. They'll pick up more and more ETs rising.
Okay, ET stonks. Hopefully you invested.
Did not Did not have faith in it. I'm a huge ET player. It works really well in pubs right now. Don't get me wrong. Just for pro games, it has been doing better, so I can't really say anything against it. They're just gonna move up the SD in priority. Always good versus ET to prevent aggression. They love this hero as well too. I've seen some super fancy stuff that Kaori does when he's playing this hero, like just stealing stacks and stuff. Like he gets his own stacks and then he runs into like enemy triangles and stuff like that. And with level 2 Shadow Poison, I've seen him steal stacks. So hopefully some cool stuff that he can do. And they're just gonna go for a safe jug. All right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this just like a kind of a safe pick here? Like they don't see their carry matchup, so it's decent into Doom and it doesn't lose a ton of carry matchups.
They like it. It doesn't lose a lot of carry matchups. It does scale super hard, and like the life stealers and the jugs, those are the ones that ET is like the worst matchup for us.
I see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Nyx jug. Nyx is a dead hero right now, but playing into that lane can be
Nyx
weird.
is just worse jug.
Yeah. Okay.
Like his lifesteal is actually just less.
It's pathetic, honestly. That hero might need some love, perhaps. Drow?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is old school. I mean, old school I say, but when Primal was first getting picked, you get Drow, you have Gust, you build Hurricane Pike, you're good at being able to
10 seconds remaining.
keep your distance as long as you have a good front line.
Decent into the jug matchup as well. I mean, this is pretty rough for the Juggernaut unless he can get like maybe a blink, like third, fourth item.
Yeah. Not the roughest of jug matchups. It's not like, you know, these Slarks and PAs or whatever that just click a button and ruin your Omni Slash and anything like that, but this is a different kind of concept of difficulty, the distance.
I think I should just get rid of the TA as well. Mars, yeah. It's one of those heroes that Drow, like, she still can deal damage into the arena, but boy, does your team fight feel miserable if you're just dropping arena anywhere near the Drow.
Yeah, also you just put a bulwark after the team fight, so you can actually protect. you can protect your backline pretty decently.
5 seconds remaining.
Although bulwark's not as broken as it once was, sadly. But...
Yeah. All right, so you're talking about how Noob loves his Primal Beast.
Yeah.
So it's going to be mid Primal Beast here most likely. What is 9 Pandas looking for to take to the mid lane, or are we likely seeing this Snapfire?
That's what I'm wondering, if they are putting the snap mid. If not, Storm is a good ban.
That's pretty good.
I was thinking Storm, but then I'm like, there's a Lion. But maybe they're thinking that's not enough CC. I mean, it is Kiyotaka's Storm. It's his best, in my opinion, his best hero next to his Tinker.
Tinker could be problematic.
Tinker, I was kind of thinking there's a possibility of it, just because there's some limited... Primal actually can hunt you kind of decent. I don't know how the matchup is.
The best... I go for Puck. Okay, I was going to say, I feel like one of the better matchups would be Lesh or Puck if you're worried about Tinker. But...
Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I mean, because now they have
didn't think
coverage.
they wanted a mid lane.
Yeah. Now they have coverage for that, and they have the way to get to the back line. So they have a way to stop the snap, perhaps get on the Drow Rage or two, and there's definitely limited stuns for Puck. There's a Gust, but some limited catch.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. I think Puck has also just looked pretty good. We're seeing a lot of drafts that don't have like really solid lockdown.
Yeah.
Like over the last couple days, like they have great team fight, like big ults and stuff, but there's not like these like chain CCs that we've been seeing. So
yeah,
heroes like Puck, Storm, Spirits, all been looking pretty good.
They will go.
All right, our last pick, I mean,
it's gonna be Antares.
It is gonna be support. Yeah. Okay. So offlane Doom, mid Kiyotaka Snap.
Okay. That's interesting they go for that versus the Jug SD lane.
Yeah, can't you just get disrupted in Blade Fury and you don't really care too much?
Could definitely be a little problematic to ever get aggressive up there, but Antares maybe just over for the overall grand scheme of the game wanted the hero. Because that lane looks like it could get a little weird. Doom Bat, SD Jug, these two very strong. And solo with Ramses. Okay, Drow ET versus Primal Lion.
I feel like the 9 Panda safe lane with Ramsey should be pretty good. Like that lane feels really strong. Like ET, yes, you have to be a little bit careful of the Lion, but if with a casual point and gust, like you were talking about, Primal Beast has a pretty rough time.
He might have to go like 1-1-1 on Ramses though, because I'm a little worried about him just getting dove at like 2 and 3 constantly. I like Quest's. I like Quest's approach to this game quite a bit. I haven't been the biggest fan.
I think this Puck
of
is
Jug,
still
but...
pretty free.
Exactly. I think that's the big one for me. Noob looks free. And I've seen like these primals and stuff like that. I've seen them kind of run rampant, even if they're not in the mid lane. If they aren't too addressed. I don't really see too many things kind of like stopping his charge and stuff, right? I think they have the Gust and they have the Batrider things, and that's about it. It could be.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It should be a fun game. I mean, it's for you and me, this is our first game of the day, but for everyone else, we are halfway through. It is Quest versus 9 Pandas. Game number 1 here of this best of 2. It's the group stage, right? We made it through the play-ins. We have a lot more teams competing now here for the Riyadh Masters, but we'll see how this ends up playing out. As a very quick ward comes out from Noob. One of the benefits of the puck there, of course. Almost popped Antares' smoke. That was so close. They must have been like pixels away.
Scouting out with the Spirit. Doesn't quite find much of anything. Okay, I'm looking forward to see how these lanes are going to go. Let's see how much Solo's able to do with his ET to protect the Drow. I definitely have some worries for Ramses. But if he gets Gust, if he's able to get a good few first waves, then perhaps that concern dissipates, but definitely like the lane setups that we have at the moment on the side of Quest.
Ooh, they've got the Found in the Batrider, and a nice impale to follow. The Blade Fury there, of course, and that will be first blood going to TA 2000.
Oh god, never want to give this man first blood.
Yeah, I was gonna say, of all people, I feel like TA 2000 is just one of those players that doesn't like give up a lead, really, right? Like, he is always good playing from ahead.
Yeah, he's super aggressive team.
Dude, they can just do it again.
No spin, 15.
They got the Impale. Noobs here with the Orb. Solo catches the Blood Grenade. He's going to drop the Spirit, but the damage from the Primal Beast is enough. Omar will grab the kill this time. 2 to start things off here for Quest.
And they get themselves only one of the runes, but either way.
Only one bounty, okay.
A lot of gold being split between each other because there's so many people who participated in these kills. So, big gold for everybody on the side of not for Quest. Excellent start. And how's the levels looking here? Who got... I mean, it's only a little bit of experience, actually, so... Let's check and see if anyone got, like, a big solo XP or anything.
They got a little bit of a lead here on the bottom.
Yep.
Like, with TA 2000 and Kaori. Like, they've got some good XP to work with. Gets the deny there. That is nice. All right.
I'm just really wondering how you slow down this jug. Maybe you get some kills on Kaori and stuff like down here, but I feel like TA 2000 is going to have a very, very free time.
They're just going to drag, it looks like.
Okay.
They're actually just really worried about playing into the jug now, and I don't blame them.
I don't blame them.
Their level 2 timing is going to be super fast.
Yeah, I don't blame them at all for this, so okay. I guess that's going to be the approach then. Just don't really play the lane so much. Just try to get your farm out of it here. Mid, this should be the good matchup, though. We'll see how Noob's going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with this Snap, because we're just seeing Snap kind of win almost every single one of these matchups.
Yeah,
literally.
It's been pretty wild. Like, this hero just looks so good from the mid lane. And I think that for a while we were seeing it flex a ton, but with how well it's performing mid, I think people are just like, yeah, why do anything else?
These first 2 waves up top are definitely not good for Malik. They actually got like 0 last hits on him. Ramsey's just bullying and harassing him with Solo. And
Omar is just getting absolutely pummeled here. He has an Earth Spike here to walk away from Solo, which he can definitely use.
He has to.
There's one more Spirit, though. I don't know if he closes the gap.
Nah.
He doesn't. He's not going to go for the dive.
Just applies the Spirit there. Doesn't break the salve or anything, but he'll be able to just keep himself bodying. All right, I'm doing an excellent job up top for Ramses.
Yeah, it was great. 10 and 2. That's beautiful.
Yes,
we'll see if they can turn it around here with the next few levels, though.
Yeah.
Because, like you were saying, this like once you get Onslaught, Trample, things get a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I do like that he went Uproar, though, just because he is struggling a little bit in the first few levels, and Uproar is honestly very nice, because just like that plus armor versus a Drow, which is always super nice.
Also, just denying creeps at 100 damage is great.
Once he's got it all stacked up, he's got them ready now, so...
Yeah,
level 3 is probably we're going to start seeing a ton more aggression up there. Bottom, they get a disruption. They have enough.
He's actually holding his stick. Just getting some damage into Miro here as Antares tries to zone off the Shadow Demon. It works.
Yep. Just about making sure this jug gets free farm, and that's what he's doing. 15-8. A lot of denies in comparison. So 2 only on the Drow at the moment. I'm going to keep my eye on top because this level 3 is starting to hit very, very soon.
Yeah. And Ramses, he didn't hold his point. He does not have Gus.
At 4, okay. I would hope.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I feel like as soon as this Primal Beast hits level 3, he's turning around with an Onslaught. But Ramses did get a lot of damage in there with these Frost Arrows.
Yeah. A cocky move by Ramses. Let's see if it pays off. And in mid
Quick
lane,
salve.
Noob actually gets
wants to go.
Noob gets sent back to base. And there they go.
Yep, this is exactly as we
As
expected.
Oh, I can't.
Yeah, not holding that point. It's just gonna be. He literally hits 3 under tower salves and onslaughts. Like it was the exact timing we were expecting.
Whatever,
he also had 5 stacks of uproar,
Yeah.
so even more damage for the trample.
I think I've seen this happen so much when I've seen this Drow versus Primal Beast thing. I actually almost always see them hold the point, so oh well. It happens for Ramses there. He's still last hitting great, but this could continue. This could happen again very, very soon if he's not careful. Lion's actually going to go mid to check the rune, so.
Nice from Antares. Steals the rune away from Noob there. So, yeah, you're right. Ramses, he is CSing really well. I think it just helps salvage Malik's game here a little bit. I'm a little bit surprised he's not going for like an early Vanguard here, as he's just got phase boots queued up.
I think he switched it, right? Oh, yeah, he had the phase. He bought them, changed, and then now he's going Soul Ring, so. I guess he wants to have more mana for aggression up top. But that would tell me rather than just playing a little bit more static, but.
Okay. Does he have salves coming out?
He did have.
He's just going to walk base, maybe?
Yeah, he had
he does have
Tango.
salve and tangos. Okay, cool.
He's level 4.
Like,
so they still have kill threat. Ramsey still hasn't gotten Gust. Bottom. Oh, Miro gets out. Close.
Salve and a ring of health. He's going to be okay.
And mid, though. 31-7 to 22. I mean, Kiyotaka really bringing it to Noob right now. Buys the crown even just for the early stats for that extra damage. 86. He has 20 damage differential versus this fuck.
Universal heroes are something else,
They
man.
sure are.
It takes me back to the days of, like, when the reason, like, certain heroes were just really good mid is because they just had good damage. And that was it. Like, there was no other reason. Oh, Omar. Gonna get caught by the sleep. Ramses needs to be a little bit careful. He does have the point and Gus. Now it misses. Oh, Malik just gonna trample him down. Pops the stick, able to survive. Now let's be careful as Solo's here with quite a bit of damage, but Spirit will expire.
Oh, and Solo is actually deviating a little bit of his build. I feel like you almost never see this, but he actually takes Stomp at 3 rather than level 2 Spirit. Just really wanting the extra little bit of stun, I guess, to block off Malik and Omar. I actually don't mind it. I think in this lane it's actually appropriate.
Yeah.
I thought he would get it at 2, to be fair. So, but either way.
Bottom lane, Kaori
gets found.
Taken down, going for the rune here.
He was scouting the stacks.
Zentaris will pick up some stacks instead.
Kaori was looking at him, though. I've seen him so many times on his SD to look for these stacks, so 9 Pandas are on top of it. Yataka 6 with a...
You gotta be careful, bud.
He won't finish. He'll get some. Can't even get... The thing about this also in mid is, like, it's not only that Kiyotaka has 102 base damage, he has 1300 HP, so you can't even gank him. Because if Puck coils through his whole spell salvos, even if Lion and SD are there, perhaps the Snapfire just tanks it and lives.
Yeah, I mean, I think she absolutely does, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's no way you have that damage.
No.
And having a haste rune to boot just makes it so much worse.
Yeah. Kaori's going to attempt for a steal onto a Wisdom. Going to be met with 2 heroes. He'll get trades, though, 1 for 1. See what Kiyotaka does with this haste. It looks like he's just scouting out some stacks at the moment. And he's going to clear a little bit of them. But actually changing his mind. He wants to go aggro. Maybe thinking that the Wisdom rune's still there. Okay. Kaori in the meantime.
Kaori is stacking up the poison here, man. That is number 6. Does get the sleep off here on Solo. Has a blood grenade as well.
Uh-oh. Meanwhile, the Wisdom rune, though, Kiyotaka's gone too far.
Whoa. Okay, that is a big one.
Oh, man.
I am so surprised that he thought he could go for that. And Kaori will eventually get ran down mid by Antares, but I mean, that was such a late attempt for the rune. It was like 7.5 minutes.
He had the haste and stuff, but if I'm not mistaken, he walked directly under vision, and then Noob just TPs and gets a coil, and they bring Malik over. With Malik, they have the damage.
Yeah,
not
definitely.
with the 2 supports, but that was a weird play for there from Kiyotaka after he's crushing mid. He's actually now just even with Noob right after that. Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Unlucky on the runes again here for Noob, as he will end up giving up a arcane rune.
It's a bottle fill up.
50-50, man.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Now they know, though, haste and arcane, so the next couple runes, DD and Viz Shield, gonna be. Find out.
Top lane, once again. Into the pulverize. They've got him. Ramses goes down. The level 6 reveal there from the Primal Beast. And honestly, just a really sick wraparound from Omar.
Yeah.
Like, he takes the long way, goes all the way back behind the tower, gets the ward. That was sick.
I think I've been seeing this from Malik in a lot of their games. Him just popping off. He's top 2 net worth in this lane.
They're going to go for solo. This is 3 points in Earth Spike, right?
Tramples up.
Yeah, they're... Ooh, ends up not canceling the onslaught there, so ends up allowing solo to live.
Okay, could have probably played it a little bit cleaner, but be able to get the healing Lotus at the least. Ramses is 6. Good enough.
We're gonna get this kill. Nice gust.
Nice.
Nice scouting from solo, honestly, with the assist there.
Nicely done. And Antares, he's working on all these stacks that they've been making, so he's gonna actually get like a double and a... That's just done 2 double stacks, so he is gonna be pretty farmed on this bat as well too. But they have not touched the jug.
Yeah, he's just jungling, huh?
Yeah, they haven't touched the jug though. I'm just watching TA2000 top of net worth.
And Miro's
Maybe
got a
now.
Doom. He's actually just gonna throw it now into the Mortimer Kisses. Doom should just still die here. Well, we'll see. Okay, Jug is finally dead. He will die on the backside. Kaori looking for Miro. He gets the TP out.
Oh, baby.
Okay, that's a really nice turn of events here for 9 Pandas.
Okay, that's exactly what they needed. They need to slow down this Jug. They punish him. And I cannot believe he gets out on Doom. That was huge. Good rotation from Kiyotaka.
Dude, Antares is 6 now.
Yeah.
Almost 6.5.
There's a free kill. But meanwhile...
Another one? It's just solo kill.
Oh, Malik.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Malik just solo killing Ramses top again.
He's part of all 7 kills?
Jeez, oh my goodness, he is.
It's gonna be super fast for his phase drums. He's just going for the early game items because he's dominating so hard rather than going for the BKB. He's feeling he doesn't need it that early. That is a problem. It's big primal, big puck. They're still getting good farm on the Drow, but him giving up these deaths, this primal is going to be very high level.
Yeah, my only concern right now is the Shadow Demon is starved for XP.
He's 4.
Yeah, he will be able to recover from, like, you know, clearing stacks, exactly what he's doing right now, but Antares kind of just beat him to it. He's like, yeah, I can just go jungle. Like, Doom can mostly stay solo here at Vanguard. He actually didn't even go Vanguard.
He's going Midas.
Miro.
Yeah, he's just going for the straight Midas.
That is cool. Normally you'd get punished for that, but hasn't that rotation from Kiyotaka has like really salvaged his lane.
Yeah, looks like solo. Can he actually get away? Ankle boots get delivered.
That's a DD puck. Ooh. No way, he's actually out. That's crazy.
Okay. They kicked in for a little extra healing and stuff and move speed.
Yeah.
And Antares, as you said, just continues to work on stacks. Level 7 now. I think that's like, I don't know, 7th stack or 8th stack, maybe even more than that he's worked on. But definitely enabled nicely to have a Blink Dagger timing.
Grab the top tower, continue to farm up on the Primal Beast. The drums are done, Q's right into the BKB. Once you have BKB, what stops you from just killing anything?
Kinda nothing. Lasso and then just running away with him. They actually, like,
that's Antares' goal this game, is just to lasso the Primal Beast as he's killing his teammates.
Kind of. Probably, unless they are able to find like these pickoffs with it onto the Jug in some team fights. And right now they are setting up. K2000 could be in trouble.
Doom comes out. Yeah, Blade Fury's there. The rest of the team, but Rainbow TPs. It's going to be Quest. They don't want to let this Doom get away with this. They do have the Finger of Death. They might just throw it, and they do. So Miro's going to go down first. KR with a nice Disruptor on the backside is Malik. He's got the Pulverize. They're looking for Antares. This support, I mean, he's worth a lot.
Ooh. The Rainbow TPs.
2 big kills.
They're absolutely worth it. I mean, 2 huge kills, and that's, I believe, the Battle Fury now secured. They keep TA2000 alive. Maybe a little early on the Doom.
He anticipated. He held the cooldown for sure. Because like as soon as the cooldown came off for Doom, he threw it, and TA2000 preemptively Blade Fury.
Yeah.
Like that was just really, really smart plays from him. He knew it was coming.
That's big there for Quest. I mean, again, Malik just continues to turn up. Great spell usage, holding the Pulverize, gets 2. And Noob, now he has his main item, Witchblade. Even better this game, I would say, in comparison to a lot of games on pucks, because you're playing versus these drows and stuff like that, so the plus armor is incredible.
Oh, yeah. That's like an underrated component for sure of Witchblade, I feel like.
Yeah. I always like to comment on that, because I feel like that's, I don't know, I feel like that's one of the reasons. I mean, for me, I could be totally wrong. I actually never really asked the pros about it, but...
I mean, it gives you so many valuable stats that, like, a lot of int heroes don't have.
Yeah.
Right?
I used to call Blade Mail Blade Mail was like the value purchase item in the past when it used to be like so good with the stats it gave and how much it gave. Now it's, I feel like Witchblade does that.
wasn't it like 22 int or something?
It was something
or like,
absurd.
It was ridiculous. I remember it being like, or maybe it was like 22 damage out of it with the. It was a nuts item.
Yeah. Witchblade online. Omar getting closer and closer to Blink. Like the 5 at the moment. West in I would say a bit more of a stable position, but 9 Pandas, they're content with sitting back and farming when they've got this Midas and this Bat Rider who's farming stacks.
Kaori being sneaky.
He might die again.
Yeah, he might die for this, but hey, he's gonna get the rune.
He's gonna get
this
it.
is worth it. This is so worth it for him.
9 Pandas is literally just playing the full farm game. They're just stacking and farming and stacking and farming, so they are not aware of Kaori just sneaking it in. And Kaori's he was even gonna start working on the Ancients. He's like, all right. Yeah.
He's like, oh, they stacked it again for me. How nice. Yeah, I don't know about this one. He probably will not get out of here. Earth Splitter, even the Atos out from Kiyotaka.
He wants to trade. Can he get the 5th poison?
Time.
Oh, he doesn't pop it.
He got the 5th, but yeah, unable to pop it. Solo will take a decent chunk of damage if the raindrop comes out as well. So
it's gonna be almost a death, but he's gonna live. Yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, I mean, overall, still pretty worth. Scouts the stack.
Definitely
does
worth.
get the Wisdom rune.
Yeah. I mean, super worth it still so far. I mean, they know. I think they're looking at 9 Pandas and they're just like they're literally just playing farm game. This Bat Rider is farming, Doom is Midas and stuff like that. So for quests, like, I don't think that they're too fussed up about this. I'm sure TA 2000 is like, okay, I got the space to farm with a Battle Fury. This Drow is slowed down. I'm not really slowed down. And they're occupying.
He's going for a really early Ags on Drow.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think this is the way you have to go in this hero now. Surprising they didn't go the Hurricane Pike first. We'll see if that hurts him. But I guess maybe he's thinking that Malik is so big that he's just going to have a BKB anyway by the time he has it. We'll see.
I'll be honest, I have not read the changes to this Aghanim subtype.
It's just the old shard, but better.
It's just old hypothermia.
Yep.
Is the split shot just gone completely now?
Yeah. No, the shard is now just you stand on. You've seen the cliff thing, yeah.
Yeah, the glacier.
Malik,
top lane.
It's a good gank.
He's fine. And he's got an actually no onslaught at all. So
Nice
beautiful
move.
grab there.
That's what
absolutely necessary.
Blink reveal, I believe, from Antares there, so he gets a pretty fast pick off almost immediately after getting that. So a great kill.
Bottom lane.
Ramses.
He finds Ramses. DP coming in from Miro, but Omar is here as well. He does get the pipe off, and that's going to be enough to save him. That is huge. I don't know if the damage from the Shadow Demon is going to be enough, and it's not. Wow, Miro.
I mean,
beautiful play.
Nice itemization too, right? Midas into not even like the Vanguard disassemble into pipe, just straight the pipe, and it actually ends up paying off immediately. That was sick. Hell yeah, Malik. Or Miro, sorry.
Noob looking for solo mid, has the invis.
Meanwhile, bottom
I don't know
also
if he's
Miro.
gonna commit. Oh yeah, nice Omni Slash. Okay, the downside of not having a Vanguard right now, but another Doom gets spent. Omni Slash in exchange. So honestly, I don't think 9 Pandas are all too upset about that, but it is a rough cooldown to lose the Doom.
Yeah, definitely. At least Kiyotaka didn't end up like overcommitting or anything like that this time. He's got this. And they've actually got salves, so they're going to be able to hand over a couple of them to Miro. And they're actually going to be able to stay down here. It is spotted, though. So Kaori does have a ward at TA2000. Should be fine.
Yeah, he really wants to use these Mortimer Kisses, but Jug just not the best target. Look at the double ward vision they have here, in front and behind tower.
Yeah, just I guess because they saw the stacks and everything that were being formed too, they want to have as much information around it, because they know Ramses will farm there.
Yeah.
Wait, did Ramses mess up? Ramses messed up. Look at his items.
Oh. I think,
Slight
yeah,
mistake.
I don't think you're... Sometimes you disassemble the wrong item there. Or you buy a double component.
Yep, happens. They're going to delay that Aghanims a little bit. 800 more gold. And they get the jump.
Ooh, blink out from Omar. Do they get the stun though? They do. They silence up the ET as well. A nice lasso from Antares to stop this initiation. Omar will throw the stun, but he's gone.
Awkward for Quest.
Now it's time for 9 Pandas. Trying to chase down Noob here. He's got an orb. Will be able to make it underneath the tower, but Kaori chased here by Antares, and it's only a matter of time. Yeah, a couple auto attacks. They find him.
Dude, this pipe.
2 for 0.
This pipe is doing work. He literally just blocks the whole initiation of any type of damage, and TA2000 runs in spinning, and he's like, guys, this don't look so good. This is pre-Malik BKB too. Kind of surprised they went that aggressive into 9 Pandas with it, but 9 Pandas, they'll get a massive fight out of it, really. They just get the 2 supports, but that's when Doom is on cooldown and stuff like that too, so. Nice play. Ramses does get the eggs now.
Just thinking about the pipe damage reduction. Like the entirety of Quest team did 1900 damage in that engagement because all of it was blocked.
Yeah, it's actually huge. I love that Miro did this itemization. Just skipping Vanguard, honestly. This is really cool. Good identification of just pretty much no physical damage until later that comes out from the Jug. And yeah, he almost has Blink too. So they'll have multiple different forms of initiation now too. He's got the War Stomp at the ready.
Dude, Antares is absurdly farmed. He is an actual core. Like, this is... I don't know how he's finding this much farm, because normally, you know, it comes out of the pockets of one of your other cores, but it's just not the case this game.
I mean, it's coming out of the pocket of the Doom. Look where the Doom is sitting, right?
I guess, okay,
Because he has a Midas and Devour, and a Doom sitting at that part, that, you know... he can't farm the stacks as efficiently, but yeah, Antares, he has, what, 114 last hits. Doom has 90. No, he's just farming. Like, literally, he's just farming stacks this entire time. And
that's funny.
So far, paying off. He's level 12. He's literally a 4th core, and he's almost got BKB, which, honestly, a Blink BKB, not many things that they can do to kind of stop him from just grabbing whoever he pleases.
Aghanim Scepter is done now on the Drow Ranger, so Hypothermia up and running.
They've got all their cooldowns, too. Lasso at the ready.
Ooh, gets the Blink initiation there off the bat. Rider looking for Kaori, and no real way to save him.
I'm sure Kaori's like, how do you see me? But they have that ward in the lane, actually, on the right side that spotted him for a quick second as he put the disruption.
Oh, yeah. Good call. I was trying to figure out the exact same thing. I was like, how did he see him? That's a very good question.
It was like right on the cusp of it, I'm pretty sure, but... Because the other one was placed, if I'm not mistaken, right afterwards, so... But yeah, Tara's delivering on this bat, 5-2-2. The farm is working. The greed is good for 9 Pandas, and I mean, they're getting the more beneficial kills and everything too. With honestly, just this pipe. This pipe has done so much. Saved Ramsey's bottom, and the secondary fight afterwards kind of just protected anyone.
It's completely slowed down Quest's game.
Yeah.
Like, they actually just can't take fights anymore. Like, they have to just farm to their next set of items, it looks like.
Yeah, how are these second items looking like? I mean, they have the BKB on Malik, so... I think maybe with if he gets into the fight, because he wasn't down bottom, right? He wasn't in that fight because he was finishing it. So I think with Malik involved, they can probably still look to take a fight.
They do have Manta now on the Jug, so less likely to get caught, like a random gust.
Yeah, and we see the.
You see the Miro mid.
They want Ramses. It looks like.
Yeah, they just still have this really deep ward. I think they've been seeing him go back and forth between those. Ancients, and they will scout him now, again. So they know. As he's going to head right up onto the high ground, but it's going to get popped by Solo, but they've got the Blink initiation. The Doom comes out onto the Jug. It's going to be no Omni Slash available. The Finger of Death comes through as well, but the sleep from Solo catches all three into an Earth Splitter. They fall. Malik has his BKB available. He's going to be forced to use it. Maybe thinking about committing more, but no, he's going to TP home. He knows this fight is over.
Beautiful.
What a play from Solo.
Again and again. It's Solo and Miro. Miro's pipe. It saves Ramses. It keeps him alive long enough to get both of the kills. And then dies. But either way, he gets the XP. He's able to stand his ground long enough. Again and again. The deliverance from this Doom. From Solo as well, too, at the stomp. It's huge. Might even get another one.
Might grab Kaori. He's got the cleanse on him, but there's a lot of damage. And Antares will continue to just run down this Shadow Demon. He has just been picking on Kaori this game.
Picking on everyone.
Yeah.
Super good gameplay coming out from 9 Pandas. Great itemization,
he has
too.
A BKB.
He is humongous, honestly. Solo's not even doing bad himself either. Honestly, he's level 11. He's got great levels on this ET right now. His farm is fine. Their group up is quite scary right now, and for Quest, they're kind of running into a wall, it seems like. And now 9 Pandas, they're speeding things up with a Roche. West has to perhaps respond to this, but they're already set up, and this Roche is dying pretty quick.
They know they're going to try their best here, the immediate smoke, but yeah, Roche, it's already gone. The damage from the Drow, seemingly too much.
Kiyotaka buys out a Hex. It's coming on the Courier. They're going to see it coming. West might look to fight even with this.
They get a ward place. They see the Couriers going in. They have an idea of where they are. Ramses.
Okay, they're thinking about it.
Wait, blinking from Omar. They get the silence onto the back rider. The BKB's out right away. In comes Malik. Ends up snapping the coil there on Solo into the Omni Slash. Kiyotaka is going to go down. A nice trade, at least for the moment, but can they get Ramses? That's the big kill. The Doom still onto the Juggernaut as they chase down Solo.
Ramses
Noob making
alone.
it happen on the backside. And yeah, Ramses is isolated. A beautiful fight here from the side of Quest. Buyback coming through from the ET into the onslaught. Can they finish him off? The Blade Fairy, great force after the low ground here from Ramses, but he needs help. He is stuck in a really rough spot as Noob will blink on over and help finish him off. So a great turn of events as Miro comes in, looking for the Doom, ends up finding it.
Here comes Malik.
But it's still just so rough. Malik is here. They had the sustain onto the Juggernaut.
Oh my god.
They should go for the deny, and they get it.
He denies
Okay.
himself with his manta.
Noob finally dies on the backside, but he helps set up another kill onto Antares. And dude, Malik it just is seemingly everywhere in this fight.
That was sick. That was Malik and Noob. A lot of this fight. They get on top of Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka uses kisses now at the end of everything, but holy crap.
Almost gets Kaori.
Malik, what? He snapped the coil. I mean, wait for a second. He's actually going in again.
Kiyotaka maybe coming in a little bit too far here. Does have the scythe at least to buy him some space, but a blink from Lion
I mean,
would make your life a little rough here.
What an insane fight. Quest, they're so good at taking these team fights and identifying which targets to go for. They saw Kiyotaka, and they get the double connection on Coil, and he breaks one of them. And I think Pulverize may have actually broken the second one when he does like the lift clap, whatever.
Yeah,
he got
it might have, like the Yule's effect.
Yeah, something weird like that happened, and they burst both of them down, and then they isolate Ramses. Noob is like they actually just split the fight perfectly, and now they're going for more.
Nice attempted jump there. Oh, he gets the BKB off. Solo needs to be careful, but he is so fast. There's going to be your onslaught though to cancel it, and with Noob, his coil's up. Omar's found Antares. He does have the BKB, but a BKB is not going to stop you from the Pulverize, baby, as Malik jumps on over. Suddenly, Quest are right back in this as Jug is so farmed. He is crushing the net worth now.
They literally just finished 2 Lincolns now. The fights just got... They just dominated these last 2 fights so hard. I actually don't even know how one-sided the fights ended up being, because I know Omar ended up buying back at the end of it, but it's like they traded like... It was like a 7-for-1 or something. I don't even know. Like, absurd.
Oh my god!
And now they're going
Look
for another.
At this movement. This was so sick. They actually scouted Kiyotaka and scanned him, but then Doom just happens to walk under a ward, and as it is expiring, literally last second.
That was sick. Such good. And look how quick they're playing now too. Ramsey shows mid. They're already here.
He can't get out of this one. Tries to force staff away, but they've got the coil, they've got the purge, and Ramses falls as well.
Wow.
Dude, this
is so impressive.
This graph, it was... What was the kill score, honestly, like 5 minutes ago? I think they've gotten like 9 kills in the last like 3 minutes.
Yep. And honestly, like, I'm looking at Kiyotaka. He's got a Hex, but he needs a BKB. Especially like after this whole sequence. Now this Hex doesn't really look like it's that great. He wanted it versus the Puck, but now they have double Lincolns, and he has no way to protect himself. So if they just get on Kiyotaka in every fight, this Snapfire's impact is going to be really negligible.
It's such a good Lincoln's game. The obviously like the lasso and Doom would like add the Hex in there as well. It's like there's so many good spells that you just like give you some moments to react with now. Oh, another initiation on the backside. A good Hex out from Kiyotaka, but there it is. The initiation from Omar as the response, but good Doom out onto the Primal Beast will slow them for the moment. Mortimer Kiss is coming through, and Omar will be the casualty instead. Ramses trying to get active.
Can they catch more?
Does not connect.
Inline pen is chased.
I don't know if you want to.
Nah. I thought perhaps...
There's no Omni.
Yeah, I thought they just wanted to chase forward because there's no Omni, and Primal was still kind of doomed down, but it wears off. That's probably the target you have to go for the Doom. You have to focus a little bit more onto Malik. Because this Primal is just causing way too many issues.
Oh. Scan does connect there. They know they're up hiding in these trees. They think there's a ward up on the pillar, but there definitely is not. Noob gets caught from the Hex. The Atos to break that Lincolns. The Chain Stuns are there, and Noob goes down.
Okay, there the Hex pays off.
Okay. Well played from Kiyotaka.
As long as he can get those type of catches. Yeah, I think they bought it on solo, right?
That's nice.
Yeah, good to control. I mean, I think they know that they've been kind of covered by vision pretty decently so far this game. 8,000. Find himself a DD. Let's see if Kiyotaka does commit for this blink. I feel like the blink is a little... maybe he wants to just go full aggression, but definitely couldn't be risky. downtime here for Quest. 9 Pandas still use their big efficiency here. The Midas is devoured. They'll get that net worth back up into their favor, and they get a Tormentor too.
Yeah. That's really nice. I think the shards this game for 9 Pandas are all pretty sick. I mean, ET's is whatever, but that Rider shard, actually pretty good considering how farmed he is.
Yeah, it's not one of the best ones ever by any means when you're support, but yeah, still pretty good. Kiyotaka is changing it up. He had Blink and then hit Lincoln skewed. Okay. So, I mean, he's going to have to just be very careful with his positioning, in particular, if he does go down this route. I'm definitely a little concerned that he doesn't go the BKB, because if they see him, they're going to focus a lot onto him, but if he's able to hide himself, then this build can pay off.
That's true. That makes a lot of sense. It's going to be really up to, like, Noob to scout Kiyotaka and set up for, say, Primal Beast, but speaking of which, you get the disruption around the backside. Kiyotaka trying to TP out, but there's the coil, and they've got a ton of damage to dump into it, and there comes Malik. He actually gets on top of Ramses for the moment, and Kiyotaka will fall. Lasso will pull in the Shadow Demon. A Hex out from Omar, but do they actually continue to chase onto the high ground? I don't think so. That's a little bit too far. They will back away here as TA2000 cleans up the creep wave.
And Torres really has some hate for the Shadow Demon. That's how I think like 5 lassos or 6 lassos, maybe more.
He's killed Shadow Demon at least 6 of his deaths are from Antares.
Malik.
Lincoln from Malik. They do find the Bat Rider. He gets saved for the moment and will allow him to BKB. Earth Splitter doing a decent chunk of damage there on over to the Primal Beast, but able to disengage.
Nice force stab from Ramses, protecting his buddy.
Yeah.
Gets him out of danger. Back and forth little exchanges, continuing to see these Lincolns. This is going to be something they have to play around on the side of 9 Pandas, just having to break them somehow. So let's see if the Doom, if Miero, she picks up a different creep. That's kind of what I was looking for from him.
Like a Lincoln's breaker?
Yeah, because right now they can throw these Lincolns onto the Primal too, and it could cause some issues. There's 2 of them, so let's see if he does look to grab a new creep soon. I mean, it's 45 seconds, we'll have to wait, but...
His vision here of Malik. He's going to go in, but he also has to be careful because Omar is here. Kiyotaka's presence makes it a little bit difficult. TA2000 does have the Swift Slash, and he will use it to close the gap, and the Reflected Omni, oh baby, doesn't connect on the stun either, but a nice coil ends up catching Kiyotaka. In comes Malik, a beautiful onslaught. They get the lasso for the moment, but Kiyotaka's gonna need help. Primal Beast has got to get active if he wants to be able to do something here, but TA2000 just chops through him. They've managed to find Ramses as well. The BKB, not gonna save ya. The Pulverize slams him into the ground. 3 heroes dead on 9 Pandas as Noob is looking for more. Looks like Solo should be able to get away. What a beautiful fight. The chase from TA2000 was on point.
On point, and I think every time Malik shows up, the fight goes like pretty good for them. Like he just comes in and gets another beautiful charge. He is still 22 of the 23 kills is with this Primal Beast involvement. An absurd performance for Malik.
Nuts.
And I think I've seen him break coil almost every time that the coil's been dropped in these fights too.
Yeah.
Great angles.
The slight push from Onslaught has been enough. It's been really good. And he almost has an Ags. Like, I'm trying to think, it's not even like the best Ags game, but it is one of those items that is just a lot more damage.
It does. It is. It's like one of the better ones you can probably purchase
Ooh,
here.
He queues up a Refresher instead. I like this. I think he has some mana problems if he goes for the Refresher, but...
Well, see, I think he's going to go Lincolns. I think you just go 3rd Lincolns.
Yeah, see, he goes Lincolns, then Refresher. That's a lot of Cornucopias.
Yeah, I think if you get the 3rd Lincolns, then it causes even more, like, the same kind of things. More and more issues for this Doom and this Bat Rider to go for the core heroes. And I'm just watching Antares go for supports every time, because I feel like he can't really go for the cores. Now
yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Psychic Headband does not break Lincolns anymore, right?
No, nothing. Not at all. Thank God.
Yeah, I remember when it did originally. It was so dumb.
The days of Fey Grenade and Headband breaking it.
Oh boy, Kiyotaka is in the wrong neighborhood. The TP's coming in from Primal Beast, but it's Omar who gets them first. Finger of Death for the kill. Okay, that's not the hero you want grabbing the outpost.
That's just the 2 supports killing him. No, you will find Malik.
Okay, that's a nice lasso into the Doom. Kaori's got to help him. Does get the cleanse off. The Force Staff to the low ground. They can buy a little bit more time with the disruption, but Primal... Oh, wait!
The heal! The cleanse!
He gets the heal from the cleanse, plus the ward is down.
He's fine.
Malik is going to live.
No
Dude,
way.
if he looks for Ramses, that's a full Omni. They're gonna have to try and soak it, but it just crushes the Drow Ranger instead, and Malik finds the Bat Rider. It's 4 dead for 9 Pandas.
Ramsey just can never play. He's got 8 deaths. They're always on top of him. Omar, what a save. Great force staff onto Malik. Kaori with the bailout with the cleanse. That was sick. That
was honestly so good. Yeah, I mean, there's no buyback on your Drow. You have no Doom. Lasso's on cooldown.
I think they might just
They're just looking for tier 4s.
Yeah, and these force the buybacks.
You have Healing Ward up in 2 seconds. You have this Aegis. You have Swift Slash. Like, you have so many things to play around.
Stomp to delay. 30 seconds.
Lion needs to get in the Healing Ward range.
He just stayed
All right. First tier 4 down.
Doom, Miro, he shows
I mean,
himself.
Noob has got a coil in 1.
And
Swift Slash just... Oh my god. That Doom, without a Vanguard, I guess really not that tanky. There it is. Both tier 4 is gone. Mortimer Kiss is expended. Drow respawning in a couple of seconds here, but I don't know if you can stop them. They have another Healing Ward coming up. Malik's whole kit is back up. Only Noob's foil.
They might
actually just gets dropped. Dude, if they actually get on top of Soul, nice force staff there to cancel. As they get the lasso, put the Hex onto the Bat Rider. He can't drag Malik into the fountain. You've caught Drow.
Ramses.
She is so deep on the wrong side of this base. Malik doesn't have the Pulverize to stop her for the moment, but Kiyotaka now in trouble as Malik just trampling him back into the fountain. Malik needs to respect this damage. There's going to be the Earth Splitter. Puck doing some work as well as Ramses. Force back pretty dang far. You've lost 1 lane in Barracks. You lost both tier 4s. Jumping for Noob once again, looking for solo. Malik has the Pulverize available, but
Omni in 5.
no BKB, no cheese. It looks like we might be finally seeing the retreat from Quest here.
Maybe. They keep poking and prodding. And they're still pretty healthy to stick around the area, at least, if they want to just keep pressuring.
Healing Ward is something else. They smoke. They're going back.
They're going to go sneak in.
Who do they find is the question. And it looks like it might be Ramses. Up onto the high ground they go. He has no save at all. Great Lotus. We'll stop the Swift Slash, but he is caught by the cleanse. And that is going to be a dead Drow once again. You do find a nice kill there onto the puck. He's going to try and find his way back into this game. It's TA2000 just looking for his Omni Slash target at this point. Solo. Nice sleep onto 2. Juggernaut. I didn't figure out what he could do. The Swift Slash is up, turns it on over to Solo, ends up crapping the Creep Wave instead.
It was actually full Omni.
Very unlucky for him. Yeah, that was full Omni. The Swift Slash back over this way onto the Snapfire, and the Finger of Death from Omar. And there it is. The GG comes out as Quest will take game number 1. Beautifully done.
I mean, it was all in sequence after this Roshan. I think a lot of things went kind of very wrong for 9 Pandas after that, because it was literally, I think they felt like they got this big window when they get this Rosh opportunity. It buys the Hex on Kiyotaka, and then they kind of just get like chain killed 4 or 5 times right afterwards, and it makes this Hex look kind of weird because of the sequences of everything happen. You can get why he wants it for this puck, but then it's like, oh god, they have multiple Lincolns. We don't have a way to actually protect him, have that front line, and I mean, it's just Quest taking this godly team fight really that opens up the whole game for them, and shutting down Ramses the whole game too. He ends up with 9 deaths on Drow.
Yeah, and he started pretty okay, right? Like, he wasn't really shut down for like the first few levels, but it was the level, what, 3? Or yeah, it was level 3 or level 4 of the Primal Beast, right? Where it's just suddenly like, all right, your lane's over. Like, you didn't save the point for Gust, and he gets solo killed by Malik twice.
Yep.
Like, it was just an all-star performance from Malik on this Primal Beast. From that point on.
He was part of, I mean, he ends up 29 of the 32 kills total, but the amount that he was able to do, I felt like he was literally everywhere. Spellcasting was absolutely on point. This was a really good game from Quest. It definitely put 9 Pandas had some chances in this game, especially like around that whole rush, but right after that, it felt like they just completely fell apart. Like, they were so split up on the map. They got picked off. And yeah, just looks a little awkward for them after that there, but definitely saw some signs of hope. I mean, Antares popped off on this Bat Rider for sure, 12-6-4, but Quest overall as a team, some better decision making.
Yeah, this is that post Roche fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, they isolate out. Kiyotaka goes down. He has no buyback. They buy back Solo. Ramses dies. Miro can't really do anything here. He's 1v5. Like, they don't have the damage to follow this one up.
Yeah, no.
And it just, you're right. It's Miro and or it's Malik and Noob just like chasing down every hero one after the other.
It's just how they broke up the fights. Like, sometimes it's really hard when you're taking these fights and it's like you all want to do kind of going for like the same targets. But I think in this one, like they did these perfect double initiations where Noob goes like for the supports and stuff on one side. After catching he caught the initial coil, like this is a big Roche fight, of course, on the two main heroes, and then right afterwards, I think he just went straight for the supports, and he's like, Malik, you got those two. I'm gonna deal with the supports, control them, so they can't actually stop any of this. And then Ramses is isolated, and they just bring him down. So I actually don't think you can execute a fight better than that, than how Quest did.
Yeah, dude, this first pick Lion, it was sick. Like I'm a little bit surprised that we saw it overall first, but he had a lot of impact this game as well. Like his Blink Dagger came out pretty good. Timing, and
they would have even gotten,
lane was solid.
They would have even gotten maybe some like duo support kills on the Drow if Miro didn't go that pipe first item, right? They actually almost killed him. Like Ramses, that was two supports. So if the two supports are able to do some stuff like that, it's big. I mean, first pick Lion. Maybe we're gonna start seeing it more after all these buffs and after all these illusion cores and all that. But yeah, this was a fun game, and Quest just continues to impress.
Absolutely, this is a good time. This was I would say like kind of what I expected. It was to be like a pretty close series, like overall. But Quest, man, they've looked really good. And honestly, Malik, this has to be one of the most impressive Primal Beasts I've seen in a long time. So I really hope to keep seeing it because I love this hero so much. But we'll see what Nine Pandas can come up with. I think we're going to be sending it to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Quest and Nine Pandas, everyone. So stay tuned for that. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside. Where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. It is day 1 of the group stage. We've got game 2 of Quest Esports taking on 9 Pandas, and a very fun game number 1. An amazing kind of turnaround from Quest after a couple key fights. Gets them that first victory. But Fog, how do you feel for 9 Pandas? Because they are now 0-3 so far for the day. Like, what's got to change for them?
Just some crisper, maybe some moves, maybe some itemization and stuff like that. But this game, it really was just the decision of one fight, right? It's 9 Pandas, they get the Roche, looks okay, but Quest just take a godly fight around it. Maybe some adjustments from itemization, I guess I could say. Like, it's hard to say, because it's just the position that they were in. They bought these items thinking like, okay, we got like a good lead. We want to roll off of this. We want to play aggressive. And it tends to be the 9 Pandas thing of aggression, especially for Kiyotaka. So there's a couple things, maybe just some small things inside the fight that can improve, but Quest continue to just look amazing.
Yeah, it looked like I wasn't honestly sure like how they like. It kind of felt like 9 Pandas was kind of hitting their stride. Like things were kind of going their way. They took a couple good fights, but it really was just that a backbreaker of fight after the Roche. Like
I probably would harp most. Like I know I keep talking about Kiyotaka's Hex and stuff like that, just because like it was really awkward at the moment. That would just he got Hex and then it's like he just gets jumped every fight. And doesn't have a way to protect himself. But I actually maybe wanted to go back a little bit on Ramses because like the Aghanims, it seems like the build that you always want to do on Drow, but
yeah,
I don't really get it so much versus the Jug, where you have to build up these stacks and stuff. This is usually when you're playing versus these like super agi cores / morphlings and stuff like that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there was something else that he could have done to protect himself. No Manta in there to disjoint type of spells or anything. I'm not sure. Because I just look and I'm like, he had 9 deaths. You know, he had the most deaths by a decent margin on his team, so perhaps there could have been a little bit better stuff he could have done as well too, besides maybe his team. So yeah, we'll have to see how they can adjust.
It's almost like it's Drow's Battle Fury in a way, right? Like it's more of like a farming item in this game than anything, just because of how like the Frost Arrows works. But
it's no longer 1400 anymore, though.
Like, yeah, that's the difference. It is a lot of gold.
And
it's almost the same cost, right? It's like what 41 versus 4200 or something. But like it takes like you have to go other items before you get the axe.
Oh,
that's
okay,
the big difference,
I get what
right?
you mean. Yeah. Oh, I was comparing just to the shard because people used to buy the shard to farm as well.
Yeah.
So it's like now it's like. The thing is, he also messed up, right? He disassembled and he bought a second Blade of Alacrity, so then he had to go back.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just a couple of things. I feel like for Ramses was probably the one that, for me, could have stepped up the most in this game for 9 Pandas. I think everybody else did their job pretty decently, so I want to see some cleaner stuff out of him this game. Like what I was saying earlier about 9 Pandas, it's like I'm always a little critical on Ramses because he does have sometimes these games, like he's either, you know, top of the floor or, on the ceiling, or on the top of the ceiling or on the bottom floor sometimes, so. We'll see how he adjusts. Drow can sometimes be a difficult hero, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, it's a hero that like I feel like certain games it just looks so good, and that one like I felt like it had potential if the lane went better.
Yeah,
but it just it really did just kind of start at the lane, and then it just looked kind of just bad from there on out.
Yeah, so I don't know. I probably just don't want to see him play Drow in particular, but then also maybe some adjustments for him in itemization and whatnot, because you can't get. You get solo killed, right? You can get solo killed by a Primal Beast when you're in these type of games.
They get rid of the they get rid of the Broodmother, the Enigma, the Rubik.
Okay.
Now
same bands as last time, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, some of the same bands. Let's see what they do the last one here.
I think it was Undying, right? What was the last band, if I'm not mistaken? Yeah, it was Undying by 9 Pandas.
Yeah, that sounds right. Same draft orders though, right?
Yep.
Quest was first pick. 9 Pandas was Dire second pick.
Yep. So
I think everything's the same.
Everything
we'll see what they do on the draft.
Run it back.
And there's the Undying.
Here comes the Lion.
Okay. First pick Lion, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go. I mean, it looked so good. I'd be super okay with it. And it stops the Naga Siren.
It's rare to see Quest do the same thing twice, though. I will say. What I usually when I watch them, like they do deviate a little bit besides like Rubik. Okay, they're open a little different. I actually like I felt the SD was way more impactful than the Lion, to be quite honest with you, but
even though he was just getting bullied by Antares the whole game, he still managed to get a lot done.
Yeah, he was level 20, right? He actually had great levels. His cleanses were great. He got some really nice saves, so yeah, that can be cool.
That's an Antares classic right there. Skywrath.
Okay.
And they even just open up Kiyotaka's Storm Spirit as well. So really rough heroes for the Shadow Demon to play into. Double Silence, double Magic Burst.
Yeah. Has a way to protect though if he doesn't get jumped. But the Storm's job is to find the Shadow Demon now at this point. And this is bread and butter. So 9 Pandas, they do like to go down their comfort heroes a lot of the times. I think they tried this one earlier in the tournament and they actually lost to VP if I'm not mistaken. So let's see what ends up happening with it. I think they won also versus OG with it, but this is their bread and butter.
Yeah. Dude, I feel like this has to be noobs Tiny, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why else you would pick the Tiny here.
Yeah, he likes it.
I thought you might pick something that is a little bit more dominant against the Storm Spirit matchup, but I guess it's really good against Skyrath as well.
You're super tanky, right? Like, even if they combo you, you have chances of surviving and stuff. And I mean, it's just Noob. Noob really likes these certain heroes. He wants to be that controller from the mid lane in a lot of situations, I feel like. Controls tempo, and that's kind of Tiny's job. Tiny with SD is also a bit different. Like, your burst is a lot higher with the 7-8.
Dude, that is one of those abilities that I feel like I read 30 times and I still don't quite understand it. It's just like, conceptually I get it, but I couldn't describe it to someone.
My way I describe it is targeted. It's just targeted soul catcher with fatal bonds attached to it.
Yeah, it's like I always thought it was like inverse fatal bonds almost.
Yeah, but like the main target is like the difference about this compared to also like this, when you target like if you target an enemy hero, they're just taking that extra damage rather than in the past with soul catcher. It's like, I mean, it depends on which
max HP reduction.
There's like multiple different forms of Shadow Demon. So yeah, but okay, they'll ban out the NP. So that's kind of cool. I mean, this is a Ramsey special that we've seen. He's the only person actually trying it, if I'm not mistaken.
I've seen it picked a few times, yeah, and to be honest, I'm not sure if it has had a lot of success. I'd have to look back through some of the games, but yeah, it is interesting because I do feel like ranged carries are just generally better in this patch, minus like a few heroes. I mean, we at least I thought so, and then we saw Mickey just crush it on Monkey King multiple times. We just saw a Juggernaut win as well. So I don't know, maybe the read's a little bit weird, but Nature's Prophet did get some pretty solid buffs into making him a carry.
Yeah,
at least.
And they did play it earlier in the tournament versus VP. It's actually only been played once in this. It was played in Riyadh Masters a month ago. I think that one actually ended up losing from Nigma, but yeah, looks like 9 Pandas won with it. And they did try this one at Bali as well too. It actually got exposed completely because they actually had to flex it and put it off lane, and it was miserable. It was really, really bad. But either way, it's gone, so we don't have to worry about it in this game. But definitely looking at Quest is looking at just like what 9 Pandas is comfortable with, right? So they're targeting those, it looks like here.
I like the Lion Mirana bans here. Again, just getting rid of some extra lockdown. The Lion into the Storm Spirit, super scary, but also Shadow Demon into Arrow.
Yep.
Tiny, Avatos into Arrow. Like, there's honestly a lot of connections that you can make with that. So, pretty good heads up ban, because we haven't really seen Mirana all that much.
No, I mean, this is cool, though. I definitely like when I see teams, because they probably think the Quest is going to do some early rotations mid, because that's the thing that Storm can self-reverse versus Tiny. You get like a +1, it's just free kills. So, I like that ban. It's cool. Good Quest look for. Do they want to get out of here? Do they just still target more comfort? Or any actual specific hero? Because this time the Naga Siren is going to be left in, it looks like.
Yeah, and there's no Lion now to deal with it,
Yeah.
so...
They do have SD, but not the same.
Okay, they ban it themselves.
Yeah, and they'll take Lycan.
I was actually curious about this, because, like, if 9 Pandas doesn't ban it, they'd be forced to pick it here, because it's a pretty decent game for Quest to take it,
Yeah.
so...
They might just tide +1 on Quest here now, though, because the Lycan is one of the better offlaners if they want to go down that route. I don't know how much Malik plays it, though. He's a bit of a different monster in the offlane. That's usually not, at least is what I remember, that's usually not his style, but...
It's Primal Beasted again. Let's see.
What else is not? What else we forget about? I mean, the Primal is in. It could be a possibility.
I think if you want to run like a Dark Seer lane here, but I think you need more lockdown from the off lane.
Okay.
They will just take the Terror Blade. Ooh, okay.
I think we talk about this one ad nauseum. At least me. It's just TB versus Feral Impulse. If you get reflection on him, it's like double damage in the fights. Matchup's nice. See, Skyrath.
I had no idea that Feral Impulse worked that way with Reflection. That is nuts.
You didn't know that one, really? Oh.
No, I do not play Terrorblade. He is like one of my least favorite heroes in Dota.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy how it works, because increased HP regen and damage under all you control, so you get, you're under control, so you get 40% bonus damage as TB.
That is cool.
Okay, and they'll go down a Techies route. Cool. I mean, we've gotten to see like so little Techies actually. I was hoping to get to see this hero a little bit more because I can't believe that it's just dead just from these type of nerfs.
10 seconds.
They nerf its lane a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I think the core of Techies and the fact that he just still does a ton of damage in like the mid late game is still there, and then that's why I was also surprised to see him just not be getting picked. But I'm happy Techies is not getting picked literally every game, but I
Sure.
don't want this hero removed. I think it is still a fun hero to watch. I think it's super interesting.
I think he's super tilting to play against as a carry most of the times too. This taser, I feel like you go.
Oh
you
my God,
the
it's so
taser's just
annoying.
insane, and then you can just itemize for more. You go this like Greaves builds here, actually very tanky, hard to kill and stuff like that too. So, and it's gonna give him extra burst and catch too. I think that's probably why they ideally wanted it also, besides just the lane, versus the Skywrath versus the Storm Spirit. So Tiny and Techies can actually just combo people.
So how do you feel about the ET in terms of the Terrorblade response, right? Like, Natural Order, obviously very good against him if you can get on top of him, but
You can't.
the
get on him.
reflection... Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how he gets there without Shard.
Yeah, so that's like... I mean, they probably just want it for the lane and stuff. As we're seeing, the ET is actually very good at securing in most situations. Maybe not the best at the last time with the Drow versus that Primal Beast, but maybe they just want it. It can have merit with the Sky and the Storm Spirit besides just the physical function. You're just amping up the magic to burst people.
Mm-hmm. Oh, true. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay.
Because you get the magic reduction off the Spirit.
Yep.
The physical off the hero, for those of you who maybe don't know too much about ET. So when you reflect ET, you get both auras, right?
Yeah. Around
very
their
nice.
reflection. It's
Around
like,
the reflection,
It's like a small
yeah.
little... Yeah, but... And they'll actually ban the Tide, so I mean, that probably still was an option for Quest, even though I don't know if Malik even wants to play down that route since he's a little bit different.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like he could even do something like Legion, perhaps.
I honestly wanted to say Legion, but I was like, you're into a Skywrath. Do you really want to risk it? But maybe it's still okay. To get rid of the Phantom Lancer. One of the few like instances where PLs is actually really good this game. So
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
They'll even ban out the Mars. Okay.
I mean, are they looking for the Drow again?
I mean, maybe because it's a TB.
It's not a bad matchup. It doesn't have terrible matchups, but you have the issue of like...
What are they Primal
Well,
Beasts?
last game was...
What if
yeah,
they
I was like, you have
Primal-
the... It's not bad. Like, you could do it again. The BKB piercing disable of that pulverize is just crippling, especially with the follow-up that you have again.
Let's see.
I'd be super down for Malik to run it back as PV. I think it's fine.
I just want like damage and control, so I'm trying to think of what the other options are. Okay.
They did go for the Darkseer. Okay.
That's it. That is his most popular. I thought maybe he'd go down a little bit of a different route, but he's just sticking with his guns.
So maybe a little bit of a deny pick even as well if they wanted to run safe lane Lycan and take Darkseer to the off lane.
Yeah, could be. Maybe that's what they were thinking as well. That's a good call.
But yeah, I mean, overall, I like it. I'm curious what 9 Pandas want to take here as the response. The classic picks into the Darkseer lane have been things like Bloodseeker. I don't know if you want to take Bloodseeker into Terrorblade, especially with a Shadow Demon.
He'll do his Alk. So this is the Ramses.
Okay.
This is a Ramses old special. Well, I say old, but this is probably his favorite hero right now. This plus the Nature's Prophet.
I like it.
The thing is, though,
Great into the Darkseer lane.
It's good into the Darkseer lane, but it's a pretty awful matchup into Terrorblade. Actually, TB is one of the best, if I'm not mistaken, versus Alchemist, because yeah, you just naturally build Scotty, keep distance, you have high innate armor and stuff like that too. So that's a bit of I mean, it's maybe just him thinking that he's not going to get pressured as hard and he's going to be able to like free farm and get the timings faster, but they need to get ahead and stay ahead on 9 Pandas. Otherwise, I see Quest just this TB is going to be able to have a good
Untouched.
game.
Yeah, it is another like definite on the clock draft here from 9 Pandas. Like if they don't come out of these lanes looking really strong, if this TA 2000 again, like say he gets first blood and just runs away with net worth once again, like you're in a really rough position.
Yeah.
I like the Alk. I think there is a lot that he can get done with it this game if you manage to get that early blink. The BKB can just play quick with his team, like Kiyotaka and Taras. Like they have a lot of connections that can be made, but Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
Quest looked really good. They looked really clean last game.
I like more of just the Kiyotaka and Antares in particular. I think these are their best heroes. I think they can get a ton of stuff done in the meantime to just get Ramses the space. I'm just worried about this matchup, this Alk versus the TB and stuff like that, if Kiyotaka doesn't kind of pop off. But I think both teams not too unhappy with what they got, but I don't know, this TB. I'm not really the biggest fan of TB overall in a lot of these games, but when he gets, you pick an Alchemist, a tougher matchup versus it, and he has a Lycan aura perhaps in a lot of situations. We'll have to see. TA2000 is a menace on this hero.
Yeah, we will see indeed. I'm excited. I kind of want to see a Wolfbite potential come out as well. I think that could be pretty neat. But as for now, we're going to get ready to jump into game number 2. It is Quest versus 9 Pandas. For those of you who are just tuning in, 9 Pandas dropped game 1 here to Quest Esports. They looked very clean. So we'll see if they can grab themselves the 2-0. But 9 Pandas could really use a win today. I'll say that much.
Yes. Very much so, and we'll see how this early game gets them set up. Checking match.
It is only day 1 of groups, though. I will say
is.
That. There is definitely a comeback from going 0-4 in a day. It's rough because you have a lot more pressure on your later series, but see if they can make it happen. Look at this kind of defensive position from Quest right now.
Guess they're expecting some. This is kind of cool.
I mean, and Paras, he's just hanging out here on this twin gate. Might be warding back here behind the tower.
Okay.
I've seen this ward placed a few times, like back by the outpost, like in the corner to scout both these camps.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's usually indicative of like you're expecting to be able to force the carry out of the lane relatively early.
No.
Oh, that's gonna get dewarded.
That's gonna get dewarded. That is unreal. And they know Antares is here.
And whoa, what is this? Wait, what?
Wait,
what? What? Wait, that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
I literally don't know. Aori will get in range for the disruption. No, okay.
They'll lose his ward,
it's a TP out, instant deward.
Okay, that was bizarre. That was a bit bizarre.
Was that a misclick on the sentry? Like, did he think the tower radius was accidentally the camp radius? Like, what was?
Was he? Like, the only thing for me is like he's scouting or something. I honestly don't know. Whatever.
It might have just been like he was trying to ping and accidentally play. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Entar is gonna get caught by the disruption. A blood grenade comes out, and TA2000 just gonna walk him down. But blood grenade expires, gets that bonus move speed. He will survive.
What is it? The
early reflection level, really strong for the lane.
Yeah, and actually looking at the matchups of 2 days ago, we actually had this exact kind of thing. It was almost the identical draft from Quest, actually, now that I'm glancing at it. They had Tiny, SD, Darkseer, TB, and then a Rubik. So 1 hero differential versus a Storm, Skywrath, Alchemist.
No way.
So, I mean, this is kind of a little bit of a run back. There's some heroes that are exchanged and stuff like that, but Quest ended up kind of doing very well in that game as well, too. And this is a very similar approach, I would say.
We'll grab their level 2 in the bottom lane here. So we'll see Meta as an option. Aori, of course, having Shadow Poison. TA2000 may have come just a little bit too far forward. We'll drop the reflection. Aori's still holding his level 2.
Yeah, he is. Oh, cool. And someone actually, people in chat are actually commenting, delays the creep wave. TA2000, they got him.
Ooh, that is a nice one. Okay, this is interesting. I really would have expected him to kind of back off and play the meta range, but all right,
cool. And yeah, I actually have never seen people use the sentry to delay the creep wave like that. So that's what he's actually going for on Antares. Interesting.
Okay,
so he gets to pull it out of the tower.
That does make sense. Like I could see why. It's a little bit weird, but maybe they've seen them do it before. Nice top lane back into the blast off. Solo goes down. Ramses will trade for Omar. But pretty good.
Tons of exchanges. I mean, Darkseer getting any type of kill involvement up there is pretty big.
Quick level 2 Howl will actually be enough to save the Lycan there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fireman well here on Quest, the first few waves. But Kaori, I mean, these are nice body blacks.
Yeah, Mira has done a really good job with the Wolves this game. We'll go ahead and put the Skywrath under, but yeah, he's gonna get chased down. He's got quite a bit. Pops the stick. He's fine. Okay.
All right. That's amazing body blocks, really, by Miro. That was sick. both of these initiations, both these little fights that they've gone for down Bonnie's got good ones. TA2000 though did get the wave behind the tower, so he's actually denied a whole wave away. They're chasing Kaori, but they've actually lost the entire wave.
He's just been like right-clicking wolves for most of this lane.
Oh, he tries to go for a toss under tower, but Kiyotaka actually glyphs the wave to make sure he doesn't get under it. Kiyotaka doing good in this matchup.
Nice. I guess we haven't really looked at the CS yet, but for the most part, looking pretty clean. Malik just getting destroyed by Solo. Tons of damage from that Elder Titan combined with the acid spray. Well done.
And this time he did go for level 2 Spirit. There we go. Getting themselves some nice kills up there for Alchemist. Nice protection at the least so he can get that good farm.
And Kaori once again gonna go down here as Antares gets some help from the Wolves.
Yeah, Antares Skyrath. I mean, he has always been the beast to be able to find these early kills. Even with like a weird lane combo. He's with a Lycan and he's able to do it. It's actually very cool from him. 5-1 at the moment.
Much like your head, lack of point.
All right, much better start to the lanes here from 9 Pandas. I like this a lot. Like the Alchemist, he's CSing pretty well. The wave's in a rough spot, but it should just kind of reset here in a little bit.
Yeah, he's getting slowed down a little, but he's farming good enough. Just this TB is not really getting slowed down at this point after that death. And oh, an early rotation with that Tiny for this Storm, and Solo will actually come in for some cleanup.
Dude, Solo is just beasting this game on the ET. He's going to look for the Shadow Demon here, potentially with the help from Antares. The TP in from Techies, though, does have a disruption. He's going to cancel a TP, actually. So Kaori going to have to throw another disruption there. And Antares, 7 HP, will live.
And Antares,
very close.
He's okay also, too. Good rotations. The 2 supports very active on 9 Pandas. Loving the way that they're moving around the map. I think they know that Kiyotaka is likely to get ganked. This is a very quest thing. That's why they like having this Tiny here. They want to try to get these early movements and kills. They might even go for it again. They put a ward down bottom rune to be able to scout this movement, trying to protect Kiyotaka before 6.
He's a little bit of an XP disadvantage, but not by too much. He'll hit a 6 on the next wave here, so
yeah, it looks like he might even
a little bit safer.
Yeah, he should have it in a good position here. It should beat into a good spot for him to safely get that 6. And Power Rune's going to be coming up soon. Imagine Antares is going to make the move over, and Ramses already he's gotten out of the lane, so he's kind of just jungling. Solo's getting stacks ready for him, so he doesn't have to play versus this Techies Darkseer.
It's disruption there to just prevent the Shadow Demon from coming to the rune. It will spawn bottom, though, and with the rotation from Antares as well as the Wolves, once again, it will chase down the SD, and they get the kill. Kiyotaka gets his 6 with an Arcane Rune, the best possible rune he could grab right now.
And he's throwing out some tips, too. He's like, you want to bring heroes to my lane? He'll bring some as well, too. He gets the secured rune. Bottom, though, Omar, I believe he TP'd through the Twin Gate after setting up a ward to scout Ramses. He gets the setup on the Mira with the A2000.
Yeah, it's really, really, really nice. They need this kill. Like, he's not having, like, a rough game on the Lycan at all. Like, he's closing out on the Helm of the Dominator here fairly soon.
Top though, Malik. Nope, Vanguard just yet. Can't quite chase him though. Power Runes are...
You think he's going to do something similar as last game where he just skips the Vanguard and goes for something else?
I think in this game you just go Vanguard so you can occupy top. Kaori is going for this rune on bottom. He's going to get the Wisdom and maybe get himself a kill.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Antares, he needs one more poison. He's going to throw it. Oh, just barely off the mark. Good attempt.
Tries again. Doesn't get it. And now he's actually the one to go down, probably.
Space made, right? Yeah, it's just like, I'm just support. No big deal.
Kiyotaka up top. Big move.
Oh, yeah, you're very much right. And Malik will get connected here on this stun. He's out of mana now. The Arcane Rune will allow him to get a couple more attacks off, and there it is. So a nice rotation. Ends up netting 3 kills across the map.
This is a killer early game from 9 Pandas. 10 kills already. They're super mobile. And Kiyotaka, this is enabled here from Arcane Rune. Antares is going to TP mid, fill his bottle, keep this Storm snowballing. Very good aggressive
Look at
moves.
the net worth difference between the mid lanes right now.
Yeah.
It's already starting to add up.
Yeah, he's had some really, really crisp moves. And the XP also, even though it is the double wisdom runes that go the side of Quest, the 9 Panda supports aren't so bad. Like, Solo's already level 5, Antares level 4 and change. Oh, even though they lost both of them, not the worst case scenario at the moment for them. They're in a good spot. I love the way that they're rotating with Antares.
Yeah, I agree. His Skywrath is just so sick. Yeah. Like you talked about it, like he's one of the best Skywraths around, and you kind of forget about this hero every once in a while, and then he pops it out, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah. I forget why I hate playing against this hero sometimes.
Stomp. Can't follow up.
Get some sentries in the mid lane. All right. Ramsey's having a fantastic start as well.
He gets the transform off. He's actually going to maybe chase for a kill.
I mean, he has no disruption. He might be able to. The blast off will hold him in place. They don't want to commit that meta, so they will just clean up the summons. But they're showing up with numbers, man. The smoke is here. They can get on top of TA2000. It would be absolutely huge.
They need some help down here on Quest.
Oh, they're going to need it and fast. The Howl's going to come through the silence onto the Shadow Demon. A great stomp, actually catching TA2000 as well. But Noob is here. Kiyotaka is out of mana. The toss in, you got a big problem. It's called Terrorblade, man. We'll pop the stick, try and hobble away, and he's surviving for the moment. Blast off in a couple of seconds. Kiyotaka needs this kill.
Nice stomp.
He won't be able to find it. Nice stomp from Solo once again.
How does he get out? I cannot believe Kiyotaka actually makes it away there. Thought for sure he's going to go down. That's a meta used and a rotation forced. This is going great for 9 Pandas. Ramsey's is probably just chilling right now completely, just telling his team, great job, keep the pressure, no one's coming to my lane. I already have Relic. It's a killer timing for him. It's exactly how they have to play this game.
Oh, Solo. He comes over maybe to defend the bottom tower. Might regret that one. Is Omar is level 6 thanks to those Wisdom Runes. So lots of damage now coming out from the techies.
And Antares, his will be slowed down. Even though Solo is going to be good levels, that Wisdom Rune will now start to have some effect. So his pairing with Kiyotaka won't be as potent now. But Kiyotaka, another power rune. He gets himself a haste. Look for some other opportunity.
They're all under this ward bottom, too.
Hey, look at the Wolves also. They're just poking, giving all the information. Noob continues to get slowed down. TB is farming well. Same thing for the Darks here. But this Alk, he's got to have Radiance very soon, and then he can get involved with this team.
It's that timing, right? We talked about 9 Pandas, they're on the clock, but if they come out of this lane stage looking this good, it might all work. It all might work for them.
Yeah, this draft needs to have ideally this type of lane start here for the Alkin. So far, so good here for 9 Pandas. Got to keep it up, keep that pressure going. The next big timing is bringing the Alchemist in, of course, if he wants to go down the BKB round. Then you force the issue onto towers, because Quest is slowed down. Noob on his Tiny. This is going to be a very slow Blink Dagger.
Theory bottom lane, dealing with a Lycan. Once again, a casual blood grenade out from Solo. Self-disruption to buy a little bit of time, but he's definitely going to die here. Tries to TP. It's just too much damage off from the Lycan.
Miro clicked the... he actually clicked the Twin Gate for a second there. I was like, uh-oh.
Did he?
Yeah, but he ends up getting it.
I can't tell you how many times I've done that. Like, trying to do something else and, like, accidentally channeling on Twin Gate or, like, the Fiend's Gate from Underlord.
I've seen it. All people do it. I've seen the pros accidentally click that all the time. Tower. We'll get it. Nice move.
Nicely done.
Yeah, Miro, he's actually having a really good game. A very involved game as a Lycan, too, just with Wolves sending with Antares. 3-1-5 on Miro.
Yeah. I mean, he had a great start to last game as well, right? Like the really quick pipe. His itemization was amazing. He's got this Troll Summoner, so of course we'll have the Skeletons being able to provide a lot more damage to the creep waves, just giving a little bit more push as well. So you're going to have to be definitely kind of respect the Lycan in the off lane. Like, he's going to take your buildings if left unchecked.
Yeah, and he's going to be the information grabber also. It's going to always let him, let them find Kaori in particular. So it's going to give Kiyotaka options to jump. Because those Wolves, they're really pesky. Like, I see so many games, early supports buying gems. Just because you have to deal with these Wolves constantly. Same thing versus TA, just playing under traps. The vision is one of the biggest things about this hero still.
I think it was when we saw Zai playing the other day, right? And he's just like double blocking ancient camps with Wolves, like just providing so much info. Yeah, there's a lot of depth to that hero that people kind of forget about.
Ramsey's actually at the moment he's got Blink queued up, so I guess more aggression, just wanting to jump in rather than having like a BKB to cover.
Casual Ogre Axe, though. So a little bit of HP.
Okay. I thought he was going to go for the BKB, personally, just because then you can just charge in always, and you don't have to worry about burning yourself, your team with Radiance, etc. But we'll see what Dragon goes.
Looking for the ET here in the mid lane, the Avalanche, the toss, but in comes Kiyotaka. They will be able to bring down... Oh, do they even get ET?
He's alive.
No way. He survives on 20 HP. Omar is nearby, which can help, but Miro coming in here on the Lycan, getting so much damage. The Earth Splitter just cutting him off as Antares now offering some assistance. Ends up being a 2-for-0. Every single attempt from Quest not panning out.
I mean, Solo, the little things mattering. Pig pull stats, belt of strength and everything. The 1400 HP position 5. Can't combo him. And out top, they find Malik.
Yeah, this is beautiful. They've been doing so much work this game. He's trying to run away with his Alk Illusion with the Radiant. He's like, let me farm, please.
Not happening, Ramsey says.
No way.
I mean, these movements, at 9 Pandas, they're keeping up with over a kill a minute. Every single time, they're just bringing numbers, making rotations, quests. They're not responding. Not responding well whatsoever right now. And it's definitely the reflection of what's happening in mid. Noob's still no Blink Dagger, so hard for him to kind of counter gank. And also, they went on... I think they just didn't anticipate how tanky Solo was, so...
And I feel like this Tiny from the mid lane has just not felt super impactful. Like, he's got his Fred's Fairy String, but he's only level 9. And a lot of times at this point, like, Tiny is the one who needs to be the aggressor. I don't know who he can kill outside of Skywrath Mage right now.
They have to combo with the techies, pretty much, right? It's like Tiny plus techies if they want to try to go for anything onto a Storm. Going on the Lycan and this Alchemist at this point is definitely difficult. And yeah, Ramses, he did switch. He pretty much has BKB done. They can force so much here on 9 Pandas. Quest is gonna need quite a bit more time in order to get this TB involved. Like, he needs Manta and he needs his Scotty in particular before he wants to really get truly involved into a lot of these team fights besides just clean up. Very good window here for 9 Pandas. They just got to keep it up and not throw away their lead here.
It's definitely like the 9 Pandas like game to lose almost, right? Like, they're the ones that are seemingly in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, and it feels like it's going to continue, especially with this Alk BKB. I feel like they're just going to keep looking to run at them here with these timings. Even a Drum on Solo, he's fairly farmed. It's a 5-position ET who's level 8.
Yeah. They also just finished up the Witchblade here for Kiyotaka, so a lot more damage coming in from the Storm Spirit. Tons of armor, like, right? You mentioned this item, the Falcon Blade and the Witchblade. This hero's a lot. Oh, he gets caught on the silence immediately for the blink. No way. Antares, absolute beast, will get surged away and survive for the moment. The wall does come down. Noob, the Avalanche to toss back. Kiyotaka is in super deep, but will be able to get away. Somehow Noob survives.
Again, the Crimson Guard blocked a ton of damage.
It did indeed. Miro looking to get aggressive here as he wants to chase down Omar. He's going to be able to blast off down to the low ground. Malik with the rest of the heroes trying to just run away from Ramses, who wants to get active now as well. Will self-stun Omar, dropping the mines, get some damage out onto the Miro. Nice defensive disruption, but finally, Kiyotaka will find himself a kill, who also found a DD rune in the river. Avalanche, the toss back, the Sunder!
Midair!
TA2000 finds him. Beautiful grab from Noob. Solo with a nice stomp. We'll try and run away here with a pig pole very fast thanks to the Astral Spirit. Antares,
he's back in.
Offering some assist here. Noob goes in. Needs to maybe rethink this. The Alk is real strong. There's the Blood Grenade giving the vision. The stun on Tattoo. You've lost the Tiny. The Ori will get the disruption. That's going to be a Radiance going back the other way, but Ramses, the Chemical Rages come back off cooldown, and TA2000 needs to get out of here. Nice blast off from Omar, but the BKB finally comes out from Ramses. He is just cleaning up in this fight. Solo trying to get away from Malik. The Surge coming through. A never-ending fight. We are going to be in next game. It's going on still, but Solo? You're kidding me. He can't do it again. Okay, the tower. I was like, there's no way it happens again, right?
Oh my
God.
God.
Cleans him up.
Okay.
But what a fight.
That was like a 2-minute fight. An initial start of the fight is an instant silence from Antares, right? A pretty godly one there. Noob somehow trickles away, then some crazy overextensions and stuff for 2 minutes. I have no idea who ends up winning this entire exchange. Right? I think it ends up being kind of even on the kills back and forth there. But 9 Pandas, I guess they get the tower, so they get a little bit of extra lead, and Ramses ends up living. That was a cool Sunder play there midair with the tossback, but still think 9 Pandas pretty happy with that type of impact they were able to get there. Especially with Ramses cleaning up. What items does he have now? He has a blink for further chase, so same thing. 9 Pandas can keep pressuring.
And that was everything that you were talking about, right? Like, he gets the BKB, you play super aggressive.
Yeah.
They got to use Chemical Rage twice in the fight. Like, that was just an idea of how long that was going on for.
Even Shapeshift, I think, came back up or something toward the end of it. Such a long fight.
I do see Kiyotaka, but Noob really wants a power rune. He will finally get one. They have vision here. He's right under a sentry. Noob will get the avalanche off, but takes a ton of damage here from Antares. And here comes the Alk. Ramses looking to get active. The stun will be thrown onto Kyora, but Noob gets the blink out. Nice done. Demonic Purge will slow down the Alk, but they do manage to take down the SD at the end of the day. Now TA2000's got to get out of here. Scouted by a ward. Kiyotaka trying to close the gap. He has the Manta. The Earth Splitter is there. You have to Manta dodge the stun, and he does. He gets the Sunder. He gets silenced, so beautiful flavor. And turns back into the blast off. 2 dead. Ramses forced the BKB. He needs to get out of here, man. I can't believe they're diving the tier 2s. The Sunder finally comes out. Ramses is low. The toss in. He's got a concoction.
Reflection.
But the reflection. The Baron, a mine onto the high ground. Takes him down.
Oh my god,
Kaori has respawned.
Oh my goodness. Quest just working magic. TA2000,
how does this happen?
He mantas the concoction. They get a 3 or 4 man vacuum into a detonation there. I mean, that's exactly what Quest needs. They have halted 9 Pandas pretty hard now there. That's going to give TA2000 some blanket there to perhaps finish up the next item.
That Manta is so clutch. Like, he has to hold Manta for concoction. There's no choice.
That was so sick. Maybe now they get him top. He's up top here.
No Sunder. Still has the Manta. Nice disruption. Good stomp. He matches the stomp.
Jesus.
Okay. TA2000's a whole nother beast.
I mean, this is the clutchness you need. When you're playing versus this type of draft that's pressuring you super hard, you have the late game secured on Quest. If you're able to do these type of plays at this TV, I mean, holy moly. 9 Pandas, they have to keep applying this pressure, but they can't die like that again. I mean, 1 or 2 more of those in this game, it's going to be completely swung into Quests. They got to be careful here as Ramses.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
So, Roche moving to the Radiant side. It looks like 9 Pandas already set up.
Okay, this is smart.
They're realizing, okay, let's just get Roche on and then we'll play aggressive again.
Yeah, this is the safer play for sure. Then they can, look to run down things, and even if they give up a kill or 2, the Storm has this Aegis, he can actually commit harder, so be a good call here.
We're going to see a Nullifier come out from the Alk here, tired of playing against the Surge, and Miro has actually got the Aghanim Scepter queued up as well, so it will be the Wolf fight potential onto the Alk.
Okay, cool. He is having a pretty damn good game still on this Lycan, so we'll see what this effect has versus TV, but I'm scared early for 9 Pandas. I'm just seeing TA2000 getting closer and closer as Alk. I'm watching Malik. If he's able to get those type of vacuums too, whew. Let's see if 9 Pandas
Blink even?
keep it up.
Dude, I mean, he's just full aura.
Yeah.
I like the Shivas. That's a nice pickup. The high ground defense for Quest is still so strong.
It is.
Like, you have to get the pickoffs outside the base. I don't think you can go high ground against tiny Darks here.
No.
That just seems so scary.
And you have to be very careful of these, the Wombo combos as we just saw there. And it's never really going to be that easy to kill someone first like Malik. Like, he's just so damn tanky, so...
You can still toggle the
Radiance
during disruption, right?
That I'm pretty sure they changed.
Oh, did they? Okay. 'Cause I remember you would just like turn it off mid-disruption and then it didn't matter. But I'm glad that was changed. That was like a little bit too easy.
Jump. He already shows. Taka wants blood.
I mean, it's a nice grab if you can get him, but ooh, they don't.
Noob
forced away. Noob goes in here with this shield rune, trying to find something. A nice back from Malik, and it's going to be Antares on the Skywrath Mage as the hero to fall.
Oof. Another little slip up there. Trying to go for a pickoff. Yataka uses most of his mana too. He's going to have to back away. Game is slowing down. Quest, I mean, TA2000, the Scotty's pretty much there. I'm more impressed how Malik is keeping up. Dark's just keeping up with these guys. Like, he's keeping up with the TB is relatively close. I mean, relatively close to an Alps too. You know, the Storm and TB are having such a good game. This Darkseer's there. Kiyotaka.
Does get Omar. I mean, that's such a sick play. Great stomp into the Earth Splitter. They might lose Solo. The Avalanche, the toss back, throws him into the TA-2000. Kiyotaka needs to be very careful. Great back wall. Ramsey's coming in, saws the BKB, trying to beat down Noob, and they should be able to do it. The Crimson Guard reducing a little bit, but it's not enough. And Ramses will be able to walk away.
And TA-2000 did
Nicely
pop meta.
done.
He popped meta at the end of that fight. He thought that he could actually re-engage onto Ramses. So meta.
That's the
meta
Scotty,
wasted.
too.
Yep. He is big. He is very big. Now I'm going to continue looking at Miero also, because now when you do go down this route of a Lycan, you have no dispel function. So you're going to have to, be a little careful with this, giving up all these auras to the TB. If you just run into him and he gets reflection, this TB is going to hurt. So that is the one issue about going this route of build rather than going for like a BKB or something for a dispel.
True, yeah. It's the Helm aura plus the Feral Impulse like you talked about.
Yeah, it's absurd.
That's a lot of damage. But it does have the Aghanim Scepter, so that's being delivered. Wolfbite will be an option now for the Alchemist, so...
Cool.
Beasted Alch, crit, pretty good.
Yep, and I believe he's bought actually the secondary relic. You don't see this too often, but Ramsey's really wanting Nullifier versus these auras. The Darkseer is definitely problematic. Crimson Guard has done quite a bit of work, and even Surge, so I can understand why he wants that. It just looks a little weird.
Yeah, it definitely does. Definitely does. What wins, Demonic Cleanse or Nullifier? I feel like Demonic Cleanse wins, right?
What do you mean by wins?
In terms of, like, you can't dispel Cleanse, right?
Can't dispel Nullifier.
Yeah, so that's why it's so weird. I'm like, do they just both exist?
They both they both just exist. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's interesting. All right.
Cleanse is definitely going to be a big thing once he's able to get it to. Kaori, he hasn't purchased it just yet. He wants to get Blink for positioning since he has to play really far back in this game versus the Storm and Lycan Wolves. But yeah, that Cleanse is always really good versus Skywrath.
All right, nice tower take there from the Lycan. They're setting up here in the mid lane.
They cooled the groove a little bit on 9 Pandas. They're like, all right, let's not throw this lead. Let's play together. Make the smart moves around the map. Sticking together here. Playing around this Aegis still for a minute.
Lion's going to start popping. They know exactly what's going on here as Kaori trying to hobble away, but it's going to be Ramses coming through with the stun, couple auto attacks.
Plus 14.
No problem at all.
How many deaths is this on? 9 deaths. They're, again, targeting him so much this game. Oh,
yeah,
Noob!
Noob gets scouted top by Kiyotaka. They do have Malik hiding in the trees here, but without any other heroes, I don't think there's anything you can do. It's only a matter of time. Yep, Vortex into the stun, even the Nullifier for good measure, and Noob will die.
Big pick off. Nice moves. 9 Pandas, they're splitting them up around the map, and they're finding these nice picks.
Where are we at on Terrorblade? What's his next? He's going Daedalus. Okay.
Oh, okay. Just straight damage rather than going for any type of piercing of evasion. Antares set up bottom for Omar. He's got a glimmer. They've got detection.
Yeah, they do indeed. He's just trying to clear up the waves, but yeah, nice rotation from the supports.
Great gank. And Antares, he's actually one of the few players that does this a lot. Actually, well, wait a second, because Kaori again.
They found Kaori? Yotaka, his Aegis is expiring in 1 second, so he will not get any regen bonus from this, but I don't think he cares all that much. He's going to get a nice kill. Yeah. He's almost a Hex now, dude.
He does. He's pretty big. How's the itemization for Ramses? I think he needs some armor. I mean, check. He actually went bash. This is just straight aggression. All right. We'll see if that pays off.
Bash?
I'm always a little worried when there's just no armor on these TBs, or on these Alks versus TB, but hey, if this is the build he wants to go, so be it. He wants to just man mode.
I mean, his armor option is just AC, right?
That's it, yeah. I just maybe thinking because he's going to get bit by the Lycan in a lot of these situations, you can just go and just beat on him, so.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Also, like, the minus armor doesn't do too much this game. You're against, like, Tiny.
Yeah,
Terrorblade.
It's more about the plus. I guess he's also, like, if he goes AC, then they have an AC too, because then the wall, blah, blah, so.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, maybe it's some type of discussion like that, who knows.
All right, I like it. 9 Pen is definitely hitting this dream timing. That everything from 30 minutes on, I feel like gets more difficult for them as this Terrorblade gets more and more items. But if they can continue to just put on this pressure, I think it's sick. Kaori almost dies through the Tormentor as well as Omar.
They're playing this now nice and smart on 9 Pandas. Not overextending for kills, not jumping recklessly. They're whittling down these towers, using Miero, using his creeps. This is nice moves, and they're keeping the map nice and controlled too. The lanes are pushed in. And a Hex. Soon to be finished here. Kiyotaka very close.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Crit, I think that's it. Full purchased.
Solo?
Oh, he actually goes Silver Edge on TA 2000.
That is, I mean, that is,
he died fast.
He went in for the Watcher and just kind of died to TA 2000's illusions. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, he went back for the Silver Edge. So what's the idea behind this one?
I guess just wanting
survivability.
Survivability, just wanting to angle himself inside of team fights. Cool. I mean, we'll see.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's feeling confident.
Mid tier 1 still standing. Finally goes down to the illusions, but
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
He's the one like kind of running in first. Look at this DB.
see if they find anything. They will scout Kiyotaka now on this wave top, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Able to get away.
not gonna find anything. And you got Lycan pushing bottom once again.
Yep. Did he actually? I was checking. He was one of the few that didn't buy a shard really early, so that was a bit different to see. He's gonna have a dispel though, so I am happy that he's going Manta. So that is gonna give him a little bit of protection at least versus this annoying reflection. And it's great because he's universal, so he gets all the benefits from it.
Also just a hero that doesn't buy boots, so when he's not using shapeshift, that bonus mana is kind of nice.
A little bit of a pause here.
Or not bonus mana, bonus movement speed.
Bonus speed. Yeah, I understood.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Assuming lag.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess lag or something. All right. So Noob has had a pretty rough game, let's just say the least, on the Tiny, right? Like
Absolutely.
He is got almost nothing. He is sitting on a Blink Dagger and Echo Saber. He's like not even halfway, about halfway to his BKB. But at some point, I feel like he also has to transition to a core, like, right? Don't usually Tinies need to have like an Aghanim Scepter, like that Echo or something, to really kind of offer the late game impact.
In a lot of situations, yeah, honestly. The thing is, this like TA 2000, just he is a bit special on the TB. That's why I'm a little worried for him just because the triple scaling on 9 Pandas, but I'm also like the high ground defensive quest is scary. So 9 Pandas still has to play it clean and careful how they approach this push.
Yeah, he does disassemble into the BKB, so he is just going to have that available for the next fight, which is good. Like less burst damage, but not dying on Tiny is quite important.
Yeah. Kaori, I think also now Blink lands. He also got the Eye of Vizier earlier. So he's got great cast range, good ways to keep his distance. Malik also, Shiva's is done. Level 18, level 3 wall.
That's good, that's good.
Yeah, that's also can be pretty annoying here for Ramses and for this.
Oh, they just smoked right under a Lycan Wolf.
These wolves, man. Sometimes that's why
they've just been following
gems.
the supports the whole time.
Yeah.
He's just constantly following like Omar and Kaori with them. I mean, the
Wolf Bite on Ramses.
Wolf Bite's coming out to Ramses. They know they're going to be down here. There's going to be the Howl. Ramses does get scouted by TA2000 Shadowblade. They're looking for this Alk to see what they can find. He's going to jump in, get the Abyssal Blade onto the Techies. The Nullifier does come out. The Avalanche doesn't connect. Now they're looking to just turn on to Tiny. Noob needs some help. It's going to be the BKB. The wall is down, and Ramses is to just chew through these heroes. That is exactly what he's doing. Nullifier out onto Malik. Big back wall.
Huge
Wait
wall.
a minute. The turnaround, the illusion. So he worked the blast off. Alk, he's got to be careful. He's killing himself here.
Holy
It's a
shit,
triple
Malik.
kill for Malik. TA2000 looking like it's his turn to shine as Kiyotaka will be able to TP on out. But my lord, the damage from the Dark Seer.
Dude, these illusions hurt. I mean, they all, of course, there's like you don't even really see the damage. I guess maybe it's not. I don't know. Something's not working.
Yeah,
or
wall
something
doesn't
there,
show
wall
on,
doesn't show
on the damage.
That was what it was, the ET aura as well inside the wall. So those illusions are hitting so damn hard.
It hit everyone. He had
Everyone.
Lycan, Alk, ET, and Skyrath. Like it was every freaking hero. Like that was so good.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Wow,
I mean,
what
Ramses, he chases super hardcore to go in, but his team has to be very. I mean, Malik it's a huge issue still, as we're seeing. He's kind of been the thing to the rock to bring this team back here for Quest this game. It feels like besides TA2000.
That was just such like he was so close to dying before he gets that back too.
Yeah,
like that was the last second. Suddenly the fight just completely different. 9 Pandas continue to play aggressive. Those Kyrie will pick off Shadow Demon. Malik.
Can't quite chase.
No chance. No chance.
Kaori continues to get bullied. Kiyotaka with a great grab. How long
that
on Roche?
Scythe gem as well.
Okay, Roche is up.
Roche is up.
That's probably what 9 Pandas... I mean, right now, TB meta is down, wall is up, but it could be the next call that they have to maybe make. It's because these fights just feel weird without an Aegis, perhaps. I see them swinging down there. Perhaps that is the call. This is a really nice. This is a fun game so far because it's 30-16. It's been 9 Pandas in the driver's seat this whole time, but there's been some huge combo plays coming out, just from Malik in particular, to keep things in still a position that, even though 9 Pandas is leading, there's still this scary potential for this TB.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't want to try and contest the Roche at least with. I mean, just because of Darkseer, right? But,
no meta. I think that's
yeah.
Without meta, it's like TA2000 can't do much of anything. So.
Now we'll do it. Aegis on over to the Storm Spirit once again. Cheese will go into the Lycan's bag.
Yeah.
As they take the portal top now.
Yeah, Omar now has... I was like looking to see who's going to build it. It was him. So Solar Crest now on Omar, so they have one to work against Antares, who... I feel like he always builds like this, by the way. Almost always a Sky. He doesn't really tend to build the Atos as often in a lot of these games. He builds for the team. I like that when he does this approach. And he's a Blood Grenade carrier. I'm a huge advocate of triple Blood Grenades.
That's so cool. It's just 150 HP, and then the vision that it provides is actually underestimated as well.
Hey,
like, we've seen a couple players like set up some sweet kills with like just Blood Grenade vision.
I mean, Blood Grenade it's so valuable. It's better than a fluffy head. It's cheaper, and you're holding the same slot. So, if you have a slot as a support, if you have your detection and whatnot, highly recommend always having 3 Blood Grenades. Bloodstone Kiyotaka does have that finished up. More survivability, more ways to commit into backlines and keep himself inside the team fight.
Oh, that's what he was going for. I thought he was going for the Ags, but yeah, Bloodstone instead. Okay, I like it.
He's going for the continued scaling, just trying to go for even like the potential super late game Aghanims 25 talent build.
Yeah, he's got a lot of HP. Yeah. He is really tanky.
He really is. I mean, that's probably also the other thing too, right? Versus a Tiny, he is unbelievably survivable with the Dandelion Amulet and stuff too.
Man, Dandelion Amulet is a really cool item as well. I loved the introduction of like the new jungle items this time around. I think these were some of the better jungle items we've seen introduced.
I think having the choice of 5 was the best change that they've done for neutral items.
Oh yeah.
I hate neutral items personally, and I think that actually made it okay for me.
Yeah. Surged up.
Wants the
playing for the rune. The avalanche comes out. He gets the Hecatomb, gets the rune off. Okay, the toss is there. Kiyotaka able to zip away. Has to be careful. There's the banish. I don't know how they follow this up. Omar barely misses the blast off. That's how. Okay.
Attempt was
made
made
to continue the chase. They are trying the avalanche in from Noob. The toss is there. Can they find the kill? They're trying real hard. Kiyotaka finally about to drop here as there's going to be the reflection. He's running low on mana. The wall comes down. Okay, 9 Pandas, you gotta help the boy here. The avalanche is out. The meta's there, and he's gone. They just let him die.
Uh-oh. Survivable, but not that survivable. His team is nowhere near him. They were top side and bottom. Kiyotaka pushing the limits a bit too hard. Oh! Whoopsie, TA2000.
Yes, sorry. I'm waiting for the swap in the inventory in a second. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, well, you can he swap, huh? Oh, you meant like positioning, I get it.
Yeah, it's like in the wrong slot type of thing. It's like, all right, hold on, BKB in the wrong slot, my bad.
45 seconds. TA2000 looking to get more. He still has meta a little bit. Maybe he looks to just poke mid tower. I think that is going to be the case.
I'd be okay with that, yeah. They got the double catapult, disruption. This tower should fall.
I mean, they're smoking to perhaps look for a wraparound here, 9 Pandas. Miero is about to have AC done. They know that meta's ending.
Dire's middle tower
they have vision of Noob. I think they saw him slightly, so they might be able to know that they have like the kind of like an even fight here.
Malik,
he's got him by the ward. He needs to be very careful. Gets the Crimson Guard, gets the pipe off. TA2000, he's up on the top tower. He just gets taken down so fast. It is time to get out of here.
TA2000, they don't have it disabled.
Okay, you lose Malik. That's still a pretty big death, as the Darkseer, of course, if we've seen, has been instrumental in these fights.
Definitely. Who got the last hit too? Alright, sorry, I was gonna say he was on a kill spree if I'm not mistaken, so.
Yeah. It's a lot. I mean, he was worth a ton of gold.
Yeah, he was
1,200.
totally isolated. And look at the move. They're quickly shifting. They're going down toward bottom immediately. Nope, could get caught here.
They go for Tormentor? Oh.
They tried. Yutaka used quite a bit of mana. He was hoping to connect with the Bloodstone and restore some. He's actually at like 1/3 or 1/4 mana right now.
They definitely want this Tormentor if they can get to it. It's definitely... if you can get like Reactive Taser, or at this point, I guess it would be Tiny Shard. It's not the most important. Reactive Taser would be amazing for them.
Let's see. He'll get it. Nice.
There it is.
Yeah, good for him.
Oh, bottom lane, Ramses takes the tier 3. He just right before fortification.
Swift Blink. Does mean he spent his
they
gold.
did get it off anyway.
No buyback on Ramses. He's gonna start queuing up those Aghanims. And Kitaka, he's actually unlucky. He found himself Timeless Relic. He's in.
Nice Hex grab here from Kiyotaka. Nuke pretty tanky. Still has the BKB to play with. Kiyotaka running a little low on HP here, or on mana, so.
I feel like he needs a BKB, just to the safest thing possible. I'm just like, every time I see him jump, I have like a little bit of a heart palpitation for Kiyotaka.
Yeah, dude.
So yeah, he's gonna go back for that, and he's gonna be able to get given the Aghanim. So this is definitely the better route. So Ramses is gonna be able to just hand that one over to him.
It's a DD scout at top here.
Meta's back up. West and a gathering
He's
themselves.
running for it.
And Antares will take it.
Dude, he has a Mindbreaker now on the Tiny, or on Terrorblade. This is such a sick item for them, especially considering no BKB on Storm, right? That one attack could kill him.
Definitely problematic. I mean, for Kiyotaka, he's definitely telling his team, he's like, I really want to finish this BKB, guys, before we take this next fight.
Yeah.
AC on Miro. He's also going for his own Nullifier. There's a buyback. Got quite a bit of them up. Not the Lycan, though, at the moment of the Alp. West really trying to punish, catch something here. They've also now gotten level 20 talent on Darkseer. A really strong one. More and more walls.
Yeah.
I mean, 60-second cooldown. It's always going to be up.
It really is just like such a sick talent.
Yeah, in combo with 10 talent, too, it becomes pretty crazy. Especially in this type of
he's just
game.
trying to tank up. He's got himself a Trickster Cloak and then queues up a Heart.
I don't really blame. I actually thought maybe he even... I think just because there's these nullifiers, he can't go Aeon Disc. I thought he maybe was going to until I saw them. Because his job is really just... If he survives and he gets the combo off, the fights could get difficult for 9 Pandas every time. These illusions are just so damn strong from the Lycan auras, from the ET, from all this type of stuff that's buffed up. Power Rune Quest, playing around it.
Ooh, they will find themselves... Nice jump around to the ET, and it will be Omar to finish him off. And it will be an Arcane Rune picked up by the Tiny.
Okay.
He has a gem now, finally. They did manage to steal the gem away.
Yeah, they just got it. That's actually a huge pick-off. I was actually surprised he took the Arcane, but whatever. I thought he was going to give it the TA-2000. Either way. BKB plus
He's
Arcane.
got his own Ninja Gear as well, so he can play pretty nicely in the back line.
And this seems to be one of the more broken items in the game lately.
Towers just chipping down the tier 3.
Oh, he thought it was real.
Yeah, not real. Unlucky for him. But the jump in, they're going to go. They managed to find the stun here onto the Techies. He's dead. Darkseer trying to survive as well. Do they have the wall? He gets put to sleep. Ramsey's just getting beat to death by
no
TA-2000.
buyback. He's spent.
Who cares? Darkseer. It's just all the Terrorblade. And now Miro on the backside trying to hobble away. The wall does finally come down as Kiyotaka goes back in. Nice Vortex catching too, but the Sunder comes out from TA-2000. He's plenty healthy as Miro trying to run away. He will be able to. But without the buyback on your Alk, you're going to be seriously lacking some damage.
I'd almost need to see that again. Like, I thought Darkseer was dying, then he got... Hey, what was it? Something healed him up, right?
I literally... That's what I was trying to figure out, too, because I thought the initiation was onto him, and then Techies died.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I saw Cleanse, but I didn't think it was that... It healed for 450, but it looked something else healed him for a lot more. Maybe I'm blind. Is it a Lotus or something? A healing Lotus?
It must have been, yeah. He got jumped on. Mystic Flared, by Storm, everything. ET Earth Splitter, and then suddenly...
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'd have to... Oh, whatever. Either way, maybe it was the Techies HP that I spooled, and they were so stacked up that I couldn't see the differential between the two of them.
Yeah.
But either way, Ramsey spent his gold, so is down for 30 seconds. That was the reveal of that Aghanim's pull on Kiyotaka. This is the matchup that we were saying, like I was talking about, though. The later and later it can get, I mean, even sometimes early, if you don't get an advantage as Alk, you can see what the TB can do to him. He can just focus fire him.
TA-2000, top of the net worth now. Obviously, a little bit deceiving because of the fact that, you know, he did buy the Aghanim Scepter for his Storm, but he's still got room to grow. He's queued up the Swift Blink. He can still get his own Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I mean, this TB is getting to critical mass. He is terrifying. Okay, so
and you still have the late game threat of Tiny, who has an AC now, so he is kind of scary.
He's on his way. Almost, yeah, 23. He's actually near 25. He's almost the same pace of levels, at least for TA2000. And that's the Swift Blink done. Jesus, this TB is going to melt heroes. And they don't seem to have a way to actually bring him down. They have to focus this Darkseer. But Malik still gets the spells off, especially now that he has BKB. He has an extra form of survivability, too.
I like this. Okay, he was queued up the heart. I think, yeah, could have been greedy. I think he just realizes he needs to be able to get the series of spells off, and BKB is going to help him. So, yeah. Bottom lane, I think you have to respect this 9 Pandas push. You cannot allow them to just get this Rax for free. But Westar still pushing towards top.
Nice play here from Miro.
Melee Barracks down to health. Miro will go ahead and pop the Shapeshift as he heads into the base. The fortification is there. But it's just the Lycan showing. They know they're all behind him. Nope. Can't find his target quite yet. Baiting a little bit thanks to the Crimson Guard. But, I mean, this Rax is dead. Miro just gets it for free.
Nicely done. And they're able to... they're able to just disengage, too. Quest, they want to chase.
Yeah. They
see
have
Ramses,
to, right?
Yeah, they see Ramses up top for a second, so they know that there's only 3 or 4 down here. They're even smoking out.
Smoke. You've got Swift Blink, you've got Manta, you got Silver Edge. He is fast. He's going to run in. See, and Pars will get some vision onto Solo as well. As his smoke pop, he knows someone's chasing him. Reflection just barely off the mark. 4 steps forward again. He's got another Swift Blink in 2.
I mean, look at Ramses sprinting across the map to get to his team.
Under his he literally just pops his ninja gear in his backpack, right?
Yep.
Just to try and get there faster. It's his level 25, so has the regen.
Okay.
Instead of the movement speed talent.
All right, interesting. Thought maybe you wanted movement speed this game to get to this TB, but all right.
Scotty just owns both those talents. That's the problem with the TV Elk matchup, is like both his level 25 talents get owned by TV Scotty.
I mean, that's why this matchup is... It's all about Elk being quite far ahead, and you just snowballing and ending the game before TB gets too big. And they still have such a big lead, and they do have tri-scale core, but this TB is still
just
scary.
Try and force the fight here, maybe, as TA2000's in the Roach pit. Just chipping it with some illusions.
Hey, look at Malik.
Walk out with the Silver Edge.
Malik's like, I don't feel safe in that position. I got to get to a safer one.
Yeah. Dude, this is a super tense Roach. This has an Aghanim Scepter. It's going to move top now.
They're setting up
5 seconds. So Quest has already taken the portal.
It's nice that they have Lycan versus the Wolves at least, so they're able to clear some of these out.
Yeah. Oh, you mean versus the Mines?
Lycan versus the Techie, sorry.
Yeah. I got what you meant. Yeah. That makes sense. All right, so now if you're 9 Pandas, you have to see how do you go through this portal.
They send the Wolves first to scout, and then the Spirit as well, too, to scout.
Oh, I had no idea the Spirit could take it. Yeah. That is cool. Yep. Wall comes down. Miro goes for the Shapeshift, the Avalanche, the toss, the blast off. Your Lycan is dead.
Miro's dead for 8. He doesn't buy.
Kiyotaka TP to the portal. They actually see them coming through. Noob looking for the opening. TA2000 is going to come in. He gets right on top of Antares. It's a disaster for 9 Pandas. They lose 2 right away.
They're panicking. I feel like they're like, we don't know what to do because this Rose shifted. They don't know how to get up there. They can't contest it now.
He even dropped the Wolf Bite onto the Elk like before he went through the portal. So that's gone too.
Did Miro think that he was going to be able to survive with his cheese and stuff? I guess he must have gone through the portal, but they actually just completely controlled and burst him.
Avatos, blast off, the damage from Tiny. Like we said, Tiny can scale, and oh boy is he. He's level 25 now.
Solo.
Bottom lane. They find Solo. That's a nice grab. It's only a matter of time here. TA2000 uses a couple auto attacks, and he's got him. No, that's a dieback, actually.
That is a dieback. I mean, TA2000 somehow. Only the 1 death, and that was at like the first 2 minutes in this game. 7, 1, and 8. He is now pretty much has what? He has Aghanims or Boots of Travel he's going to bring out or something like that. He is huge. 25 is hit.
I think he's just going to buy the Accent.
Yeah, probably Accent. You're right, yeah. And they were just panicking. They didn't know how to contest this.
This Tiny buys a crit. He's going Daedalus. Who needs Ags? He's just going to click people. This Avatos. Your base, what? Okay. Sometimes you forget Tiny just destroys your base.
They have to howl to try to slow him down. It reduces a decent bit, but not enough at all.
Minus 200 damage. Not enough, apparently. Oh my goodness.
He still has 50 seconds. Look at it go.
Yeah, you got some problems here. He's gonna dump in. Nice Hex from Kiyotaka. Got a shield rune as well, so he is not an easy kill. But you do got to be careful. Noob's got this Aegis. He is very content just taking down the damage. Ooh, Ramses gets caught with the wolf fight. The toss on in. Kiyotaka is in pretty deep, but Ramses looking for an open on the backside. Does get the concoction off finally. This Tiny is a little bit too tanky, though. Not really the target. There's going to be a nice Vortex catching, too, but they're still alive. Kiyotaka is out of mana. He's going to try and get out of here. The bash is out from Ramses, holding Noob in place. But again, he's your Aegis carry. Miro does take down the Shadow Demon. TA2000 with the Sunder. He's going to be fine. Malik pops the BKB, able to get away. Gets the cheese off. The back into the wall. They've held the Lycan. Ramses on the run as well. They will be able to survive. Quest looking to kind of regroup here as they don't have meta for another 30 seconds.
They did get the
13
melee.
seconds.
They did get the melee racks, though, off of their persistence. Anyway, they do force a buyback from the Shadow Demon. I believe Kiyotaka now buys a refresher shard, hoping for this last big fight. He's 25. They need to get a big connection. Meta's back up here, so West very likely that they're going to be ready to fight.
I mean, the only thing they're waiting on is Wall in 30, but because of that talent, it's going to be back up for the fight, almost guaranteed.
Definitely will.
They know that they are mid.
And the buyback is available for the majority of the heroes on the side of Quest, except for that Shadow Demon and the techies right now. He's got the refresher in his bags too, the Darks here, so he's got the double wall. Uses TB. Yep, he's eating the axe. Now he's got Swift Blink. He can actually be a pseudo-initiator. Now more control for the Storm.
Yeah, Swift Blink into Terror Wave. Still has buyback as well, so worst case scenario, he gets bursted.
Yeah,
which seems hard.
They haven't been able to touch him because they have to put so much attention to killing like Kaori. There's so many other things that they have to deal with. Like this TB, he needs to be answered, but they have other things that they have to prioritize.
We're also concerned the fact that Malik has Refresher Shard.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
Quite decent.
That'll help, I think.
2 vacuums, 2 walls. Pretty damn good. Kiyotaka has his...
Level 25 now.
And he's almost got buyback on the Storm too. 700 away.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Right, nice. I mean, Nine Pandas is still playing this very well. They're being very patient, like not wanting to, jump the high ground here and get caught once again. As they see Ramses, he's going to TP back. The rest of the team disengages. So they managed to get the ranged barracks. Not the most important thing. But
doesn't do too much at all, yeah.
Yeah, they at least don't lose anyone yet.
Yep.
I say yet, but they're smoked up.
And Quest is very ready to fight anything they find here.
Kiyotaka jumps for Malik. Nice Vortex onto 2. Omar still manages to survive. Do they actually have the detection? Can they grab Storm Spear here as his BKB expires? Meanwhile, Noob.
He has a
looking for Antares. Uh-oh. Noob's in trouble. Versus gets away actually under the Shadow Walk. He's okay.
Nice aggressive play from Kiyotaka. He's 70 seconds, no Shadow Demon. He has Refresher too, so he felt very confident to go for that type of play.
Yeah, that was cool. Noob's got to cut waves.
And 9 Pandas.
Oh, just gets TP back instead. Alright, you still have a lot of options here on Quest, but there it comes. The Wolf Fight, the Shapeshift. They're really strong here on side of 9 Pandas. The Avalanche toss back. They've actually caught him into the Terror Wave, but he's managed to run away. There's going to be the BKB, the pull onto 3. Can they get out? The Terror Blade falling low. He's dead. His buyback is there. Malik with another vacuum. The damage is going back the other way. The illusions are doing way too much. Malik with the refresher. He's looking for more of the vacuum back. They've taken down the Storm. Miro trying to TP. He's going to be able to make it, but Antares, under the cover of this Trickster Cloak, might allow him to escape, and he does. Just barely, but a lot committed from Quest here. Lots of buybacks. Meta on cooldown now as well. He's got to get to the other side of the map.
That was massive. What, 3-man double pull there coming out from Kiyotaka? That was gorgeous. He does end up paying with his life, but that is buybacks being committed there from Quest. Kiyotaka, he is trying his damnedest this game to carry. He gets the pick up on the SD to allow them to go for this type of dive play.
Dude, he did so much damage on the Storm that fight. That is nuts.
I actually was checking. I was surprised. I think he bought the shard after the fight. I don't think he had it at the start of it, because this shard actually adds a lot, but
yeah.
Either way. Roche, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, double Vortex with Timeless Relic is so nice.
Yeah.
Dire's top
Is the duration talent, I'm guessing?
Yeah, you always take it.
Yeah.
Hex now, though, for
Alright.
Malik. Extra form of control for him. 30 seconds. Kiyotaka's not had to use the buyback. This is pretty important for 9 Pandas.
He could take Tormentor here if TA2000 really wants his, but yeah, going high ground, probably more important.
He's committed, too. He used his buyback, so it makes sense, but he's bought the full refresher. It's coming on courier for TA2000. Look at these Wolves scouting. They don't have a gem anymore, right? Yeah, they don't. So these Wolves are actually giving tons of information of the supports in the backlines.
And Miro's looking for his opening. The shapeshift is out. You can get it done once again. Chew through this Shadow Demon, it'd be great. These illusions from the Terrorblade, the disruption as well. I mean, they're getting a lot of damage onto this ranged barracks. Ramsey's forced to clean them up. He'll back away. So another tier 3's down. This game, so tense.
It's so close. It's really so much up to the initiations of these next few moments, in particular for the side of 9 Pandas. I mean, if they can find this TB, that could just be it. They're going to smoke. They've got this information here constantly at the walls. I keep checking. Did someone buy a gem on Quest yet? They need one. Yes, they did. Okay, Omar did. I was going to say, they need one to be able to cover and protect these backline heroes. So otherwise, these Wolves, they're just going to give all the information for Kiyotaka to go for those crazy jump plays. And every time he's got Refresher up, like, he has so much burst damage with the double pulls.
Oh, he didn't buy one. They never picked up the gem that they lost before in the fight. He sent his courier back across the map to get it,
okay,
and then portaled it bottom.
Okay, cool.
That's pretty cool.
I was just thinking, like, they just need a gem, so...
Yeah.
Omar, yeah, he's going to be the one to hold it.
Oh, they're in a really good spot, but Kiyotaka goes in. The BKB comes out from Malik, but Noob just destroys the Skywrath. Made a good start to the fight. TA2000 pops the BKB. In comes Ramses, though, trying to just chew into the darks here. TA2000 trying to do the same. A nice disruption to buy him some space. Miro getting some damage up, but there's going to be the Sunder. He has to leave. Malik gets the wall, gets the back off, but he's got to get out of here. He's going to be able to. Ramses can't stay on top of him. TA2000 with a nice blink out. West has spent a lot, and 9 Pandas still looking to chase. They don't have the detection.
No way Omar gets out. He actually does.
Unbelievable.
Only on Tara's dies in the entire fight. Okay.
2 different fights, right? You have Storm jumping the backline, and then on the other side you have, TA2000 and Noob trying to jump the Skywrath.
Yeah. They actually got TA2000 relatively low. His Sunder was used, and they had him kind of isolated with the stun. But Kiyotaka ran out of mana. On the initial jump, he actually was down to, like, I think 10% mana. So he's just sitting watching on the sidelines waiting for some type of jump. But, yeah, no mana, so... Reset.
Roach number 4.
They'll be able to
they don't know. They're going to get it. Oh.
See you later.
Actually, this might be better that it's Refresher. Well, maybe not. I don't really know who takes it. Okay, come on. Stop playing ping pong, guys.
Yeah, that's the only thing is I don't know who takes it.
He's going to go back to bottom. Yeah, when you bonk him like that, he goes back to the lane. It's really weird.
But he does keep the Refresher shot, like I was saying.
Yeah, he still keeps the Refresher. So. Noob is getting Megas, by the way.
Okay. Range Rack's taken out. Noob almost has a full Satanic also, too, as you said. Scaling. It's actually higher level than TA2000 somehow.
And we were saying, like, he does scale eventually, and he's managed to make it happen. Dude, the chip onto the barracks is pretty good. Oh, this is a huge kill. Avalanche to toss back into the Terror Wave. He is a huge component of their team fight, and he's dead.
Oh my God.
He will have buyback, but that is an incredible find.
He's so tanky. He actually almost survives all of it. 4k HP, but they have enough. 90 seconds, and he's definitely going to have to buy back.
Those 2 hexes, a vacuum, Avatos, like, so much CC, and yeah, you're right, he almost lived.
Oh, Ramses, that was the Refresher shard he was picking up. TA2000 finds it. They don't even get that benefit of the Roche. And that's actually interesting to point out, too. Ramses was the one who took Aegis instead of a Storm. So, usually don't see that happen.
Oh, ball gets dropped. They're just going to use these illusions. They really want this barracks. I mean, if they get it, Mega is going to make it a lot more difficult for 9 Pandas to play out of the map. Noob just pops the BKB, walks up, and slaps it down. That is Mega's baby.
Oh, man. They're going to have this continued pressure now on the map, too. DD Rune is up top, too, if they want to grab for next fight. They've got good information around here.
You have to wait the BKB, right?
Yeah. They have great information around here, though, and we're getting closer and closer to tier 5s.
This game is wild, man.
This is amazing. This is such a good game right now.
This is so cool.
Hey, Nine Pandas, they're perhaps feeling a little bit frustrated after all this kind of game because, you know, they had some type of pretty big advantage in this one too, a couple maybe overextensions and stuff. This TA2000 TB, he's held his ground. Definitely with the good backup of Malik, I would say, but...
Dire's courier has been killed.
I love where TA2000 has just positioned himself as well. Like, when you're holding this, like, dire triangle area, you can just cut 2 waves. Like, and if, like, 9 Pandas want to smoke out of the map, you have to address the Megas plus the Terrorblade illusions. Like, you can't just let them take the tier 4s. All right, Noob will grab a DD rune and bought a Moon Shard.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay.
I mean, he's an issue now, too. Like, it's not just this TB. Like, this Tiny is going to just shred people, especially supports, and they're actually going to jump.
They do indeed. Does he pop the Terror Wave? He will, but Miro gets the BKB off for the moment. He blinks back immediately as Solo is pretty deep, and there's going to be the Vortex. They managed to catch this Tiny. Doesn't have the BKB. He's trying to survive. He's alive. Infection. He walks away. He gets out. He'll lose Ramses. That's going to be his age as the BKB comes out. Playing into Kiyotaka. He can't finish off Noob.
And Ramses
is in so much trouble, but so is the Terrorblade as he gets bursted down. Kiyotaka comes back with a vengeance. 3 dead without buyback. What a play from 9 Pandas.
Oh, what a Kiyotaka is actually just carrying so damn hard. I actually have no other words for 9 Pandas. He's doing so much work. It's 100 seconds now, no TB. Can they force it down out through these lanes? And that was insane. And it actually ends up being okay that Ramses is the one carrying the Aegis because of all this, because he actually causes them to focus fire him. He respawns, and Kiyotaka actually ends up cleaning up. Holy crap.
That is wild. Man, that BKB timing, like, it was like 3 seconds off for the Tiny. It would have been a completely different fight if he gets that, if they don't get that initiation.
Yeah.
But
they've got a window.
Now,
That's 80 seconds, still no TB. What was his... I actually didn't pull up the buyback yet. Okay, it's back up. Just kidding.
He's got him.
It might be coming back up soon, but...
Well, there's going to be Wolf Fight out in 10 seconds. We're just going to go right into Shapeshift form, look for the tier 4 as they do get a really nice wall again. And force back 9 Pandas. The buyback from Omar is there.
I mean, they're holding the buyback from TA2000 for a long time here.
The toss back is really scary. Yeah, they're actually just too afraid. You got to address the mega creeps in your base as well. That being said, Kiyotaka will just snipe the Wisdom Rune. Noob is looking for him.
Oh, they're sprinting. Darkseer's coming in too.
He gets the BKB off just barely. The Hex does not come out in time. Dude, he is so tanky on Storm. Like, Noob does a lot of damage, but it's the Howl just reducing so much of it, and just 4,000 HP on Storm.
Yeah, and he's almost 25, so that actually is going to be a big difference one too. If and I hope he takes the Howl, reduces attack damage versus a TB versus Tiny. It's going to chunk their damage down.
I feel like you have to. That's going to be wild.
TA2000 did not have to use his buyback on Quest.
Here we go, 60 minutes.
All right, which are the most broken
right.
ones?
He didn't use buyback. Wow.
We got some Ex Machina, Book of Shadows. This one, there's a lot of little plays here that you can do with this one to save people who are getting focus fired.
And Ex Machina is fantastic. He needs the double BKBs at this point.
Okay, yeah. Holy crap. All right. And the armor is always amazing too. What did Antares get? He got Force Boots. That's going to be nice to protect his allies too, as well, besides just himself. Book of the Dead from Yarrow. I mean, that's the dream.
Yeah, it is. Oh my goodness.
And they've got all of theirs.
It's just so much damage for Universal Heroes too. Yep. Like, and 60 stats. Pirate Hat for the ET. Not necessarily because he's scaling, but you have to get a Pirate Hat.
The dig,
60
baby.
minutes, I feel like. The being able to get a free bounty rune is nuts.
Yep. The dig is amazing, and Solo has actually acquired himself some farm too. He actually has a refresher. He's holding a refresher shard too, perhaps for one of his teammates too. But he's actually going to do some big damage too. These fights are going to get real wild.
Yeah, they are. Stygian now for the Tiny. So if he gets to your throne, he will like 4-shot a throne at this point. But
yeah,
see what ends up happening.
See these Book of Shadow plays and stuff too. Kaori hasn't quite decided yet what item he's going to be picking up. He's holding on to a tier 5. He'll get the cast range.
Okay, Seer Stone. All right, well, you're never going to find Kaori at this point, I think.
Jesus, more damage for Kiyotaka. He's got the Revenants. He is pretty much critical mass inside of Moonshard. He's already bursting heroes very fast. This is like the best damage item you can pick up versus heroes like Terrorblade.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Oh, these fights are gonna be wild. Holy crap. So much
Dude,
execution. Let's see who gets the saves. Is there Book of Shadow, crazy plays? I'll do my best to keep track of everything because these are gonna get quite wild.
Yeah, everything just exponentially more complicated at this point of the game. Trying to think if there's like, if any team is waiting for a specific item at this point that they want to finish up, but it's like, you're just sitting on so much gold on some of these heroes. Like, Alp could get another Aghanim Scepter, holding buyback, of course.
Just waiting for information if people make mistakes. Whew. Some tense moments upcoming.
Dude, he's just able to get so much vision on the Lycan now with Book of Shadow as well. He's just running these all over the jungle.
He actually took the wolf summon talent too. So I guess he wants information preferably over the how reducing total attack damage. Okay. I mean, he does have an insane amount of summons if they get the push going, if they do get an opportunity. Ramses.
Wait a minute. Wolf fight? Noob. I mean, seeing Nero would be nice, but the vision from the wolves, it's getting there. Looking for Malik, he's instantly going to be forced to BKB the vacuum. He's going to trap Ramses up on the high ground. Uh-oh. Ramses, it's not where you want to be, baby. The Tearwave's going to come out. The Refresher is there as well. Ramses, it's a slow but painful death. Maybe the Force Staff for the low ground thanks to the boots. It's actually going to get him out of danger. Malik, now he's going to be the one that falls. Yotaka's out of mana. He needs help, but he's going to turn his attention onto Noob. The Vortex is there. They've got him, baby. You lost Ramses, but you get a nice buyback. He gets a good vacuum. The fear, it's not going to connect as Miro gets the BKB, and Kiyotaka, he's just going to sacrifice himself instead.
Okay, it's 2 buybacks from Quest. Get themselves some cleanup kills. Malik, Jesus, how much work can this man do getting this Ramses on the cliff for like 15 seconds? That was Force Boots, I think, that actually got him down,
Force Boots. Yeah.
They eventually do get him down, but he drops. Now they got a push going themselves. 80 seconds, no storm. Might have to force a buyback.
Is it 5th Roshan in a minute?
Something like that, yeah. I didn't even get to see if any Book of Shadows or anything happened or anything. Malik ended up dying.
Yeah, he did. He bought himself a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, then BKB turned on him. Force Boots in. Wait a minute. Antares tried to go for Malik, and instead Malik turns it around. He gets caught by the vacuum. Kiyotaka looking for his up. There it is. Looks of Shadow, buying him some space. Ramses with the wolf fight. The chase Malik from the sky. Yeah, they're chasing. They really want this dieback on this Darkster, but he is too far away. You will lose Kiori instead. Thanks to the Nullifier. And it is get out of town now if you are Quest. You cannot afford to lose more heroes here.
Miro tried to get more catch. Couldn't quite. That was a wild, aggressive move forward there from Antares, but I guess trying to force the issue with the buybacks. Now we have the two big buybacks down for 9 Pandas.
Man, that would have been huge if they get the kill, but high cost, high risk, high reward, and Antares just Force Boots and finds a random gem. Thank you.
That's been there for like, I think 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, I was like, isn't that one from like 3 fights ago or something?
I looked at it earlier and I was like, I'm not even going to touch on it because there's just too much shit going on. 25 on the sky, also 2 hit, and Roche, like you said, it is up. So they're going to go for it. Who was the 2 that used buyback? It was the Tiny and Malik. Man, I could even see an argument for giving Malik an Aegis here, how important he is. But Noob is also a pretty big beast, so...
I feel like you actually probably give it to Malik. Like, have him just backpack his Refresher or something. I don't know. It feels really hard not giving it to him, but...
we'll see. But maybe Noob just calls for it, because he also has to use his buyback. Yeah, he just calls for it.
Yeah. They've got Refreshers. Cheese will go on to TA2000's backpack, and Noob 29 on this Tiny. Dude, if he ever gets an Aghanim Scepter, you're in a world of pain.
Very true. My God. All right, so these buybacks, they're going to be pretty huge not having them, especially on the two more important ones, I would say, on 9 Pandas. They do have Malik without his, but TA2000 has his available.
Yeah. They have that, like, 1 minute time frame, right, of when Quest has the buyback advantage. See if they can actually kind of line that one up, but you won't have an Aegis at that point, so we'll see.
It didn't get the touch on also, Malik camping.
Oh, wait. Nullifier is out. He's just going to throw out that avalanche, but in comes Kiyotaka. They're looking for him. He gets the Hex. There's a Terror Wave. Actually catches the Storm Spirit. Kiyotaka stun. If Kiyotaka goes down, he gets the BKB, able to zip away. The Refresher comes in. He's looking for the Vortex. Once again, grabs him a TA-2000 standing his ground. There's the first vacuum wall. It's time for 9 Pandas disengage. Can they finish him off? TA-2000, he's in so far. They managed to get out an absolute mess of a fight, but Noob is hungry. He wants more. The vacuum. In comes Ramses. He gets the stun. It's going to be an Aegis here onto Noob, but Malik, he gets the second wall off. Second BKB there as well. Noob will respawn. In comes Kiyotaka. He gets the Hex. The Avalanche connects for the moment, but he's able to zip away. In comes TA-2000. Nice reflection. He's got a refresher.
He's thinking about it.
Oh, Kiyotaka is so low on mana, but
Mirror
they
shield.
can't get on top of him. Mirror Shield so close.
Kaori tries, gets disrupted himself.
That's Seer Stone, dude. That was a sick Seer Stone play. If he gets that, that'd have been nuts.
A sick fight into nobody dying.
Right? Like, what the heck?
Ramsey's also, if you didn't catch it, like the mid fight, he actually self-stunned himself the whole fight right before the first go. So.
No.
All right. Interesting stuff.
This is a wild game, man. What the heck?
Absolutely wild. Miro actually spends his gold. I think he bought a full butterfly in that last engagement, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't see which one it was, if it was that or the refresher, but he doesn't have buyback either now.
Oh, they have vision on the Kiyotaka. He gets out.
Does he?
Get out? Them are caped up. They're looking for the backside instead. They'll just take down the Elder Titan. And, back wall back, they find Miro. He does have the Nullifier out for 2 seconds of the BKB here on the Malik. The Darkseer. They will buy back on the ET. The Vortex comes through. Can they take him down? He does. That's the dieback on the Darkseer. And TA-2000, he needs help. He's able to get away thanks to the Shadow Walk, but they're turning their attention back on over to Noob, who again survives thanks to Shadow Walk.
No way.
Omar put away by the Books of Shadow, trying to run away. He can't get out.
Noob
It looks like he will finally.
It looks like he's running toward the base. Okay, he reconsidered.
Tier 4 is down. They will have to leave. You have buyback here on this Techies, but Darkseer down for a full 90 more seconds.
Dude, I still can't get over Kiyotaka. I mean, we talked up his Storm so much, but I feel like he's delivering more and more and more inside of this game. He's just getting these incredible pulls. 80 seconds, no Darkseer. They gotta shove like all 3 lanes, or at least 2 of the lanes at the same time, so Ramsey's just bottom while his team is mid. See what Quest looks to do with this information. TA-2000, now full MKB on top. He's gonna have to start swapping some items around. Pinging the base. Looks like they got bottom lane out far enough. They're satisfied with that. Ramsey's gonna push top, has bots 2 to join.
Oh man.
Can they punish?
This game is tense, man.
Can they punish while the Darkseer's dead? It looks like they're gonna try their best.
I feel like you've got to, right? Like, this is your best shot. You have fortification. Tier 4s are still standing. The all-in assault is beginning. The Avalanche toss Miro on TA-2000 from the backside, just trying to bring down the ET right away. In comes Ramses. The refresh, though, is there. He's actually pretty tanky on the out. TA-2000, that BKB's about to expire. He's got another refresher. The Earth Splitters are there. The disruption to buy him some space, but there it is. The Vortex is going to find some work. They take down the Techies. TA-2000 has been caught by the Hex. He's dead. He's going to have to buy back into this game. Noob trying to hobble back to the base. The Tier 4s, they're starting to fall. 9 Pandas. You need to be careful. You do not want to fall here. What is left on TA? He still has BKB, 1 round of spells.
Now let's respawning. Can 9 Pandas end it?
They go in, the Terror Wave is there, they're just trying to focus the throne. Can they do it in time? Ramses is falling, Kiyotaka, the Hex comes out onto the Lycan, but a nice sleep from Solo. It's the space that they needed.
Look at Solo go!
Wall, it's not enough, Pandas win. What a game!
Holy crap. That was insane. That was so cool toward the end. Honestly, Solo ends up doing some pretty big work. His splitters, I think, did the majority of the damage versus the TB. Holy crap. 9 Pandas. Back and forth we go, but they actually end up taking this one. That was insane. Kiyotaka, absolutely beyond the MVP, but Miro did some crazy work overall in this Lycan. 11, 2, and 27, but it's the scouting that he did with the woes most of this game that was clutch.
It really, it was just coming down to that Darkseer's buyback. His the amount that he added to every single fight, just the double vacuum, the double walls was just absolutely wild. And they have that opening. They just managed, the fact that they managed to close it out just that fast. Dude, sick plays from Nine Pandas. This was such a cool game.
Yeah, and even like toward the end, I think they gave like an Ag's blessing. I mean, there was so many that were giving out, but to like the ET, and then that solo, you know, besides just having double splitters, he can actually get in on top of TA 2000. Then you see them get ripped apart from damage. This was a super exciting game.
Dude, yeah, this was so much fun. It's like very rarely do we see like games that go this late that are like, I would say more often than not in this patch, I've seen a lot of games that go this late because of like turtling defenses on the high ground where like they literally just can't siege. This was just so back and forth.
Yeah.
This was awesome.
Super back and forth. Ended up just getting that clutch pick off on Malik. Malik was really the difference maker a lot of times to keep Quest inside this game. Just some insane vacuum walls and stuff like that. But, I mean, Kiyotaka, you can't say enough about how much he did. And I do want to give Solo a bunch of credit, too, because I feel like he played this ET phenomenally from the early game to the finish. Like, I felt like his splitters were even very impactful.
Yeah, I mean, you were right. I was looking at, looking back at that last fight. It really was just a double split Earth that just took, like, 3/4 of the Terrorblade's health.
Yeah.
Like, it just did so much work.
And then he stomped TA 2000 for the full duration, so he's just standing there watching his buildings get hit, so...
Yeah.
This was a really, really cool game.
It honestly might have made the difference on that throne at the very end, because I'm pretty sure Miro dies. Like, we had already lost Ramses. Miro probably dies, and then it's just up to Kiyotaka alone to finish the throne.
Yeah.
So, like, that stomp was so sick.
Yeah, that was... I mean, this was an insane game. We see the replays of how many of Wild vacuum kind of plays to keep Quest in it for the most part in this game. They get the Megas and Nine Pandas. They make the better decisions toward the end to at least fight through it. That was sick. I don't think we're going to get a much better game than this one.
Yeah, probably not, but very happy to at least be able to watch this game. This was so sick. Like, like itemization. This game was just so good from Kiyotaka. Like,
yeah,
I just can't come back to how good his Storm is. It is nuts.
I mean, I don't blame them for first two picking Antares' best hero and first two picking Kiyotaka's best hero, right? Like, it really is insane how much he's able to do. Even though he got picked off a couple times, and he is keeping consistent of net worth with an Alchemist. Yeah, he gets given an Agamemnon and stuff like that, but the boy's a beast.
Oh my god. Yeah, this sleep, dude. No way.
Yeah.
That's
Huge.
so sick. What a game, man. What a game. I mean, Elder Titan, we've been seeing it picked a lot more, and this game makes another great case for maybe Elder Titan is just
maybe it's just good.
First round worthy. Maybe it's just very good now. Yeah, it's sick.
Yeah, this was, I mean, yeah, everyone did their work. Like I said, I don't think we're going to get a treat to see something like this as well, just like crazy comebacks and crazy back and forth. Even though we've had a lot of kind of comebacks and crazy kind of plays from a lot of different teams here, this was really exciting. This one was very tough to tell till the last few team fights, till they get those pickoffs and stuff. There are 5 items, so we get to see, of course, these fun mirror shield plays and stuff like that, pirate stats and everything. So, yeah, super cool game.
You were saying when we first started today, you're like, man, this is the series you were excited for. Quest versus Nine Pandas. He's like, you're saying you love these this Quest team. They've looked super good. Nine Pandas has had a pretty rough day. This game definitely redeems them. They played exceptionally well. So we'll see if they can carry that momentum into tomorrow. But we've got one more series coming up next, which is going to be Shopify Rebellion versus BetBoom, which should be a lot of fun. So make sure to stay tuned for that, everyone. We got one more series here, and we'll see you after the break.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر الاصل تويستر delicious yeah
to stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. We are getting to the end of the day here as our final series for day one of the group stage. It is Shopify Rebellion taking on Bet Boom. I'm Cryptic here with Fogged, and it's been a great day, honestly, so far. We've had some really cool games. I'm really hoping this series holds that hype up. But I don't know. What do you think? How do you kind of feel about these two teams right now?
I mean, Bet Boom, a team on the rise. Shopify, a team on the question mark. I think it's
right?
Kind of the thing for me, at least, for them for some time. Just because I'm unsure where to put them a lot of times, because I even got to chat with them a little bit, and they're just like, we don't really know what's going wrong too much. Like, they seem to have just, especially in Bali, they were like, we don't really know what to fix because they're losing. They were like, we're losing with everything. So they're like, we're unsure of what the actual biggest issue really is, because they've been, I would say Shopify's identity has been very similar for a long time about like pressuring and having a very good advantage coming out of lanes. And they do play like a lot of these popular heroes. Sometimes they have some niche that comes up from Crit in the past, but yeah, lately Crit's just he's in particular is the one for me that's been struggling on some of these like techies and stuff. And yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. They just seem disconnected.
Yeah, it's been definitely a rough patch for them. We'll see if they can keep things up. As they're going against probably one of the best teams in the world, at least as of recently. BetBoom has looked incredibly good. Definitely the top Eastern Europe, and I have to say, like, it's been a good day already for BetBoom. I think they took the 2-0 over Tundra. Yeah, so they took a 2-0 over Tundra this morning, so they're already feeling good, riding the high. Whereas Shopify, they 1-1 TSM, right? So let's see what they can do.
I mean, first game was this was the one I feel like they're so disconnected. I feel like I think Crit ended up dying early. He gave first blood, and he made the Chen have the TB and the Chen have a better game than expected. But then he made up for it afterwards on Crit. But then they were so disjointed. There was like a lot of like anti-synergy, it felt like, too, and Bryo popped off just catching Arteezy. Second game, Shopify dumpstered. It was not even close. All 3 lanes, super one-sided. I believe a solo.
I think I caught that one.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, that was the Naga Siren game, right?
Yeah, Arteezy free-farmed. Saberlight had like 100-something dual damage super early. Lesh solo killed mid, so let's see how they play it again. I think sticking with Naga for sure. It definitely looks like a good formula for success, especially if you're playing versus Broodmother.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been pretty successful against Brood for the most part. Like, it's great in the lane, right?
10 seconds.
Yeah, great in the lane, great in the game. Yeah, overall, it's nice. You get catch, you get ways to play around him, and you can always just occupy and protect your safe lane as well, too, as a Naga versus this, so I've seen it so much now.
So they want to pick here on 8. So we haven't really seen a lot of great answers to the Naga Siren, to be honest. I think, was it Evil Geniuses just lost with it, I think, for one of the few times that we've seen it actually lose?
The Naga Siren in particular, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, Naga I think only lost, I want to say 2 games.
Yeah. It just lost on EG versus a like Timbersaw Medusa puck cores, and to be honest, like Collapse kind of just absolutely dominated that game. But
okay, and they'll early get an
Legion.
answer. All right, cool. I'm actually hoping to see this more and more. The more we're going to see Naga Sirens, I think the more we're going to see these Legions. I actually saw it quite a bit too in like on some teams in Bali. I think BetBoom was actually the one that was like one of the few ones who was even picking it. If I'm not, maybe I'm mistaking them with somebody, but I feel like I saw a lot of LC picks and bans, and it was even being played like mid and stuff. So I can't remember exactly who it was. Maybe it wasn't them.
I mean, we've seen safe lane Legion even, right? Like in weird scenarios, because getting dual damage is pretty sick in good Legion games. If you have somebody to help secure the dual wins, like why not?
Yeah,
this hero can snowball out of control.
Yeah, like the Skyrafts and stuff like that getting more and more popular. It's always just, it's nice, this lane, right? Because then, the one thing though, it's like now they already have the Brood, so where do you want to run all this?
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a really good point. You have to figure out which one of these heroes is going to the off lane. Maybe you run the Brood core, which we have seen a few times, but into the Naga matchup, it's not fantastic.
Yeah, BetBoom is definitely, I think they did play at least one of the Brood carry games, if I remember, at Bali. I'm sure Nightfall did it one and he popped off. So he just did like BKB Nullifier Manta stuff with Echo Saber in between, and he was 9-0 this game, the one that he did it, and it was versus a Naga Siren, so.
They actually opened this exact same draft this morning against Tundra. I think it was Brood Legion, and it was safe lane Brood.
Why the hell am I not seeing this game? Why am I not seeing the BetBoom game for some reason?
I think that's what happened. I'd have to double check the draft again.
I didn't get.
Okay,
to see
no.
One,
it wasn't the opener. They opened Brood Oracle, but they did grab Legion in second phase.
Okay. What the heck? Why can't I find this game? Really weird. Oh well. Maybe I'm doing something wrong.
But either way, I like this pick. I think this should be pretty cool for BetBoom. We'll see what they decide to ban out. They get rid of the Timbersaw, of course. Really rough hero for both these guys to play into. It's got to be something that pairs well with the Rubik lane, right? Because you're definitely running Rubik 4. This is definitely going to be Crit's hero.
Yeah.
Curious what they want for Fly.
I'm curious if they want any type of like save or anything too, because if you're playing versus Legion, like the Shadow Demon can raise up. A lot of teams really like Shadow Demon, some just don't. But could be possible one here if they want to go down that route.
Always Oracle, but it's not like this game doesn't scream super great for Oracle because you're not like dispelling something in the lane to give you the advantage.
Banning up Pugna Lion, trying to target save. Very difficult player to the target overall. I mean, Save. I talk about Katomi quite a bit. Save is him and Katomi are my favorite 4 positions at the moment, just from the flashy stuff that they do, and they play like some more unorthodox stuff at the times. Like Save playing his Pudge when nobody else was is always really cool. And seeing them ban Pudge, that's cool.
I was gonna say, what is that Pudge ban?
I mean, we're seeing more and more of the Pudge to counter some of these things. I think it's actually having a pretty good win rate, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it just the Dismember Shard that's just pretty stalled still?
I think I saw it being played mostly as core versus the Illusion heroes.
Oh, okay.
Because you just get that Ags timing and stuff like that. Because I think I saw 23 even play it earlier versus Secret, if I'm not mistaken, and he was a beast. He actually got. I mean, he didn't really have to do too much, to be fair. I think Jabs and Makoto carried, but he was super tanky, and he did play it. So.
5 seconds
Something something like a Phantom Lancer then coming out from Bet Boom? Is that like what they want? Because then you're definitely running a weird Tricore on Bet Boom.
That is the question.
We'll see. Shopify, they have last pick here, so they should be able to kind of set themselves up for better lanes, but they maybe get an idea of where these Legion Broodmothers are going. But for now, probably Fly's hero, as I would have to guess. What did he want?
Still thinking the Save if he does want to go down that route, but
yeah. I like the Shadow Demon, man. It has looked pretty dang good today.
Yeah.
More illusions for the Naga as well.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like, because it fits in multiple different scenarios. But maybe they're thinking it's not good for the entirety of the game, but it doesn't sound horrible. I guess we'll see. Does Bet Boom just go down the Skywrath route also? We'll find out. They'll just do the inch. Okay. I mean...
Super strong lane now.
Yeah. It's gotten, of course, weaker. It's gotten nerfed quite a bit, but it has some cool potential, too, even with... I mean, I'll mention it, but it's not massive. But the Shard, I think, is actually quite good in these type of games. It's nothing like a Spider's killing himself. That can happen, but it's more about just having double creeps. It's actually really, really strong.
Save people, too, from like the potential of just Boa and running spiders at you.
Yep. It'd be kind of cool.
It's a nice little other option.
Full aggression.
We'll go back for Techies and Snapfire. Yeah, full aggression.
I like
this. Is sick. And they still haven't really revealed too much about the lanes.
Likely, it's gonna. Well, it's the snap mid. Techies off
it's
with the
likely
Legion
snap mid.
Brood
Yeah,
carry. But I like this approach quite a bit here. Like this Naga Siren, there's a lot of counters for him now at this moment. They like the Brood. They don't mind the Brood carry versus it, as we've seen. I've seen them play it a couple times. And Legion's great versus Naga. Techies good versus Naga. Snap good versus Naga. So Bet Boom definitely addressing this first 2 pick. Rubik has a good game potentially here though versus Techie Snap, and interrupt the blast off and stuff like that. Could get some nice steals.
I know it's a little bit of a meme, but Abed Storm Spirit does not seem that bad here. You have Duel, of course, but...
Radiant team ban.
Oh, okay. Saberlight's Beastmaster. That works. Strong lane. I think they are anticipating the Broodmother there.
Okay, they're just drafting for themselves then, rather than drafting versus anything in particular, it feels like.
10 seconds remaining.
I really like Bet Booms right now. I like their 4.
Yeah,
Shopify have a lot of ways to split up the map, though. They have this Beastmaster summons, eventually Naga Siren illusions, Ench creeps, and stuff like that. So perhaps looking to stall out and stuff like that, plus also get ways to do Roche with Ench Beastmaster rather than looking to counter things in particular. But also it is, the Beast versus Brood lane that they're probably just expecting, so... Okay.
Puckman makes sense. Very good. No, not a lot. It's the same thing as, like, Puck Storm. There's not a lot of catch for these heroes outside of Duel.
Yeah.
So, it would have been a pretty solid Puck game.
Could probably
I kind of expected them to do it, but yeah.
Yeah, I think they could just ban both.
5 seconds remain. Radiant team ban.
The Chen. That'd have been pretty solid.
Makes Beastmaster's game miserable.
I mean, you have the double summons here from Beast Ench.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can get some momentum rolling early, but I think it has to pair well with your mid laner. Because this Naga Siren's going to be farming for quite a bit.
5 seconds remain.
I can't imagine you're going to have a great lane against Legion Techies as a Naga Siren.
I mean, it looks like
there's the Storm ban.
They've like heavily addressed this Naga Siren. I'm a bit worried. I mean, Naga is an amazing hero right now, but I bet Boom is literally pretty much drafted 3 heroes in order to try to counter it here. What's Abed's hero that's left?
10 seconds remaining.
Might just still just be something weird like an Ember, because like I was saying, I think Shopify's picking more for the game rather than for the actual like straight up counters and stuff like this. So maybe he just accepts the fact that he's going to be in a tougher matchup.
Could you pick Primal Beast
For Abed?
For Abed.
Radiant team pick.
Could be possible actually.
I mean, he's going to have last pick for the mid lane, which should be quite nice for him because you should kind of see.
Holy crap.
I think we're looking for the support here, of course, but
Hey, look at the bans. I don't think I've seen 5 support. Lion, Pug, Nikado, Chen, Lich. Like,
that's wild.
Yeah, very cool.
I mean, Clockwork is still here. If they want to go for like a Clockwork. But I don't know if you need it.
Boom. I think you probably just want some like good laner with Broodmother here at this point. Unless you do put the snap up there.
Still Crystal Maiden. That kind of hurts in Ench and Beast.
Yeah, they did try it at Bali for Tokyo and it ended up not working, and then he just decided to play like his usual more farmy kind of like Spirit Breakers and stuff like that, but maybe.
I'm excited to see what they're coming up here for Abed's pick, because I think he's going to have to make a lot happen out of the mid lane. And just assuming that this is going to be the Snapfire mid, we haven't really seen this hero lose a lot of lanes.
No. See what we get.
Dinner time though.
Yeah.
Toronto, Tokyo's.
Probably just discussing
Wants the
which
perfect
one.
hero.
Yeah, which one it is.
Dire team pick.
Ooh, okay.
Well, you were correct. A little bit more of a farmy support. I mean, I don't think we're going to see Antara's levels of what we saw earlier, but in general, still very good. It's not great against the Nagasarn or the Enchantress, but I like it.
What's left here for Abed? I mean, if he wants to go down that Ember route, so risky.
Is there anything that just doesn't lose to Snapfire mid, or like just draws the lane even?
And maybe it is Primal. Like, Primal is a pretty cool suggestion, actually.
Either that or Wind Ranger, maybe?
I feel like I've seen that one so many times, and then the Snaps game is just better overall, but...
Yeah. I think I kind of like both of those, though. I think both would be fine. I bet I just see playing Primal Beast more often.
Damn.
Okay. Pango. There's no silences, which is typically like one of the most frustrating things to do as a Pangolier, because you just throw the silence during rolling when it ends. So like this Pango, pretty open for the game for the most part.
Yeah, definitely some BKB piercing disable could be some concerns. I don't know how this lane goes. This doesn't sound easy for a Pango.
Yeah, it does not.
Okay. We'll have to see how these lanes all do go down. Very interesting stuff.
Overall, I feel like have to to be pure playing the Legion Commander, of course. So I kind of like what they've got here. I think their lane should... I mean, mid lane for sure should be pretty easy. I don't think the Nagasiren's lane is going to be great.
I like BetBoom's approach. I mean, they're playing against this Nagasire. They have super countered this Nagasire. So many answers. Arteezy could be off to a tough one if his side lanes struggle. This could be difficult for him to kind of... if his other lanes struggle. I don't know. I don't really like BetBooms, to be honest with you, but...
We've seen a lot of like Snapfires rotate early with Mortimer Kisses and like take down Nagasirens in the side lanes like with ease. I am actually kind of wondering if we go back to seeing like a Midas pickup on the Nagasiren like we saw the other day, where it's like you try and just grab the Midas, get those early levels and experience and gold.
Yeah,
but
I mean, Fly's gonna have to work some Enchantress magic, and Enchantress can do that sometimes, but I feel like this bottom lane does not look that easy. Like a Legion Commander Techies versus a Nagasarn, the harassment's going to be constant. The illusions won't ever really be there. It does feel like it's going to be a bit slow for him. That was a Saberlight lane. The Beast versus Broodmother Batrider.
What the heck? Did they just remake? What is going on here? Oh no. A bunch of people were like DCing and now the game's paused. We'll have to see. I don't know what's going on there.
It looks like it was all of... They may have like lost internet or something for a second there, so...
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally the entire BetBoom team. Hopefully they'll be back in a moment. But I don't know. It should be fun. I'm excited. I think Bet Boom is just looked super clean. Like their execution in fights has been really solid, and this is just another like good team fight oriented draft. You have Lasso into so many like easy follow ups, right? Blast Off. You have Mortimer Kisses, Nightfall on the Broodmother. He looked really good on this hero earlier. As a core Brood, though, are you worried about anything in particular this game? Because, or like safe lane Brood, not core, but as a safe lane one position Brood Mother, the matchup in the Naga Siren doesn't feel super great. So you're just relying on your other allies to deal with it at this point, and he just runs the back line.
Yeah, I mean, because they did pick 3 literal heroes to try to counter the Naga, right? Legion, Techie, Snap in order to shut this down to get that space. I'm not sure of how this matchup will go in the top lane. This Beastmaster Rubik is a strong lane. I don't know how they're going to do with the Bat Brood. I think I'm going to be looking, because I think this Naga lane is very difficult, so I'm not really going to look too much on it. I think I'm going to be looking mostly at mid and in the off lane here for Shopify. How Abed's going to do versus the Snap and how much the Beastmaster is able to get.
All right. I'm down. We'll see how it goes. And Pango is just not a hero I've seen all that often either. Like I feel like it really fell off in this patch. Like it's been very few picks, I think, for the most part. I can see if I can find the actual numbers, but I think I've seen it a ton.
Lots of nerfs. These heroes that people are just starting to pick to bully the lanes a little bit more definitely causes some issues. And yeah, Primal being popular, right, just definitely hurts him quite a lot here. But if Abed is off to, if he can get a good start, that's going to open up all of Shopify's draft. That's the one thing here. Just it can be a difficult matchup versus Snapfire. So I'm wondering if he's going to be able to do that or not. I mean, if he does, yeah, I think they've got a good chance to be able to secure space for this Naga playing around Abed. But if he doesn't, then I have some concerns.
It looks like it has 16 picks, a little under a 50% win rate. So not the best, but Abed, yeah, I'm a pretty dang good mid player. We'll see if he can pull something out. Hopefully we get this game actually started here in a moment. It looks like we're still just paused. I don't know if anyone is reconnected.
None of them.
Off the side of Bet Boom. Yeah, all 5 are still DC'd, right?
Yeah.
So hopefully they get that resolved shortly. We'll probably hear from one of the admins or production, I'm guessing, soon. Hopefully it's not a power outage or internet outage or something.
Curious to see what
power outage.
It's power. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So
hopefully
we'll get an answer to it shortly, but it shouldn't be too long, hopefully. Dude, okay, so unrelated to this draft, unrelated to this game. I guess kind of related because Pudge was banned. Do you feel like this? You said you've been seeing it mostly as a core. I mean, I love Pudge in general. Do we ever see Pudge come back like as a support, really, or is it really just like he's too good against the illusion heroes?
I say he plays it. I don't think he played it.
Does he really?
In Bali, I know he played it in Berlin. He was the only one to be playing it in Berlin, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, maybe there's some small chances. I just think that hero has definitely gotten quite a bit of hurts to be playing as support. You know, hearing the hook from fog and stuff like that's always annoying. But
yeah, I forget that was even added. That was a rough one.
Yeah. And let's see what the other thing I always like to talk about with this matchup. Now that we don't get to see him that much, of course, but Shopify versus Beppo, it's Nightfall versus his former team. So you have to imagine there's always some inner workings that he's probably telling his team as well too. It's like this is what they want to do. This is what Bulbul would want them to do. Like right, because he did play with them for some time. So.
That's true. I mean, it was like not. He was there for what, like one full year, one full season, or one one full
longer,
tour. Right? Was it a little bit longer? It might have been, yeah. But transition from the off lane back to the carry role, or I guess from carry to off lane back to carry. So he's definitely a little bit more comfortable, and he's looked really good on Bet Boom, since he rejoined. So.
And yes, for the people telling us to start, the game is paused. There is nothing going on. So if you would like to see the pick screen, I mean, that probably can be better than our stupid faces, but either way, I mean, it's paused, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, you're not missing. I promise you, we're not intentionally just not showing you the game. Oh, looks like we are. Oh, we had a couple reconnects, but then more disconnects. Okay. Yeah. Unlucky.
Trying to just get things figured out here. I still can't. So I'm trying to. I can't get the game up from what Betboom played versus Tundra earlier, but this sounds very similar to what they had versus them from what you were telling me.
Yeah. So very close. They had the Brood Legion. They ended up taking the Wind Ranger, Enchantress, and Oracle. The Oracle is pretty sick because they would just like all in this Legion duel, like find a target like that they know they weren't going to actually win the duel on. You just throw the Oracle ult and it just locks down the carry eventually so that they can find the kill. It was cool.
Okay. Why the hell can't I find that game? Okay, now it's showing up for me. I was like, why can't I see the... There we go.
Yeah, they looked good. It's surprising, too, because Tundra has looked really good recently, and they just 2-0'd them pretty convincing. I mean, the first game was actually really close. Super long game, like 61 minutes or something, but Axe late game. Heck of a hero sometimes.
Yeah, wow, that's actually cool. Axe versus the PL. Oh, I wish I got to see that game. Damn, that sounds super sick.
Yeah.
No, there's so many games, obviously. It's tough to keep track of all of them, but damn, this one looks insane. Some GPK 25, level 28, too. Damn.
Yeah, we've had a couple like really nuts games today. We had our almost 70-minute game just a moment ago.
Yep.
I think Quest and Extreme had some like near 60-minute games. So it's been a long day of Dota already, and I like it.
And
I like it.
It looks like they're coming back. So update, guys. They look they look like they should be coming back soon. There's a couple of them reconnecting, so yeah, just a couple of little issues. So we'll be getting underway very soon. And we'll see. Will Shopify be able to look more coordinated together? If they're squared, like so 50-50 right now for me. Some games just like, damn, they're crushing this early game. Everyone's making the right move. Then other games just everyone's doing their own thing. So let's see what Shopify we get in this one, and if they're able to counteract the strong bet boom.
It's a little bit interesting because this draft kind of doesn't scream like kind of old school like Shopify or like what used to be like EG in terms of like they would just pick super heavy lane. They'd always pick for lanes and then just snowball off of lanes.
Yes.
And it's like this is one of those games where you don't really have that, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, like I mean, if it was different heroes that they're playing up against, perhaps these heroes have these better lanes. But we'll have to see. Fly, Ench can always be an X factor, and we'll see how much Crit and Saberlight are able to do in that top matchup too. I don't know how that lane actually goes. The Beast Rubik versus Brood plus a Bat Rider, but the Naga one looks tough, and yeah, it looks like we're unpaused. This is the end of the drafting screen here is finishing, so we're starting.
Claps for everyone. Oh no, are we?
Yeah. Well,
all right, there it is. Unpausing. We're good.
Resumed for now.
Woo! I was worried. I was like, don't tell me we're repaused. Okay, we're good. Claps, everyone. Thank you for waiting patiently. Hope you enjoyed this podcast.
Yep.
As we get ready to go into the next game. We get ready to go into game 1 of our final series, so should be fun. Oh man.
Maybe. If we get in here.
Maybe. Did it pause again?
No, it's resumed. It's the end.
Is it? Oh, God.
It's strategy time.
Okay.
We got strategy time.
Yeah. Strategy time, of course.
And let's see if we get
the hero
if more
intros.
people actually do the sentry thing. Because we didn't even get to see it happen from Antares. I guess that's why they were actually like all prepared around there. Sorry, I'm stupid. Didn't watch YouTube videos or whatever. That's a new big thing, I guess, in the last 2 weeks. But that was kind of interesting to see the sentry ward at tier 2.
It's funny because neither of us had seen it, but they definitely knew about it.
Yeah.
Right? Because they were positioned specifically to stop that sentry, which is super funny. Oh, Lord. Okay, we're at least in the game. We're going to go to the game, I'm sure. Like, we're at least there, but we are paused again. So, don't get your hopes up too high quite yet.
Look at that Nightfall using dub voice lines at Shopify. That's actually pretty good. And let's see if we get anything out of the ordinary here. So you said very comfort picks from Shopify, maybe not particular counter picks, but things that they want to play here in this game. Well, Bet Boom, it's comfort, but it's also they're looking to counter pick a little bit more, I would say, in this scenario when they see that Naga first too. See how these lanes play out. I don't see any weird items. I don't see anybody with anything too strange at the moment. Everything looks pretty standard itemization. Here we go.
Yeah. Finally. Okay, we might be back in. Here we go. I mean, Arteezy's Naga Siren is pretty legendary, right? Like, he is one of those players who has been playing this competitively for almost a decade, right? So you got to give respect to his Naga Siren, and I think Bet Boom have done it, right? Like, they, like you said, address it with 3 picks specifically, so we'll see if they can manage to keep Arteezy kind of shut down here after the lane stage, but for now, finally jumping into the game. Shopify here versus Bet Boom. For those of you who are just tuning in, it is game 1 of our final series. And yeah, we'll see how it ends up playing out. I want to see some fights here at the runes, dude. We got some good aggressive heroes.
Both lineups are pretty wonky around the level 1, I'd say. You have one with a Brood, and you have another one with like an Ench Beastmaster who has Boar skilled. So. And a Naga. I mean, this is going to be some awkward run at you if it does go down.
You got blood grenades. You're probably fine,
Yeah, you're
right?
right.
That's
I
all
mean,
you
blood
really
grenade
need.
just changes everything. It's a free spell. Yeah, whatever.
Looks like they're gonna probably avoid the fights and just try and get some vision out with these illusions.
Did you see Pure today also in the Tundra pause? What he was, he said, "Guys, I'm doing nothing. I'm just chilling. I swear."
I did not, but that is quite good.
At least he's being a bit humorous about the big mess up. It's 3 runes. Boom. They're gonna be able to get it. Nightfall actually sneaks down, able to take it away from Fly there. Nice.
The Zoomer reaction time.
Yep.
He's done it. All right.
And let's see how we get the lanes. Look like it's actually Shopify attempting for a dodge here, and Nightfall he can just actually twin gate. So dodging lanes feels a little bit more difficult nowadays because of these twin gates and stuff like that. And they're actually just going to be able to get the matchup that they want. It looks like anyway.
Saberlight sees the web come out from behind him. He's like, guys, he's here. He's here.
But I still think that this is the right approach. I still think this is really smart here from Shopify because they don't want this Naga Siren to just sit versus a Legion +1. He's going to TP top. They're going to shift it around. Let's see if there's a musical lanes that can end up coming out here a lot here. I think we will.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Beastmaster will take the portal to the bottom lane. That being said, Pure is already doing the same thing. He's going to portal top.
Yep. All right, musical lanes.
Oh, boy. It's going to be quite fun.
Really
Love to see it.
They really want to get this matchup. They want this Legion versus this Naga Siren. They want the techies versus him too. So now we're gonna have weird stuff. Now it's this weird stuff where it's gonna be supports end up getting these early strong levels like Fly. He's level 2 down bottom.
So who does this favor? And like at least on the support side, because Enchanters can be pretty scary of a hero, but
who knows? I don't know.
You're getting nothing on the Naga Siren right now.
I probably bet Boom, but I don't even know. It's tough to say. Just because Arteezy's getting literal nothing in mid matchup, as we said, it's going to be hard for Abed.
Abed is getting destroyed right now.
Yeah.
8 and 4 on GPK. Are they still lane swapping? Oh my god, they are. Someone make it stop.
Legion's just going to come back down here. He's just like, all right, Arteezy, you have no TP. You got to walk to the gate, my friend. This does not feel good for Arteezy. I guess maybe Saberlight a little happy, but I don't know. This is. Alright, Pure's just watching him.
He pulls him off. I mean, Toronto Tokyo is going to do a decent chunk of damage here. We'll get the napalms off. Or he doesn't even have napalm. Never mind. He's just going to try and run him down Firefly, but
this is the most awkward. And this is a level 1 Naga Siren with 3 last hits. This cannot be good for Shopify right here. Pure's just gonna follow him.
Yeah, why not?
Nightfall's actually getting some farm and levels now too. All right, this is getting weird. Meanwhile, GPK just destroying mid, 13-7 to 6-1.
Yeah, this isn't even close.
No.
I was not sure how bad, like how good this Pango matchup was going to be into Snapfire. My gut feeling was pretty bad. This is really bad.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like... this is the last pick Pango. I'm putting it into this matchup.
Oh, it's the deny anyway. I mean, when the enemy mid has as many denies as you do last hits, that is rough.
What? And they're still swapping. I mean,
okay. I have a great story about lane swapping, and I feel like this is very appropriate right now.
This can't. I'm just watching Arteezy getting 0 CS. It can't be good for him.
It was actually a game involving Arteezy. I think he was playing up against Envy back in. Okay, they're actually just gonna go aggressive on the Pure. They've got a tri-lane now, I guess.
A tri-lane with Naga beat. Oh my
Beastmaster,
God.
time to go back through the gate.
I feel like sometimes I've seen where people just go jungle together or something when stuff like this happens, but this feels horrible for Shopify. I don't know how much I can keep saying this, but Arteezy's getting nothing. Fly is farming, but I'm sure Arteezy's like, guys, like, what is going on?
It's a lot easier for Nightfall to go through these gates.
I mean,
right?
They really want these matchups, but it's not happening. And now at this point, it's been 4 minutes of you swapping around your level 2 Naga Siren. I don't even know if you care about the matchup on Vetboom anymore.
Oh my goodness.
Arteezy's just going to go down.
He's just dead. First blood to Nightfall. They have a Hawk like trying to provide vision, but they just kept the 3 up here. Like, all right, at some point, either he's gonna gate or we're gonna gate. And he just dies.
And Abed's trying his hardest to like pull lanes and stuff like that, but GPK actually meets the wave. So he's gonna continue just getting smashed from the Snapfire.
Double the CS. This is... I mean, this Snapfire is going to have level 6 when he's, like, still barely level 5.
I mean, the Snapfire is going to hit
right.
6 when Arteezy is like level 3. He could literally just go up there and kill.
Naga.
He could literally go up to the Naga and kill him without even using kisses when he hits 6.
Right. Saberlight pushed up to the high ground. Thank you. We'll just take the portal as now.
Artur?
That is a level 4 Bat Rider who can just definitely solo kill a Naga Siren. He's going to have to use the mirror image. Blood Grenade comes out. And I don't know if he gets away. Toronto, Tokyo?
Okay. This game is this is one of the biggest disasters I've ever seen. I don't know. I have no idea what to really say. I think this Naga's got the absolute. What is he, the lowest net worth hero? Okay, he's not the lowest, but almost. 3 cores actually farming well. I think they just moved. They're moving too much. All right, Fly. Let's see what you can do with your creeps, because I feel like you've got so much to fix here now in these lanes.
They have to kill GPK. But you've got, like, Hurricane, and that's about it here. So we'll see. Enchant comes out. Can Hurricane him back? The shield crash misses. Do throw out the Blood Grenade. Abed will get caught there for the moment. Has to connect on this Swashbuckle. He does do it, and they get the kill. Save likely to fall as well. So some signs of life here for Shopify as they do manage to grab some good kills in the mid lane.
I mean, this is probably what you do. Just play around Abed, set up this Pango to try to recover things for you, because this Naga Siren's got no game whatsoever.
Toronto Tokyo stole the Arcane Rune as well. That feels real rough. That would have been so good to pick up. Why will be forced to TP out?
This is just so strange. I'm just still watching Arteezy, like, unable to get last hits. He's playing versus Nightfall, who has treads and almost a soul ring, and he's level 3. Nightfall near 5.
Just a almost 25 damage advantage.
Yeah. Okay, Abed. He's level 6 though. Let's see if he can get a kill up set up here.
That is a roll from a completely different continent, but it will eventually. Okay, I would say it will eventually connect. Maybe not. It doesn't, but they do have the damage.
Oh my god, the nuke!
However, with a turnaround, oh my goodness, he's sustaining thanks to the moment of courage, and Toronto Tokyo is coming in. They pushed him away.
He's 5.
Uh-oh.
This bat's huge.
That is a disaster. The 3-point overwhelming odds just destroyed these heroes.
Arteezy, go get the Wisdom Rune. All right, there you go. I mean, he needs it. He's got the Midas queued up. But this is not one of those I'm ahead Midases where I'm going to buy this and continue to stay ahead. This is the, holy shit, what happened to my game, guys? Midas, please God help me.
Oh, no. I mean, Legion Commander going to hit level 6 here relatively quick. The follow-ups with Techies are going to be really quick, really solid as well. Like, Save has a ton of XP. He's just almost level 5.
Toronto Tokyo's near 6, too. I mean, he can just solo kill Arteezy at any moment he finds him. He's already going to start looking for a wraparound perhaps here. Arteezy can't lane. He actually has a jungle. So I think, yeah, Fly, just keep playing around mid. Keep trying to set up Abed for some success. I say try.
We're talking like early in these lane swaps, like which supports benefit the most. I think it's pretty clear right now. That is the duel under the tower. Legion gets the first kill. As they now look for crits. They have Blast Off. He has no way he can take this gate.
They got him.
He's going to try and buy him a little bit of space, but yeah, Toronto Tokyo will get level 6 off this kill. And it is 6-2, a 3k lead. Abed. Oh no, okay. GPK taking a little bit of damage from enchantment. Not bad at all. Yeah, this is big oof.
It's still okay. Now he's no longer bottom 3 net worth, but now it's actually the Beastmaster who's just getting all that brunt of everything too, because he's just trying to fix things. He's actually suffering too. I mean, Fly's gonna end up maybe being the most farmed hero on his team.
I mean, that would be kind of funny if you were ahead, but not when you're behind.
No, I mean, this is the most weird game ever, because like Arteezy's just, he literally can't show up for, I don't even know when we're going to see this Naga Siren show up in the game, because there's 4 heroes that counter him, and they're off to such a godly start that it's just going to be so weird. Abed, let's dodge the cookie.
Nice, rolling. Is he just Invis Rune to be safe? Okay, that's kind of cool. Enchant comes out. Abed does take a lot of damage, though, from that Bat Rider.
They'll just settle, I guess. I mean, they're not even going to get the creep. All right, nice Invis Rune. Make space.
Abed's got to get active.
Yeah, he has to just run around. Like, literally, just run around from all these lanes. Try to make space for Arteezy. Level 5, Nightfall, now 7. Takes towers. He's occupying this whole bottom side. Nightfall's
where's your Broodmother answer now is the real question.
Exactly. If your Beast and your Pango's struggling, your Pango's just got too many places to go around. He can't actually go to every lane.
I wasn't sure if Nightfall was going to throw another web and try and chase him down with the spiders, but instead would rather use them to help take the tower.
Yeah, he got him so low and just forces him away, and he's just continuing just free farming pressure here. 4 heroes on the top side here for Shopify. Can't find a setup here. Beast has hit 6. Getting closer and closer to Dominator.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A minute power rune coming through here. Toronto, Tokyo looking for crit. Gets the pushback. You don't even need to lasso. You can just walk at these heroes, and instead, just another duel.
He's going to have so much dual damage too.
Cookie on forward.
His Blade Mail is going to be early for Pure as well. So much kill threat on the map. They have 3 true cores. Well, Shopify, they have 2 cores, but one of them is not the Naga for some reason right now. One of them is the Enchantress. And Arteezy TP's bottom and gets pushed right back to base.
He is still 600 gold off of a Midas.
Jesus.
Why, thank you.
All right, keep playing around Abed. All right, fill up his bottles. Keep trying to get this Pango presence. And yeah, flying him. Keep moving around. Try to recover the disaster that this game is. And they find Nightfall. This would be a big snag, and if Arteezy is able to get involved, be some much-needed gold.
I mean, they need to do something. They get him with the enchant. Abed comes in. Rolling Thunder's there. I mean, it's not going to be easy to hit.
It's definitely real deep.
Yeah, it is indeed. There's going to be the TPs coming through. They managed to trap the Bat Rider, the lasso, not onto the correct unit here. Whatever Kisses doing a decent chunk of damage to Arteezy, but it's not enough, and Fly will just TP on home. Okay, I mean, you force a reaction, I guess, but you still don't get anything.
And Arteezy doesn't get farmed during that either. He's actually chasing for a kill, so he's actually gets absolutely nothing out of it. And this is awkward. Awkward from the side of Shopify, then Tokyo lasts as an illusion, but... Okay. Pure in mid. Saberlight's trying to get the wraparound.
Okay, I mean, it's the Blade Mail off, the Roar is there. You might be able to chain stun him down. They're really trying, but Pure is so dang tanky. He wants the duel on the crit. Dude, if he gets this, he does. What a play. Save on the run now. Enchant comes out. A lot of damage from the creeps, but the bigger kill. They've caught the Bat Rider, or the Beastmaster as well, thanks to the Bat Rider. And Fly. I mean, he's somewhat tanky, but there's a lot of magic damage. The Scatter Blast will connect. He's trying to run. Meanwhile, Nightfall's just backdooring the mid tower.
And he solo killed Arteezy on Nightfall.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, he solo killed. He solo killed Arteezy also. This one, I don't know. This one's... I don't even know what they do. I'm trying to grasp at straws here. Just like, hopefully the Pango or something for Shopify is able to get stuff like that. But I actually think Arteezy's... I don't know, this might be the most impossible recovery, I think. He's bottom 2 net worth.
Yeah, he's 9th. Literally 9th on net worth.
And what's his levels looking like, too? I imagine he's probably...
He's
bottom.
He's the lowest level in the game.
Him and the Rubik. Him and
Crit, yeah. Oh, Lord.
Good jeez, good Lord. I mean, the support.
Do you somehow transition to a support and like try and have Fly carry it? I mean, Fly's going for a Dragon Lance, so
I mean, maybe. I guess I don't. And this was that was such a cool play there by Pure. He actually was. He almost like gets it even quicker if he had the mana for overwhelming odds. But the Spark of Courage armor, that's 7 armor you get when you're below. That actually was the difference.
It's cool.
That was insane. And now
he just gets another 10 damage.
Yep. In the midst of 3 heroes, of them ganking him, he gets a kill.
Countdown to the Midas, 100 gold away. Arteezy is almost online.
He almost has Midas. Bet Boom, Nightfall has double his net worth.
Yeah.
I mean, they're looking to set up the gank for him.
I also like that Bet Boom's not playing this greedy. They're just picking fight and run at you items, right? He's going Echo Saber, BKB. Pure's got Blade Mail going Blink. We got Snapfire going 8 posts and a boot to travel. They do manage to find Nightfall bottom with this Rolling Thunder, and they finally find themselves a kill. Okay, that is the Diffusal reveal, so that was quite nice.
That's a good kill. And Saberlight survives in the meantime, too. He actually dodged the gank that was coming out top. Maybe they can turn this into a tower, open up some space for this Naga Siren for Artur to dream big.
You got it, baby. Midas is here.
Midas is here, but here comes Bet Boom. They actually want to protect this tower.
All right, nice rotation back. They do not give up the tower. Well played by Bet Boom.
Yep, and they'll shift themselves back top, but Saberlight has been doing an excellent job up here of avoiding the gank, but also setting up the Hawk, so he did get to see them making the move over. And he gets to see them again. He moves the Hawk over, he scouts out the smoke, so good micro.
Dude, he's just left a hawk on that portal the whole time.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty cool.
He's even like...
Gonna go check the high ground ward.
Yep, nice play, even with his courier. He knows they're setting up for him.
He's playing really well. It's not quite the same idea, but the 30-minute of farming ancient creeps that we saw yesterday, it's like kind of the same thing, like just occupying a section of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it buys time.
Finding net worth.
It buys time for Arteezy and even the Pango to not have to play aggressive. They get to sit back and get some farm, and now actually looking to group up, continue to look to make space for Arteezy. I don't know if they... I think Arteezy does not come with the smoke, but...
Yeah, Midas Naga, I don't think contributes a ton in the fight, I'll be honest. Definitely needs like his Yasha Manta.
It just needs 10k gold.
Yeah, no big deal.
Bit of downtime though. Pure finishes up his blink. Max finished up on the techies. Toronto Tokyo actually setting up for bottom. Looks like he wants to keep trying to hold this tower, but it's dropping. The Vul Assassin is doing it. He'll drag the wave.
Almost, yeah.
Why?
really wants to finish the tower. He gets it. Hold into a lasso duel, and that might be another one going the way of Pure. And as is 10 talent, of course, so 18 damage added to his bucket.
He just got it.
Dude, that talent is so good.
Yeah, it really makes such a big difference. This guy's going to be massive. Pure is the top net worth, and he has solo kill potential on pretty much anybody he finds.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
And Tokyo
is
is
going to be
massive as well. He actually almost has Blink Dagger still after the drums. Like you said, he wasn't going to be maybe as farmed as Dontaran, but he's actually doing it as a 5.
Jeez. I will say the net worth advantage has kind of leveled out here. Like, Bet Boom was accelerating out of control. Abed has somehow managed to find a pretty decent chunk of money here.
Yeah.
He's level 12, closing in on an Aghanim Scepter. So these are all really nice pickups if he can get there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually...
Beast Match hasn't slowed down much either.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. I thought this was going to accelerate very, very fast. Abed and Saberlight. I mean, Saberlight dodging 2 ganks back-to-back bought a ton of time while they're making a gank onto Nightfall, too, so... Some good moves from Shopify.
This would be a massive kill if they can find GPK here. Manages to steal Scatter. I mean, level 4 Scatter Blast is great. The Hawk coming through. GPK playing smart. And Shopify, I think, just making the safe call. They don't want to dive into TPs and die.
No. Tokyo actually goes for bots. I mean, that's pretty greedy on a 5-bat rather than going for Blink.
Yeah, whoa. It's not like he has Hawks or anything to play around either. I mean, I guess he can teleport the spiders, but Mortimer Kiss is actually just crushing the backline. They do take down the Bat Rider, but in comes Pure once again. The Blink Duel finds the kill on the Saberlight as Fly. Now on the run, Crit can't escape. The Atos come through from GPK and Fly. Only a matter of time. 3 dead for the Bat Rider.
Okay. I mean, I guess that's the bots. The bots of the Bat Rider, instead of having a Blink Dagger, he forces them to go on him, and they actually get a really good cleanup fight. I mean, GPK, good positioning. Another duel. 76 for Pure.
Yeah. It almost makes me wonder if, like, they should have just gone on the GPK, because, like, it's hard to say whether or not this other outcome was ended up being better or not.
Yeah, I mean, they maybe didn't know the Pure gotten Blink and stuff, but I guess you must have had to with him being this far, but either way, they get punished for their move.
Yeah. Well, 5k lead now. Bet Boom. I mean, the XP advantage has to be enormous, right? Yeah, okay, they've got a pretty good XP lead.
It's pretty huge, yeah. It's like 3 or 4 levels on each of the cores versus the Naga Siren. I'm wondering if he'll ever actually get involved. They did stall things for a little bit there of net worth on Shopify, but losing those 2 kills, things back into the increase here for Bet Boom. Nightfall. Massive BKB Echo Saber.
We're going to see Pure pick up his BKB next item as well. Like, he's got the Mithril Hammer, picking out some extra money. There's no way he has it already, does he? Okay,
no, not yet. But that's going to allow him to even potentially just BKB Blink Duel, Ango, and stuff like that. Like, he can just really focus anybody he wants in these fights. Abed, Ags is finished. All things considered, a pretty damn good timing with how bizarre this whole game kind of is. Just still unsure if Arteezy will ever get to a realms of being able to do anything because he is triple kind of counterpicked and he's had literally no game.
His net worth is increasing, you know, in some capacity. He's not 9th anymore on the net worth, right? Like, that is, you know,
very true.
Some gains for sure. It's really just going to be whether or not Bet Boom give him space to slow down. And Doesn't look like it. They immediately
Yeah.
smoke his 4. They want to keep playing aggressive.
Oh, and
this was
Shopify.
where it would be really nice to have the blink on Toronto Tokyo, but
This is cool.
they roaching? What the heck? You have Ags Pango. I guess you can.
Yeah, Axe Pango plus a Beastmaster with Helm of Overlord. I don't think they expect this on Betboom.
They actually caught the scan for a second there. So they actually kind of know they're near the mid lane.
Yep.
And just pressuring the mid tower. I mean, this is a sweet call. Betboom I think they figured it out now, but yeah, that's a nice grab. Big first Roche going their way.
Huge for Abed, really, to protect him, to go for that initiation and rolling stuff in the front. Arteezy still needs a hell of a lot more time, but a nice little sneak there to slow down momentum of Betboom, perhaps. Nightfall, though, he'll get the tier 2, so they didn't react to that Roche at all. They just pushed for themselves.
Don't worry, Mortimer. I'm still here.
One of the slowest, I feel like the slowest item timing we'll see in a long time on a Naga Siren, unless a game ends before these type of timings. It's going to be like a 20-something minute Manta. Like, I never see that. Tokyo. Sitting up top, no Blink Dagger still just yet to get any grab up here.
Ends up canceling the Snapfire TP.
Okay.
They're smoking bottom. Okay, so they saw the Snapfire TP cancel, and they immediately TP bottom. They're going to maybe go for Nightfall. I mean, this would be a great pickoff, but he's got BKB Echo. I don't know how you kill him.
You have to chain stun kind of perfectly with the Roar.
All right. Wisdom Rune is out. I mean, all 5 of Shopify are bottom right now. Is it just Tormentor? Is that what this is? Okay, yeah, they're just coming back for Tormentor. It's some net worth to go their way. And they get flies. I mean, that's actually the one you were talking about earlier. That's really good.
It's good for split pushing, especially. Like, 2 creeps. It's always going to be really nice if you maximize using them to farm side lanes and stuff like that, so. Oh. And Betboom's just farming, waiting for this timing. BKB is now done. I believe they also... Oh, he's actually going for the 4-staff next on to save, so looking for a protecting item, a saving item, if you will, versus like the Beastmaster.
I like it. And Blink Dagger now done on Batrider.
So it looks like they're going to look for a fight here.
I mean, they've got everything. Double BKBs, Blink on your Batrider. Your Snapfire just finished up Gleipnir as well.
Okay.
It's coming on the Courier, but I mean, these are all huge items for Betboom.
I mean, massive items.
Precious bounty.
GPK just has to keep his positioning careful. That's the only thing for him that he has to be cautious of. He actually finds a DD bottom, gives the bottom to the Nightfall. They actually get a catch.
Fly will tank the gank. This is quite nice. Pure holding the duel, but we'll finally commit it. Okay. It's worth just 28 more damage going for the Legion Commander.
Yeah, it's so hard. Anyone he finds, they're dead if he finds them with a Blink BKB duel. He wanted to find the next target there.
Yeah. He was looking behind him for sure. That was good positioning by Fly. He definitely sniffed that one out. Nightfall almost has Butterfly.
Jeez. Good luck ever actually just killing him by himself. Like, killing this, like, if you're actually fighting him in a man fight versus Nightfall. Like, this is quite terrifying.
Especially once he gets the Shard, right? Which I'm sure will be his item after that Butterfly. He becomes impossible. If you don't burst him down, as soon as he BKBs, you have to run.
Look at this. That Pure actually considering... he changes his mind. I think they know that the positioning of Shopify is all around bottom right now, so actually not being down to look for a duel. They're keeping it just stagnant around that 6k.
Yeah, it's kind of what we saw earlier, right? It was going Betboom's way, and then it just stabilized. They get some big picks, and now it's stabilized again a little bit, but this was kind of just the effect of the Roshan, right?
Yeah, it might be...
You have this Aegis to protect Abed.
Exactly, I think that's what it is. I think Betboom maybe being a little hesitant of just like full committing into this Aegis and stuff like that, just waiting for someone to make a slip up and then they striking themselves as they smoke. They're going to go through the gate, look to back up Toronto Tokyo bottom.
Both teams are just swapping sides of the map. Like, they just smoked the other way with Abed's Blink Dagger. I think they saw Nightfall for a moment, but he is running all the way back to base.
Full Butterfly complete.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You don't 100-0 that Broodmother, he's going to eat everybody.
Jeez. Yeah, he is so fun.
30 seconds, Aegis. RTZ top 3 net worth now.
What's the I've seen Twitch chat a few times. Pure BKBs doesn't have his blink available. It's broken for the moment, and he will jump in, get the lasso there on the edge, and that will deliver the duel most likely. Well, actually, ends up dying to the Mortimer Kisses. RTZ with the Son of the Siren tries him. He does not have a TP. That is a duel. Abed forced to go in with the Rolling Thunder to try and save him, but the damage is way too much. Abed will finish the roll out.
Oh man, that's the first time RTZ's showing up in like 10-12 minutes, doesn't have a TP to get out.
Oh no.
Tries to help his teammates, but just feeds a duel. Pure's like, alright, thank you.
It's like, that's the one I wanted.
Yeah, this Legion's just, I feel like this is just gonna happen so much.
Oh no.
Massive. Hey, Beplum's just playing it calm. I mean, they're not really like, just chilling. They're probably like, yeah, Naga's catching up a little, but we got counters. I feel like Beplum's just, yeah, they're in a fine spot. They're perfectly fine. Continuing to scale, continue to get items on all 3 cores. Bat Rider's still getting big, techies too. Shopify's doing good jobs of splitting stuff up with this disastrous kind of early game that they did have, but I mean, Beplum, they're kind of just playing it cleanly around this.
Tier 2 top, looking like it's going to be their next focus.
So go Lasso's up. He has a gem purchase now too, so it looks like they're trying to put that much more pressure now that this Aegis is gone.
Yeah.
Abed. They get the hell out of there. Pierre's on the hunt.
Oh boy. You're going to start needing some Lincoln Spheres.
You don't have the gold for
He
this.
does have it queued up on the Pango at least.
Yeah. He's going to have to be the one. The other, I don't be able to tell a Naga on a Beastmaster or anything at this point. Gem also picked up on crit. Looks like they want to also be able to not be under that vision there. Doing anything he can to get this game back into some type of control. They've just lost so much map control too, losing these towers, losing those 2 tier 2s.
Yeah. Dude, this... I feel like Shopify is doing the right things right now, but I just don't know if it's enough. Or if it's
because in the early game, RTZ just having no start. He's literally just on full recovery, so it's just awkward. Even though he is farming and like kind of catching back up, it just even when he shows up, there's just answers because they're have hero answers, but also item answers as well too that are kicking in. And he did show himself bottom for a second on the mines, so.
I do like that Fly is trying to transition into a little bit more of a carry. He's got double Wraithband queued up. A little bit more armor. Yeah.
They need any little bit that they can get because of how shut down RTZ's game has been. Pure is just Shadow Bladed hunting now too. Now it's the point where it's just like, okay, if I find Naga, she dies. Blade Mill duel.
It's pretty easy for Legion to find the real Naga as well, thanks to overwhelming odds, right? Like, you just BKB overwhelming odds. Set up yourself for a free duel. Heart of Tarask is done on the Naga Siren, so a little bit tankier target now. I think they still have the damage. I don't think that's an issue for Betboom, but
doesn't feel like they ever will have lack of damage for Naga Siren with the way they set up the draft and how dominant those lanes really were. Even
it helps your illusions, I guess, right? That's the big thing.
Yeah,
making these illusions tankier to split push.
Yeah, I mean, it's still obviously super important for him to have this type of stuff. They just, GPK is continuing to just get massive too. He's almost level 18. He's gonna go down Manta route for protection too.
I like it.
Yeah, it's protection and scaling, of course, universal.
Yeah, our level 20 talent, and then of course level 25 eventually, if we ever get there, for GPK is just gonna make this game even more difficult.
Yeah, even if, let's say, the if of the Naga, if she's able to get like big farm, they'll continue to have answers. It does feel like they're trying their best, Shopify, getting all the split push going, trying to get information from Saberlight.
They scout the Wisdom rune top here. I wonder if Abed tries to deny it.
Right now, it looks like they're just getting kind of double push going here. They've got all these summons in the mid lane.
And Artor's caught bottom as well, so I mean, he's actually got illusions in all 3 lanes. So this is like the classic RTZ Naga Siren. This is exactly what he loves to do.
He's being annoying, and if they can keep this up, they maybe can actually secure a potential way to go for the Rosh. But I think Batboom might just run at that Roshan anyway and look to cut waves themselves. I imagine they're going to contest this one. GPK shows himself...
spawn on Daylight, too.
GPK shows himself bottom. Off Shopify is heading down here.
I mean, they're pinging him. RTZ kind of wants to go in. He's got the instant, the rainbow TPs instantly from all of Bedboom. It was a bait all along. There's going to be a lasso. They managed to get on top of TPK. He's falling low and fast, but the duel just destroys that Beastmaster, and somehow Snapfire lives. He makes it out alive. Fly will not. 2 heroes dead on the side of Shopify. Is Abed actually thinking of going back, and he wants to snipe this guy. Does not want to let him survive. Crit trying to TP on out. Will be able to. Abed?
GPK?
Wait a minute. Dude, no way. Dude, no way. The damage. The Defiant Shell as well.
The minus armor from Shredder on the Creeps. I think Creeps got a last hit, but my god. Abed goes for the big play. They don't ever kill GPK. Save actually saves him. I believe it was Greaves in a 4-step that ends up topping him off. I can't believe he survives.
GPK had like 600 HP. Abed had almost max. He was like 1700 and just died. What in the world? Yeah, he did 2,100 damage to 400.
And that's pre-20.
Yeah.
At 20, he would easily just bring him down. Jesus. I mean, that was... They tried to find a pick off there, but Rainbow TP's Beplin, they're just too ready this whole game. Everything. Every single time. And now they get the Roche themselves. RTZ, he just can't do anything. He literally just has to watch. 0-4-0. Will he have a single kill involved with this game is the question now I'm starting to feel.
Dude, imagine if he actually procced Lucky Shot. I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, he actually shield crashed, swashbuckled, attacked twice, and didn't proc Lucky Shot.
That's actually fair. I mean, Defiant Shell maybe was just the full difference maker.
Oh! I heard Blade Mail. Alright, Pure did not want to blink it. Okay.
Tried. 13,000 gold lead now.
That was everything that they wanted. They're going to take this Tormentor away from them as well. You got a Vindicator's Axe on the Brood Mother. This is one of my favorite items. This thing is so good.
Amazing, really, this item. And they might just continue a little bit here. At least poke with GPK with the first salvo. Abed shows. Then they back away. They actually get vision of Arteezy, and he does not have a TP right now. All right, he's got it delivered. Cure's on him.
He needs to song fast. He's not going to get it. There's the duel. The lasso even as well. And he dies in the duel. 198 bonus damage now for this Legion. And bottom lane, they're looking for Abed. He's just trying to clear the wave. He'll TP on out. Nice play from him for, again, just trying to stall out this game. But
stall for what?
Yeah, I don't know what you're stalling for.
It just, yeah. They have 3 heroes that just scale very good versus the Naga, especially because she just has never gotten off the floor. Push continuing now. Saberlight trying to get some space top. Durant Tokyo's up here. Push is going to start. Nightfall. The Sages with his shard. Look at that damage go up.
Yeah. Plus the attack speed talent. Oh boy. Yeah, Fort comes out. Doesn't really do a whole lot in clearing the wave, but it will at least buy you a little bit of time here. You could make some song play here. You don't have Rolling Thunder for 30, though. Yeah. That is a big part of your fights.
I mean, it's song into what, really?
Yeah. Oh, the Stolen Lasso? Wait a minute. Instantly dispelled by Pure. And there's the Blink Duel. He's got the Beastmaster. Song does not make it out in time. He's going to buy back. They have a Roar. Who can you actually kill is the question. They're going to turn on to the Snapfire, see if they have damage to find the kill. The Roar does come out, but Snapfire is plenty tanky. Press the attack, plus the Guardian Greaves coming out. And now it's time for Bedboom to get on the aggression. As Nightfall just destroys the Beastmaster, looking for crit. Mortimer Kisses just taking down Fly on the backside as a lasso even comes through as well, holding down the Naga Siren. It is a buyback. PS there from Shopify. They've got nothing in the tank. Abed, maybe he can make something happen here, but GPK traps him down, pops the Mantha, just gonna beat into this angle here, and it's just too much. Like, Bedboom is way too far ahead.
Yeah, they finally caught. And this one felt pretty over just after these all lane shenanigans. I think the over rotations, but honestly, they did heavily counter this Naga Siren pick throughout the draft. And he does end with 1 assist. He did get one at the end there, but this was a smackdown, honestly.
Dude, the opening of Brood Legion Commander, not something that I think I would have expected, but boy, was this such a good game for it. And we kind of knew it was going to be a little bit of a rough one. Like, they didn't really have great lanes to play with on Shopify. Like, Abed completely sacked this game by last picking this Tango into a snapshot.
Yeah, it just was a strange one. Like I was mentioning through the draft, it looked like they were just picking for themselves rather than counter picking at all, and they're just getting straight counter picked and counter picked and counter picked. So then they tried to adjust things, doing some type of lane adaptations and stuff like that, but that actually hurt them more than helped. It feels like this game. I mean, literally, Arteezy had no game. He didn't get to play Dota.
Yeah, seeing a 9th on net worth Naga Siren at like 4.5 minutes, never a good sign for your game.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if we want to pull up some damage numbers. I mean, these are going to hurt for the Shopify fans. 8,000 Arteezy, 6,000 Saberlight, 7,000 Crit. Fly and Abed, the two that were having the good ones, they actually ended up like 14k and 12k, but yeah, they couldn't do anything from the laning phase onwards. And I think Betboom, they didn't like make any type of like throwy plays, didn't like over adapt to going for like crazy plays. They farmed the map, they played patient. They're like, all right, they got an Aegis, we'll just farm it up. This Naga Siren's no concern. So Betboom, very, very good understanding of the game and a cool draft that they just destroy Shopify.
They built all the right items too, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was the other thing that was super cool. Is like save on techies. He goes 4-staff Guardian Greaves, Toronto, Tokyo. Obviously, after the great start he had, a little bit gritty on the boots of travel, but still, drums, force, blink, all very good stuff.
Yeah,
they just played exceptionally well.
Yeah, hopefully we get like an actual game in the next one, because this one it felt like it was quite over by like 10 to 15 minute marks. It's just Abed and Fly trying their best to salvage things. So hopefully we do get a better second game, because this also did happen earlier for versus TSM. Shopify kind of looked super disjointed, tons of mistakes happened, and then they kind of came back and clapped in the second game. But that's versus TSM. Versus Betboom, it's going to be a whole nother deal that they're going to have to go through.
Yeah, Betboom, not a team known for making a lot of mistakes, right? This team has looked very good. You mentioned it earlier, upwards trajectory team. They have looked incredible over the last like several months. But we'll see how they end up doing in game number 2. I think Shopify, you've just got to kind of brush this one off to maybe just a draft / laning issue, and just look forward. Like there's not a lot you can probably take out of the lane out of the game outside of that.
No, definitely not. I think I'm sure Bulba's just going to be like, okay, guys, whatever, wash it. Like, yeah, maybe not the best last pick and stuff too, and then we shot ourselves in the foot with how we set up the lanes and with a lot of these things. So let's see what adjustments they have.
All right, we're going to throw it to a break, everyone, and we'll be back here with game number 2. It'll be our final game of the evening here on the Riyadh Masters, day 1 of the group stage. So stay tuned. We'll see y'all after the break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. We are getting ready to go into game number 2 of Shopify versus BetBoom. The question is if Shopify is ready to go back into game number 2. That was a pretty rough first one to start this off, but we'll see how it goes. My name's Cryptic. I'm here with Fogged. It's the final game of the evening. How you feeling, man?
Hopeful we'll even get a game 2. I don't know if we can call that Dota 2. Maybe from BetBoom, but Shopify, yeah, just erase from memory. Let's just do it that for them, so they can try to reestablish things. Because that just seemed very, like I said, sometimes they just seem very disconnected. This felt like one of those from draft to play to everything. So let's see what recovers they have. It's not going to be an easy one too, especially versus BetBoom. Like we said, versus TSM they were able to do it, but yeah, BetBoom, very very strong team.
Yeah, I mean it's a great start to the day for them, right? Like BetBoom currently 3-0 to start off the group stage. If they obviously get this one, 4-0 will put them right at the top of Group B. I've been trying to keep up to date with, or up to tabs with, like what's been going on in the groups so far. EG has looked very good. We'll see if they can keep that momentum rolling. Same with PSG LGD.
Yeah,
of course, BetBoom at the tops as well. So some solid teams, not some teams that were really unfamiliar being at the top of the boards, but
yeah, I like when I see though. I mean, BB's playstyle for me, it's been really just always fun to watch because they're super aggressive. It's I said it earlier about 9 Pandas as well too. It's like a very CIS thing too, but like 9 Pandas, I would say it's like the 1 or 2 steps down of BB where they just do it like cleaner and nicer in most situations. But they're super aggressive. Like this team will always itemize for aggression. I feel like usually not looking to play on back foot, looking to go for some type of comebacks. They're the ones who want to be. They're the ones who want to be doing everything. They're the ones who want to be dictating the pace of the game usually.
To jump into the drafts, I'm curious if we're going to see any like change up in the bans here. I will be shocked if they go ahead and well, actually, I guess you do have first pick on Shopify, so you could go for something like the Naga Siren on 8. That is an absolute option because then you can ban for it.
Yeah, that would be better. I think opening up Naga when it's like this, it's not good. Or it's not good versus a team like BetBoom that has like the flex capabilities and stuff like that. Because immediately it's like Brood LC come out and they're just like, well, we just picked Naga because it's a good Naga game. And then it immediately becomes a bad Naga game when Brood gets moved and LC gets picked and then they pick like 3 more counters for it. So need to be able to protect it a little bit better.
Respect ban on the Snapfire, dude. This hero has been
too good.
Seemingly untouchable in mid. Like I have not seen this hero lose a mid lane. So don't want to deal with it. Abed would rather play, I guess, Comfort as opposed to like counter picking into the Snapfire. We'll grab the overall first Undying, a hero that still pretty good, right? Even after the nerfs. But
yeah, still very
good
strong.
Lane dominator.
Good lane dominator and snaps out of the board, right? So immediately you don't have to worry about little Shredder versus your Tombstone throughout the game. So it moves up in priority heavily. And lane securing, like you said, definitely one of the more important things I would prefer to see for Arteezy this time around.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. The 8 pick could be really strong here for Shopify with the Undying. I'm curious what BetBoom want to pick. Like, you can't preemptively pick Legion. There's no way.
No,
so
you probably go down like these like Visage routes. That's at least what I've seen as a response to the Undyings. You don't play the melee offlaners. You early pick one of these, but that's not really a pure style.
Yeah.
That's actually
I mean, you could just go back for saves techies. Like, it's always been pretty decent.
That's true.
You go for the Pugna. Okay.
This is a great hero versus Undying in lane.
Yeah.
Super nice to play against. You just poke him.
They get nerfed on the mana restore, but in terms, like you said, in terms of the lane, still phenomenal.
Yeah, the hero just still pokes and pokes and pokes, and honestly, Save he's the best Pugna for me by far. Nobody comes close actually at all. Him and Pure.
It's in the name, man.
Yeah, they usually actually do Doom Pugna when they do it, but okay.
Oh man, look at Fogged.
I was gonna say it, but they had the Undying, so I was just like, maybe they don't. But they play around the magic damage a lot. Like they'll actually turn and maybe try to kill the Undying level 1 when he tries to do his decays and push back a Doom, and they just use Blood Grenade, Scorched Earth, and Chase Down. I've seen it 100 times from this team or something. I swear this has to be the most big duo. I thought it perhaps wasn't gonna come because of the Undying though.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. Well, 8 pick again, very strong if you can protect ban in the second phase, and they will go with the Medusa. I'm actually very okay with this. I was gonna say, I think you pick Arteezy's hero, you see your lane matchup. It's strong with an Undying front lane, and now you get to protect ban, so we'll get rid of the Anti-Mage, probably the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, it's good versus the Pugna throughout all stages of the game. You can just target the Pugna in particular with just a snake, and Pugna is the highest in-game hero in the game. So, yeah, you end up getting like crazy mana back, and throughout the game, versus Doom and stuff like that, you're one of the better heroes to just not really care if you do get hit by that. So, okay. Already infinitely happier, I would say, from Shopify.
Way better. Yeah, this is like a night and day draft, in my opinion. They actually still respect out the Naga ban. I've seen this hero actually struggle. It's kind of a back and forth thing, because I've seen Medusa win the Naga matchups, but it really comes down to if you can get off to a really good start on the Naga Siren, and if Medusa doesn't really have a game, like, it can completely go the other way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, we get to see that matchup so much more. These Medusas, Morphlings, Naga Sirens. Kind of sick of seeing them.
Okay.
Definitely
I like this a lot.
Yeah, definitely a much nicer approach here, but they have a lot of ways to address it. So, and also, you only have so many bans, too. So, AM, Naga, do you also ban the Pango yourself, too? Because that has been something that a lot of teams have looked at versus Dusa as well. Diffusal timing. And then there's
Pango or PL?
Pango, PL, Shadow Demon. It depends. Do you want to target the core or do you want to target the supports? Because SD is also godly versus Dusa.
The Darkseer ban, pretty good, but I wonder
Interesting.
if... I'm trying to think, like, what heroes do you not want to play into the Darkseer, like, specifically?
Yeah.
But maybe it's just too strong of a hero in general, and they just don't want to deal with it. Like, auras for the... Like, I guess barriers and stuff don't even matter for Medusa, but... Back wall is really strong.
And... I mean, they're not going to pick the Darkseer, right? Because they already have their Doom, so they're already like,
Yeah,
whatever. Let's just target Saberlight heroes, the ones that we don't want to play verse. And that is pipe builder anyway. Through, like, not just for the Dusa, it's for the game. That can be annoying.
Slark? Have you banned the Darkseer?
You say Slark?
Yeah.
Could be Slark. Yeah, I can see it. I mean, they have a lot of options. Nightfall plays like everything, honestly. And
he does, dude,
and
huh?
if you don't ban PL, the really big scare is like Nightfall, you know, epileptic kid, and his true form comes out, and he embraces it, and he's like, thank God, I have the most PL games out of anybody.
Dude, yeah, I'm more... Okay, they get rid of Terrorblade. I was like, I am more terrified of PL, but I guess there are still a lot that you can pick from the mid lane to probably address a Phantom Lancer here. Because there is something like Primal Beast can come back, and then suddenly... Like, Slark and PL are not really viable.
Yeah.
Even Lesh, but you don't have the IO, so...
I guess we'll have to see.
I don't know.
5 seconds remaining.
And probably just keep it open. I think maybe they could even just go for something like... Actually, no. I was actually thinking maybe you pick like a Coddle here in the third, and then you set yourself up for Coddle Pango if you're Bet Boom, and then you can save last pick, because you do have a couple core heroes if you want to go down like something like that, but...
What about Faceless Void? Like one of those old, like just the end-all be-all counter. Like, okay, Medusa doesn't get to play the game.
That is one of the other... Yeah, that was an approach. And they even banned the SD too. Okay, so...
It's got it. Okay.
All right, so they're just
That's
picking...
a great pick.
This is good. It actually burns mana too.
Yeah.
Nice. We were
Sinister Gaze
theory
is super
crafting.
sick.
I think like everybody, when Berlin hit, because the patch had just hit, everyone was theory crafting all this nonsense. It's like Snapfire, Diffusal, and all this. And I think the best kind of answers ended up being... the usuals, you know, and then like a Wind Ranger Diffusal kind of started trickling in. But this is gonna be cool. This is Lich the Lions and stuff like that. Things a little bit extra, and it's good protection. The physical damage absorption is pretty great.
Kind of like Puck here for Abed right now, but it depends because you've got to worry about what the mid lane is going to come out for GPK. We'll see. Primal Beast into Lich does feel kind of rough, though. That is definitely like you need to get to your BKB before you can really do a whole lot.
Yeah, just have some worries if they do pick that. I mean, of course, it's gonna be good if they do expect like a Pango and stuff to come out, but they'll stick with the Beastmaster.
It blocks the PL, actually. That's beautiful.
It does.
I like this. This makes a lot more sense.
Block the PLs. It's annoying for these two supports. These two heroes do not like getting ran at by summons at all.
Yeah.
Like, Pugna can't do his Pugna thing where he drains a target and, like, tries to protect someone at all. You just get summons sent on you, and you're like, oh, man.
5 seconds remaining.
And I remember when the Beastmaster Ags came out initially. I think I was casting one of the Berlin group stage games, and it was like a minute and a half of a Phantom Lancer clicking a Beastmaster, and nothing happened. Like a solid 90 seconds, they're just hitting the Beastmaster, and they're like, okay, we're just going to go somewhere else now. He had no mana, he's just standing there.
I don't think there was anything worse than the Razor Bloodstone meta. That was like the worst.
Oh, dude, that was so bad.
It was just silly that I had no internal cooldown.
Yeah.
Rubik pick. Okay. I mean, they're sticking with the Rubik. He definitely has options for some great spells. They're sticking with the Rubik Beastmaster as well, too. So, okay.
Safe pick, I guess, right?
Yep. Did they just Slark? Okay, they'll actually pick that Bloodseeker
into the Medusa. You want to talk to me about this, Fly? Just because I know you love this matchup.
I mean, it is what it is. It's just you don't benefit from almost anything. I guess it's more about the lane that he's looking at to just destroy Beastmaster, because we've seen. I talked about the other day, like this Beast game completely. You get off to a good few levels. This he's looking at that rather than the matchup. So, but yeah,
your Medusa counter's got to come from mid.
It's one of the highest variance carry to carry matchups in a vacuum. Since Thirst doesn't do anything, Rupture doesn't do anything, Blood Rage doesn't really do much either, so. Well, Blood Rage gives you attack speed, but doesn't give you the shard bonus, etc.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Shopify don't have last pick here. Obviously looking for Abed's hero. They get rid of the Pango, since obviously they can't pick it now because of the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, getting rid of the Pango. I mean, this could look like a Storm game. There's not not too many stuns. Okay,
yeah,
they get rid
a
of
Storm.
I kind of figured that was coming.
I was thinking like Storm Puck are like the two best right now, like obviously for Shopify, but Storm ban, we might see Puck ban. Maybe they'll. I mean, you can't really pick Primal Beast into Bloodseeker either. That one feels super rough.
10 seconds remaining.
I was just curious for Abed.
5 seconds remaining.
They are out of reserve time. Shopify, what are you doing? Necrophos.
What?
Okay, that's not a Medusa answer at all, but in terms of mid lane matchups...
Does that mean Ember?
Yeah, I was like, is it Ember or... Abed doesn't play Lone Druid, right? Like, that hero is kind of dead.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I mean, it's got to be an Ember ban if you ban Necro. Unless they're baiting it. I mean, they're taking some time, though, so...
BetBoom have plenty of reserve time left. This is it for Shopify. They got 15 seconds. So we'll see what they come up with here.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Dude, there is not a lot of options. There's so many banned heroes.
Wind Ranger? I don't know. There's not much left. Oh, I did not see that one coming.
Mid Beastmaster, maybe?
Mid Mars.
Or is it just Mid Mars? Okay, it is Mid Mars. I was like, I love Mid Mars personally after watching Dark Mago just crush with this hero over and over again. He's like one of the best Mid Mars out there.
Or maybe they do actually run the Mid Beast. You might be right. Because the Mars versus Bloodseeker matchup is what I've seen a lot of teams do to shut down this Bloodseeker, and it actually works.
And it saves the Beastmaster's game. That's why I was wondering. It's like you get Beastmaster out of the bottom lane.
You might be right.
I'd be okay that Beastmaster doesn't lose a lot of mid matchups, but you still have heroes like Queen of Pain in, but then you still have a completely unanswered Medusa.
Okay, what do you want? What's your pick?
Is it just Wind Ranger?
That's what I was thinking. It's just Wind Ranger's the last one I can think left, but...
He plays it a lot, too. It's like one of his... He's played it a good amount this tournament, I think.
Yeah. They are very single target. All 3 cores are like completely single target, if that's the case, though.
Yeah.
Whew.
We'll have to see. 20 seconds-ish left on their reserve time here. Overall, I think this is a much better draft from Shopify.
I like
Compared to last
Shopify's
game,
this time, yeah.
This is unbelievable difference.
Yeah, I like Shopify's a bit here. I mean, I think this might have been a nice little switch up there that might catch BB off if they do put this Beast mid and have the Mars versus the Bloodseeker. Lich Bloodseeker is very strong, though, so I don't know if that's...
Yeah, it's scary.
Because I've seen the Mars versus Bloodseeker a couple of times shut down the Bloodseeker, but maybe the Lich is going to be the difference. Yeah, good call. It is going to be that puck.
I mean, it's a good puck game. I thought it was okay for Shopify, but Abed is going to take the Mars mid, so they are going to put the Beastmaster bottom. Saberlight, he's the Beastmaster player, right? It's his most played hero. And I'm not that surprised.
See the puck, then I think the Mars goes up in favor to go mid. I thought perhaps they were going to swap it, but I think now they see that and they're like, okay. All right. I mean, it looks a lot better. But BetBoom, they've got a lot of comfort. I mean, Save and Pure, like I said, they're magicians on these 2 heroes together.
I do like Magic, so I'm okay with that. Well, in general, I think we're in for a much better game number 2, right? Game number 1 was just, like you said, hardly Dota at that point.
Yeah.
BetBoom got to play Dota. Shopify was on a whole other planet. But this game should be much more exciting, hopefully.
Yeah, they have a much, for me at least, a much better, well-rounded draft and everything like that. No one should just get smashed. It's not like this Medusa's a Naga that was 3x counterpicked. It's actually a Medusa that's not fully counterpicked. So Arteezy should have a much better game, but let's see what they're going to be able to do versus BetBoom, because BetBoom, very aggressive team, a very aggressive draft. And let's see how these lanes end up going.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I'm excited. I love Mid-Mars, man. It's just such a fun hero. I think there's a lot of different item builds you can go for. But I think the big thing, he's going to just have to play pretty fast, make a lot of space, probably get that early Blink Dagger, shut down some of these, like these Bloodseekers, Doom, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this is all going to play out. Because this is, honestly, for me, I look and I'm like, this does look like a pretty damn good Dusa game for Arteezy if he doesn't just get owned. So if they can just make space, if they don't feed too much on like this Mars and stuff, I feel like Arteezy he is set up for success here. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what BetBoom's going to do here.
I love this. There's all chatting immediately.
I mean, they're buddies, man. They played together.
Yeah.
Playing
just
on
instantly
limits.
tips Nightfall and starts talking.
As Boba says, yeah, see, look at this.
Play into the limit. I love it. Yeah, you were right, man. It's like they're buds. They played together for a while. It's cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, there's not that much bad blood in Dota. I mean, there's some. Don't get me wrong. There's definitely some players that just hate. You absolutely detest each other, but a lot of it's bants. A lot of it is bants.
A lot of it's just fun too. Like I mean, Quinn likes playing the heel. He doesn't actually really hate a lot of players, but he just, likes kind of being that figure, I guess, for the community.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's not much to say. Quinn's become a verb.
Yeah. Quinn's become a verb.
It is. What? People are, like, did you see
yeah.
Arteezy literally said, "I'm quinning if you don't do X" the other day when I was watching some pubs.
I was like, that's true. It's funny. All right. Well, we're going to see. I will say Shopify has a much better level 1 here over BB. So, see?
So just a 2
do not want to contest. There's no way. They're like, yeah, we're not going into the Undying. Sorry.
Yeah, let's see how this. I'm going to be looking at top lane a lot because I mentioned it so much yesterday. How much does Beast Masters, and Tino ended up winning this game even though he literally was like pushed to jungle at like level 3. So that could happen. This is definitely one of those tough lanes for a Beastmaster that can become disastrous very quickly, and there's a Lich too with it. So let's see how that goes, and let's see how.
I think it was that exact combo, wasn't it? Lich Bloodseeker that ruined his game.
Was it both? You might be right.
I feel like it was, but it might have been CM Bloodseeker. But I want to say it was Lich. Hard to say.
I can maybe check.
Either way, it was 30 minutes of jungling for Beastmaster after that.
Yeah,
not the easiest time,
but a godly recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane, DPK on his puck up against Abed's Mars. I'm a little bit curious how this matchup's going to go. I feel like it's actually not as bad for Mars as people think.
No.
You can definitely just use Spear to kind of push the mid laner into the tower.
Yeah, it's not horrible. You have some physical damage too that Puck hates to play against with the rebuke spam. Stuff like that. Puck has 1 armor, so GPK, he should be able to hold his own bottom. And I'm seeing this aggression here from these two, but I say bottom and top is the way. Sorry, Observer.
No, you're all right. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. Yes, this is Frost Blast spam into Bloodright. Lich is just so strong.
And Arteezy, he gets
and
run
Arteezy
down.
dies. Yeah.
And these two are their magicians on the Pugna Doom. I've seen them literally win lanes that I'm like, how the hell did they do this? That's a very early kill to get on the Dusa too. Nightfall's gonna have a free game. Is the one thing too up here. And perhaps if they can get one type of kill onto the Medusa to slow him down, they might be able to get more on him with these two.
All right, quick 2 kills for the lanes. I mean, not too big of a difference here in some of the CS. I guess Medusa being as low as Arteezy is, that's kind of like the biggest concern. If he can kind of get if they can stabilize this lane, which I think they should be able to. They have level 2 now on this Undying. A little bit more difficult to play into.
Yeah. Pure does not get his Self canceled, of course, because the decay doesn't do anything, so he's actually okay. And who's gonna get the? I mean, the Lotus is really the big one to look at here for this bottom lane, because if you get a Lotus on the Medusa, it's usually very tough to bring her down inside the laning phase at all. But see where the lane positioning is. Looks like he is set up for getting it.
He's shoving it, yeah.
And they are showing, like, Pure, they go for that kill, but Pure doesn't actually really get too many last hits while they are going for it. Mid, GPK is bringing it to Abed. They're keeping him super low.
He might have to, like, go for the 3-minute bounty here to refill bottle. I don't know if he can sit here until the 4 minutes.
On him being low, it's going to cause issues, too. Nightfall is, like, just sitting at 400 movement speed almost up top when he's got level 2 Thirst. Already seeing the stacks coming out. Sable's got tons being made. Already understands that he's gonna have a tough lane matchup.
Wow. Okay, he's been stacking literally since the bell.
Yeah.
So this is cool.
He knows what he's doing.
Very smart. Sending the boar back once again.
I'm looking at mid. Save is even perhaps rotating over. He takes away the rune. Takes away that bounty. Abed is being kept incredibly low.
GPK only really has one spell at the moment, but
he just keeps putting him low. This thirst is building up. Yep, the thirst.
It's just too much. He's gonna get the telekinesis away. Actually, he's only got 1 stick charge, so yeah, Nightfall claims it. On the other side, Saberlight will take down the Lich. So it is a trade this time, but still pretty good overall. Pure bottom lane just takes a massive snake to the face. They will actually get some space there thanks to the decrep, but zombies are spawning. Tries to plant the tree there for some vision. They're going to continue to chase around to save. Flight is hanky. Another snake will come through. The zombies doing work, and they get both of them.
Good kills.
Oh, that is massive.
Pure ate I think a final bounce snake or something like that. He took an insane amount of damage. That's Sixers having some TPs coming toward GPK, getting very aggressive mid. He's got Tokyo here.
He's, I think, looking for a bottle refill, but they might just be able to finish him off. And he's trying, pops the Fairy Fire, has a God's Rebuke. They won't be able to kill him. That is huge for well, I say that. GPK might not be done.
He wants him. Raindrop?
Yeah, he wants him.
Not enough.
Really sick aggression. Really good play.
Yep. And Tokyo with this move, instead of going to continue diving forward, he's actually going to scout and block some stacks here.
Middle tower is under attack.
Well, GPK,
That's
damn.
really smart.
He's pushing it to the limits on this hero in mid and just really bringing it to the Mars. And Arteezy does get some kills, but he is still suffering on last hits. 18-4. Bloodseeker, as we said, Nightfall, he's set up to have pretty much every last hit up top.
Yeah, we'll see what Abed does. He is a full level behind GPK on the puck.
Wow.
Right, so this is a huge XP difference.
And not going for any stats on the Mars. He's got like Quelling, Raindrop, Bottle, Stick, so 0 stat items. Bottom, jeez, Arteezy.
Falling low. Fly forced to put his body in front for the moment. He's doing a decent chunk of damage there to Pugna, but not enough. We're going to see more fighting in the top lane. This time, Nightfall. He's just so fast. You're never going to catch this guy.
No. I mean, Arteezy now has gotten his mana broken, so he's 50% HP. So helps a little bit
Does
too.
he still have the... He doesn't have the Lotus anymore.
No.
And in 6 minutes again, so this Lotus will go the way of BB. Yep.
So we'll get that one. Shield rune spawns top. Double checking the runes on the side of Shopify to slow down GPK. I'll bet he'll be able to get that one. He's got boots too. And soon 6, so they could even perhaps set up onto the puck, onto GPK here with the rotation soon.
It's slowly making his way back to the top here, but they got to deward this block on the Arcvamp here.
Yep.
It's prevented Saberlight from stacking twice now. I mean, he has been able to successfully stack the Ancient Camps quite a bit, but it looks like he's just going to focus on clearing these stacks a little bit.
Yeah, he's got
Sends out some clarities, has the mana boots.
Yep, got the Arcane Boots. He's got the Boar set up around crit too for the Wisdom rune, so it looks like they're playing it safe. Not wanting to go back to that top lane. Not wanting to give up more kills to Nightfall. It looks like the secondary Wisdom rune save. He's prepared for it. Fly, he's got Tombstone. He wants to just drop it here for an attempt. Well, save gets it.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yep.
Fly, one more decay. Can't chase under the tower, so well played from save.
Nice attempt with the Tombstone. Either way, he has, even though Arteezy did die the once, the lane has now been secured. He's top 3 net worth, very close right behind this Bloodseeker. But yeah, we're blessed, and we're actually definitely going to get a very, very, much closer game as we had hoped and anticipated.
And recovery for Beastmaster is definitely there.
It's definitely there.
This is one of those things where it's like he didn't really die in this lane. He actually ended up getting 1 kill. He didn't CS super well, but he's not really struggling. And these ancient stacks are going to pay off big.
He honestly played it really nice. Really, really nice. Because I've seen that one, yeah, the Beast sometimes can just die continuously, so very nicely done. Power Rune being checked. Coil's actually being thrown out aggressively.
That Shield Rune absorbed a decent chunk of damage, but Abed still falling low. Has the Arena if he wants, and a Spear in 1. Will he drop it? It's going to be a decrep into a orb from GPK. They find the kill. I thought he might just drop the Arena.
I thought he might too. They might lose more. GPK's still here. Crit?
Yeah, Crit's taking a beating here, and he will grab the Arcane Rune orb to the backside. He's looking for Crit. GPK is going to continue the chase, and with this Arcane Rune, it's going to be way too easy.
Hey, actually,
he
fakes it out.
Oh,
Nightfall's here.
Nightfall, Rupture up onto Flight. Wait,
what?
Saberlight caught him with axes.
I guess he did. Okay, that was a hell of a snipe. Alrighty,
I don't think he even noticed.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, he took a tower shot and axes at the exact same time and died.
Wow. All right, that's level 7 now for Saberlight, so these stacks, they're going to be finished off. Yeah, this Beastmaster's massive. 800 ahead of that Doom right now. Pure has been slowed down a decent chunk, even though they got that first kill. And they're actually setting up for it. He's got ice armor, though. He is fairly tanky.
Ooh, almost a sick Tumbler Toy play there. That would have been nice. You're right, he is a tanky boy, and you know what? He just TP's out.
Ice armor.
That's simple, 70 HP.
If they get the stun off pre-ice armor usage, he lives. But not the case.
Yeah. In the river, Saberlight claims himself another. Drops the Roar this time.
Sure.
He's tired of Toronto Tokyo messing with his stacks.
And he's top net worth as this Beast. It's pretty massive with the lane that he was put up against. Very early Dominator timing. Does of course have to watch out, building Dominator, Overlord, etc. You're playing versus Doom, so Devour, and then the Devour Ancient does come out eventually, but this is going to be fantastic timing for Saberlight. And these supports do not like to play versus these summons, as I was saying during the draft.
All right, I mean, very close game. 6-6 here at the 10-minute mark. Pretty much dead even on the net worth. This is what I wanted to see. There's a much better performance from Shopify, but mid lane, GPK keeping the aggression going. The coil out, they get the kill. Abed will take the Illusion Rune, which is quite nice for him, but GPK letting his cooldowns rip.
I mean, GPK, he's kind of a monster today. Snap was super good. So far, his puck play been on point, just bringing it to Abed. He has shut down this Mars massively. Yeah, it's been, of course, with some rotations, but that differential, it's massive. Yeah, really, 1,600 difference right now for GPK versus Abed. 2 levels as well.
I did not realize it was that big. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is huge. Nightfall, he pretty much has his Maelstrom picked up already here.
Oh, yeah. 50 gold away. Grabs it now. The creep wave.
Here comes Abed looking to get active. For him, he needs to get this to connect, because his game is starting to get slowed down a bit here. His Beast and his Medusa are doing very well, but he doesn't want to fall too far behind.
I think they saw him for a moment, but dude, what a good back here from BB. They will see Fly as well.
Yeah.
Smoke pops.
And Tokyo's here.
Good ward place here.
He's got Chain Frost.
They're gonna see everything.
They got to be a little careful how they commit.
All right. Well, good play. It will potentially cost them their tower here, but they're going to try and do the same thing bottom and pressure out Arteezy here on the Medusa.
TP's coming.
Here. Yeah, they are. TP's coming here from Crit. They're looking to get aggressive onto this Doom, but GPK is here with save on the backside. Coil's available. The Doom does come out. Abed has the Arena, but gets silenced. A Coil is down. They need to get Arteezy out of here.
Here, though.
It's like,
oh,
he's actually going to be just fine. Dude, the Tumbler Toy is something else. He's going to try and just TP out. They don't have the damage. They have the Roar, though. Well played.
Nice Saberlight. He's really owning for the team right now for Shopify. A rally of TPs to protect Arteezy, but worth it. That was a Doom, Coil as well. Arteezy very low mana. I mean, I keep almost saying low HP. Low mana right now. They could look to punish him if he does stick around here for a second.
Alright, good stuff overall. Good bottled Invis Rune there on GPK. We'll take that away from this Mars, potentially. So, Let's see. Abed is still so far from this blink, man, and he needs it.
This could be the thing that caused him some issues, because it's really, I mean, it's mostly his job, I would say, to catch GPK. Of course, we saw the godly axe snipes and stuff like that, but that's very unlikely to happen in most situations, so. Slow start for him, and save. He's actually bringing it to our bottom. Oh, for an almost attempted solo play. Nightfall is actually here.
I mean, Rupture doesn't do you a whole lot of good here. He just TP's out anyway, so.
Yep. Gonna get the
Wolves try and put some pressure on the tower. They grab it, of course, thanks to the Pugna's level 3 Nether Blast.
And Nightfall, it wasn't a TP. He just used the gate, so he can kind of go anywhere he wants if he does see it. Looks like they're making a move here. They're gathering up toward mid. Fury's still very slowed down. He's got Vanguard, still not really a Midas just yet, so. He's also on the kind of that recovery boat. Same thing as Abed. Very even start here. 7-7. Barely any type of net worth lead at all.
I mean, I'm with you, like, on this Beastmaster getting this early Helm of the Overlord, but because of the Doom effect at level 15, where you can just take your Ancient...
Yeah.
Does that just nullify a lot of the lead that this Beastmaster is going to have?
He's going to be able to get quite a lot done pre-15, right? The Doom's only level 8, and he's going to have Overlord
That's a good point.
pretty soon, I would say, within the next, like, 2-3 minutes. So they can pressure a lot with this. Like, that aura that it provides, too, and just how much stronger it makes your whole team fight. They'll have some big timing there. Shopify can make space, of course, for Arteezy. So I'm pretty okay with it this game. And also, I've seen a lot of times, it's like, these Dooms, like, you don't always just have Doom or Devour up.
Double damage rune there.
Snags it.
Nice. What's the Witchblade? I mean, he's got a lot he can play around right now. Very scary.
Both teams seem content with just chilling back and farming. Link is now online. Abed probably asking now, let's look to make a move. Probably wanted to look through some type of setup here.
I mean, the dream pick is probably GPK, right? If you can just Blink Spear him and follow it up. But the question is, who, like, you have to have the Roar then at that point. I don't think you burst them.
No, you need to have a good amount of control. You need to have, like, the Rubik or the Roar, something, or maybe a Stolen Silence, a Waning Rift or something. They're actually making the move.
Smoke got seen. I think it might have.
They don't want Fly. They see him. They want the bigger target. Look at this.
Yeah.
But they're just
walking right back towards him. Yeah, they're going to have to settle for the Undying.
They're still hunting for the Beast. I'm watching Toronto Tokyo playing incredibly aggressive over here. He knows.
He has to roar for the movement speed. He does not want to risk getting caught here.
Oh god, Rush. Looks like he was running into the pit to TP. He's like, wait, damn you, Rush.
Dude, that would have been so funny. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Fly tanks the gank. But that boom didn't commit much. It was just some auto attacks and stuff, so.
We're all nice stalling on the side of Shopify once again. Yep. It really is just an unchecked Medusa game. So
fully unchecked.
If Arteezy manages to stay pretty farmed, or like manages to pull really far ahead, I think he's having a good time.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like what's going to happen with the BKB Bloodseeker timing versus the Helm of the Overlord timing kind of thing. How's the fight going to go between these two? Will they be able to slow down Nightfall? Because he's keeping himself consistent with this Medusa just right at the top net worth. Tokyo?
I mean, Saberlight is underneath this ward here. They get the Chain Frost out. Some unlucky bounces, but it will finally come back. There's the spear into the wall, but GPK safe for the moment. And oh boy, it is a disaster right now for Shopify. They managed to get 3. In comes Arteezy on the Medusa, trying to take down Toronto Tokyo, but he pops a huge Lotus, gets so much HP back. He's going to be forced to TP on out.
He's dead!
But he doesn't even make it! Oh my goodness, the damage!
All right. Archer walks in and just at the end, and the fight's already done. He just wanted to get a kill in a tombstone, but everyone on BB's there. Not worth it at all. They lose 4. A huge play. Great. The Chain Frost bounced a little weird at the start, then bounced really nice afterwards. And GPK
trying to diving for crit still.
Yeah. That was big for BetBoom. That was pre-BKB on the Bloodseeker too. He gets involved. Does he get the last hit too? No, it's GPK, but either way. A big slip up, Shopify. Not expecting, I guess, that ward, not that vision there from Tokyo.
That ward did wonders. They kind of smoked in behind the Beastmaster. Looked like they were trying to just kind of either bait or find someone in the jungle there. but it's just instant TPs from BB, and they find exactly what they were looking for. That's such a good fight.
That was a pretty massive blunder. I mean, now, Pure, he got time to sit back, farm his Midas. His net worth is increasing, and Abed continues to really struggle. 0 and 3 so far.
We haven't seen any arena connections yet, right?
No. Lingering around top for GPK. I mean, Crit was trying to get an angle, but BB's here.
Oh, they got the coil. Beastmaster, do they even need the Doom to take him down? It doesn't look like. They got more than enough damage. Turning their attention onto the supports here is
a Rupture.
Nightfall is quite fast, and yeah, there's the Rupture. Can they cancel the TP in time? It's going to be a Doom just to secure the kill. Why not?
Bad Boom snowballing. These last two moves, pretty massive. Nightfall had just finished BKB on his way to Mjolnir too. Now he's got a good separation between that Dusa too. I mean, Abed's literally having no game. They're dancing
2 times in a row, right?
Yep. I wouldn't blame him the last game, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one he's really struggling. Now he'll find a catch.
There's your arena. Beautifully done. Grabbing the Lich here to start this one out. The stolen B-Crep as well here if they need it. Try and save Mars potentially. We'll see. It will end up working as RTZ trying to chase after save. Does get him with the snake. The disarm into the mana drain. Or life drain, rather. Give him plenty of HP to work with. Mars?
Can they get this one too?
No. He has the blink. Okay, he's out.
Oh, now it's an arena, and you only get a Lich. You don't even get the Pugna, so it feels quite bad. As the map EV just continues to play it in perfection. This Bloodseeker is huge. Doom is recovered entirely. Puck is massive. Big concerns, RTZ.
I've really even seen this Beastmaster take off, right? He was top net worth for a while.
Abed.
Is he just dead?
He's enemy. Okay.
No, they're not going to go for the dive here.
But geez, I mean, Pure has a full Octarine now. He's disassembled the Vanguard. That farm is just going to continue to accelerate.
I mean, that level 15 talent going to get here maybe a
maybe
little faster
fast now
than we expected now.
Yeah.
Like, you just finished Helm of the Overlords. You have this timing at the moment, but you're just losing towers.
I mean, that one fight, it's honestly almost like a game-losing kind of play versus a team like BB. Like, they're going to thrive so much. They're going to get so much out of the map of it. Nightfall, yeah, BKB done, Mjolnir done completely after just these last moments. Like, the swing is enormous on the gold and the experience just in these last 3-4 minutes. Shopify.
Woke up from Shopify.
They're going to try something here. I mean, they want to use this Helm of Overlord before it's just going to get eaten by this Doom.
I mean, I feel like you have to. It's still only level 1 arena as well. Like, Abed is only level 11. If you get the Doom, it'd be sick. He's tanky, though. 2,300 HP. Not finding anything in the bottom side here. They're dodging this one out completely.
Do they just go the Roche then because they have the Beast? Looks like that is going to be the case, but I imagine BBs, they're going to fight around this Roche pit.
Perfect scan.
Yeah, they know, and they're so strong right now. I mean, GBK a full Kaya Sanj. Now, even if he gets caught in the arena, might not die at all.
Tombstone is not down from Fly.
Wants it for the fight, I guess. They're going to make it in time.
They are absolutely going to make it in time. They need a lot of help here on Shopify. This could go really bad. Abed's positioned well here. There's going to be the Blood Right. It's going to connect on every. The Rupture is out, and Saberlight is just dead to start this one off. The arena does fall. The Aegis on the ground, and it's snatched by Abed, but it's not on your Dusa.
He's alone.
Running out of mana. The Chain Frost just destroys him. Triple kill for Nightfall. You know, Doom to follow it up. Nightfall having a great time.
Give him
Ultra
the Rampage.
Kill now, looking for crit. The man deserves it.
Give him
Rampage. Is it going to come through? He's throwing the high fives.
Oh, yeah.
Grid with a Glimmer has an illusory orb.
Oh!
Wait a minute. He's got advanced schmoves here on crit, and he's going to make it out.
It makes it out, but they lose everything. Nightfall really wants the Rampage. He even says what the WTF. That's a one game deciding fight that happens earlier into a full deciding one. They landed on everyone. Saberlight gets nothing off. They're all stacked up. Shopify have run out of steam, it feels like here. BB just too good. Too good today.
And I don't you had to make some calls fast as soon as that Bloodright comes out. It almost feels like you should just defensively arena the pit. Like, I don't know.
The thing is that they have to full commit hit. It's just so awkward.
Yeah.
They were just trapped, and the Chain Frost literally just starts bouncing between even Medusa illusions. And now top.
Yeah.
We'll find another one.
Here with this Octarine, just constant Infernal Blades is super frustrating. And yeah, the Devour can target Ancients is now an option, so your Helm of the Overlord It's just a free 250 gold.
Yep. Yeah, that whole move, honestly. Yeah, everything fell apart around the Ancients. That one move, they had some timings. Perhaps they were hitting there with like the Overlord and with like the blink on the Mars and all that. But right after that, like every timing is just gone, and BB's timings are all just accelerated massively. Abed still with no game, 1-4.
It's a 15k net worth advantage. This game was
huge.
like dead even until 15 minutes.
Yep.
Like literally 15 minutes. So in 7 minutes they have taken a huge win.
BB just so much cleaner, so much better with these little small decision makings, and yeah, just all it takes is one fight versus some of these like top 2, top 3 teams in the world sometimes to just break a team open, and that's exactly what feels like it's happened. BB broke Shopify with that one play, and it's just so much that they've gotten out of this. This Nightfall now 16k net worth. He has Aghanim's. Like these items are just flirting in.
Woo! I'm like trying to think what the comeback is here for Shopify, but you're just severely lacking damage now.
That you actually have none. Yeah, Gyardusa doesn't do anything because there's a Frost Shield as well too that's always going to be placed down. It's kind of you have to play huddled, but it doesn't feel great when your Mars hasn't gotten anything from this game. Like still no BKB.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under
Saberlight, you know, going for the BKB of his own. It'll be nice, but I mean, 2 fights in a row, he just gets like caught from a silence. So he either got doomed or blood righted. 2 fights in a row, can't offer anything.
Yep. I mean, that last one, they just were caught by literally everything. It's like he got blood righted, silenced, like pulled, I think it was, from the Lich maybe. I didn't get to see, but I mean, it's been like GPK is a total menace this game too with how well he's done versus Abed. Like, he's actually going for potential
might
solo.
just kill him. Gonna TP. Does he have the damage? He just does. Unreal.
Wow. Nice little play, switching the treads to Agi so he gets a little extra attack speed, every little thing mattering. IGPK, yeah. What a display. Today he's on, like, just fully on fire. I mean, this team, BB, has been, like I said, upward trajectory this entire year.
It's like you see a Scotty come out on the Medusa, and it feels like sad, right? Because
no damage.
Normally you're like, oh, we have Scotty now, we can fight, but this is kind of just, all right, I have some more stats, I guess.
Yep.
Like,
it's tanky. There's definitely no damage at this point now.
BB take the tier 2 bottom. That will take the outpost as well. So they continue to just push their advantage.
They're just, I mean, again, they're just getting so much out of the map. Pure pretty much has BKB now done too, after a blink.
Oh my god.
Yeah, everyone's just getting huge. Even the supports have kind of all they want already at this point, save with his Glimmer Aether Lens. That another flawless game it feels like for him. And Tokyo gets just playing like a luxury Lich. Doesn't have to have too much. He actually gets to go Lens on a Lich. Very rare you get to see it. Liches go
with
for this.
The Vizier.
Yeah, like you don't really see Lens being able to get bought on Lich too often either. Usually it's like, oh, I need to go these Glimmers, Forces, Saves. Like this is just aggression through and through.
Is to chill back, throw some Frost Shields on his allies, maybe get a Sinister Gaze from downtown.
A full Octarine now. Jesus, GPK. I mean, he's keeping up with Bloodseekers and Dooms.
That is wild. Bottom lane, the Coil just comes out right away onto this Medusa. And Abed gets the Arena Spear onto the puck, but there's the Frost Shield. Into a quick phase shift. They did no damage to him at all. The Stone Gaze doing some work onto the backside, catching Nightfall, but the Rupture is out. Medusa needs to be careful. A good roar into the Doom as well. Can they hold their ground? They're trying, but Nightfall gets so much health back from that Mars death, and now Pure on the run. They will be able to get themselves one return.
And they get more.
And they get more.
They might get a second.
They really need to find more. GPK on the backside found. They get the Lich. GPK trying to finish off Fly. He almost gets it.
Yay.
Blink away. Torque nearby, but not enough.
Able to get away. Nice high ground hold. And it's
very good.
It's on the high ground, of course. BB trying to push forward super aggressively for it, but
dude, GPK is so aggressive.
He's still in on him.
He scans the high ground. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go for the Medusa. If it weren't for the Frost Shield, like, he might have been able to find that kill.
Actually, a surprise Nightfall got away there. It was a good bailout from his team, though. That actually was close to the kind of comeback there for Shopify. If they get that kill into Nightfall, it would be pretty huge if Arteezy gets last hit.
Save might be in a little bit of trouble. Oh, he actually misses the dust. Pops the decrep, trying to run away. The body blocks are nice for the moment. We'll have one more boar, though.
Getting
He's got no
slowed.
mana. Into another Glimmer. All right, this is...
I mean, Doom's coming.
getting ridiculous. Doom is coming. Here.
Oh, oh.
It's the blink.
Save.
Hiding in the trees.
He's
He's got
found.
no TP. Dude, this is ridiculous. He's like, I'm tired of this, man. Here's the roar. Get out of my game.
I think he was asking Pure for help. Pure's just gonna come in and Midas Devour and be like, all right, whatever.
Oh my, yeah, Pierre's like, thanks for the money, my friend. That's a 700 gold kill onto the Pugna.
Very well worth the roar.
Oh yeah.
All right, hey, that fight does get Arteezy into a little bit of a damage position here. Does have Eagle Song. The Stone Gaze actually was quite effective there on the high ground, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Signs of life.
Grab themselves a Tormentor and a Wisdom Rune.
Mm-hmm.
Goes away a Fly. Okay, so he gets the Tombstone Shard.
Okay. So again, can do some saves, and he's got Solar Crest too to buff up Artur. And Artur does, of course, have this aura from the Dominator, or the Overlord if he's near Saber Light, so some bits of damage. Nightfall. Position around mid.
It's a good position here. Looking for the opening, Pure, or it could go.
Just eats it.
Dude, it's so much gold. Dude. It's 250 plus the 160 bonus every time. And it jumps in for the arena, but you're just BKBs it. Doesn't care. So, double BKBs down, arena down. You have to open the spear against these BKBs.
I think now they go for the fight on BB. They still have Doom. I think Arena is very important for the side of Shopify just to keep them encapsulated around the Medusa. So they're immediately running toward top, and it is actually toward Arteezy. This could catch him off guard.
He comes down off that high ground.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh
This is
my god, they broke.
super scary.
They know.
got him.
They found him.
Sinister Gaze is there. All of his mana just gone. Does get the Stone Gaze off for the moment. No way to TP, of course. And Nightfall claims himself another kill. And meanwhile, GPK soloing off Rubik here. Does manage to steal the orb, but it's not enough. Godlike spree now on this puck.
That was a very cool smoke rotation, too. They just knew, it seemed like, that he was playing up toward top around there. Great identification. Great. It's literally just great ways of just knowing the map. Great macro movement. Well, 20's hit. GPK still has this gem. Takes away the wards, controlling this area here. 40 seconds, no Dusa.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
There's still... Yeah, I'm trying to think like what movements you can make here on Shopify, but with this puck being so dangerous, like you can't actually show in lanes.
It probably is. This feels weird to say, but it might be trying to get a Roshan sneak or something again. Potentially like shove lanes out and look for it, but not easy. I feel like they will just get met by BB.
Oh, you see Ava there?
No.
Still hiding in the trees. Okay.
And GPK just cutting creep waves, continuing to get even bigger. Ceremonial robe, and he's got what looks like the overwhelming blink soon finished. He's gonna do so much damage in these fights. Yeah, he is huge.
Smoke mid, right under a ward. All of this seen right by BB. They saw the Tormentor, so they have an idea of where BB are, but...
BB's gonna set up for them.
Yeah, exactly. Question is, how do you bait this? Scan comes out, doesn't quite connect. We do have a decent ward here by the Tormentor, but here comes the counter smoke.
They see the courier from GPK. I mean, this is a massive kill if they're able to get it. He's not squishy,
Ward?
though.
You got a telekinesis into the spear. The arena comes down, but can you even kill him? There's the ward. The Frost Shield just doing so much heavy lifting in this fight. GPK is out. And they just disengage. Here is... They just rupture the Medusa. Not for much of anything there, but they're going to try. GPK continuing to just cause so many problems, and in comes Nightfall. There he goes, pops the BKB. The Rupture thrown back the other way. Nightfall is stuck here, but the damage is just overwhelming. Saberlight falls. Nightfall, you're ruptured, bud. He dies. Oh, no.
But worth it.
He did not realize, but does it matter?
He said it. He just held his ground. GPK too big. Breaks the smoke, tanks everything. I think he gets glimmered, decrept, frost shield, etc. They can't focus him. They reset out, and then boom. He lands, what, a 5-man overwhelming blink, and that's just allows this Bloodseeker to find the Dusa.
What a bait, man. It all starts off on like seeing that smoke in the first place, but the play to just like kind of just throw the puck in.
He knows that he's
just
too tanky.
trusting.
Yeah. He's got his
That's
double
wild.
little save plays, and this isn't no like 1,000 HP puck. This is a 3,500 HP puck.
Just so nuts. What the heck? Yeah, he is tanky. Very tanky. Well, we'll see what Shopify can do here. It is not going to be easy. I mean, he's got a gem on the puck, so you are not safe anymore trying to get away from this hero.
No, I'm seeing Saberlight now. He's got the optimistic queue up of the nullifier because it's absolutely what they need. They need this nullifier to be able to focus fire targets inside of these arenas.
Dude, you had perfect spell layering too. It was telekinesis into spear, into the arena, into the roar, and he just tanks it all. Like,
I mean,
that is rough.
It's like if he didn't, like this frost shield did some work, and then he gets decrept, and then they have nothing to go through it because they're all really physical damage at that point. Now, Roche, it's prime for the pickings for BB. They're set up on bottom. Aditi's actually bottom too, so Nightfall is actually not going to walk past it. Shopify smoked.
This one not seen.
Maybe
it'll go better for them.
They'll actually get DD themselves. Okay. Could be big for Artur.
The real question is who can you find, if anything? Because they're set up bottom here near the Roach Pit once again.
They have to find the supports. At least, if you're going to go for some type of arena play or something, you have to make sure these two are addressed somehow, because they're just saving too much.
They know of the smoke. But do they see Nightfall? Oh, he gets the blink. He's got a lot of shield from this Ags as well. Kind of stealing the blood right. Now this is just very awkward.
They're kind of scouted over here. Orbs continuously looking at them. Oh, this is real awkward. The DD's wearing off.
Yeah. Double wards here from BB2. Just scouting this whole mid area of the lane. Meanwhile, Shopify are playing in darkness for the most part. All they have is this hawk over the Roche Pit.
They're just
They've got to cut these waves, right? They can't allow this to keep pushing. Okay, yeah, they do.
Yeah, they got to address this.
They're just leaving.
Yeah, they're just leaving. He's going to scout that probably in a second here and perhaps just commit for the Roche.
It's kind of smart because Roche is moving.
Oh, so maybe that's okay. I mean, they're prepping. Okay.
They all TP top. So they're going to try and play for the portal. They scan it right now to see if BB's coming through.
This is actually cool. But
There
they're
it is.
taking
They're not
it right
gonna
now.
make it in
They're
time.
getting there first.
Fly's walking up, tries to place the ward. They see them all come through the portal.
RTZ. Whoop, it's an illusion.
Ooh. Dude, that would have been a really good bait if he gets the Doom there.
Now the standoff.
D-ward immediately.
Who's got the ward? Who's got the smoke? Or Shopify, they have the smoke for the wraparound. Betboom have a smoke or another ward here? They do.
C-Pure. He just blinks back away, though. The Hawk will scout him again.
Nightfall. He's
Imagine
walking right
Nightfall's the big target. The telekinesis. But can you even kill this guy? The roar comes out, but it's too late. He got the BKB and GPK jumping into the back line, trying to make some chaos here. They get rid of the illusions right away, and Medusa's Hawk. The Doom comes out. She's ruptured up, and there's going to be the arena. A nice grab onto the ledge. They're trying to sustain. Nightfall stuck on the other side of the wall, but the Medusa is done. Out of mana. The damage once again coming through, but Nightfall will fall. Can they finish off the Medusa? They do. Finally, GPK doing too much work here, as it's a 4-for-1 favoring Betboom.
Again and again, the Pug and the Lich doing so much work. I keep seeing crit spam pinging them. They just keep getting these saves. Nightfall, I mean, this is a fresh Butterfly and Elven Tunic, so he tanks the majority. Somehow it does end up going down, but yeah, at what cost? They just throw everything on the Medusa that time. They didn't care, the Doom and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, where else is your damage, right? If Medusa dies.
It is all easy for the deeps. Meanwhile, for the side of BB, it's everybody actually doing the deeps. It's not just Nightfall by any means. GPK is probably the highest damage doing hero in this game. 17, 1, and 9.
And Infernal Blade's up there too now, right? Like Flames even. It all adds up.
Everything does,
Doom.
yeah. And I'm continuously seeing save even too. I saw like the Medusa illusions drop down. He drops ward, it life drains it for a quick second, clears the illusions out too. Just
Yeah,
very
that was
good,
such a slick play.
Very good, just very quick, decisive team fighting here from Betboom, and they're baiting the right targets. They're just like, okay, this time we'll bait Nightfall and still just dominate that one.
Well, they decide to hold off on the Roche, obviously, until Nightfall's back.
Mm-hmm.
See, tier 4 items are going to drop here. GPK. That's a ninja gear. Even more difficult to find now.
31,000 gold lead.
I didn't even realize it was that bad.
It's just getting larger and larger. I mean, it's an Octarine Midas Doom, but it's GPK being ahead of this Doom throughout the entirety of this game. Crazy performance.
Very good puck performance, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Abed, he's going the Hex instead of him also going Nullifier. So they're really putting a lot of this pressure onto Saberlight to get these dispels to perhaps just do like a lot of everything. That's quite a lot to ask for. I guess he just really wants to get that extra form of catch versus the puck, but I feel like catch might... I mean, damage is definitely an issue. And these saves, these shields, these decrepify, so...
I don't know how you play it. Like, it's really hard to play around defensive capability at BB half.
Yeah, and there's the Roche. They're going to be able to walk into it. Good neutral items being picked up. You said the ninja gear for GPK. He's actually going to hit 20 as well, too. Or 25, sorry.
I did not realize Sinister Gaze lasts the 2 times duration on Roshan. That is 5-second stun. That is crazy.
Oh, I haven't seen that. GPK in, bottom.
He just immediately jumps in onto the Rubik, tries to save himself with the Glimmer Cape, but there's a gem. And he's gone.
And they want more. Save on the hunt. Next, he's just going to find himself a ward.
Why makes it out? Abed makes it out. Really quick response, right? They know they have the Roche secured. And GPK just instantly TP's bot.
I think he's really, like I said, he's really feeling himself this whole game, and he's just pushing the limits of his hero. No fear. Level 25's hit. Dreamcall pierces magic immunity, so another layer for the Beastmaster and Mars to worry about.
This Null Tormentor might backfire. The Radiant Scan, they see it. They've got to get this and run. As GPK comes in, Abed will get the shard. Not a bad one by any means. The Hex does come out. Save is on top of the Dusa. Stone Gaze is popped. You will not have this, but they're also not done running at you.
GPK wants him.
Just jumps the back line. Goodbye, Undying. Abed ruptured up, falls so fast that Medusa is going to fall next. An absolute disaster for Shopify here inside their bases. GPK and Pure are making quick work of every single hero. 4 dead, 1 dieback. An absolute massacre.
They just are so confident. Look at this. They even want to go into the bounce.
Okay, there was a Saberlight Beastmaster there when he bought back, but not anymore.
Literally died instantly? Okay.
Yeah. Rupture up once again onto the Medusa. It doesn't really matter all that much, but holds her back at least.
Damn.
Save nearly dies to the tower and stuff.
That feels like a little bit of a statement there from BB. They're like, come on, guys.
It is.
We're get out. Like, we just jumped you into your fountain. Lincoln's on the Lich, okay, Toronto.
Why not?
Luxury.
Yeah. Just throw that on one of your allies. Make sure they don't get roared. More defensive capabilities. Also just protecting himself. Sinister Gaze catches the Rubik here. Has the gem. Help beat him down. Another death. As Medusa just stands here and watches.
She tickles.
Yeah, there's just no damage. Shopify absolutely beat down in this series. Game 1, an absolute bloodbath, and Game 2, not much better. I mean, it really just fell apart after that Ancient move like you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good, very even, I would say, first 15 minutes, and then literally right after that, the game just flipped over on its head completely. They get like 2-3 full items. They didn't even have to use Nightfall's BKB in that instance all the way back then, if you remember, and that's... Damn. I mean, what a display, really, from BB. Especially at GPK, I have to give him tons of merit this game. 34 kill involvement out of the 40.
18, 1, and 16. My
Yeah.
lord. Lots 2 done on him now. It'll be very easy for him to join the fight as Pure has a ninja gear now, so he can just TP in onto his Doom.
Is Arteezy not getting
easy.
a better neutral item? He's hanging on to Paladin Sword, which is like one of the... Lifesteal doesn't really do anything for you, so... I don't know. I've been looking at him holding it for like this entire time. Maybe he just didn't find anything better, but it's weird.
I have sometimes played a like universal hero, and you just roll like 0 stat items for all of your jungle items. It just feels so bad. I wonder, like, it could have happened to him there, but
Pure's just in.
It doesn't matter. Yep, BKBs are out. The chase onto the Medusa. They do get the Entomb there. That will buy him some space. The roar out from Saberlight, but Medusa's mana. It's just all gone, and you can't stop this Nightfall. They're trying. The heals actually from the fly. Is it enough? It's not. Too much damage. GG's come out, and Nightfall continues to run train on these heroes. He never gets his rampage, but he wins the mental battle for sure.
jeez. Yeah, today was quite a display, really. This was spectacular, really, from BB. First game, I mean, this one wasn't. First game wasn't even a game. Second game, a pretty, I would say, relatively even. Abed was absolutely struggling still up to that, like, 15 minutes marks. But then, I mean, all their timings, everything got shot. They were, like, timing for their Helm of Overlord thing. Like, all these, like, few little timings that they did have coming in. And then they end up getting wiped. Doom gets level, like, 7 levels. Or 6 levels in that time, that duration after those fights. He gets the Devoured talent and everything. That was... Yeah, wow. That boom. Hot stuff.
I mean, there's a reason that people like value this team so highly. Like, they have just looked so good over the last 6 months.
Yeah.
Just getting better and better. This is the funny, like, only death that GBK tanks this whole game. A stray set of axes from Saberlight, right? The fact that that is his only death is remarkable.
And this is the fight that feels like it turned absolutely everything. Any timings that Shopify was looking to kind of hit there, everything gets stopped. They lose 3, and then Arteezy just like walks in and just gives his life, offers it there, getting a kill onto Tokyo and a tombstone, but no way worth it.
Definitely thought he was tankier than he was being able to TP out there. But yeah, you're right. All momentum lost. It was a dead even game up to that point. Literally no net worth advantage for either team, no XP advantage for either team. And suddenly over the next 7-8 minutes, we see BB pull ahead with like a 10 to 15k net worth advantage.
Yeah, I don't really want to see Abed playing Mars in particular, gotta be honest. Not that it's like he's bad at it or anything. I don't really like mid Mars so much, but he's just so much better on everything else. So maybe they thought there was nothing else really left for them to do it, but he got danced on this game, really. Like they kind of toyed with him, especially GPK. They put the onus on like pressuring him too with rotations, and I mean it absolutely worked. This was just so clean here from BB. I mean, they're Doom Pugna. This is one of their best strats that they'd like to run. We definitely see why.
I mean, you were right, man. Saves Pugna was absolutely nuts this game. He played super well.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. He always does it. His laning is just really good. He doesn't even... Like, I've actually watched, like, just literally staring at him for first 5 minutes. He doesn't do, like, these super fancy... He just hits people. He just literally utilizes the attack range and the constant harassment you get from Pugna, and that's super good, so... I don't know how much more good things I can say for BB, but Shopify definitely have quite a few things to fix going on into this tournament.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough day one for them. I mean, they started out okay. They got the 1-1, but the 0-2 here is going to make it rough. They're going to fall to 1-3 as BB are sitting at the top of their groups, sitting at 4-0 now after a phenomenal day one. They're obviously going to be very happy there. EG, PSG, LG, the other ones at 3-1.
Was the play of the day? Them diving?
Yeah. just the exact same one, the fountain farm. That's good stuff. I love that.
Saberlight getting disintegrated, right, or something? Okay, maybe this was it. Because this was pretty good. Look at GPK jumping in here. This was insane. Boom! Lands it on literally all 5 heroes. Everyone's in panic mode in the back lines as Nightfall just sticks it.
And also 4-hero coil as well, right?
Yeah.
And then it's just Artur completely isolated. Like, they can't help him. Nightfall does die here to his own rupture, but, I don't think BB really mind all that much. They're having fun with it at this point.
Yeah, they really started to toy with them a little bit, it did feel like. And looking at, I did want to bring up the damage numbers as well, too, because it did, I even felt like Tokyo, the Lich, he's doing like some really nice chain frost and stuff like that, but here's the differential, here's the split up. GPK, 43,000, the next highest in the game, 27k. So, a total beastly performance from that buck.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was...
Man, I love this first series. Like, Nine Panda's Quest was so sick. And this is one of the best series we've seen in a bit.
And I like that that's the Colonel's choice there. The self-deny from a jug, something you don't see too often.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this was a
It worked,
man. We had a fun day. Really good exchange of series. I mean, for Shopify fans, maybe not so much, of course, but...
Yeah, any BB fans out there, you're very happy with how this day has gone. But good stuff all around. Quest looked super good this morning. I just want to say, like, even though they draw the series, I think a lot of that was just some incredible late game plays there from Nine Pandas, but Quest looked really, really, really good. So it's good to see them still performing well.
Yeah, I mean, Malik definitely looked really impressive. I like his style. I've always been a bit of a fan of his too when he was playing. I think it was like HR and some of these other teams too. He's super good player, great understanding. So yeah, we got to see a lot of good games. Got to see some, unfortunately, a very, very weird game, of course, the first game of Shopify. But hey, sometimes that happens in these type of tournaments. Sometimes there's just these... It's always one game, I feel like, in every tournament where it's just these musical lanes happen, and one team's just like, why do we do this? So,
yeah. You always get one. That's true. Well, it's been a fun day, but that is going to bring it to an end. We've got 3 more days of the group stage ahead, so you definitely want to make sure to come back here tomorrow. There's going to be a lot more Dota to be played, but for Foggy and myself, we're going to call it a night. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say.